Chapter 851. Luo sat cross-legged in the side hall prepared especially for her. Separated by a wall was the jade statue of the god of light. This statue, originally from the frontline fortress, had been quietly placed there after she ordered it moved to the newly built gospel monastery of the new church. Every day, a constant stream of believers came to pray, generating a continuous flow of faith power that seeped into the statue. A small portion of this faith power also seeped into the guiding spirit statue next to the god of light statue, eventually flowing into Luo's mind. She hadn't dealt with the issue of faith power, because she was worried the false gods would notice something amiss. But since the false gods couldn't appear for the time being, providing them with faith power would be a waste, and would only help the enemy grow stronger. So Luo decided to seize this portion of faith power. However, since her presence was required, she simply lived in the monastery, absorbing faith power during the day and continuing her unfinished biography, returning to the ruined space to cultivate at night. Over the past 2 years, the magic paper has completed over 100 pages, recording her experiences before the age of 20 and the stories of 10 close friends. She is currently writing about the events that take place within the Great Library, but much of this part is tedious and repetitive. Luo plans to record some interesting experiences before moving on to the next chapter. The air is filled with a sacred atmosphere, and the restless darkness has been completely suppressed, but only within the evangelical monastery. Outside of Luo's jurisdiction, including other monasteries of the new church, the atmosphere of darkness grows increasingly chaotic and powerful. Far away, in the desolate mountains, above the old church and the 8 nations of the Rebellion Alliance, the Sunwheel United Kingdom, the Avika Forest, various seas, the Stillawar Terran Empire and the chaotic forces in the east, and other scattered organizations large and small, darkness has formed an invisible cloud powerful enough to affect both body and mind. The Terran Empire, controlled by the Dark Church, is a prime example. However, aside from a very few, no one notices. False gods cannot manifest themselves, yet their influence still permeates the land. Some seek to save the world, while demons have been plotting to corrupt it. It's a matter of who has the deeper foundation. Celia? You're not dead? Elizabeth realized her mistake as soon as the words left her mouth and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. But Elizabeth clearly remembered hearing that Celia had been burned alive in front of everyone by Dean Dorindy. Now the Dark Pope. Could it be that someone else was burned that day? Celia didn't pay attention to her words, her expression revealing a complex mix of emotions. She had also just experienced some pressure, and knew that the princess before her was stronger than herself. With anyone else, she would inevitably compare herself to her, wondering why someone could cultivate faster than her, which would undoubtedly make her effort seem meaningless. But if it was the 7th princess? Celia found that she couldn't feel any jealousy towards her. Perhaps it was because the princess's nature justified the favor she received, or perhaps she cared more about the princess as a person than her strength? No, it was simply that she wasn't as extreme as before. Celia convinced herself of this, sheathed the magical long sword she had obtained from Lord Brendan, and walked to Elisa, who was a head shorter than her. She actually wanted to say, I always remembered you, but what came out was inexplicably, let's deal with this monster. We can't let it continue to harm others. Elisa, recalling Celia's earlier warning, suddenly pressed her hands on Celia's shoulders, squeezing so hard it hurt, her voice becoming anxious. Celia, you just said my mother is gone. Is that true? Celia frowned slightly. You heard me. I'm sorry. I was just too worried about Mother. Elizabeth quickly released her hands. Celia rubbed her shoulders, looking at the princess's anxious yet hopeful eyes, and hesitated for a moment before revealing what she had learned at the Queen's residence. After infiltrating the place, she was attacked by 7 or 8 dark cultists. With her superhuman strength, Celia quickly killed them, only to discover that their weapons looked extremely familiar, the same kind of flesh and blood dagger she had used. Celia immediately realized that there was likely an evil monster similar to the 2-headed crocodile she had defeated within the royal palace. In that case, the Queen, who allowed the dark cultists to hide, must be their accomplice. Celia was furious and searched everywhere for the Queen, but soon found the large house empty. The chairs and beds were obviously dusty. It couldn't be that the Queen was exceptionally healthy and didn't need rest. After a careful search, she found a tattered piece of silk in a hidden compartment, on which was written a letter with slightly messy handwriting. The letter recounts how the Queen repeatedly warned the king to be cautious about cooperating with the Dark Church, but to no avail. Several days later, another queen appeared before her with a smile, bluntly telling her that she was now the queen, and imprisoned her in the house. The real queen tried to save herself multiple times, but to no avail. Knowing she wouldn't live much longer, and that the king might also be replaced, she secretly wrote this letter and hid it. When she tried to find other clues, the fake queen emerged from the shadows, attempting to bewitch Celia. However, Celia already knew the truth and, without a word, drew her sword and fought, exposing the fake queen. Then, Elizabeth appeared. Celia handed Elizabeth the scraps of silk. Seeing her standing there in a daze, she pursed her thin lips and softly said, "My condolences." The letter was short, the handwriting very similar to Elizabeth's memory of her mother, and the content largely the same as Celia's. However, there were a few sentences Celia hadn't said. At the end of the scraps, it read, "If anyone sees this letter, please tell my dearest Vano Elizabeth, you may not understand, but your mother will always love you. If possible, I wish you eternal happiness." Elizabeth read the letter, barely 200 words long, word by word. In her memory, her mother had always been incredibly cold. But now, thinking back, how could she, an unimportant princess, so easily gain admission to the Empire's premier noble magic academy, the Arcane Academy? How could she repeatedly evade and postpone her arranged marriage without being reprimanded by her father, only to be forced into a marriage with the 40-something Duke of Mellingston after the Dark Church took over the capital? The fifth princess, of similar, or even higher status, had been betrothed at the age of 14, with no possibility of refusal. Who else could have granted her so much freedom, but her mother's secret protection? The scrap of cloth was clutched tightly, but the outburst of emotion that Celia feared didn't occur. Elisa carefully put away the precious scrap and bowed sincerely to Celia, saying, "Thank you for helping me find my mother's last message. I will forever remember this kindness." Celia was quite uncomfortable with such a formal thank you. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her gaze unconsciously shifted away. "It was nothing. I didn't want the truth to be buried." After thinking for a moment, she felt she should still express the gratitude she owed from that day. "Your Majesty. Elisa, actually Boom! The remaining half of the dwelling was completely overwhelmed by the sudden, overwhelming aura. A withered old man with sparse white hair flew through the air, his gender indistinguishable. A slightly curved straight sword hanging at his waist, radiating a strong dragon's might. But his aura was even more terrifying. Celia could clearly see that the old man had no magical fluctuations. He simply stood in the air, his aura surging like a tidal wave. Although she wondered why she hadn't felt much pressure, free flight was a hallmark of Saint-level powerhouses. Celia immediately realized that the commotion had alerted the Imperial Guardian. Damn it! She quickly considered how to escape, but it was all in vain. She couldn't even touch the speed at which the opponent appeared. How could she escape? At this moment, a slightly taller figure blocked her way, shielding her from all the pressure. Elisaber calmly spoke, "Guardian of the Terran Empire, you finally come out. I, as the 7th princess of the Lily of the Valley royal family, address you. Why did you choose to ignore the evil Dark Church's control over the lifeblood of your ancestors, disregarding the lives of millions? And why did you plot to murder my mother?" The only response was a cold, indifferent reply, "All those who hinder my breakthrough shall be executed." A straight sword was drawn from its sheath, its overwhelming dragon-like power stirring the sky. The terrifying aura of a transcendent being gathered on the blade. Some of the arriving guards were instantly crushed into mincemeat by the fused forces. Trees and houses flew everywhere, and deep fissures appeared in the ground. This power far exceeded what mortals could control. The princes and princesses who had arrived were stunned by the Guardian's actions. With this strike, the palace might be split in two. The soaring aura was clearly visible even outside the royal city, but the nobles who should have been terrified were only busy laughing excitedly. The Guardian has struck again. The Dark Church truly has the blessing of the gods. Even the Guardian is willing to assist. The Terran Empire is eternal. But beneath the blade, Elizabeth remained calm. The raging wind and imposing aura subsided instantly before her. She was like a reef in a storm, unaffected by the crashing waves. "Guardian, you have fallen." A blinding white light erupted from the 7th princess, instantly enveloping the entire royal city and spreading at a speed imperceptible to mortals. The capital, the 3 main cities, various towns and villages, until it completely enveloped the Empire's borders. In the blink of an eye, the white light vanished, along with the dark aura that had enveloped the Terran Empire and the power emanating from the Guardian. Thump! The withered body fell through the air, creating a shallow crater in the ground. Chapter 852. No one knows what the 7th princess said that day, but without a doubt, it was the day of the legend's fall, and the beginning of the collapse of a 1,000-year-old empire. The Guardian had fallen, and the king, unusually, remained silent. Rumor circulated that the king was merely a puppet of the Guardian. The truth, perhaps, was known only to the surviving princes and princesses, and perhaps only to the Dark Pope. But the Dark Pope had vanished. Some said he had heard some news and fled, others said he had been secretly dealt with. However, apart from the senior believers, most were not concerned about the Pope's life or death. They were more concerned about the successive deaths of high-ranking nobles in the capital. A discerning observer could easily conclude that the deceased nobles were all pro-war, and some bore traces of the royal family and Silvermoon City. Some powerful factions within the pro-war camp, such as the magical Duke of Mellingston and the Golden Cavalry led by the Third Prince, had firmly stated that if the royal family reneged, they would consider attacking the royal family and seizing power, and then, nothing more. The pro-war faction collapsed within a month, allowing various turbulent forces to seize the opportunity to strengthen themselves. After the dark aura surrounding the empire dissipated, those once frenzied and foolish nobles instantly reverted to shrewd merchants, abandoning the pro-war stance and continuing their old ways of dealing with commoners and nobles within their spheres of influence. The royal family's power reached an unprecedented low. At this juncture, the fourth prince suddenly crowned himself king, immediately issuing a ceasefire order and implementing a series of measures to improve the status of commoners and reduce their burdens and taxes. The common people were delighted, while the nobles merely chuckled, completely disregarding the order. The enraged new king ordered troops to be dispatched to teach the nobles a lesson, but the empire's subsequent wars with the rebellious alliance and eastern forces resulted in heavy losses for the royal elite troops, revealing the monarchy's weakness to the nobles. Thus, at the end of the 367th year of the Song dynasty, 2519th year of the old papist's creation calendar, first year of the new papacy's evangelical calendar, the Terran Empire split into three kingdoms: the Lily of the Valley Kingdom, based on the Lily of the Valley royal family; the Mag Kingdom, primarily composed of Silvermoon City and Radiant Moon City; and the most powerful, the Dark Empire. Radiant Moon City was previously under Elven rule, but after the elves left, it was occupied by a count. However, its strength was mediocre, and it was quickly annexed by the nearest city, Silvermoon City. Therefore, the Mag Kingdom, possessing two main cities and having cultivated its power for many years, was a force to be reckoned with. The Dark Empire, led by bishops and priests of the former Dark Church, absorbed the majority of devout Dark believers, making it the largest in number. It occupied vast areas in the eastern and southern parts of the former empire. However, due to having only one main city, Crescent Moon, and a complex composition, coupled with ongoing battles with chaotic regions, it was internally fragmented and difficult to unify. The Lily of the Valley Kingdom, bordered by the old capital, occupied the most powerful and wealthiest royal city, and some nobles recognized the legitimacy of the royal family. However, most of the powerful nobles had fled to the other two kingdoms or simply become independent, making it the weakest in terms of strength. Nevertheless, it possessed a considerable number of top-tier experts, and no one dared to provoke it. In addition, many nobles wandered outside the three kingdoms, establishing small towns with a few hundred commoners, continuing their decadent and privileged lives, but they were largely insignificant. In short, that's roughly how things went. Ano, dressed in a beautiful and exquisite long dress typical of a noblewoman from the old empire, stood gracefully before Luo, reporting on her experiences over the past 3 months. That day, after Elisa's powerful return to the Lily of the Valley royal family, she killed the guardian who sought to advance further through sacrifice, and then went to find her biological father, the king. The king wasn't controlled, he only hoped that the Terran Empire would unify the continent, making the Lily of the Valley royal family the most powerful family. Ano didn't know what Elisa was thinking at the time, but the girl's face seemed quite relaxed, as if she had completely let go of something. Elisa didn't kill anyone else, she simply imprisoned the king, just as she had done to the queen. She delegated other matters to the fourth prince, who was also one of the more peaceful members of the royal family. Ano was then discovered. Ano wasn't surprised, rather, the fact that it took so long to discover her made her feel that Elisa's strength was severely disproportionate to her rank. Elizabeth was surprised by Ano's appearance, while Celia was overjoyed. In Celia's mind, Ano's appearance meant that the shopkeeper was watching her, so she introduced Ano to Elizabeth with a hint of pride. "This is Ano. Sister Fia?" Elizabeth and Celia exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Ano explained that she and Fia were sisters, which explained their identical appearances. "So, Sister Ano, you have an older sister." "I see. So Sister Fia has a younger sister." After this subconscious exclamation, the two girls fell into deep thought. Something seemed off. My brain feels like it's about to explode. Sister Ano, does the shopkeeper also have an older sister? Excuse me, Sister Ano, do you know Sister Luo? Ano, mimicking her master's habit, stroked her chin, suddenly finding it extremely amusing. Actually, Master also has an older sister who runs a bookstore. They look alike, both with silver hair and red eyes, cute yet powerful. Alisa, the one you know is Master's sister. Unfortunately, FIA relayed her message from afar. If you're not afraid of Master finding out your nonsense, then go ahead. Okay, actually my sister and I both follow Master, who is also the guiding envoy of the new church. What? The two women then realized that they had both encountered Luo during difficult times and received her help. This strange fate had brought them closer, as if an invisible destiny had bound them together long ago. After things stabilized, Elizabeth successfully severed the faith power channel to the Terran Empire and turned to deal with the channel of the Sunwheel Church. Soon after, news spread throughout the Sunwheel Federation that the Elders' Council was unable to contact the Sun God, plunging it into another crisis of faith upheaval, this time even more severe than before, directly leading to the collapse of the Elders' Council. Afterwards, Celia went to fulfill her promise, and Elizabeth, worried about her, followed. Thus, Ano was left with nothing to do, and simply watched from the heavens. The purge of the pro-war nobles took a month, during which 3 similar monsters were discovered. The Terran Empire descended into turmoil, and given the fourth prince's mediocre governance, it was no surprise that the Terran Empire split apart. Ano didn't care about any of that. After following them for another 2 months, seeing that things were mostly settled, she planned to take Celia back. But Celia hesitated, a rare occurrence. She privately discussed with Ano, hoping to spend more time with Elizabeth. With Lo's approval, Ano went along with it, returning alone to the new church to report to Lo. Lo put down his pen and asked, "Hasn't that dark pope been found yet?" Ano shook her head. "If he's determined to hide, it'd be difficult for us to find him. However, I collected some of his aura. If Master intervenes, he have nowhere to hide." Lo thought for a moment, and decided to leave it to Celia and the others to handle. However, the lack of a saintess was a problem. She looked at Ano, making her feel uneasy, and finally shook her head. "Never mind, just tell everyone that the saintess is working hard to eliminate darkness and spread light." She had indeed considered, and was certain of, having Ano act as the saintess, but there were more important things for them to do. Alisa needs time to develop her strength. You and FIA go, and set up a large-scale barrier. Luo pulled out over a dozen scrolls, mostly from the werewolf chieftain she had slain years ago. Each scroll contained a barrier capable of withstanding 4th or 5th tier attacks. She then took out a cyan scroll, surrounded by a faint cyan breeze. Its intricate pattern seemed to conceal unimaginable power. "This is a divine spell scroll. Go to the center of the Abaca forest, and await my command before releasing it." This scroll was obtained in another dimension years ago. Luo had spent some time finding its description in the Great Library. It was called Wind Boundary, a mid-level wind attribute divine spell capable of releasing a hurricane-like barrier spanning thousands of miles. Releasing it in the center of the Abaca forest would be enough to cover most of the Ravnia continent. After sending Ano away, Luo summoned Eunomia, instructing him to unite the various forces of the Evangelical Alliance to peacefully pacify the northwestern wilderness and the chaotic eastern regions. She also issued a call to action, stating that the apocalypse was imminent and urging all major powers to relocate their populations to the central part of the continent. The current Evangelical Alliance, besides the new papacy and the elves, also includes the dwarves, the Kingdom of Mag, the Kingdom of Lily of the Valley, and over 30 smaller nations banding together for survival. Dealing with the old papacy and the 8 kingdoms of the desolate mountains is no problem for them. The following spring, the Republic of the Sunwheel, having lost its faith, completely split, returning to a state of independent nations. Some countries joined the Evangelical Alliance, while 13 others did not, but quietly relocated their citizens to the central region, seemingly resigned to their fate. Soon afterward, the old papacy, the northwestern desolate mountains, and the chaotic regions were pacified. The Evangelical Alliance did not force them to join, only requiring them to relocate their populations. Chapter 853. Stars twinkled, the light of the world. A purple meteor suddenly appeared in the universe, plunging into the dark void. Then a second meteor, a third. 325 meteors invaded the vast void, rushing towards the small plane below. However, just before entering the plane, the meteors collided with an invisible barrier and were repelled. Lord Ancanas, this small plane is protected by faith. A trivial matter, a bizarre night walk, the murmur of Valkyrie. A light voice spread, and all the meteors dispersed, forming a giant five-pointed star array that quickly enveloped the entire plane. Each meteor transformed into a 1,000-mile-long, icy nail, piercing deep within. Buzz. Dense patterns manifested, gray mist permeated and shrouded the plane, a hazy halo flickered, and the plane became blurred, as if trapped in a dream. Celia sat on a bench, trying to ease the tension from her long meditation. In the distance, another girl with long, grayish-white hair was fiddling with tiny runes, but even to Celia's eyes, the runes appeared chaotic and devoid of any beauty. Sizzle! Countless ice crystals pierced the void, leaving bloody marks on the girl before finally stopping within the barrier. Celia's pupils contracted slightly, and her hands gripping the chair tightened involuntarily. A moment later, the ice crystals gradually shattered, and Elizabeth emerged with a pained expression, sitting beside Celia and resting her chin on her hands. Failed again, what do I do? Celia expertly handed her a piece of pastry. You succeed? Elizabeth broke the pastry in half, handing one half to Celia with a furrowed brow. But I only mastered 8 spells in all this time, 2 more than I need for Sister Luo's mission. She had started practicing while assisting Celia in eliminating the pro-war faction, and it had been half a year since then. Time was running out, and she hadn't fully mastered them yet, meaning that if war broke out now, she might not be able to defeat any of the demons, which would disappoint Lorden and Sister Luo. Celia looked at the half of the pastry that had returned to her hand, thinking of saying that she had made it for her, but she still took a small bite and handed it back. It's normal for advanced magic to be difficult to learn. I don't like it, you can have it. Celia is clearly very good at cooking. How could it not taste good? Elisa took the other half, seemingly oblivious to the bite mark, and elegantly tasted it. Her eyes immediately lit up. It's really delicious. I love it, thank you. Humph, I just made it when I had nothing else to do. Really? Then I have to eat more, otherwise I won't get any next time you're busy. Celia looked at the girl beside her, who was happily eating her pastries, and her tense mood eased. Being with her felt different from the shop owner. If the shop owner was like a strict yet warm elder, then Elisa made her feel comfortable and relaxed. After carefully tasting the pastry, Elisa licked her lips, still wanting more. Realizing it wasn't very elegant, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Sorry, your pastries are too delicious. There's no one else here, I think you can. It's nothing, elegance suits you better. Elisa blinked her big, cute eyes, not understanding what Celia meant, but quickly stood up. Thank you for your company. I keep working hard too. I try to learn Ice Slash this month. Celia rested her chin on her hands, looking at the girl's slightly swaying gray-white hair. It was beautiful, carrying a touch of playfulness and vitality, completely different from her own. Who's keeping you company? I just felt sorry for you being all alone. The gray-white-haired girl paused for a moment, then pretended not to hear the barely audible muttering and continued practicing magic. This was Azure Ward in Silvermoon City of the Kingdom of Mag. Since her mother's death, Elisa had been completely disillusioned with the royal family. At Celia's suggestion, she came to Silvermoon City. At that time, Ano hadn't left yet, so it was natural for her to stay in the place where Luo had once lived. 3 grapevines in the courtyard were growing vigorously. It was late spring, and the vines had just begun to bloom. However, the outbreak of war had forced a halt to winemaking. The warehouse held last year's ripe raisins, which Celia would use for making pastries. After watching for a while, knowing that Elizabeth wouldn't finish her practice anytime soon, Celia got up and returned to her room. Just as she sat down, everything went black. When her vision returned, she was shocked to find a gigantic, ancient tree standing before her. She instinctively reached for her sword, but couldn't find her waist. Looking down, she was horrified. Her hands, honed from years of sword practice, had transformed into 2 sharp claws. Her delicate body had grown thick, black scales, becoming unusually large. Turning her head, she saw a thick tail gently lashing the ground, producing a dull rumble. What's happening to me? The voice was no longer the slightly hoarse, cool tone, but rather resembled the roar of a ferocious beast. The key to escaping the world, do not panic, it lies deep within your soul. The tree spoke, and Celia immediately realized that all of this was inextricably linked to it. What are you? Change me back to normal. How could she face the shopkeeper? How could she accompany Elisabelle in this ugly state? I did not wish to say more, but you are too persistent, so I have no choice but to use the power of dreams to establish a mental connection. Under Celia's wary gaze, the tree suddenly scattered into a sky full of shimmering green light, then quickly reformed into a faceless, long-haired girl. For some reason, a name flashed through Celia's mind, Nana a garden. My race's spirits. Our civilization perished 3.6 million years ago. Fortunately, the goddess of life took pity on us, sparing us from destruction, but also burdening us with the shackles of fate, bearing the weight of the gods. The contract has lasted for 3,000 cycles of reincarnation. Today, the shackles will be broken, marking the end of the cycle. What nonsense! I don't care what you call me, just let me out. You are the key to liberation, bearing the remnants of the apocalypse, ultimately rejected by the world. I need your existence to completely break free of these shackles. Celia couldn't understand the ramblings this creature was spouting, but for some reason, the thought that it wasn't hiding anything arose within her. Moreover, the language it was speaking was completely unfamiliar to her, yet she could understand it. Truly strange. Telepathic connection, shared thoughts, transcending life, death, and species, no concealment allowed, all my words are true. Seeing that this creature had no intention of letting her leave, Celia forced herself to calm down and asked, even if you keep saying I'm some kind of key, I don't feel anything at all. Don't you find that hard to believe? Your soul is a condensation of the remnants of the apocalypse of reincarnation. Even without reason, it will attract the gaze of the final apocalypse. The dream that shrouds the world is about to appear, and you will become the core of everything. The faceless girl, claiming to be from the spirit race, slowly recounted everything. In essence, Celia's soul was formed from the remnants of calamities after the end of all 3,000 apocalypses in the cycle of reincarnation. She was inherently an existence rejected by the plane. Therefore, in previous reincarnations, beings like Celia usually did not live past 15 and met a bad end. The reason she appeared in this life as a young, powerful individual with an awkward personality and a troubled past was simply because a powerful outsider had forcibly altered her appearance. Similar situations had occurred before, but the final outcome would not change. She would die as a coordinate of the apocalypse. The faceless girl hoped Celia would go alone to a deserted location, hoping that the Plainsville would not pay too much attention to her. This way, the spirit race could smoothly turn the key and unlock the shackles. With the spirit race's help, Celia, as an independent life form, could also escape the fate of destruction. Then why didn't you say so before? I strongly suspect you deliberately stalled for time, forcing me to make a decision at the last minute. No, the telepathic connection was achieved through the power of dreams. The faceless girl explained that the spirit race is different from ordinary living or dead beings, they are more like plants. Therefore, Celia's normal human body cannot support communication. Furthermore, because the core of her soul is essentially remnants of calamity, the spirit race finds it difficult to modify their souls to establish a communication channel, only able to utter incomprehensible fragments. But now, someone outside the world is using the power of dreams. The moment it locked onto Celia, the spirit race seized the opportunity to establish a telepathic connection using the power of dreams, completing their first formal communication. Dream power? What does that mean? The power controlled by the great lord of nonsense and dreams, the origin of all nightmares, the root of all absurdity. You need not concern yourself with it. Dreams are about to descend, all things will fall into slumber, and you have 0.00008 cycles of time to find the land of no spirits. The faceless girl added, equivalent to 7 days in this plane of time. If you had said so earlier, I would have understood. Anyway, Celia tried her best not to think about the absurdity the other party was talking about. In any case, she seemed to have no choice in the current situation. I just want to run to a place where no one is around. A place devoid of spirits. Fine, whatever you say, but why me? Never mind, what will happen if I can't find it? The more living beings around you, the greater the power of the dream, the larger the scale of the apocalypse, and the slimmer your chances of survival. Celia really wanted to slap this guy who appeared out of nowhere. She was planning to peacefully accompany Elisabelle to achieve her goals, and then return to her sister, the shopkeeper, to continue being a saintess. This guy had arranged everything perfectly for her the moment he appeared. Ah. Alright. I hope you're not lying to me. However, the other party was persistent, reminding her 2 or 3 times almost every day. She could just stay for 7 days. Even if he was lying, it wouldn't affect her much. After all, the people she cared about were incredibly powerful. No one would be foolish enough to provoke them, right? But why am I in the form of a dragon now? In the past, you were a dragon who destroyed the world. You too can transform according to your heart's desire. Celia, still somewhat doubtful, imagined her own appearance in her mind. Sure enough, her enormous body rapidly shrank, returning to its original size. Time is about to begin to flow. Remember, 7 days? Before Celia could react, her vision rapidly ascended, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself in a pure white space. It seemed she had emerged from a sphere. In another blink, she returned to her body. Looking around, everything appeared normal. After a moment's thought, she left the room and finally noticed something amiss. The usual soft footsteps and whispers of the servants were all gone. "Elisa?" No one answered. Celia's heart tightened. She quickly ran to where she had been talking to Elisa, only to see a tin-colored light shield enveloping Elisa in midair, while a slightly grayish edge outside Azure Pavilion was rapidly spreading from her center. "Elisa?" The girl inside the light shield remained motionless. Celia used magic to fly up and call out several times, but still, there was no response. Celia flew higher and realized that everyone inside the blurry gray screen was unconscious, while those outside, still confused, fell into a coma the moment they were swept past. She vaguely guessed that it was an extension of the power of dreams. She glanced back at Elizabeth, gritted her teeth, and flew north. In her memory, the north was sparsely populated. She thought she could find some land without spirits the fastest. Chapter 854. A small, matcha-colored dumpling was wiping the honey sauce on a plate with a small piece of white bread, then taking a delightful bite, leaving specks of amber-colored syrup at the corner of her mouth. "It's a golden mood. Add some floral honey, add some sweet fragrance, lose the bitterness of the fruit, and... wow, just like soft flower petals, it's done. Done! Luo, want to try some?" Luo lifted her little head from a pile of clutter, watching Xania present the bread dripping with milk and syrup, deciding not to think about why the white bread and honey sauce had turned into this, and happily took a bite. "Thank you for your kindness, Xania, I'm really fine. The trembling hue needs pollen to harmonize. Unfortunately it grew on the rose thorns. Luo, be good." Luo chuckled, rubbing the little girl's cheek with her fingertips, wiping the honey sauce from her lips, but to be fair, Xania was quite perceptive, completely sensing her inner thoughts. With the entire continent's forces wiped out and all warfare completely halted, most of the population relocated to the designated Wind Realm Protection Zone in the central part of the continent. Larger cities, difficult to relocate, were also protected by protective scrolls placed by FIA and Ano. The elven race, under FIA's influence, embraced the true goddess of life, meaning Alika lost its source of faith, effectively cutting off the source of faith for its followers of light. The Church of the Sun Wheel disbanded, and the Church of the Dark was severely weakened. According to Elizabeth's plan, those two churches should also have their channels of faith completely severed. The Evangelical Alliance, led by the new church, occupied almost half the continent. Under the deliberate guidance of Eunomia and others, the title of the Guide of the Gods grew increasingly powerful. Although the old church and the former Church of the Sun Wheel still had a surviving saint-level member, they had long since submitted after discovering the death of the guardian of the former Terran Empire, and Lo didn't bother with them. So although Lu rarely appears these days, the faith power he gathers continues to increase daily. Logically, he only needs to wait for Elizabeth to familiarize herself with her power before dealing with the 4 demons. Once the demons are eliminated, the crisis in the Enzo plane will be resolved, perfectly corresponding to the final apocalypse spoken of by the Eldar leader. But for some reason, Luo has felt uneasy for the past 2 days, as if something bad is about to happen. However, intelligence from all over the continent shows nothing unusual. If there's one thing that could be most dangerous, it's the only remaining 9th-tier demon. However, the demons have long since lost their flesh and blood, greatly diminishing their strength. Moreover, Luo possesses holy blood, allowing him to summon an avatar of the fire god, making him unafraid of enemies. Unable to dispel his inner unease, Luo has no choice but to take out his collection and examine it, seeing if anything is useful. Xania, noticing Luo's recent restlessness, considerately takes some time to fly out of the ruins to comfort him. Xania affectionately patted Luo's fingers, then flew to her head, skillfully acting as a green leaf. Its translucent wings scattered a shower of golden pollen, alleviating Luo's anxiety about not being able to have her. Seemingly sensing this, the little one happily hummed a tune. She was very busy, tending to the tree of life that had lost its hardwood, cultivating the sea of flowers, managing the orchard, looking after her warm companions, singing and swinging. Her days were packed full, but Luo was her closest root, and she had to take care of Luo's feelings. Sneak attack. Little Artie's flying kick. A delicate white foot suddenly kicked out from the void, heading straight for Luo's face. But the latter leaned back slightly to dodge, casually tossing all the debris into the ruined space. Moriarty's small body emerged from the void, her little feet landing on the wall, nimbly performing a backflip and landing steadily. Luo's forehead creased with exasperation. What are you doing? Bang! A second foot landed solidly on Luo's face. A soft, slightly cool touch. Thump! Yay! Sneak attack successful. Hearing the little guy's arrogant congratulations, Luo scrambled to her feet, her head still buzzing. Hadn't she dodged it? No, that wasn't important. What was important was how arrogant this guy was. Her veins were about to burst. You bastard! Luo gritted her teeth, preparing to punish the little guy severely, when suddenly she saw two Moriartys appear before her, both wearing identical black gothic dresses, both only 1.2 meters tall, holding hands and making faces at Luo. A clone? This guy actually used a clone just to cause trouble. Huh? Two pieces of information appeared before Luo's eyes, one a description of Moriarty, the other different. Transcendent Tier 3, Darkness, Light, Saint, Fallen Saint, Believer, Ciso passes Moriarty, born with a dark soul, yet unexpectedly embarking on the path of seeking light. The bridge of darkness that supported her holiness shattered, and her soul fell into the abyss of the underworld, surrounded by endless fear, trapped in an inescapable realm. In her daily prayers, she managed to obtain a sliver of mercy from the great general of fear. Note: creation, suggestion. When facing her, you better not be afraid. I'm referring to the true form. This isn't a clone? Moriarty was already used to Luo's ability to easily distinguish between real and fake. She exchanged a glance with the Moriarty beside her, and replied in unison, yes. Sister Luo, this child is called E. It's a toy that little Artemis put a lot of effort into making. Isn't it cute? Is this a question of cuteness or not? Luo curiously pinched E's cheek, so soft and bouncy, just like Moriarty's. She's your follower? You could say that, but little Artemis prefers to call her the chosen one of fear, right? E nodded cheerfully, yes, that's right. It had a rather theatrical feel to it, so the question mark in the description became E and the chosen one of fear. Luo rubbed his forehead, vaguely sensing that life ahead would be even more difficult. Could this be the source of his unease these past 2 days? He crouched down and gently placed the thrown Xania back on his head. You've been working on her lately, haven't you? What's she for? I only see her low-level transcendent strength. The two little ones giggled and twirled around, their little mouths chiming in unison. She's incredibly useful. She's the core of a domain's amplification. She can exist as a long-term avatar. The more suitable individuals there are, the stronger the main body becomes. She can also be used for self-destruction. Each suitable individual provides faith power, increasing strength. Although it will be slow. Are you envious, Sister Luo? Sister Luo, if you want to play, that's fine too. Hee. Stop. You guys are all saying one sentence at a time. I feel like my hearing is going to go haywire. Luo covered her ears, feeling a headache coming on. She was now absolutely certain that this guy was doing it on purpose. She couldn't believe what it would be like to have hundreds or even thousands of Moriartys chattering in her ears. Meanwhile, Xania above her head was already seeing things too much. I'm dizzy, I'm drunk. Suddenly, Luo's soul trembled slightly, and she subconsciously looked up in the direction of the former Terran Empire. Something had happened there. Moriarty and E stopped their playful antics. Her senses were more acute. She immediately detected the fleeting soul fluctuations. Someone is using large-scale soul magic. Wait, it's different from pure soul magic. Luo could only sense something was happening, but at that moment, her unease reached its peak. Without time to think, she immediately commanded Ano, far away in the heart of the Avica forest, release Wind Boundary. In the center, surrounded by a host of epic and legendary magical beasts watching from afar, a purple-haired, purple-skinned night elf was feigning sleep. Upon receiving her master's command, she dared not hesitate, quickly unfurling a scroll surrounded by a faint blue breeze. Whoosh! Brilliant golden runes emerged from the open scroll, soaring into the sky and hovering thousands of meters above. In the blink of an eye, they expanded 1,000 meters, transforming into a massive, pale blue magic circle. Seemingly slow, but actually rapidly, countless strands of blue runes rained down, gradually converging into a colossal barrier spanning tens of thousands of miles. A sudden gust of wind arose, and an unstoppable azure tornado swept along the edge of the barrier, isolating the inside from the outside. Within a 10-mile radius of the barrier, everything vanished instantly, creating a vacuum devoid of all matter. After the war ended, although conflicts persisted among various classes and factions, most were enjoying the hard-won peace. Some were preaching, some farming, some trading, some cultivating, busy with the hardships of life and the reconstruction after their migration. But today, An extremely powerful aura swept over everyone, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, everyone saw a massive azure tornado covering the sky, like a giant bowl covering the heavens and earth, engulfing the continent of Rhaenia. What happened? I don't know. What's the panic? Didn't this happen before? Upon hearing this, the surrounding people calmed down. Yes, it wasn't the first time. What was there to panic about? In this messed up world, death was death, and survival was a blessing from the gods. However, the weak mortals were unaware of the gravity of the situation. After the tornado that covered most of the continent took shape, an invisible gray curtain ignored the tornado barrier and swept past quickly. Any living being that came into contact with it, regardless of race or intelligence, collapsed to the ground. Chapter 855. After ordering Ano to release the wind boundary, Lo sent Xania and E back to the ruined space, and together with Moriarty and FIA, headed north to investigate. However, events unfolded far faster than Lo had anticipated. Even before leaving the new church's territory, a layer of gray mist was visibly expanding rapidly on the horizon. Lo could clearly see birds falling upon contact with this gray mist immediately, their fate unknown. Master, Ano says something is coming. FI's voice was urgent. She reported to Lo while urging Ano to retreat immediately. The situation was unclear, and it was best not to take any risks. Suddenly, FI's expression changed drastically. She had lost her telepathic connection with Ano. Master. Ano. Don't panic. I also lost contact with her, but the contract is still in place. She might be unconscious. You go back to the ruins first, Moriarty, and I will go check on her. FI knew that panicking was useless, so she obediently returned to the ruined space. Lo didn't delay either, locking onto Ano's location and having Moriarty lead him there. Moriarty frowned slightly. She sensed a fluctuation of the soul within the gray layer, but it also carried other unfamiliar powers. With a flick of her wrist, a soul barrier appeared around her, and she swiftly flew towards the Avika forest. In the blink of an eye, the soul barrier missed the gray boundary, and Lo suddenly felt a blankness in her soul, but it quickly returned to normal. Strange power. Sister Lo, be careful. Moriarty was less affected, but the fact that she was momentarily stunned proved that this power was far more complex than it appeared. A saint-level being's speed was extremely fast. Lo couldn't even see the surrounding scenery clearly. In no time, she arrived at Ano's location. Several animals lay collapsed beside a large tree, and Ano lay unconscious under the tree. Fortunately, judging from the slight rise and fall of his chest, he was not in mortal danger. Luo quickly helped Ano up, carefully sensing her body. Nothing was wrong. She was perfectly healthy. Only her soul was lifeless, offering no response. Is she under a soul spell? Luo's mind flashed through numerous soul spells, selecting several to counteract the symptoms of a dormant soul. But whether it was spells to awaken a sleeping soul, spells to stimulate the soul's physical awakening, or spells to heal soul wounds, none had any effect. Ano's soul fluctuated slightly, but it was far from being fully awake. That won't work either, little Artemis, do you have a way? Moriarty landed on the ground. She had been pondering what power could cause this situation, but Ano's condition was similar to a sealed soul. With Luo's magical skills, he should be able to awaken her, but why? She suddenly remembered that on their journey here, all the beings within the gray boundary had fallen into a deep sleep. She and Luo's souls were strong enough to withstand it, but ordinary beings couldn't. A vast expanse of life lay in a coma, souls beyond waking, peacefully asleep. I think I know what this power is. Moriarty spoke slowly, her expression grave. Legend has it that among the 13 demon lords, there is a special being whose true form is a bizarre void, mysterious and eerie. Dreams are an extension of its power, nightmares are born from its thoughts. It exists within billions of dreams, imperceptible, uncommunicable, and incomprehensible. Those fortunate enough to have briefly encountered it call it the Lord of Nonsense and Dreams. Its great name is unknown to anyone, and it must not be invoked, lest the dreams descend and engulf reality. Moriarty had naturally never encountered or heard of the Lord of Nonsense and Dreams, but she had gleaned some brief tales from a memory she had somehow swallowed, filled with deep fear and a sense of powerlessness. Ano's current symptoms are remarkably similar to being trapped in a dream. A dream? A nightmare? Luo frowned. She had heard of nightmares. They were half undead, half elemental life forms, similar in nature to ghosts, but extremely rare, seldom seen, even in the netherworld. Old Dean Albert had once told her a story. Over 30,000 years ago, a demigod-level nightmare appeared in the living world, dragging the Knight's Hall's top experts into a dream, nearly causing the Night's Hall's annihilation. Only the combined power of the elven race and the Tree of Life, granting all living beings protection, successfully stopped the dream spread. Is there a solution? Moriarty shook her head. I know very little about dreams. On the surface, it's just irregular fluctuations after the soul has rested, but nightmares can mix in certain special soul fluctuations, turning ordinary dreams into cages that imprison consciousness. Finding even a trace of impurity in such chaotic fluctuations is extremely difficult. A small number of nightmares did participate when the living and the underworld joined forces against the realm of the dead, but that was in the later stages of the Great War, and Moriarty was sealed away shortly afterward. Naturally, she had no opportunity to understand the power of dreams. After all, such power is extremely rare even in soul magic, and records about it are scarce. However, Moriarty offered a hypothesis. Sister Lo, as you can see, the extension of dreams has a root. If we can resolve the root, the dream system can likely be broken. Then let's go there quickly. Moriarty knew Lo's anxiety. Fortunately, they had been there before, so she could directly lock onto the spatial coordinates, immediately tearing open space, each teleportation taking her 1,000 meters away, meticulously investigating the location of the root. But as Luo approached the source of the dream, she felt frequent, snowflake-like blanks in her consciousness. Even though these blanks would disappear in an instant, the omnipresent grayness seemed to be refreshing at a high frequency. The golden flames within Luo's soul could easily erase the effects, but there would be gaps of 1 or 2 seconds, the source of these blanks. Moriarty flew out of the space, only to find that the target was 10 meters off from his intended path. Although insignificant, this proved that the power of the dream was constantly increasing. He reinforced his soul barrier again, and only then did the slight effect disappear. Sister Luo, you have to be careful. The power of the dream is still strengthening. It might only be the initial stage. Sister Luo? Huh? What did you say? Luo came back to her senses, and shook her head slightly. I think I just saw something strange. In the instant she crossed the spatial rift, Luo vaguely saw a round, towering tentacle, swaying slightly. The sky seemed to transform into cubes of cookies and cream, and the earth was covered with dancing magic books. Strange whispers echoed in her ears, but upon closer listening, nothing was heard. In a flash, the sky was still the sky, the earth was still the earth, nothing had changed, only Moriarty's face had become more serious. Sister Luo, you almost entered the dream just now. It seems that conventional soul defenses aren't very effective against dream invasions. I go next. No, I'm worried. You said yourself that soul defenses aren't very effective. What if you get trapped too? Luo rejected Moriarty's suggestion. The next moment, her pupils turned golden, and her whole body was enveloped in a thin layer of golden light. Instantly, she felt her mind become incredibly clear, and the blankness in her consciousness disappeared. Donning the robes of the great library and grasping the silver moon lamp, a faint glow appeared on the red ribbon at the end of her hair, leaving a coordinate mark. This way, as long as a sliver of consciousness remained, she could immediately return to this place. Now is enough. Seeing this, Moriarty had no choice but to comply with Lo's wishes and continue towards the direction where the dream was intensifying. With the protection of divine power, no further anomalies occurred along the way, except that all the creatures below had fallen into slumber. Tearing open space once more, Moriarty immediately spotted a girl flying rapidly northward, and increasingly powerful dream fluctuations emanated from her. Isn't that the child? Even having experienced the 5,000-year war, Moriarty found it difficult to connect the power that slightly affected her with a mortal who hadn't even reached the transcendent level. This was even more unbelievable than the creation of a god by the will of a plane. At least the latter was rare, not illogical. Lo also spotted Celia, her face tense as she flew northward. Although he had many questions, resolving Ano's slumber was more important right now, so he immediately flew down and blocked Celia's path. A day ago, Celia followed the advice of the faceless girl, who claimed to be from the spirit race, and flew to the northern ice plains. Along the way, every person and animal she encountered fell unconscious. Neither splashing water nor using light magic had any effect. It was completely beyond Celia's comprehension. She suddenly understood what the apocalypse meant. Elizabeth had told her that the root of war came from evil demons, but under this unpredictable and inexplicable force, even the so-called demons were nothing more than this. The true apocalypse was synonymous with being unable to resist. She dared not stop, fearing that the dream's influence would grow even stronger. It took her over a day to fly unimpeded across the border of the Dark Empire, and she was still at least 5 days' distance from the desolate northern ice plains. Unfortunately, Below her lay a large settlement. With at least 100,000 people, the dream's expansion was reaching a terrifying pace. But she had no other choice but to increase her mental energy expenditure to fly faster. The long-dormant thought of becoming stronger resurfaced in her mind. If she were as powerful as Elisa or the shopkeeper, she wouldn't even need 7 days to reach the ice plains. As if the gods had heard her heart, just as she was flying forward with her head down, a very familiar face suddenly appeared before her. Celia's speed faltered slightly, and she instinctively cried out in a wronged voice, "Shopkeeper, help!" Chapter 856. In a void, shadows transformed into a viscous black liquid, forming vast swirling, bizarre shadows. Human language could hardly describe their chaos and grotesque nature. Their existence filled the space with a soul-corroding black smoke. The barrier's power is waning. We will break through soon. The path of faith is severed. Only by devouring more souls can we mend it. Destroy this plane? Without the angel's obstruction, we will surely succeed. A strange laugh rang out, and countless writhing monsters laughed along. Breaking through the barrier erected by the angels despised by demons, they could descend upon the mortal world and devour sweet flesh and vibrant souls. Buzz! Suddenly, hundreds of magnificent gray pillars of light pierced through from above, chaotic yet powerful soul energy. Ripples spread out, whipping up a hazy gray mist that swept in. Any monsters that came into contact with the mist reverted to a limp state, then sprouted various strange gray tissues, wings, hands, feet, eyes, mouths, and more, which in turn surrounded the 4 black shadows. With a whoosh, an enormous, towering tentacle pierced the barrier between the mortal realm and the void, blurring the boundaries between matter and consciousness. Even the demons were greatly shocked. A beam of purple light forcefully entered the void along the tentacle, transforming into a human shrouded in a black robe. Immediately following, over 300 streams of light appeared, transforming into black-robed figures with fanatical yet solemn expressions, men, women, young, old, and of all races, each holding a phantom white book, completely ignoring the shadowy figure that had already occupied the area. The black-robed figure formed from the purple light lifted its hood, revealing the face of a perfectly beautiful human girl. Her ruby-red crystal eyes gleamed with a coldness mixed with a starkly contrasting curiosity as her gaze fell upon the surrounding void. This is the void of the plane's will. There's clearly nothing there, but the barrier of faith is quite sturdy. It wasn't for nothing that I wasted a forbidden magic array to get in. The other side had usurped control of his demonic magic the moment they entered, and they were so leisurely, completely disregarding him. And that tentacle looked familiar. The 4 black shadows exchanged a few subtle words, then immediately shrank into humanoid forms, bowing in submission to the girl. Powerful high-ranking demons, we lowly insects offer our loyalty and faith, only seeking transformation, to become mid-ranking demons. The speaker was a tall, voluptuous woman with green hair, but her face was covered in a tangled mass of writhing vines. Her voice was melodious and pleasant. A gaunt old man shrouded in black mist, only his crimson eyes visible, his lower body replaced by black smoke, clutched a semi-transparent shadow staff. A 4-winged angel with rotting wings, eyes closed, solemn expression, a white bone ring floating above his head, radiating an evil aura. The last one was a humanoid form without features or details, burning with viscous flames that seemed to drip asphalt. Behind it floated a golden sun emitting black light, while countless insect-like golden-red flames frantically tried to escape. Only then did the girl turn her gaze to them, a hint of scrutiny and disgust in her eyes. Her voice was utterly cold. "Useless trash. Commit suicide to atone for your sins." Upon hearing these cruel words, the 4 people were immediately filled with terror, kneeling on the ground and pleading shrilly, "Messenger of the God of Wisdom, we meant no offense. Please, for our utmost devotion to the omnipresent Lord Luxitan, Lord Abigail, who guides all beings to war, Lord Satyr, who withers all life, and Lord Uvahas, who grants eternity to blood and flesh, grant us one more chance." Useless trash, apologize to this priest 10,000 times. The scheming demon's son, the priestess of the wise and deceitful Lord, the girl whose faith lay in spreading the supreme wisdom of the divine Lord has modes. Ankanasa merely repeated this once more. The 4 demons, though struggling and resentful, their faces contorted in rage, found their right hands uncontrollably plunging into their brains, pulling out a wisp of black shadow and crushing it. Although they mentioned the names of their respective lords before dying, it was clear that none of the demon lords wanted to bother with mere minions. In an instant, the 4 demons deemed worthless merged into a dense pool of shadow, but moments later, under the influence of the gray mist, the black liquid reformed, kneeling woodenly before the girl, only now with a small, translucent tentacle connecting to the void above its head. Ankanasa paid no heed to these four low-level demons. In her eyes, they were merely lucky to have made a deal with the god of wisdom, gaining power beyond their own. They were still inferior demons at heart, better used as expendable resources, thus fulfilling their purpose. How long until the dream descends? A semi-transparent, ghost-like follower behind her respectfully replied, "Your Highness, wiser than the most ancient wisdom, it will be 6 days before the dream completely covers the minor plane." Ankanasa was not satisfied with this answer. "Why 6 days? Please allow your most fervent follower to report that the intended anchor point failed to land at the center of the plane, shifting due to an unknown force." Upon hearing this, Ankanasa's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. The anchor point carrying the power of the Dream Lord could shift. No wonder it took her over a year to trace back to this plane. That human girl was indeed protected by fate. However, having gone to great lengths to bring a gift, it was only fair that she let her taste it. A captivating smile played on her lips. She was a formidable opponent, but most of the trouble lay with the saint-level netherworld beings beside her. As for her own strength, Ankanasa could only praise her terrifyingly powerful talent. Praise be to knowledge and wisdom, sing praises to the sagacity of our Lord, and plunge the plane into a great dream. Behind her, over 300 black-robed figures neatly opened the illusory pages in their hands, loudly praising the wonders of knowledge and wisdom, and extolling the omniscience and omnipotence of the supreme god of wisdom. One after another, jet-black brains flapped their bat-like wings and emerged from the books, shooting out countless black threads that burrowed into the brains of the black-robed figures. In the distance, thick tentacles began to writhe faster, and the gray mist began to spread more rapidly. At this moment, the green-haired woman-like demon woodenly presented a small bottle of deep red mincemeat with both hands. Ankanasa casually accepted it, and sprinkled the muddy meat mixture inside onto 4 demons. "Go, disrupt this peaceful world with your most proficient methods." The crimson flesh, upon contact with the demon, immediately fused and multiplied. The demon's body, a fusion of shadow and faith power, rapidly swelled and mutated. In a short moment, 10-meter tall, twisted humanoid monsters appeared, resembling a combination of dragons and shadowy bodies, radiating a powerful aura of darkness and dragon might. They bowed deeply to Ankanasa, then unfurled 2 or 3 rotting dragon wings on their backs and flew towards the distant, towering tentacles. Countless indescribable monsters followed, transforming into a murky, blackish-gray liquid. Previously, Luo had heard from Ano's inspection of Celia that the child had broken free from her dependence on flesh sacrifice, so he allowed her to temporarily leave the new church. Now, Celia suddenly appeared with such bizarre power, and Luo assumed she had come into contact with some power she shouldn't have. But that panicked and aggrieved shout made Luo realize that things might not be so simple. Elizabeth was now quite strong, and Luo's location was easy to find. Celia wasn't stupid, she would definitely seek help immediately, but she didn't. Holding Ano's body, Luo stopped in front of Celia, his expression serious as he asked, "What happened?" "Don't hide anything." Celia stopped abruptly, her voice urgent, "Shopkeeper, the apocalypse is about to happen to me. Everyone falling into a deep sleep is a sign. Elizabeth has also fainted. I need to go somewhere deserted to avoid this." "The apocalypse?" Luo could tell Celia wasn't lying, but what did the apocalypse have to do with her? She softened her voice, trying to appear gentler. "Celia, I'm here, it's all right. Tell me what happened." Okay, it's like this." Influenced by the gentle soul power emanating from Luo, Celia's anxious and fearful emotions gradually subsided. She was about to recount what had happened to her, and the strange sights she had witnessed along the way when suddenly, roar! 4 ferocious monsters abruptly appeared in the sky, resembling enormous abominations or deformed giant dragon men. They slithered down to the earth along fleeting, illusory tentacles, leaving behind billowing black smoke that blotted out countless viscous, pitch-black droplets. These droplets instantly transformed into bizarre, half-human-sized entities, raining down in all directions. At this moment, black smoke obscured the sun, evil descended, and demons wreaked havoc. Chapter 857. Swarms of monstrous creatures rained down in all directions, instantly torn to shreds before even touching the wind boundary, their screams abruptly ceasing. However, some fell onto the unprotected earth, instantly polluting the land and water sources. Forests withered, fish and shrimp died, and animals rotted. A young dwarf with white hair and a white beard was walking down the street, searching for suitable ore, when suddenly, a pitch-black, asphalt-like monster plummeted from the sky. It howled as it reformed its wrecked body, sprouting sharp spikes and blades, and in the blink of an eye, severed its people nearby. A foul-smelling black liquid flowed from beneath it, and any dwarf who approached writhed into the same monstrous form, attacking those around them. The sky suddenly darkened. The dwarves, terrified by the attack, hastily retaliated, but ordinary attacks were utterly ineffective against these monsters. Even the arriving epic-level chieftains couldn't penetrate their skin. Moreover, even more monsters rained down from the sky. In mere moments, all areas outside the barrier's protection were suddenly overrun by the monsters, especially those small races and the reclusive dwarven factions. Lacking even legendary warriors, they refused to leave their homeland and, without the barrier's protection, were utterly powerless to resist. Those within the barrier were only slightly luckier. Countless monsters crashed onto the barrier, exploding instantly. Before the inhabitants could even recover from their terror, the viscous black liquid from the exploding monsters wriggled and rapidly coalesced into new monsters, howling as they lunged at the barrier. Crackling. Spikes and blades grotesquely flanked, tentacles and limbs lashed out, and jet-black beams of light and viscous acid spewed forth, crashing against the barrier and creating a chilling tremor. Although it seemed unlikely to break anytime soon, the barrier's power was finite. Those within the wind boundary were relatively lucky. Monsters were instantly torn to shreds within 10 miles of the barrier. Even with the continuous onslaught of monsters, no effect was immediately apparent. Those not yet trapped in the dream realized that the massive barrier overturning the continent was there to protect them. Meanwhile, when the four terrifying, gigantic humanoid monsters appeared, Luo felt an oppressive force, completely unexpected by her and Elizabeth. Luo knew that while the wind boundary could withstand attacks from 8th-tier transcendents, that was only in the case of protecting a small number of people. Spreading across most of the continent, it would be remarkable if it could withstand attacks from 6th-tier beings, and the massive creatures rapidly approaching from the sky clearly exceeded 6th tier. Without time to think, Luo pulled out a giant eagle puppet, placed Celia on it, and commanded the eagle to fly north at top speed. Little Artie, they left the core of the plane. Can you handle it? Of course. If they're stuck in the space where the planes will reside, it'd be more difficult to deal with. If they dare to appear in the real space, I can destroy them with a flick of my wrist. Moriarty gave a cute smile, her figure instantly breaking through 1,000 times the speed of sound, leaving behind a huge vacuum tunnel. Luo saw it clearly. The giant with 3 rotting dragon wings and a ring of teeth and bones inexplicably floating above its head was instantly pierced through, turning into black mist and exploding. Seeing her easily destroy a giant, Luo didn't stop. She released her senses and quickly flew towards the kingdom of Mag. She only vaguely knew that Elizabeth lived in the kingdom of Mag, but she didn't yet possess powerful stealth skills, so finding her shouldn't be difficult. Celia had mentioned that Elizabeth was also unconscious, but within there, she shouldn't fall into a dream so easily. Luo felt she should go check on her. Finding Elizabeth was easier than expected. Luo immediately spotted a dazzling sphere of light, several meters wide, hovering above Silvermoon City, emanating a familiar aura. Approaching the light barrier, Luo probed its depths. Elizabeth was peacefully asleep, her soft breathing audible. Setting Ano down, Luo easily parted the shimmering light barrier and reached Elizabeth's side. Just as he reached out to touch her, Elizabeth suddenly opened her eyes, revealing golden pupils that flashed briefly before returning to their original beautiful form. The colorful aura surrounding her returned to her body, the uncontrolled magic, thankfully not spreading. Ugh, my head hurts. Elizabeth sat up, still somewhat dazed. She remembered practicing magic and suddenly finding herself in a forest, dressed as a mage, seemingly about to venture into the dangerous thorn forest to find a witch's potion to heal her mother. She didn't remember many details, but then she heard a strangely familiar voice calling her name. The real scene gradually blurred, and she realized she was dreaming and woke up. Elizabeth, how are you feeling? I'm fine, Sister Luo. Why are you here? Luo looked up at the sky with a grave expression. Something unplanned has made its move. Elizabeth's spirits lifted. She looked up at the sky and saw that it was shrouded in a layer of blue tornadoes. The black clouds that had spread across the entire world were blocked by the tornadoes, but countless strange and disgusting viscous creatures were falling continuously, consuming the power of the barrier. Ah! Sister Luo, what are those monsters? It's still unclear. They seem to have the power of shadow demons, but that's not important. Do you know you were asleep before? Sister Luo, are you saying I'm asleep? I seem to remember. Sabbath has indeed fallen into a deep sleep. Elizabeth's left eye suddenly turned gold. It was Anne. I saw it. Her consciousness detached from her soul and entered a dream, immersed in a beautifully woven dream, gradually losing herself. I cannot bring her back. and had encountered nightmares before, she recognized this as the power of dreams. However, in her understanding, there shouldn't be a specific method to bring back consciousness. Could it be the effect of communicating with the will of the plane? Just then, Elizabeth suddenly spoke again, but her voice carried an evil and seductive quality. Having witnessed your own insignificance, you should appreciate the power of demons. Assimilate with me. This is the only way to resist the dream. A black, gooey thread extended from her right eye, Elisa's lips twisting into a wide grin. You cannot even withstand a trace of the great Lord's power. Only by becoming demons together can you. Before she could finish, a small hand glowing with golden light yanked at the black thread. The unreasonable golden power ripped the thread from beneath her skin, and wisps of black mist evaporated, cleaner than any purification by light magic. The rest of her and turned into a scream. Luo's eyes were icy cold, as he almost completely pulled the black thread out of Elizabeth's body. Tell me, how do I recall consciousness from the dream? And temporarily occupied Elizabeth's body, screaming incessantly. Only when Luo slightly relaxed his divine power did it cry out in terror, I cannot die. If I perish, this body will perish too. Tell me the method, and I will consider it. It's demonic power. Demonic powers belonging to different lords repel each other. By absorbing the power of other demons, the power of the Dream Lord can be dispelled. The words had barely left her lips when it escaped again, its tail severed, leaving only a small section the length of her little finger. Luo, following its commands, had been caught off guard and allowed it to escape a second time. Without its source of power, the black thread in Luo's hand rapidly burned and vanished in an instant. TSK. Luo shook her hand in annoyance. Even a mere wisp of demonic power, descended from an angel, possessed such cunning and ruthlessness. She couldn't imagine what those fully formed, crazed demons could do. She could already picture the remaining demonic power lurking somewhere within Elizabeth's soul, mocking her. What use is knowing the solution without demonic power? She took out a jet-black crystal containing a small pool of constantly pulsating, viscous black liquid, the very black thread Luo had severed last time, and regained control of her body. Seeing the liquid emanating a strong, malevolent aura, she frowned in disgust and said, Demons are cunning, I fear it's a trap. But Elizabeth has indeed left the dream world. If it's not your power, it must be its. And solemnly reminded him, even if there are countless truths, a single light can distort the truth. Demons are masters of this. I have fought demons for 30,000 years, and know the root of their evil. Anne's words forced Luo to be cautious. Even if Anne had indeed used demonic power to awaken Elizabeth, why? Luo didn't believe that it would sincerely cooperate with him after he had slashed it so much. You're right, we should be cautious. Let's deal with what's outside first. Luo hesitated for a moment, then put away the crystal, and went to Aino's side. Although returning it to the ruined space was undoubtedly the safest option, the problem was that they weren't in the same space. What if it affected the dream world and prevented Aino from ever returning? After thinking about it, Luo decided to send Aino to the center of the Avika forest to be protected by a barrier, and let the secret of Hecate take care of her, and there should be no problem. Chapter 858. However, things didn't seem so simple. When Luo had settled Aino, and was about to deal with the strange beings outside the wind dimension with Elisa, he discovered that Moriarty was still emitting intense magical fluctuations. This shouldn't be happening. With Moriarty's strength, even without using his netherworld chi, dealing with a few high-level transcendent demons would be a piece of cake. Didn't he see how Anne, a newly promoted saint, easily defeated those 4 demons in their full form? Luo felt something was amiss, so he separated from Elisa and flew towards Moriarty. He quickly saw the 3-winged bone ring giant gathering magical energy to unleash a skill being obliterated by a materialized soul impact. Meanwhile, on the other side, a giantess with black vines covering her head, a body seemingly composed of countless intertwined scales and tentacles, and wings on her back, manipulated thousands of jet-black bone flowers in an attempt to imprison Moriarty, only to be sliced into the finest particles by a spatial rift in the blink of an eye. Further away, shrouded in black mist, dozens of grotesque dragon beasts with jet-black claws emerged, attempting to attack the wind realm. Countless flying insects, summoning the fires of the sun, launched a sneak attack. A creature resembling a giant ball of flesh with black flame dragon wings was instantly crushed into a pulp by the surrounding space. But before Luo could approach, he saw the 4 monsters that had been instantly killed just moments before extend their claws from the void, roaring as they pushed their bloated, massive bodies out again, unleashing an extremely evil aura and a powerful dragon's might. What's going on? Luo activated insight, but couldn't find any information about them. Several guesses immediately formed, They were either creations without true souls, effects of skills or formations, or perhaps they were protected by a powerful magical barrier. The third guess can be ruled out. Luo doesn't believe any barrier can remain intact after the main body dies. At this moment, Moriarty's voice appeared in Luo's ear. Sister Luo, the cores of these guys are probably hidden in the dream. To completely eliminate them, you have to exhaust the power of the dream, or enter the dream and destroy the cores. No wonder they keep resurrecting. Can you handle this? Little Arty is of course no problem. Lasting 1,000 years is no problem for her, but this small plane is hard to say. That's true. Judging from the current situation, within a week, most of the mortals trapped in the dream will starve to death, and if Moriarty ignores those 4 dream monsters, within a few days, all the places protected by the barriers, except for the Wind Realm, will be breached. Swoosh! A dazzling beam of light suddenly pierced the sky, burning large swaths of black smoke and grotesque creatures into nothingness. Bright sunlight shone down again, but soon, the black smoke spread, and the sunlight vanished quickly. Luo frowned, and 3 clones emerged from her body, flying towards Elisa's direction to provide support. If those 4 monsters couldn't be easily eliminated, it was conceivable that the monstrous creatures scattered throughout the world would also be difficult to deal with. Although Elisa had undergone 6 months of intensive training, her combat strength was questionable, and Luo was somewhat worried about her magical reserves. I'm going to find Celia. I leave this to you. Luo pressed Celia onto the giant eagle puppet and flew north, intending to quickly move away from their previous settlement. Judging from the declining aura of the 4 dream monsters, Luo was certain that the fewer life forms around Celia, the weaker the dream power. Flying outside the wind barrier, hundreds upon hundreds of monstrous creatures fearlessly pounced on Luo, only to be easily crushed into dust by the oppressive force. However, within moments, the remnants would reassemble, growing limbs and organs to attack again. It was truly annoying, so Luo simply increased his flight speed to shake them off. The giant eagle was slightly faster than Luo's normal flight speed, but with the aid of winged wind, Luo caught up with Celia in a short time. Tearing through space and entering the Wind Realm, he saw Celia clinging to the giant eagle's back, too afraid to move. The barrier's boundary was not far away. Luo stopped the puppet, otherwise, Celia would have crashed out of the barrier's protective range and been devoured by the monsters. Shopkeeper. Luo nodded, immediately understanding what Celia wanted to ask. I went to see Elisa, she's awake, but Ano hasn't woken up yet. The dream is still spreading. Tell me what you know first. Celia didn't dare delay, and relayed all the information the spirit girl had given her. So I'm planning to go to the northern ice plains. I heard it's sparsely populated there, which should minimize the effects of the dream. The spirits. Luo fell into thought. These days, everyone likes to possess other people's bodies, however, she was more interested in the many secrets of the spirits. Their race had been saved by the goddess of life, and they had made a pact with her. No wonder they obeyed the elves' commands. It seemed they also had shackles related to fate, which they needed to break free of through what Celia called the essence of calamity remnants. What alarmed Luo most was that, according to the spirit race's conception, the final apocalypse had only just begun. A dreamscape, evolved from the power of the unreasonable and the Dream Lord, capable of enveloping the entire plane. Can you communicate with the spirit race? Celia replied somewhat awkwardly. Shopkeeper, she can contact me, but I can't initiate communication with her. Is that so? Upon reflection, Luo didn't find it strange. Unlike the spirit race was complete. Celia was less of a host and more of a decoy used by the spirit race to conceal their spies from fate. Naturally, there was little need for communication. Relax, I tried to establish a connection with her. Okay. Please feel free, shopkeeper. Celia obediently closed her eyes, letting Luo's soul power enter her mind. Although she wasn't yet a transcendent being, she had accidentally triggered her Sea of Souls last time, so Luo quickly followed the crack into her mind. The undeveloped Sea of Souls was completely sealed. Like an ordinary person's, Celia's Sea of Souls was pure white, with the central magical spirit still closed. A dormant soul could be vaguely seen within, waiting for its master's consciousness to enter before it could awaken and generate soul power. Mortal souls are fragile. Luo carefully released his senses to search for any unusual soul aura, but the Sea of Souls wasn't large to begin with. Even with a thorough search, he couldn't find a trace of external energy. Could it be hidden inside the soul? Just as Luo was considering whether to examine the inside of the soul, countless green fluorescent points suddenly appeared in the Sea of Souls, quickly reforming into a faceless girl. King of the forest, the spirit clan is about to break free of their shackles, and the ancient oath with the forest is coming to an end. Why do you insist on coming to us? Upon hearing this, Luo's heart stirred. Although she didn't understand why the spirit clan called her the king of the forest, and seemed to be deliberately avoiding her, this identity might be the best excuse. I have no intention of hindering the spirit clan from breaking free of their shackles, but since the oath has not yet completely ended, shouldn't it continue to be fulfilled? The spirit clan has survived to this day. I think you are very intelligent and understand that in the face of an apocalyptic catastrophe capable of destroying all life on this plane, Celia would hardly survive alone. The faceless girl said expressionlessly, by the decree of the goddess of life, only the elves can provide assistance. You are human, you cannot break the oath. These stubborn green lights. Luo's thoughts raced. She coughed lightly and questioned them seriously. Of course I know you are devout, yet that evil demon has stolen the goddess's authority for 200,000 years, and you remain unmoved. Is this what you call respect? Or is your respect for him merely a fleeting thought? The faceless girl fell silent. She hadn't expected that her simple mention would actually lead to the discovery of the ancient historical truth. A moment later, she vanished, leaving only a faint reminder. To break the dream, one must delve deeper. The extension is intensifying. You have 3 days left. Take the fairies with you. The fairy race will guide you home. Hey! Don't rush off. I still want to ask what the remnants of calamity means. The faceless girl didn't reappear. Luo scratched her head, resigned to leaving the Sea of Souls. It seemed that when it came to certain beings and powers, the spirit clan leader was unwilling to get too involved. But thankfully, her final words gave her direction. Chapter 859. Leaving the Sea of Souls, Luo led Celia northwards, instinctively flying towards the location where the plains will have created the gods. Only after leaving the protection of the Wind Realm could Celia clearly see the omnipresent black smoke and the chaotic, twisted monsters filling the sky. If it weren't for Luo's protection, she would likely have been torn to shreds the moment she appeared. The grasslands and forests had long since turned into black swamps, uninhabitable. The black water bubbled, and hideous, grotesque fish-like monsters swam in and out. The familiar animals and magical beasts were nowhere to be seen, replaced by hideous creatures that would severely damage one's mind. Celia had thought war was cruel enough, armies stationed, powerful figures roaming freely, hundreds or even thousands dying every day, but compared to the current devastation, that was child's play. She thought of the faceless girl claiming to be the remnants of calamity, the coordinates of the apocalypse, and her spirit sank. Shopkeeper, did I bring all of this? What are you thinking? If you weren't the source of the dream, our situation would be much more complicated. Luo's words weren't just empty comfort. If she were the one releasing the dream, she would definitely choose the Abaca forest in the center of the continent. Not to mention the countless creatures in that vast forest, she couldn't relocate and could only let the dream spread. The only advantage might be that she would know immediately when Ano fainted. Then the wind boundary couldn't be released, and the casualties would be even greater. But without me, the dream wouldn't spread, would it? You don't really think that just because you're not here, the things that descend upon the dream won't appear, do you? Your task now is to protect yourself, and not let the source of the dream escape your control. As they spoke, the two passed through a large, incredibly smooth circle of ice. Even with divine protection, Luo could feel the strange fluctuations emanating from Celia growing stronger. Although the faceless girl had said there were 7 days, she had also warned that the dream was spreading rapidly, the time was being shortened, and the power was increasing at an accelerated pace. Her time was limited. Upon reaching the edge of the icy plains, Luo unfurled a protective scroll encompassing a 10-mile radius, clearing away all strange and residual power within. Fortunately, they seemed unable to appear out of thin air, so the area within the barrier remained safe. Luo then inscribed runes around the ice cave where Elisa had once been, dispelling the chill and providing protection, leaving the giant eagle puppet to guard it. Celia was mortal, and couldn't be protected by a simple small barrier, otherwise, she would easily be corrupted by magic. She then instructed her never to go to the edge of the barrier, and if any danger arose, to immediately ascend into the air on the giant eagle puppet. She would come as quickly as possible. Watching Luo disappear into the distance, Celia finally felt her tense body relax. Even as an epic-level being, she felt sore all over and her head was spinning. Everything in sight was slumbering, the earth and its creatures had fallen into decay. A persistent darkness hung in the sky, omnipresent killer monsters lurked everywhere, and a vast, seemingly endless blue tornado pounded at the worldview of Celia, a 15-year-old girl. After a day of intermittent flight, and being carried by the giant eagle for so long, she was utterly exhausted and quickly fell into a deep sleep within the circle of runes drawn by Luo. The ethereal gray intensified. Centered on Celia's body, a phantom meadow flickered, gradually breaking free from its illusory constraints. The ice and snow beneath her melted, revealing the fragrant scent of earth. A ladybug fluttered past the girl's nose, finally landing on a water mirror half buried in the earth beside her. Endless sea of fire, unleash your destructive heat. Ignite my enemies, grant annihilation to all things, sever all life. A rain of fire. A terrifying, fiery conflagration spread, instantly igniting all the magic within a 10,000-meter radius. Any monsters that lunged at it perished upon contact, transforming into raging fireballs that rained down like a torrential downpour, subjecting the enemies below to scorching heat. Elisa Bertha gasped for breath. She had only recently begun learning high-level magic, and without incantation, she could hardly cast it. Moreover, the consumption of soul power by high-level magic far exceeded her expectations. However, seeing all the monsters within a 10-mile radius vanish completely, failing to regroup for a long time, she felt a surge of joy. But just as she was about to chant her next high-level spell, Anne's voice suddenly rang out, "Elisa, above." She instinctively looked up, only to be astonished to find a massive mass of monsters gathering thousands of meters above, forming a viscous, pitch-black vortex. Twisted runes and layers of shadowy lines intertwined to form a 100-meter-long magic circle, at the center of which a gaping, menacing maw rapidly materialized. Boom! Several jets of jet-black light, fused together, erupted from the enormous maw, striking directly at her. The aura emanating from them had already reached the 4th level of the transcendent realm. Elisabelle didn't have time to chant. She raised her staff, gathering magic to form an earthen shield. The light beam struck the solid shield, leaving shallow corrosion pits. The vast difference in the quality of her magic allowed her to handle the attack with ease, even without much experience in combat with transcendent realm beings. However, before she could even catch her breath, more monsters coalesced into a cluster. They seemed to have realized that a single individual couldn't defeat Elisabelle, so they sacrificed their numbers to become even stronger. Boom! 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 A dozen or so light beams attacked in succession. Elisabelle had to release more earthen shields to defend herself, and then fireballs, light arrows, and lightning bolts rained down, shattering one viscous vortex after another. Elizabeth, calm down. Yes, Lady Anne. Soon, Elizabeth also realized that there was no need to use high-level magic to deal with these weak and disgusting creatures. Simply concentrating her magic power to launch an attack was sufficient. Moreover, as long as she released her pressure, their movements would be greatly slowed, and the vortex they formed showed signs of collapsing. She had over half a year of adventurer experience. Initially, she was only frightened by the unfamiliar monsters. After calming down, the small creatures around her posed no threat. But after defeating hundreds of aggregates, not only Anne, but Elizabeth also noticed that these monsters seemed endless. Waves of them would rush in and then disperse, but the monsters surrounding her remained incredibly dense. Whoosh! Countless tentacles carrying dense shadows suddenly shot out from the black smoke high in the sky, instantly binding Elizabeth and her shield, then violently hurling her, slamming her against the edge of the wind barrier. Fortunately, Elizabeth teleported away at the crucial moment, while the tentacles were shredded to dust by the power of the wind barrier. "What is that?" Elizabeth exclaimed in shock. A massive, bloated mass of black mud slowly emerged from the black smoke in the sky, covered in dense, shadowy vines. Countless large and small scarlet eyes stared at her, blinking rapidly. The terrifying and grotesque appearance almost made her scalp tingle. Whoosh! Whoosh! The scarlet eyes suddenly shot out countless blood-red rays of light. Elizabeth dodged hastily, but the creature was too fast. One ray grazed her arm. The next moment, a bizarre eye sprouted from the spot where the light had struck, followed by an explosion of flesh and blood. Ah! Elizabeth's face paled as she clutched her right arm, where large chunks of flesh had been blown off. Her light magic quickly dispelled the invading, eerie power, and her injury began to heal. Beware! It's the power of the flesh demon. What terrifying power! Lorden, have you been fighting monsters like this all along? Those eyes slain are far worse. Well, perhaps she's just too weak. Elizabeth steadied herself, focusing most of her attention on the black mass in the sky with its hundreds of tentacles and eyes. The black mass in the sky showed no mercy, unleashing an invisible wave of soul energy that instantly shook her consciousness. Its vine-like shadow tentacles shot down wildly, although only at the 5th rank, they were more than capable of injuring a body without magical protection. Just as Andu was about to expend his own power to take over Elizabeth's body, a thick beam of light suddenly shot down from the horizon. Although weaker than Elizabeth's beam, Its purifying power was several times stronger, instantly piercing through the black mass and disintegrating it. "How is it?" A silver-haired, red-eyed girl flew in from afar, and with a wave of her hand, hundreds of light orbs burning with holy flames appeared, instantly striking all the surrounding black vortex aggregates. Holy light shone brightly, and the filth and monsters transformed into afterglow, bringing a touch of solace to the murky world. Chapter 860. Sister Luo. Elisa Bai's face lit up with joy. Although she had spent a considerable amount of time with N and knew that N's original strength was far greater, for some reason, whenever Luo appeared, no matter the situation, she would subconsciously feel at ease. "I am merely an avatar of the main body, Elisa Bai. Listen carefully, these things cannot be easily destroyed. We need to risk entering the dream realm to completely erase them." Elisa Bai's beautiful eyes fluttered. She was very curious about Luo's avatar, but now was not the right time. She then firmly stated, "Then I will enter the dream realm to resolve this." "No, you have more important things to do." Luo's avatar shook her head. The dream. The realm was unfamiliar. Even the plane where the original body resided was largely unknown. Therefore, the original body planned to enter personally, but once inside the dream, it would be unable to attend to the real world. Thus, it hoped the clone could protect this world from destruction. This means bearing the crisis alone, Elisabelle thought with immense worry. But it's too dangerous for Sister Luo to go in alone. Elisabelle, your mission is equally important. The original body trusts you, which is why it entrusted the world to you. Moreover, the original body has methods to deal with the dream, making it the best candidate to enter. After the clone's calm analysis, Elisabelle finally abandoned the idea of entering the dream together. In truth, and didn't want her to take the risk either. Rationally speaking, Elisabelle would be affected by the dream, but with the planes while protecting her, she wouldn't easily fall into it. The hidden demonic power could also pull her out. However, if she actively entered the dream, the consequences would be unpredictable. Furthermore, the demonic power in the real world couldn't be ignored. Otherwise, even if the dream was broken, reality would still be destroyed. And could see that the clone's strength was weaker than the original's. The two of them would face an extremely difficult task in clearing this small plane, unless that annoying netherworld race intervenes. However, the clone quickly informed him, the main body has 3 clones. The other 2 are heading in other directions. Moriarty is guarding the north, so there's no need to worry. As it spoke, the clone suddenly paused, changing its words. The dream monsters in the north have fled to the void boundary, which is outside the plane. Moriarty plans to follow and deal with them. I will guard the north later, you and will take care of this place. Elisa, who thought the clone could help her, tightened her grip on her staff and nodded vigorously. Even Sister Luo was working hard. She had to do her best too. Before leaving, the clone reminded him, the clone can only exist independently for 2 days. If the main body cannot return from the dream realm within 2 days, ask Moriarty for help. Moriarty followed the dream monsters frantically fleeing towards the void boundary with a relaxed expression. After ruthlessly killing them hundreds of times, fear inevitably arose within the soulless bodies of these monsters. The slightest fear would be magnified 100-fold in the face of Moriarty. Thus, the soulless monsters were terrified. They tried to escape from that terrifying little thing, unwilling to endure death 100 or 1,000 times over, and the void boundary became the best option. Ignoring the spatial fluctuations high above, Moriarty leisurely followed, incidentally annihilating the dream monsters a dozen more times to deepen their fear. Seeing them about to escape, she reached out and grabbed them, her soul power transforming into chains to seal 3 dream monsters. She had enough fun. She also wanted to go into the dream world to see what it was like. Anyway, although the dream world was unfamiliar to her, as long as it still belonged to the power of her soul, she had nothing to fear. However, the last 3-winged monster was slightly faster, allowing Moriarty to evade and quickly escape into the void boundary. Moriarty didn't care. Flying to the edge of the plane, he immediately discovered the magic array hidden within the dream power. Dense arrays of soul runes and dark runes pulsed and connected to form an endless barrier. And some familiar traces of power. Looks like this isn't a coincidence. Deliberately luring this general out, isn't it a bit too confident? Moriarty's large blue eyes curved into a mocking smile. Destroying the runes wouldn't be very useful. Such a large array must have multiple cores, and it would be difficult to completely destroy it in 3 to 5 days. It would be faster to see who it came from. A small, black-haired, black-eyed Moriarty emerged from his body. His main body remained hidden, while his clone casually broke through the barrier. With a clench of her small hand, The monster that had been escaping in the distance was instantly entangled in countless threads of black flame, unable to move. Clapping her hands, the clone turned to look at the waiting girl, a hint of surprise in her expression. A puppet? But thinking about it, it's not surprising. With that person's power, creating something like you would be very simple. Respected Saint-level Netherworld clan, nice to meet you. Thank you for your kind words, I like them very much. Ankanas bowed elegantly, a smile on her face, as if chatting casually with a friend, but her tone revealed naked killing intent. I know I cannot defeat you in battle, even with all my followers. I am no match for a saint-level being, so I had to use a little trick to make you appear. Please forgive me. The clone scrutinized her with interest. The other party's confidence and composure were indeed strange, but having been fooled once before, how could she not know the cunning of the Asmodeus followers? Following her words, she feigned doubt and asked, now that I, the general, have appeared, what's next? Before she could answer, the clone grinned, revealing neat, white teeth, a mocking glint in its eyes. I am right here, without any preparation or scheme. Are you planning to self-destruct your master's faith power, or drag the entire plane down with me? Unfortunately, it seems neither. So, are you planning to banish me to the chaotic space? Ankita's smile froze slightly. 325 black-robed figures were forced out from behind her, but in the next instant, they all exploded, leaving only a phantom book. All the book shadows converged, becoming the real book of omniscience in her hand. As expected of a saint-level lord of the underworld clan, my schemes are nothing but petty tricks to you. As you said, I did intend to lure you out of the plane, sacrificing the faith power of those 4 good-for-nothings to banish you to the chaotic space. Ankita sighed, seemingly regretting her failure, but the clone keenly sensed something and quickly constructed a layer of black flames in front of it. Sorry for the lateness, but please experience the boundless knowledge of the God of Wisdom for yourself. The omniscient book, depicting a jet-black brain, flipped open with a whoosh, and countless black lines shot out. An extremely powerful flow of information ignored the black flames, and directly struck the clone's soul defense. An inaudible, magnificent voice rippled across the void, bestow. Divine. Gaze. As if untouchable forbidden knowledge was surging in, countless imperceptible eyes were drawn in, trying to break through layers of space and obliterate all beings who knew forbidden knowledge. A scarlet vertical pupil split open in the center of the jet-black pupil, and all forbidden knowledge was pulled into the abyss of memory by chains and forgotten. The clone's eyes were cold, and to Ankita's incredulous look, her small hand reached out and grabbed her snow-white, slender neck. The object was smooth and soft to the touch, yet possessed a chilling quality unlike anything a human could feel. The clone grinned menacingly, fear transforming into a black flame that seeped into her features and penetrated to the very depths of her soul. I know a magical puppet with human emotions. I wonder if you, this counterfeit, possess one? Let me investigate you thoroughly. Ankanas's initially flustered expression suddenly turned ferocious, her red crystal eyes turning jet black, constantly wrestling with their original color for control. What have you done to my soul? A little gift, I guess you like it. The clone grinned maliciously, its entire body dispersing into black mist that seeped into her body through every opening. Ankanasa tried to summon the Book of Omniscience, but was immediately interrupted, and couldn't help but shout, "Get out of my body. Hee, enjoy it, witness the most terrifying memory of your birth." No. Ankanasa screamed, clutching her head in agony. Her black robe tore apart, revealing her exquisite, white body, but the ever-growing black cracks marred this beauty. The black mist increased, gradually enveloping her until it completely disappeared. After a moment, the black mist surged, reforming into the clone's form, touching its little belly, and licking its lips with its pink tongue. Nothing special. It seemed she overestimated the wisdom of the great ruler's representative. Great ruler of foolishness would be more fitting. No need for a foolish ruler, just rename the great ruler of wisdom. Glancing at the 4 imprisoned monsters, the clone shrugged and flew back to its current plane. Pop! As if passing through a ripple, the clone suddenly found a small plane before it vanished, replaced by a boundless, shattered world, with countless angels and dragons in the sky, and hundreds of races and billions of beings below. She looked back, bewildered, and saw an endless black mist, with nether dragons and fallen angels blotting out the sky, and orderly formations of headless centaurs and soul harvesters. Vast numbers of nether hounds and nether insects continuously invaded the living space. Sigh, how did I get dragged into this memory? How mischievous. Ankanasi, holding the Book of Omniscience, smiled slightly as she looked at Moriarty's true form, who remained motionless with his eyes closed. It really takes a price to deal with them, but I heard the nether race is incredibly intelligent. Looks like they're not all that impressive. Having just arrived, she had no time to prepare a grand formation to relocate a saint-level expert. However, the dream realm had expanded over a day, so temporarily trapping a saint-level being wasn't a problem. Therefore, after discovering Moriarty, she feigned having the dream monsters lure her out. Paying the price of a forbidden page and the puppet's body lowered the opponent's guard. She successfully suppressed the opponent's consciousness with the power of dreams. Ankanasa estimated she could imprison her for 3 days. If her followers' bodies hadn't been destroyed, it could have lasted longer, but 3 days was enough. As for recognizing the clone, unfortunately, as a divine priestess, her access to the Book of Omniscience was a little higher. Even if she couldn't defeat it, she could still tell. Next, let's deal with that little girl. The Book of Omniscience isn't something you can touch. She smiled calmly, ordering the imprisoned dream monsters to commit suicide and revive. She had deliberately kept this ability hidden. Then she turned and flew into the dimension, unaware that a 5-petaled black flower flashed past her brow. Chapter 861. In the heart of the Avika forest, Ano lay quietly on a clean stone platform. Lo stood beside her, his brow slightly furrowed. He had just given his clone and Elizabeth instructions, but the dream monster hadn't escaped. However, with Moriarty around, Lo wasn't worried. He called out to Xania, but the little one, terrified by the overwhelming negative emotions around her, burrowed into Lo's hair to hide. Death. So much gray. Scary. Just bear with it a little longer. I need to enter the dream to completely cleanse all the bad things. Xania, can you come with me? Xania pouted her cute little face as she emerged from her hair. She disliked the atmosphere, the negativity and dark gray hues everywhere, but since Lo said he could cleanse the bad things, she wasn't afraid. Giving the scent of thorn roses, painting gray with shades of green and gold, singing the most beautiful music, everyone will be happy. Lo, Xania will help. The everyone Xania referred to were the familiar fairy phantoms. Mustering his courage, Xania vanished instantly. Lo, startled, focused his mind and discovered she was now within his sea of souls. How did you get in here, little thing? Lo stared in astonishment at the golden sprite circling his soul. He hadn't been wary of her, but to enter someone else's sea of souls so easily, without even a trace of soul fluctuation, was she trying to steal the thunder from soul magic? A warm place, Lo. To add color to the gray world, Lo. Okay, I understand. I prepare. Lo had initially worried that Xania would be too scared to go, but it seemed he had overthought it. While Xania had a gentle personality, she was very enthusiastic about spreading joy. With her mind returning to the present, Luo planted the silver moon lamp into the earth. A layer of 7-colored polyhedron rapidly expanded, enveloping herself and Ano. The azure wind domain, the illusionary water domain, and the frost domain emerged. She then fully activated the runes on her robes, a layer of silver light enveloping her. Luo sat cross-legged beside the silver moon lamp. The coat of Hecate affectionately nuzzled her cheek, protecting her and Ano along with her staff. Luo wasn't entirely sure how to enter the dream world, but it didn't require her attention. After withdrawing her divine protection, the power of the dream world began to relentlessly assault her soul again. Her mind returned to the sea of souls, her soul embracing the golden Xania, suppressing the golden flame's autonomous defense. Fleeting blanks appeared in her consciousness, gradually intensifying. This was partly due to Luo's deliberate lowering of her defenses, but also because the dream world emanating from Celia was constantly strengthening. It felt like minutes had passed, yet also like days. In a daze, Luo's soul lost its luster, and the little fairy vanished simultaneously. Outside, the barrier and domain, now out of control, dimmed. However, amplified by the triple domain, the barrier's strength was still considerable, concealing all auras. Only the Hurricane's code pulsed slightly, seemingly in thought. Luo snapped back to reality, finding herself lying on the bed. The bedding was adorned with delicate floral and bird patterns, and the room's layout felt strangely familiar. Her body felt empty, and an extreme weakness washed over her. Magic gone. Not just magic, but her life force was gone too. No wonder I'm so weak, Luo murmured, pulling back the covers to get out of bed. She saw her chubby, white hands, and saw herself wearing a cute white lace nightgown. Huh? Luo jumped out of bed, instinctively going to the full-length mirror that had appeared out of nowhere, only to see a blurry reflection. Judging from the mirror's height, she seemed to be only about 1.2 meters tall. Why? Am I shorter? I wish I were taller. Frustrated, Luo clenched her small hands, frantically trying to stop herself from thinking about why she had shrunk. She searched for Xania's figure, and soon spotted her by the window. A potted plant, constantly sprinkling golden pollen. For some reason, Xania's originally golden-green hair had turned pure gold, and her translucent dragonfly wings were also pure gold. She was trying to bring life to a potted plant by the window that was constantly alternating between growing and withering. Xania, that's not real. Before she could finish speaking, Luo almost bit her tongue, because under Xania's pollen, the potted plant actually bloomed. Xania clapped her hands happily, then curiously flew to Luo, seemingly wondering why she had changed herself like this. Everyone says that what's wrong should be corrected, and what's uneven should be smoothed out. Lo, why are you bending? This isn't what I wanted either. Doesn't she know that being too small makes her look like a child? Xania tilted her head cutely, happily flew to Lo's head, and flapped her wings rapidly, scattering a large amount of golden pollen. Strangely, the pollen didn't disappear quickly like in the real world. Instead, it quickly engulfed Lo. Achoo! Xania, are you trying to bury me? Shaking off the pollen, Lo was surprised to find that her height had returned to normal. I'm back to normal? Xania, is this thanks to you? Correct what's wrong. Smooth what's uneven. Whoosh. Lo grabbed the cheerful Xania and kissed her cheek. While being short was frustrating, being even shorter would be worse. Thank you, lovely Xania. After the initial excitement, Lo pondered, realizing that fairy pollen seemed to have a special effect in dreams. No wonder the faceless girl had asked him to bring a fairy. How did she know there was a fairy beside him? Lo didn't even bother to wonder anymore. It was just a color he couldn't see or smell. Xania, can you find the exit? Exit! Exit! Xania flew in a circle in midair, creating a circular passage. Through the passage, Lo clearly felt the magical aura emanating from the real world. Lo didn't think this was magic, but Xania insisted it was very fairy-like. The beginning of a dream is at its end. Follow the golden pollen, and you won't get lost. Getting lost will lead to death, turning you into a dream, unable to sing anymore, alas. Luo didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence, but it was roughly about following the pollen. Otherwise, getting lost would mean death. Be careful, don't worry. The pollen that Xania scattered didn't disappear. Like starlight falling from a dream into reality, it shimmered on the ground, leaving a golden trail as she flew. Luo tried to pick it up too. It felt slightly warm in her hand, as if it had a life of its own. After thinking for a moment, she took out a small bottle to collect some. If she could bring it back to the real world, she could ask Bella about it later. Opening the door, she was about to step out when suddenly her foot slipped, and she almost fell. She quickly pulled her foot back, and only then did Luo see that outside the room was an endless blue sky, with fluffy white clouds drifting by, smiling down at her. Want to play with me? Bang! She slammed the door shut, her face expressionless. What the hell was that outside? Generally speaking, the dream world should be related to her understanding, right? When did she develop the understanding that clouds could talk? Wait, maybe I had. She did seem to have dreamt of beautiful scenery with blue skies and white clouds, and there really was a type of sky beast called a floating cloud beast that often disguised itself as a cloud. With a little combination, it wouldn't be surprising to see a white cloud that seemed to greet her. Calming herself down, Luo tried to levitate. As expected, she floated easily. It seems my ability to fly is still there, but my magic power and blood energy are gone. I can only use my soul power now. Even though Luo could unconditionally control some elemental magic power, the dream world was empty. There wasn't a trace of magic power. Having the ability to control it was useless. Fortunately, her soul power was still present, so she wasn't entirely without the ability to protect herself. Opening the door again, Luo ignored the white clouds that greeted her and flew out of the room. Looking back, she realized the so-called room was just a door, without even a brick. When she closed and reopened the door, the room vanished. Luckily, she still had the lovely and reliable Xania. Looking around, Luo quickly noticed a thick tentacle stretching across the distant horizon, slightly writhing, appearing and disappearing. It looked very familiar. Above and below were endless blue skies and white clouds, but hidden among the clouds were many miscellaneous items. A fiery red magic crystal, a magic hat, several masks, scattered books, and so on, all inexplicably familiar. Out of curiosity, Luo flew down and picked up the fire magic crystal. Upon closer inspection, it was the 7th-tier fire magic crystal she had accidentally bought years ago. However, the back was empty, just a shell. The magic hat was the standard style she wore when she entered the Imperial Capital Academy, but the inside was a deep black hole. The masks were the ones he worn before, so they seemed normal. The open books looked like magic books, but the contents were a jumbled mess, and all the characters were non-existent. After looking at a few things, Luo finally understood. This was a dream world created by combining parts of his memories. This whole world is my dream. Luo shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore, and flew towards the faintly visible tentacles in the distance, leaving a trail of golden pollen behind him. Finding the core of those monsters in the real world is the priority now. Chapter 862. Sister, want to practice archery together? This time, the target is the greenwood bird on that mountain. As expected, Sister is still better. A low whisper reached her ears, as if someone was speaking. It was as if countless eyes were watching, but when she looked, there was nothing there. The dense forest was filled with an emerald mist, sweet to the point of being bitter. Xania flew above Luo's head, constantly sprinkling pollen to shield her from the mist. Her large, watery eyes revealed dissatisfaction. This isn't right, that isn't right, nothing's right. Luo carefully avoided the countless missing willow branches and flowers. 1 second, she was flying among blue skies and white clouds. The next she was passing through a layer of rippling water, surrounded by dense vegetation, her path disappearing without a trace. The sky was a lush, towering tree, devoid of sunlight and its tendrils. Drooping willow branches were a vibrant blue, their green leaves replaced by pointed purple ears. Flowers taller than a person sprouted from the void, paired up to practice archery. The arrows were tree branches, the targets were a thumb-sized mountain a meter away. Though utterly bizarre, the familiar elements quickly convinced Luo that this was Ano's dream, or rather, a distorted version of it. He released his senses, but surprisingly, the dense, fog-shrouded forest was only 3 meters in diameter. The countless willow branches and flowers were actually different facets of the same location. His senses appeared out of thin air within each 3-meter radius area, the repetitive information nearly causing Luo's brain to crash. My head hurt so much. Which by **** designed this dream. However, the repetitive information also gave Luo a hidden clue. Almost all the small peaks were fake graffiti, but only one peak seemed to be a black hole, making it difficult to see the whole picture. At the moment, it was difficult to find more clues. Without hesitation, Luo and Xania flew towards that unusual peak. This unique mountain, about the size of a thumb, was right at the edge of Luo's field of vision, appearing to be less than 200 meters tall to the naked eye. However, as she flew, Luo sensed something was wrong. The mountain seemed to be slowly growing larger, while the dense forest behind her was gradually shrinking. By the time she reached above the mountain, the small mountain had become a colossal peak tens of thousands of feet high, and the dense forest behind her had become half-eaten vines, easily held in her hand. Can I start writing fairy tales now? Luo muttered, suddenly becoming alert. She instinctively wanted to release lightning to dodge, only to realize there was no magic here. She quickly constructed a soul barrier around herself. The invisible soul barrier manifested a metallic form, causing Luo's heart to stir. Whoosh! A jet-black chain suddenly shot down from the mountain. The intense dark aura made Luo frown slightly. How could there be magic? She tried to control the chain, and unsurprisingly, it remained unmoved, instead accelerating towards her, striking the soul barrier directly, then instantly softening and binding it. Hee, fresh goods have arrived. Hundreds of people wearing smiling masks burst forth from the giant peak. They only had upper bodies, with blue wings woven from vines, and their clothes bore the large characters for slave. Their hands were bound by chains, and the chains binding Luo's barrier came from one of these people. Sell her. Good stuff. Luo frowned, casually crushing the chains. With a light rub of his fingers, the chain fragments instantly dissipated into faint soul power. Is it a soul magic similar to elemental simulation? Perhaps it's a characteristic of dreams. Although strange, its destructive power was only at the low-level transcendent level, nothing to fear. A surge of soul power erupted, the invisible tornado rapidly expanding into a raging inferno higher than a mountain, instantly shredding all people before colliding with the giant peak, destroying countless trees, and burning the peak itself to ashes, revealing a curled-up giant within. Luo seemed thoughtful. It seemed that in the dream world, soul power could manifest some kind of magical property at will. She had just imagined the soul storm burning the giant peak like flames, and it had actually become a raging inferno. The giant groaned, stretching, easily conjuring a gale comparable to a high-level spell, revealing a face clad in a tight-fitting, cute mage's outfit. Taller than 10 Luos, it had a slightly chubby face, its delicate skin remarkably flawless, without any oddities. Except for that face, which was exactly the same as Luo's. Big Luo seemed to have noticed Luo, leaning closer and booming, "You tiny little thing, are you also here to worship the world's greatest, most powerful, most talented, most adorable, and kindest grand mage, destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world? The silver-haired witch?" Luo and Xania covered their ears tightly, their ears ringing after hearing her words, a feeling of utter helplessness, as if violently ravaged. Shaking his head, Luo was baffled by her words. Who would worship him? And what was with all those prefixes before her title? "I don't know what you're talking about, but if you could, I'd like you to tell me how to leave this place." Big Luo moved aside, revealing a spatial rift entrance behind him. However, before Luo could even thank her, Big Luo solemnly declared, "Only those who worship the world's greatest, most powerful, most talented, most adorable, and kindest grand mage, destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world, can enter." Luo frowned. Asking her to worship him seemed rather inappropriate. Wouldn't that be narcissism? No thanks. She was about to step over Great Luo and leave this strange dream when a giant, tree-like staff was thrust straight into the exit. Great Luo's face darkened. "If you're not willing to worship your master, then don't even think about passing." A vast, ocean-like aura erupted, blowing Xania, who was grabbing Luo's hair, hundreds of meters away. Luo swiftly grabbed her back, but she herself was also thrown back by the force. Staying steady, Luo looked at the towering Great Luo, feeling quite troubled. That aura was beyond her expectations. A real fight would waste at least half a day, and her soul power couldn't afford to be wasted. "Fine, you say I need to worship the most. Silver-haired witch, then I worship her, okay?" Big Luo's anger turned to amusement, and she squatted down, laughing, "Of course. As long as you shout 10 times with great feeling, 'The silver-haired witch is the greatest, most powerful, most talented, most adorable, and kindest great magician in the world, and I want to be her pet,' I acknowledge your belief and let you pass." Are you kidding? Do I look like I'm kidding? Big Luo's expression was very quick-witted, so Luo was quite certain the other person wasn't joking. How can you say something like that? She rather praised a god. At least she could tell herself it was just a casual prayer, but openly shouting that she wanted to be her pet. That was too shameful. Xania above her head gave her a thumbs up. "Luo is the best. Little Xania, although you mean well, I'd rather someone else say it for me now." "You really have to say it? You absolutely must say it. Aren't you afraid I attack? The silver-haired witch will protect me. The silver-haired witch would rather punch you. Besides, this is my home turf. Your strength is no match for me." Suppressing the urge to attack, Luo took a deep breath, silently telling herself that she was conserving her strength, that she was only doing this out of necessity. How many years has it been since she worried about her energy reserves? The silver-haired witch is the greatest, most powerful, most talented, most adorable, and kindest archmage in the world. Aye, that's enough, right? You have to finish the sentence. You have to say the last part too. You? Luo's lips trembled slightly, her soul runes wandering erratically, but Luo smiled at her, showing no fear of that high-level soul power. Taking a few deep breaths, Luo calmed herself down. After a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and shouted, "I want to be her pet." You can't just say the last part. You need to be kind, you need to focus. You had enough. She cut this thing off even if she was kind. Soul power gathered in her throat, transforming into a sharp sonic wave that pierced her soul, sweeping towards Big Luo and easily splitting her in two. However, Big Luo became two Big Luos, their aura rising instead of falling, completely blocking the spatial rift. You can't even say a complete compliment, can you? Then we can't let you pass. Xania whispered above her, the wrinkles are increasing, the smoothness is disappearing, the dream will tremble. So, after her attack, the dream here was becoming increasingly distorted? Calming down again, Luo steeled herself. It's just a couple of sentences, it won't hurt her. The silver-haired witch is the greatest, most powerful, most talented, most adorable, and kindest archmage in the world. I want to be her pet. The two large figures immediately clapped with smiles. You actually said that. Great. Keep it up. 9 more times. This guy should really stop saying such infuriating things in front of her. Having finally said it, Luo felt her bottom line drop even further. She took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and shouted again, the silver-haired witch is the greatest, most powerful, most talented, most adorable, and kindest archmage in the world. I want to be her pet. That's the second time. 8 more times. We have high hopes for you. We have high hopes for you too. Say it. A circle of voluptuous figures suddenly appeared around her, their voices filled with anticipation. Their undisguised gazes were fixed on Luo with smiles, causing her to break out in a cold sweat, her face, which she had just been about to lower, to be stuck to her face again. Lowering her face was wrong, but not lowering it was also wrong. She could only grit her teeth and continue shouting, "The silver-haired which is the greatest, most powerful, most talented, cutest, and kindest archmage in the world. I want to be her pet." "Didn't hear you." "Louder." "You." "The silver-haired which is the greatest, most powerful, most talented, cutest, and kindest archmage in the world. I want to be her pet. Look how hard she's trying. We should clap. Go, go." With each shout, the number of flower-like figures doubled, their forms and faces becoming more elven-like. The two large Luos would also happily scatter pink rose petals in celebration, cheering Luo on. Originally, her shame would disappear after a few shouts, but the constant waving and cheering from the elven-like flower-like figures, and Luo's seemingly spectator-like yet genuinely concerned encouragement, gave her the illusion of showcasing her comical side on a grand stage in front of thousands. This is definitely a calculated move. Go! Go! Last time. Last time. Praise the supreme silver-haired witch loudly. Adore her power and loveliness. You can do it. A wave of cheers erupted from the surrounding elves, who waved their arms excitedly, their eyes filled with anticipation as they watched Luo shout that phrase at the top of their lungs. Luo felt her palms sweating, her chest pounding with nervous tension. Unlike when she recited hymns in the monastery, now she was being forced to say those words, and to herself no less. In her nervousness, she instinctively shouted, "Don't rush me." All sound vanished instantly. Luo nodded slightly, and all the elves watched her with serious expressions, waiting for her to utter that final hymn, as if they weren't the ones who had just been shouting so excitedly. If Luo hadn't known what she was about to shout, she would have thought it was a solemn prayer ceremony. You bastards. If there were a mirror, she would definitely be blushing with anger. Gritting her teeth, Luo simply closed her eyes and shouted, "The silver-haired which is the greatest, most powerful, most talented, most adorable, and kindest archmage in the world. I want to be her pet." Her pet. The pet. The thing. The echo reverberated, and the elves murmured and transformed back into flowers, pointing and laughing. Look, she really did say it 10 times. There really is someone who can say it 10 times. I don't understand, but I respect it. Wow, she's angry, she's running away. Veins bulged on Luo's forehead, her restless soul power almost solidifying into an arrow, but the flowers, sensing the danger, scattered in a flash, leaving only 2 large Luos silently moving aside, revealing the humiliating exit they had earned. The one on the left seemed to feel sorry for her, so she explained, "Actually, if you ask a few more times, I can let you pass after you only need to shout once. But since you insist on shouting 10 times, I have to grant your wish. Don't speak." Luo flew past the large Luos expressionlessly, disappearing into the spatial rift as they waved their hands. Seriously, if fighting wouldn't waste too much energy, the silver-haired witch would have really beaten this guy to a pulp. But this is a dream, and those things can't go to the real world anyway. She can just seal this embarrassing history away. Stepping out of the rift, she saw a forest again, but without the fog. Sparse sunlight shone down, warm and comfortable, and her embarrassed and annoyed mood improved somewhat. Lo plucked Xania from her sash and solemnly told her, "Don't tell anyone about what happened today, or your bottom will hurt like little Artie's." The little sprite blinked innocently. She was just a little fairy. Most intelligent beings wouldn't understand her. It was a complete lie. Secret? Secret? Good, Xania is indeed the most worry-free. Meow. By the way, have you gained weight? You've gotten so big. Meow. Lo stroked her chin. Xania should only be the size of her palm, but now she seemed big enough to sit on, and she was still growing, and even the grass beneath her feet was getting bigger. Lo finally realized that it wasn't Xania that was growing, but herself. What's going on? Meow. Wait. Why does she have such a strange catchphrase? Xania flew up, her voice urgent. Dreams are invading. Lo, remember the truth, don't forget. A large amount of pollen sprayed onto Lo, halting her rapidly shrinking body, gradually stopping at about 1 meter. Whoosh. Pollen scattered everywhere. Luo shook herself to shake it off, instinctively scratching her head, then touching a soft, sensitive, pointed ear. Frozen for half a second, Luo hurriedly gathered her soul power to create a mirror. In the mirror's reflection, a tiny figure appeared, wearing adorable lace pajamas, only a meter tall, even shorter than when she first entered the dream. The oversized pajamas drooped to the ground, revealing half-exposed shoulders and skin as white and creamy as snow, radiating a faint white light. Her long, silvery white hair cascaded down, covering most of her delicate body, making her look like a cute, long-haired snowball. But that wasn't the point. The point was, why did she have 2 ears? Far away on her head, 2 triangular cat ears covered in fine, snow-white fur trembled uncontrollably in the breeze, tickling slightly. And something felt like it was pressing on her bottom, making her very uncomfortable. Instinctively, she pulled up her pajamas and turned around, revealing a fluffy silver tail in the mirror. Xenia wearily flew back to Lo's head, only a few specks of pollen remaining on her body as a guide. She buried herself between her soft ears, her whole body limp. Lo, you're turning back. Xenia, you're correcting. The change is too stubborn, it's difficult. The implication was that Lo's change stemmed from her own self-suggestion. Xenia tried to correct it, but she wasn't strong enough to overcome Lo's own suggestion, and could only stop the becoming a pet process at this stage. A soft, shrill scream suddenly rang out in the dream forest. I don't want to meow. At that moment, in the real world, Ano, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly revealed a silly smile, unconsciously muttering, hee hee master, Ano will always be master's pet, even stronger than sister hee hee. Chapter 863. Some things you only understand after experiencing them firsthand. No amount of instruction can fully explain their meaning. When the experience happens to you, regret fills your entire being, making it hard to forgive yourself. Luo was filled with regret now. Change back to meow. Put your tail back, meow. No meow, I'm human, I'm human, I'm human. Ah! Change back. Why is it a cat meow? I can't say anymore. At least a little taller. Xenia, is there really no way? It will take at least a week to recover? Luo knelt on the ground, lost and dejected. Her soft, fluffy tail swung uncontrollably, pushing up the oversized hem of her pajamas, barely covering half of her bottom. Above her small, round ears were a pair of cute white pointed ears. It took Luo a long time to regain some strength. The strangeness of the dream was completely beyond her imagination. Even her self-awareness could be unconsciously altered. Soul magic could only deal with ordinary attacks, but the many unobservable hints were difficult to deal with. She sat up, but because of her cumbersome tail, Luo could only lean forward slightly, propping her soft little face up as she fell into deep thought. She needed to calm her chaotic mind. But it seemed that her consciousness had been altered by self-suggestion. Her usual calm had been replaced by a strange impulse. Although she could still think, she was easily distracted. For example, her golden red vertical pupils unconsciously tracked the little fairy's movements, a restless urge filling her limbs, a strong urge to pounce on that little one. It was right in front of her. If she did this, and then that, there was a 99% chance she'd pounce. The opportunity couldn't be missed. Prepare. Roar. A lion's roar came from behind, shadows loomed, and a gigantic, scaled claw slammed down towards Luo. Startled, Luo hadn't even had time to react before her small body, with incredibly agile movements, dodged the claw. Her small hands, covered in an indestructible layer of soul power, instantly tore through the giant claw behind her. Rip! The claw was sliced into 6 pieces, along with the earth and forest, revealing a lake below. Luo landed nimbly in midair, crouching in a classic feline pose, her long tail held high. Her scattered mind instantly focused, quickly analyzing the situation. It had just been a half-lion-like magical beast that had ambushed her. It only had 2 enormous claws, and a lion's head, with a protruding muzzle and long teeth. It appeared out of nowhere without warning. Its strength was rather weak, not even reaching the transcendent level. She could have reacted easily, but her catgirl body seemed even faster than her consciousness, instantly killing its opponent in the most swift way, and tearing apart this dream world as well. Watching the dream rapidly disappear at its edge, Luo seemed to understand something. She called to Xenia, leaped down, and entered the new lake dream. Soon after, the torn forest dream vanished completely. Gently stopping at the lakeside, Luo stared at the unusually deep blue lake, her thoughts racing. After several dreams, she had a general understanding of their characteristics. Firstly, upon entering the dream, she wasn't a physical entity, nor a physical body or soul. Rather, she was like a separately extracted consciousness, or rather, a self. All energies related to magic and blood were unusable. Only her soul power could be used for unknown reasons, but without a conversion array, her soul power couldn't be replenished. It diminished with each use, and excessive use could weaken her soul, causing her consciousness to fall into a deep sleep. What would happen to a consciousness without the ability to resist in a dream was unpredictable, so avoiding combat as much as possible was essential. Secondly, based on current intelligence, dreams seem to be a combination of many smaller dreams, like countless interconnected bubbles, and each one may correspond to a being in the real world. Dreams vary in size, but this is not related to strength. The strength of a dream is determined by its solidity, and its ability to distort consciousness. If Luo is not mistaken, the magical beast that attacked him recently corresponds to a legendary level magical beast in the real world. Thirdly, dreams will perish, but the fate of the original body is uncertain. It might awaken, suffer brain death, or be forever trapped, its consciousness imprisoned within. Fourthly, the original consciousness does not exist within the dream, or rather, under the influence of the Dream Lord's power, they have all left their own dreams and are lost in other dreams. If one wants to retrieve Ano's consciousness, besides dispelling the dream, it should also be possible to bring her consciousness back. Finally, dreams cannot be described by common sense. They are bizarre products born from the fusion of soul and fantasy, their extraordinary nature surpassing even magic. Luo vaguely felt that the power of the soul, comparable to magic, might be related to the mysterious and unpredictable world of dreams. Magic is a supernatural force existing in the real world, while the power of the soul is a supernatural force derived from the dream world. Therefore, the two share similar characteristics, equal power levels, and their own runes, yet they are difficult to access, only able to merge through the coordination of a conscious entity. Luo's eyes gradually brightened. Could the creators of such higher powers have a deep understanding of dreams and the origins of soul power, thus successfully creating powers such as netherworld energy, divine flame, or dragon power? Then more than failed, perhaps he made a mistake from the start. If he had been given the opportunity to access nightmares and dreams, he might have succeeded. However, nightmares are extremely rare in the real world, rarely encountered by ordinary people. The great lords of dreams, who are utterly devoid of any connection to the universe, have never left a trace in the three planes. Access to dreams is only possible under extremely rare circumstances. Luo's eyes grew brighter. She seemed to know which direction to research in the third chapter of the parchment book. Soul, Magic Fusion Technology. The deep lake water gradually rippled, and a thick column of water suddenly shot out, transforming into a giant dragon made entirely of water. It sprayed a large amount of lake water, like a giant wave crashing towards Luo, and a faint mental fluctuation came. Get out of my world. A small, snow-white, rice ball-sized hand casually slapped, turning the water dragon into raindrops. Luo subconsciously stretched lazily, her tail fully extended, somewhat wanting to scratch her head, but then belatedly realized what was happening and immediately lowered her restless cat paw. Control yourself, control yourself. Huh? A small pink bat fell from the burst water jet, splashing wildly on the surface. Glug glug. Help me. Help me. Curious, Luo scooped the pink bat up from the air and placed it on the ground. He stood on tiptoe and crouched down, staring at it. The large Xania, perched on Luo's head, also looked down curiously. Cough cough. I almost drowned. The pink bat shook its fur, removing the water droplets, and looked up, its eyes meeting two pairs of curious eyes, nearly froze in fright. Who are you? Luo poked at it, finding it to be just a tiny, barely extraordinary creature. Instead of answering, he asked, You have your own consciousness? That shouldn't be possible, you're so weak. Then, revealing its small, sharp fangs, it snarled, Tell me. How did you get here? If you don't tell me, kill you. The pink bat trembled, its wings going limp, and stammered, Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't know anything. I just had a dream, and when I woke up I fell into the water. Really? I don't taste good, don't kill me. Its pointed ears twitched. Luo roughly understood what was happening. This bat-like monster had also lost its way, but instead of leaving its dream world, it had transformed into a water dragon. The lucky pink bat. Xania, can you send it back? Xania tilted its head, stood up, and drew a golden circle in the air. A passage to the real world instantly appeared, but this time it was filled with a chaotic and violent aura. Luo picked up the trembling pink bat and threw it into the passage. The passage quickly disappeared, seemingly repaired by the power of the dream world. Luo ignored it, and tried to use his soul power to modify his clothes. These pajamas were too big, making movement difficult. Perhaps influenced by her dream, and transformed into a cat girl, Luo discovered a faint connection between herself and the dream world. Concentrating intently on her clothes, her pajamas began to slowly shrink. However, altering the dream seemed to consume a considerable amount of energy. After barely managing to alter the pajamas to a suitable size, Luo was exhausted. Since her thighs were already covered, she didn't bother with further alterations. Splash! A water dragon suddenly leaped from the lake, howling at Luo, and spitting out a thick jet of water. Don't you know getting soaked is troublesome, meow? The cat girl, lying on the ground, narrowly avoided the water jet's impact, gracefully twirling in midair. With a slight flick of her tail, she easily unleashed a soul blade, slicing the water dragon in two. Splash! Gurgle! Help me! Gurgle gurgle. The pink bat fell back into the lake struggling. Luo, expressionless, used her tail to scoop it up and tossed it onto the lakeshore. As expected, because the real world was still shrouded in the power of the dream, without any means of resistance, leaving the dream would mean getting lost again. Her vertical pupils swept across the lake devoid of land. A blurry tentacle appeared in Luo's vision, the same one she had seen initially. It seemed becoming a cat girl wasn't all bad, at least she could see certain alternative perspectives. Of course, she absolutely refused to accept becoming a cat girl. This was just a dream. Looks like we still need to find a way out. Xania, let's go! The two adorable creatures, one large and one small, flew towards the distant, enormous tentacle, disappearing instantly through a ripple in the dream world, leaving only a pink bat unconscious. Chapter 864. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A continuous stream of light arrows precisely struck the ever-gathering vortexes of filth around them, purifying them into afterglow. The clone's expression was solemn, her senses constantly covered a 10-mile radius. Wherever she flew, the strange entities collapsed, seemingly catching up with their regrouping speed. From the smoke-filled sky, enormous clumps of black mud descended. They had learned their lesson, no longer attacking Luo, they instead launched distorted beams of light and vine-like tentacles to deplete the Wind Realm's power, even directly ramming into it with their massive bodies. There was no need to shatter the barrier. A mere tear-in was enough for the strange entities to slip in and devour all life and the earth within. Therefore, even though the clone was incredibly powerful, capable of easily eliminating hundreds or even thousands of strange entities and more powerful vortexes, she was still exhausted from running around. Compared to her three clones, Elisabelle was in slightly better shape. Having grown accustomed to combat, her 7th-tier strength began to display its power. With a thought, she unleashed vast swathes of various magical energy, completely clearing away everything in its path. New anomalies only emerged after more than 10 minutes. She needed to be mindful of the rate at which her soul power was depleted, but with Anne's guidance, she was temporarily safe. Oh dear, this is truly exhausting. Would you mind if I helped out? Suddenly, an immense pressure descended from the sky. The dragon's might shook her, causing Elisabelle's consciousness to tremble, and she plummeted 100 meters before regaining her footing. Elisabelle, be careful. It's so uncomfortable, Lord, and what kind of power is this? The noise of demons, the pressure of dragons, it's coming. Elisabelle's left eye turned gold, and her aura surged to the 8th tier, and had lent her some of her power. Without time to think, Elisabelle followed Anne's guidance and unleashed a divine spell. Concentric circles of holy white runes converged in her left eye, vast magical light transforming into sacred flames. Illusory white feathers drifted down, filling the surrounding 100 miles with a holy aura. Even the air itself seemed fresher. Angelic music. Falling feathers? A soft, ethereal melody rang out, countless holy feathers coalescing into sharp blades that shot skyward, instantly shattering the black smoke and grotesque creatures, blasting away the descending monsters, tearing the dark vines to shreds, purifying the black mist into ash, and severing rotting wings, which were then sliced into pieces. Crude tactics. A soft laugh rang out, and Elise's pupils contracted slightly. 3 miles away, a stunningly beautiful red-eyed girl hovered in midair, smiling, holding a strange white book. Black and red runes swirled across the open pages. In an instant, Elisa felt a tremendous shock to her brain, blood and tears streaming from her eyes. A pale golden angelic phantom appeared beside her, but the phantom had already shattered. Elisa retreated several miles, waiting for her eyes to recover, still utterly shocked. Who was that woman? Why were those monsters above her? Wasn't Miss Moriarty supposed to be dealing with them? Then, a solemn voice echoed in her mind. Elisa, the angel's protection is shattered. She's very strong. I know, be careful. Elisa gripped her staff tightly, preparing her angelic spell again, but this time targeting the strange and powerful woman. Angelic music. Tide leap. 2 small angels appeared beside Elisa, one holding a lyre and the other a panpipe, playing a rapid and powerful melody. The notes transformed into a sea, surging towards the girl. Without the pull of the dream monster, the music immediately locked onto her, leaving her nowhere to hide. Ankanasn smiled elegantly. She couldn't dodge this area of effect attack. After all, she wasn't in her true form now, and her strength was insufficient. However, she didn't need to dodge. Seeing the dense openings within the waves, she realized the divine spell was powerful enough, but the caster was too weak, unable even to achieve basic complete control. With a few graceful steps, Ankanasn easily walked through the surging waves of musical notes. Elisabeth was filled with disbelief. This was a divine spell Ankanasn had guided her to cast. Although she didn't understand divine spells, she knew from the number of runes consumed that it was a powerful skill comparable to high-level magic, yet this woman. Her expression hardened. She increased the consumption of her soul power, unleashing a continuous stream of musical notes. Give up, you little freak from another plane. As long as you give up resisting, I won't kill you. Ankanasn easily approached Elisabeth 500 meters away. My target has always been only one person. Just tell me where that girl is, and I let you go. I don't know what you're talking about. You know, I believe in her charm. That extraordinary girl, you just met her avatar not long ago, didn't you? How could you? You want to ask me how I know, right? Look around. The monsters you've been dealing with were released by me. All the information about this plane is right under my nose. Elisabeth's face changed drastically. The anger in her heart almost burst forth, uncontrollable. She cried out in pain. So it was you. Why? Why did you make this world so ruined? In the midst of intense emotional turmoil, the music spiraled out of control, and the little angel vanished. Ankanasn gently pressed a finger to her red lips, smiling slightly. Don't try to pin these slanderous accusations on me. I don't like it. I have no interest in this small plane. It's all just going with the flow. Who told that girl to hide here? However, Elisabeth no longer wanted to listen. A dark line appeared faintly in her right eye, but her demonic power had been weakened multiple times, and was no longer enough to control her thoughts. What filled her mind was only the extreme rage of destruction brought by the girl opposite her. I will kill you. I will avenge those you have killed. In the raging fire of fury, Elisabeth seemed to feel a huge silver eye open. Vast magical power filled her, and the high-level ice and lightning spells she had previously struggled to construct seemed to receive a boost from the plane. 10 high-level spells were rapidly constructed at an extraordinary speed. High-level water magic. Tide summoning. High-level fire magic. Firestorm. High-level ice magic. Ice slash. High-level wood magic. Thorn feast. High-level earth magic. Book of rock dragons. High-level metal magic. Metal storm. High-level lightning magic. Lightning strike. High-level dark magic. Devour fear. Low-level light magic, equivalent to high-level magic. Beam of light. Aside from Book of Rock Dragons and Lightning Strike, which are non-offensive spells, and Devour Fear, which Moriarty taught her, the other 7 spells are all powerful spells taught to her by Lo. The reason Thousand Starfall wasn't chosen for fire magic is because it requires extremely high magical control, which Elisa didn't yet possess. Therefore, she had to settle for a high-level area of effect spell. Under the high-level structure created by the plane's deities, the magical properties within high-level magic were fully unleashed. While the degree of magical concentration and the perfection of the array couldn't compare to those personally constructed by Luo, in terms of power, it surpassed Luo's magic. 10 spells were embedded in specific positions, forming a strange rune. Black smoke swirled into a tornado, pressing down 30,000 meters, opposing the azure wind tornado below. Space within the eye of the tornado shattered, and countless silver streams of light emerged, condensing into a terrifying and majestic silver eye aimed directly at Ankanasn below. Bang! The staff in her hand was ultimately insufficient, shattering after she had painstakingly constructed the magic array. Elisa White remained calm, her eyes tinged with a deep silver. Grant the outsider annihilation. The entire plane trembled violently, the earth shattered, the sky distorted, as if the plane's power had been drained. The silver eye shone brightly, an indescribable extreme power focusing on Ankanasn, filling her with a chilling fear from the inside out. How did the will of a plane appear now? Who exactly is this girl? She had thought this girl was just a lucky little one who had inherited the power of a plane's will. But if that were all, it wouldn't have attracted the will of a plane to inhabit her body. That would be tantamount to risking the entire plane's power in a desperate fight. However, the silver eyes ultimately didn't release their power. Instead, they quickly collapsed after flashing. Elisabeth gasped for breath, clutching her head, her consciousness reeling. She only managed to stay upright after and re-entered her body. The will of the plane has overestimated itself. I will now fully unleash my power, but whether I can repel the enemy remains to be seen. Sorry, it's all because my body is too weak. This is none of your business. The will of the plane cannot think for itself. It's understandable that it was angered. The girl opposite her was intricately connected to the anomalies wreaking havoc on the plane. It would be strange if the plane's will wasn't furious. However, Elisabelle had already paid the price of her life force by being forcibly elevated to a high-level transcendent. To then expect her to gather the power of the entire plane from her body was far too demanding. On the other side, Ankenast also noticed something was wrong. Although she didn't have time to investigate what had happened, it didn't stop her from acting decisively. Little girl, it seems your condition is quite dire. Perhaps you should get some sleep. The runes on the Book of Omniscience flashed out rapidly, radiating powerful soul energy. If hit, Elisabelle's weakened soul would definitely be forced into a deep sleep. Even if demonic power could pull her out of the dream, several days would pass. However, at that moment, a perfectly symmetrical ghostly flower appeared between Ankenast's brows, and suddenly 5 chains burning with black flames emerged, binding her hands behind her back, passing between her chest and legs, forming a strange posture, and leaving bright red marks on her skin. Hee hee. The soul is this general's domain, little puppet. Who gave you the courage to scheme against me? Enjoy 1,000 years of fear. Ankenast's composure was finally shattered, her expression changing rapidly several times. What? Could it be from that time? The black flame chains tightened even more, and worse, her soul was being burned, making it difficult for her to control the Book of Omniscience. Elisa Berthold didn't know why the other was suddenly bound, but she immediately reacted, using all her strength to control the high-level magic from the sky and hurling it down. The Book of Rock Dragons generated a shield to protect her, and the other 8 spells crashed down, the chaotic and violent magic forming irresistible torrents that enveloped Ankenasta, making it impossible to see what was happening. But then, Elizabeth was horrified to discover that the barrier below, under such a powerful magical bombardment, had been pierced through several times by the aftershocks, instantly obliterating several villages and towns. Not good. A flash of lightning, and instinctively, she used the lightning to get near the barrier, enduring a severe headache as she unleashed her magic to shatter the relentless aftershocks. Chapter 865. Ankenasti was not dead. High-level magic is powerful, but that's only true for low to mid-level transcendents. To expect ordinary high-level magic to defeat Ankenasti's puppet-like body, which reached the 8th rank, was simply wishful thinking. Ankenasti didn't recognize the girl who wielded demonic power without a trace of evil aura, but her strength and insight from her past life remained. If Elisabelle wanted to defeat her, she would need at least 500 high-level spells with more than 500 runes, or a mid-level divine spell unleashing its full power, but that was far too difficult for a 7th-rank transcendent. Only a 9th-rank transcendent could construct such a powerful skill. Fortunately, the girl was sealed by the netherfire chains and couldn't break free anytime soon. Even though Ankenasti could never convince herself to join forces with that netherworld saint, that would lead to self-destruction, she had to admit that Elisabelle had been saved by the netherworld race. Sable, I will teach you another divine spell. The barrier needs repair, and the strangeness is still making a comeback. She needs Elizabeth to cast the divine spell Angel's Judgment, entangled by sin, to completely seal the girl away. Dreams are bizarre and fantastical, anything imaginable and unimaginable can occur. Trying to understand them using real-world logic would only lead to mental confusion. A long, fluffy tail, extending from the tailbone through a deliberately torn hole in the shirt, swung back and forth uncontrollably, beyond its adorable owner's control. Xania's eyes followed, and she pounced at the opportune moment to catch the restless cat-tailed snake, only to have it easily evaded by the tail. Shaking its head, the little one stared at the swaying tail again, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce once more. This playful antics had continued across hundreds of dreams for Luo. Occasionally, her tail would seem to feel sorry for Xania, deliberately delaying its embrace before gently pulling away, causing the little one to giggle. Luo was aware of this, but she had difficulty controlling her tail, especially when not in battle. Herself and tail were practically 2 separate consciousnesses. After several unsuccessful attempts to control it, she gave up and resigned herself to fate. However, the constant restraint and subtle hints she given throughout the journey, she no longer uttered meow, meaning there was indeed a chance to revert to human form, greatly improved Luo's depressed mood. The dreams were numerous. Stars and the moon seemed to be fighting. Slumbering forests snored incessantly, monsters dressed as orcs barbecued, long-legged fish hunted tigers, a winding town connected to heaven, flat idols and drawings instructing believers, monasteries devouring people, the wealthy swallowing piles of gold coins, farmers whipping nobles tilling the land, cats curled up beside their owners by fireplaces, raindrops carrying lightning chasing rabbit-headed people, and barren land, sprouting wheat ears taller than a person. But even more numerous were irregular meteorites resembling the sun, and various strange monasteries and idols, all dreams of believers, some even featuring believers themselves as gods, truly dazzling Luo. However, she didn't intervene. Her cat-like eyes could see through the dream exits. These fragile dreams couldn't stop her. As the number of dreams she passed increased, the enormous tentacles in the distance became clearer. It was a bizarre entity resembling octopus tentacles, appearing in all the dreams. Its height was unknown, but its entirety was visible. Luo didn't know what it was, but it was definitely closely related to the dream. Meanwhile, Luo noticed the dream was darkening, not in terms of light, but in a distorted, grayish hue, what Xania would call a graying tone, until he reluctantly left the dream filled with giant pastries, only to be met with churning, viscous black waves. Squeak! A sharp hiss, like fingernails scraping against stone, pierced his eardrums. Countless shadowy insects took flight. The viscous ocean vanished, revealing the gnawed, pitted sacred monastery below. Luo was still reminiscing about the cake. Although it tasted bland, and its vibrant colors had been tinged with a desolate gray, it was undeniably tempting. So tempting. Suddenly attacked by a swarm of shadowy insects, Luo's mood instantly soured. His tail snapped upright, and his delicate fingers involuntarily revealed sharp, soul-piercing claws. A small, pale foot stomped through the air, causing a visible distortion. Her golden-red vertical pupils gleamed with intense killing intent. Her 5 fingers crossed, unleashing a massive cross-shaped slash that instantly annihilated most of the flying insects, which vanished before reaching the monastery below. Where did these ugly things come from? Tui! Luo quickly lowered her right hand. Unconsciously, she felt the urge to lick her paw again, not a good habit. Looking up at the few remaining flying insects, Luo intended to catch a few to see what they were, but suddenly noticed several spells flying out from the monastery below, collectively blasting one of the insects to pieces. Someone's there? Her pupils dilated. Luo clearly saw a broken barrier rising outside the monastery. A flawless statue of a guiding deity stood in the monastery's courtyard, radiating a hazy, holy light. Several strange people stood ready, the spell just cast by one of the people dressed as a mage inside. Cats are easily distracted, and Luo was now more curious about the people below. So, he simply unleashed a few soul shocks to wipe out the remaining flying insects, his tail curling up around Xania, and he leaped down, landing steadily outside the monastery's barrier. What are you? It was truly difficult to call them human. Although they still retained human forms, what was that 5-meter-tall, 2-headed, muscular giant? What was that mage with 7 or 8 arms, each holding a staff, doing? And that shield warrior in heavy armor without a face? Was he playing the ghost? But Luo didn't get an answer. The strange people rushed out of the barrier, looking utterly shocked, if that armor had a face. At the 1-meter-tall, barefooted cat-eared little girl in front of them, uttering incoherent, unintelligible words. However, Luo still managed to understand their meaning by analyzing their mental fluctuations. The gist was, how could someone so small possibly defeat those evil flying insects outside? You dare doubt my... Cough cough, I'm very powerful. Can you tell me what happened here? Luo barely managed to suppress the urge to scream, trying his best to appear harmless. Perhaps the appearance enhancement really worked. The tense and shocked mental fluctuations of these people calmed down considerably, and they began to explain themselves all at once. They said they were clergy from a monastery of the new church, and that they had been devoutly praying for a guiding messenger when they inexplicably fainted. When they regained consciousness, they were horrified to find their appearances completely changed. Just as they were bewildered, the once clear sky was suddenly torn apart by countless dark flying insects. They were like locusts formed from shadows, frantically attacking the monastery. Fortunately, a statue inside the monastery supported a protective barrier, so they didn't die. However, the barrier was teetering on the brink of collapse, and would soon be breached. They had tried to fight back, but while the flying insects weren't particularly strong, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Fortunately, they were all devout followers of the guiding god, even more so than their faith in the god of light. While awaiting death, they prayed incessantly, and surprisingly, they discovered that the more devout they were, the stronger the barrier supported by the statue became, allowing them to hold out until Luo's appearance. Flying insects from outside the dream realm? Luo's ears perked up. She realized that in the real world, the wind barrier protected people from harm for the time being, but in the dream realm, Most beings were lost in their own consciousness and lacked effective means of resistance, making them utterly powerless against those creatures. I understand. Protect yourselves. Without further ado, the group realized that the barefoot cat-eared lowly was probably clearing out the monsters. Though reluctant, they offered her their sincere blessings. Several thick beams of white light visibly entered Luo's body, warming her and making it easier for her to control her soul power, replenishing the soul power she had consumed. This is the power of faith? No, it's a blessing. Luo was astonished. She hadn't expected that an ordinary mortal in the real world could do what a superhuman could do in a dream, and it had even actually given her a short-term boost. Only Xenia, playing with her tail, suddenly noticed that the distortion in Luo's consciousness, which had been gradually calming down, had deepened again. She quickly sprinkled out a large amount of pollen to prevent the distortion from deepening further. Currently, Luo's distortion was only caused by self-suggestion, but if it were deepened and distorted by other consciousnesses, the difficulty of calming it would increase dramatically. It was even possible that her consciousness would be completely distorted into another species, and even returning to her body would be irreversible. For example, a multi-armed mage who releases a blessing, even after waking up, might need years or even a lifetime to realize that they only have two hands. Tired, Xenia yawned, wrapping herself in her tail like a blanket. The pollen she, a little fairy, could sprinkle was very limited. Chapter 866. Luo didn't notice the anomaly. After bidding farewell to the others, she followed the weak point in the dream, arriving at a desolate, gray area. The color began to shift towards black, and countless flying insects swarmed in and out of the pitted ground. Squeak! One insect spotted Luo. The next moment, tens of thousands of insects flapped their wings and swarmed towards her. Without hesitation, Luo transformed into a live cat and charged into the swarm. In just a few moments, she had killed all the insects. The dark shadow shattered, and to Luo's astonishment, a thin, bamboo-like figure fell out, unconscious. The dark gray, broken dream also became more vibrant. The pitted holes were smoothed out, and sparse bamboo shoots grew. Luo remembered that when she had eliminated the insects in the previous dream, the surrounding colors had also seemed to have brightened slightly, but she hadn't noticed it then because her attention was on the monastery. It seemed the invaded dream world wasn't as devastating as expected. The devoured consciousnesses still had a chance to survive, which was undoubtedly good news. After checking on the unconscious bamboo-like figure, Luo found that aside from some inconsistencies in his mental state, he seemed fine. Without lingering, Luo quickened his pace and flew towards the tentacles. The dream began to become filthy, filled with strange, viscous shadows. The flying insects were merely the weakest and most basic of these strange entities. The closer he got to the distant tentacles, the stronger the strange entities became, gradually growing from barely touching the edge of transcendence to the first or second tier of transcendence. More and more consciousnesses were being devoured, all lost in the dream world. Occasionally, some would awaken, but they too would become completely lost and unable to return. Luo's cat instincts allowed him to choose easier methods in battle, but even without magic, the repeated attacks had significantly depleted his soul power. Fortunately, the occasional blessing from the saved consciousnesses restored some external strength, preventing the battle from becoming a complete war of attrition. Of course, Luo didn't always receive blessings. She also encountered hatred and greed. For example, some brutal magical beasts, or lustful male creatures, attempted to curse her and weaken her. Luo didn't hesitate to attack them directly. The dream was strange, consciousness was easily lost, but death was not easy. Initially, Luo suspected her soul power had weakened, but after those ignorant consciousnesses were crushed more than 10 times and completely silenced, Luo became more cautious. Perhaps because she was gradually becoming familiar with this body, Luo discovered she could use her domain and divine power. However, the domain's effect was greatly reduced without magical assistance, and the manipulation of divine power was unusually clumsy, seemingly because it was too far removed from her true body. But this was ultimately a good thing. The strange tentacles in the distance grew closer, from illusory to indistinct to blurry, until they became three-dimensional in Luo's eyes. The dreamscape sank into complete darkness, a darkness on a perceptual level. The bizarre became grotesque, as if randomly pieced together from fragmented pieces. Their power had also increased, lingering within the riddled, gnawed dreamscape, savoring the consciousness they had devoured. By the light emanating from Xenia, Luo could barely perceive her surroundings within 100 meters. Further attacks could only be dealt with using her exceptionally sensitive cat-like hearing. When Luo swept through a section of the dream and found that the liberated consciousness had become mere remnants, devoid of any mental fluctuations, She knew there was no point in continuing. She quickened her pace again, ignoring the surging waves of shadows chasing after her. After forcibly traversing hundreds of dreams, Luo suddenly felt a bright light before her eyes. In a void devoid of color, where even black and white did not exist, tentacles that stretched across the heavens and earth swayed slightly, stirring up violent gray ripples. It was so close, almost within reach, yet so far away, its entirety visible at a glance. Sensory perception, color, direction, size, and distance, all words based on reality, become erroneous descriptions in this bizarre world, their principles beyond human comprehension. Looking back, a slightly blackened papa fruit floats in the void. For pits appear on its crisp flesh, as if gnawed by insects. Through the peel, countless vivid dreams can be seen, strange yet clean, a stark contrast to the blackened decay around the pits. Where is this? Why is it a papa fruit? Luo couldn't understand. But soon, she saw a small, light gray tentacle attached to the papa fruit. Following the tentacle, Luo discovered that the papa fruit was connected to a giant tentacle, from which 4 more slightly blackened tentacles extended, each ending in a honeycomb, the shape of which perfectly resembled the 4 dream monsters of the real world. Found it, meow. Overjoyed, Luo unconsciously uttered another strange interjection, her tail swishing excitedly. But the monsters didn't give her much time to enjoy herself. Swarms of them emerged from the pit, like repulsive mosquitoes, rushing to suck Luo's blood. Ugh! So noisy! A dense array rapidly formed, hundreds of soul spikes materializing and shooting towards the monsters. But the spikes dissipated after only a few millimeters, yet in Luo's mind, the magic clearly functioned perfectly. Seeing the attack approaching, Luo instinctively retreated, but her clothes were easily sliced open. In the blink of an eye, the seemingly distant swarm of monsters appeared beside her, shredded by Luo's claw. Just as Luo was puzzled, Xania's hand suddenly flew up and circled around her, pollen transforming into a golden halo that enveloped her. Luo then understood what was happening. In this void devoid of reality, logic is distorted and flawed. If Luo acts according to the thinking of the real world, he will inevitably be twisted by the monsters. However, thinking is difficult to change in a short time, and it is even easier to distort oneself. Therefore, in this void, Luo is almost like a kitten at the mercy of others. The fairy pollen can temporarily restore logic to normal, allowing all magic and actions to be used normally, as long as Luo constructs a magic circle within the pollen's aura. Xania, thank you. Patting the little one's head, Luo's little face wrinkled slightly. Numerous soul runes appeared behind him, quickly forming 2 intersecting circular arrays. Several powerful tentacles emerged from them, slamming into the swarming monsters, easily sweeping away large swathes. Ancient summoning high-level soul magic. Consumes a large amount of soul power to communicate with an ancient and powerful being, summoning a part of him to descend. The enemy's soul will be pulled into an unknown dimension. Note: ancient beings will not respond to summons after they have feasted. Forcibly summoning them may result in backlash. Use with caution. This powerful soul magic, recorded in the parchment, will drag the souls of the dead away by the ancient beings, preventing them from entering the underworld. Luo doesn't particularly like using it, but it's perfect for dealing with these eyesores. Tentacles swept across, pulling up a large amount of shadow and dragging it back to the other side of the formation. The monsters disappeared rapidly at a visible speed. The dense wave should have been an advantage, but when faced with an unreasonable being, it only accelerated the overall destruction. By the time the tentacles returned satisfied, most of the monsters had disappeared. Luo flicked his tail, and countless soul blades shot out, shattering the remaining monsters. Dreams are their sanctuary, sustaining their continuous resurrection, but they are also their foundation. Once they die in a dream, they have no chance of resurrection. Seemingly sensing the deaths of many of its kind, another monstrous, fat worm emerged from the 4 wormholes of Papago, hissing shrilly at Luo, transforming into 4 monsters with features a mixture of dragon and demon. One was formed entirely of intertwined shadowy vines, another shrouded in black smoke, one had 3 wings on its back and a bone ring floating above its head, and the last resembled a giant fleshy ball with small wings. Their auras far surpassed ordinary monsters, reaching at least the 7th level of the extraordinary realm, with the most powerful vine monster even faintly possessing the aura of the peak of the 7th level. Hiss. Xania, we might have a tough time. Hide well. Xania hid in her thick silver hair, her face showing a frightened expression. Xania, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Luo smiled, then his eyes turned cold, casting several soul spells upon himself. Soul stabilization. Mental focus. Soul barrier. Without physical protection and magical resistance, facing such a powerful enemy, even a slight injury would be difficult to heal. Luo had to be even more cautious. The fleshy monster couldn't resist any longer, and spat out a large number of flying insects from its central mouth. They looked exactly like fireflies. Chapter 867. The appearance of the fireflies surprised Luo somewhat, but with the enhancement of mental focus, she quickly locked onto all of them. Soul Scream was activated, a sharp soul-piercing sound sweeping through the air, causing the fireflies to fall and then self-destruct. However, there were 4 enemies. The 3-winged monster took a step forward. Though it seemed 10 meters away, it suddenly appeared only 2 meters tall. Its broken bone sword, imbued with a mad intent, pressed against Luo's neck. So fast! Luo was startled. Her supple waist bent at an astonishing angle to dodge the sword. Her tail extended and coiled around its wrist. With a flip, her bare feet easily stepped onto its shoulder, and a hidden array appeared in her palm, gently gripping the bone ring. Soul Severance Intermediate Soul Magic. Impacts the enemy's soul, causing a shockwave and severing the connections between different parts of the soul. Particularly effective for sewing souls. Snap! The bone ring was easily broken open. This magic, originally intended for soul sewing experiments, was also extremely useful for separating parts of these monsters. The 3-winged monster staggered and knelt on one knee, its aura plummeting. Luo leaped aside to avoid the suddenly appearing, piercing vines. Before she could even regain her footing, more vines shot out from around her, giving her no time to react and forcing her to rely on instinct to dodge. With a thought, ripples spread across the water, and Luo's figure suddenly blurred. The vine's attack hesitated noticeably, and Luo used this opportunity to construct a soul storm. However, a chilling sensation surged from her ankle, rapidly spreading upwards. The black smoke monster had attacked. In desperation, Luo had no choice but to redirect her soul storm towards her surroundings, detonating it before the barrier could crack. A scorching light blazed forth, and the black smoke screamed in agony, forced to flee at the last moment. Imbuing the soul storm with the properties of fire and light, Luo temporarily repelled the black smoke monster. However, the chilling aura lingered, seeping in through cracks in the soul barrier, weakening Luo and slowing his movements. Whoosh! The vine monster reacted. Unable to pinpoint Luo's location under the influence of the illusionary water domain, it unleashed an area of effect attack, sending forth and growing countless thorns that formed a spiky cage around Luo, rapidly shrinking. Trouble. Luo released the azure wind domain, barely regaining his agility. He hastily unleashed his soul blade, but only managed to cut through half the thorns. If the thorns, longer than his arm, pierced through, Luo would be turned into a hedgehog. A flash of inspiration. The soul barrier around him suddenly transformed into flames. Luo curled up, becoming a spitting fireball that easily incinerated all the thorns. His limbs shot out in midair, pouncing towards the vine monster with the ferocity of a cat, his burning tail whipping out blades of fire. With a whoosh, the vine monster disintegrated into countless wooden snakes, causing Luo's attack to miss. A gigantic maw of abyss suddenly appeared, swallowing Luo whole and throwing her into a world filled with golden red flames. Countless fireflies launched a suicidal attack, but the fleshy monster struck again. Although both were flames, Luo's flame barrier was far less effective against the fireflies' self-destruction. The flames trembled and quickly dissipated, an unbearable heat filling her consciousness, a concept forcibly imposed by the fleshy monster, closely related to both sides' use of dream power. Clearly, the monsters, deeply connected to dreams, were far stronger than Luo, this incongruous outsider. Luo's face flushed crimson, and phantom images of fire flickered within her. Since gaining control of fire magic, she had rarely experienced the scorching heat. The remnants of the Crimson Flame Lord's power were one, the aura of the 3 Crescent Moon Gods' power another, but those were differences in raw strength. Did a mere dream monster really think it could burn her? You're just an illusion in a dream. Who gave you the courage to use fire against me? Flames erupted from Luo's pupils, as her will fiercely resisted. The countless fireflies subsided, and runes symbolizing fire, and divine symbols of the sun appeared deep within her pupils. Luo's entire body ignited with the flames of the sun, radiating boundless light and heat like a miniature sun, startling the fireflies into scattering in all directions. Luo felt as if she were standing in the sun, the relentless heat gathering around her. An unbearable urge surged within her, and she roared, "How can darkness swallow the sun's radiance? Imprisoned sun fire, burn your cage to ashes." Bang bang. Fireflies exploded, and strands of solar fire, under Luo's command, transformed into fiery butterflies that landed on the inner walls of her flesh, burning them. A tremendous suction force suddenly appeared, and Luo was mercilessly thrown out of the fleshy ball, her body tumbling uncontrollably in midair. So hot! The lingering heat, coupled with the activation of her fire attribute divine power in her anger, had also depleted a significant amount of her soul power. She was momentarily dazed. A sharp bone sword slashed through her, barely managing to block it before shattering her soul barrier. The bone sword smoothly cut in, and a tearing pain shot through her consciousness. Luo's small hands gripped the dent in the sword's blade tightly, narrowly escaping being sliced in two. Smash! With a burst of golden divine power, the bone ring he was holding shattered. The three-winged monster's dragon scales and armor cracked open with this severe blow. Luo paused, finally managing to remove the sword from his waist. A large amount of soul power sprayed out and dissipated into nothingness. Boom! The fleshy ball exploded, unleashing a torrent of solar fire that struck the vine and black smoke monsters, causing them to scream in agony. Enduring the pain, Luo leaped up behind the three-winged monster. His eyes turned cold, and a metallic soul blade shot from his fingertip, slicing down fiercely. Tear! Howl! 3 rotting dragon wings were severed. The monster howled in agony as its scales shattered, revealing a viscous black liquid and swarms of worms inside. Terrified, it tried to flee, but Luo wouldn't allow it. His frost domain expanded, freezing everything in its path. Soul scream! A piercing scream erupted again, pulverizing the disgusting frozen worms. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Giving Luo no time to catch his breath, the vine monster, recovering first, manipulated its vines and thorns to pierce through the monster. Covered in a viscous liquid, impervious to the flames, these wooden snakes writhed and slithered, spewing translucent, shadowy slime from their mouths. Once touched by shadow, a new mark appeared on Luo's body, like shackles pulling her into a world of darkness. Meanwhile, the black smoke monster had recovered from the scorching sun's flames, its body dispersing into vast swirling black mists. Luo could only increase her energy expenditure to maintain the flame barrier to avoid being slowed, but the ubiquitous thorns and vines were gradually sealing off her movement. The massive, almost cleaving wound at her waist caused her continuous, excruciating pain, which refused to heal, further weakening Luo's will. Fortunately, this body possessed far superior balance and mobility, and these monsters behaved more like wild beasts, attacking more instinctively and lacking in sophisticated techniques. Otherwise, Luo would have been bound long ago. Suddenly, Luo caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance. A quick glance out of the corner of his eye caused his pupils to contract involuntarily. He saw numerous jet-black flowers sprouting from the gray mist swirling beneath his feet, continuously spewing ominous dark red pollen that ignored the barrier to his soul and seeped into his ears and nose. A sense of lethargy inexplicably arose within him. His cat ears drooped, and his tail, which had been maintaining his balance, hung listlessly. Sleepiness washed over him, and Luo inexplicably felt an urge to take a good nap. Luo! Xania's shout startled Luo, who narrowly avoided a wooden spike piercing his chest. However, the shadows cast by the wooden snake's breath left several marks on his body, and his feet began to feel ethereal, as if he were submerged in a cool pool of water. No, this will be dangerous. Luo cast magic again, temporarily clearing her spiritual fatigue and suppressing the wound on her waist. She pondered how to clear the surrounding black mist. If she were to fight the vine monster one-on-one, she believed her chances of winning were quite high. While her raw strength wasn't enough, she could buy time to gather divine power. That was her greatest advantage, provided that the black mist could be dispelled. Just as Luo was considering whether to expend a large amount of soul power again to unleash a soul storm, Xania suddenly took flight, her small golden wings flapping rapidly as she resolutely rushed towards the large patch of dark flowers below. Luo's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly swooped down. Xania! Chapter 868. Where is this? It's so beautiful. The azure sea rippled gently, small waves rising above her ankles, cool and refreshing. It was wider than the sky, smoother than an ice field, and more magnificent than a forest. Celia stared blankly at the vast ocean she had never seen before, a feeling of exhilaration welling up within her. Suddenly, she understood the joy Elisa had told her. Celia, I love adventure. It's the feeling of freedom, carefree and enjoyable. I think. You like it too, hee hee? Celia hadn't understood then. She had fought monsters, battled adventurers, ventured into dangerous swamps and forests, seen people more beautiful than angels, and witnessed war and disasters far more terrifying than war. But seeing this scene before her, she suddenly understood. Elisa's adventures weren't about fighting for anything. She loved the scenery along the way, enjoyed the freedom of the journey. She might encounter danger, but she looked forward to the tranquility after overcoming it. This was different from someone like her, who was driven by survival and self-improvement. Celia had always known she was different from her, but at this moment, she felt a certain overlap with her reflection, able to personally experience the scenery she saw. Splash. The sound of crashing waves brought the girl back to her senses. She looked down at the crystal mirror in her hand, the culprit that had brought her here. After parting ways with the shopkeeper, she couldn't resist the drowsiness and fell asleep. When she woke up, she was shocked to find herself lying on a fresh, green meadow, while the ice field had vanished, at least from her sight. Only the barrier in the sky reminded her that she was still in reality. Lost in thought, Celia suddenly noticed a crystal mirror half buried in the grass. Curious, she picked it up and wiped away the damp dirt. The smooth mirror reflected a pretty face. She had a high, straight nose, deep blue eyes, was slightly thin and a little fleshy, and her skin, though not as fair as Elisa's or the shopkeeper's, was very delicate. If she were still an ordinary commoner magician, she would probably have many barons arranging marriages for her by now. Has 2 years already passed? She murmured, brushing the mirror with her sleeve to polish it, but unexpectedly, the mirror suddenly expanded, sucking her in. When she came to, she was on a shimmering, boundless sea, with a huge, burning fireball hanging in the sky. Strangely, it wasn't hot. Shaking her head, Celia knew she might have found an incredible item, but to avoid worrying the shopkeeper, she needed to get back quickly. She wiped the mirror again and again, but no matter how hard she tried, it wouldn't budge. Frustrated, she thought she might find clues on the other side of the sea. The sea was relatively calm. The strange water could carry a person, allowing her to stand, but there wasn't a trace of magic nearby, so she couldn't cast flight magic and could only wander aimlessly in any direction. Splash. Splash. Something enormous seemed to be moving beneath the surface, but Celia looked closely and saw nothing, dismissing it as her imagination. There were no landmarks on the sea, and Celia didn't know if she was going in circles. She just kept walking forward. After what seemed like an eternity, her body seemed tireless. When she finally spotted the slightly raised horizon in the distance, her confused eyes cleared instantly. Finally, something appeared. She quickened her pace, splashing water everywhere, oblivious to the fact that her clothes were soaked through. The ridge where the sky meets the sea drew closer, and when she reached it, her pupils dilated in shock. A gigantic snake lay quietly on the surface of the sea, its long tail resembling a mountain. Its scales, taller than a person, shimmered on the water like the most exquisite rainbow, a truly beautiful sight. She held her breath, afraid to make a sound, lest she startle the snake and be swallowed whole. Carefully, she climbed up the snake's body. After a long while, she finally saw its full form, her mouth involuntarily agape. This wasn't the snake Celia had imagined, but a gigantic, sleeping alien girl. The so-called snake body was merely the giant girl's tail. Above her waist was a smooth, flat abdomen, and above that, a massive, full figure pressed beneath her, her chest rising and falling slightly. 6 arms, covered in strange snake patterns, rested beneath her exquisite face. So big. Celia's small mouth gaped open enough to fit a giant egg. Unconsciously, she moved closer to the girl's head, unaware that the mirror was gradually emitting a shimmering blue light. Upon reaching the girl's face, Celia looked at the enormous yet flawless face, a slight sense of inferiority rising within her. She couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke it. Suddenly, the mirror shone brightly, the burst of light enveloping her, distorting her vision, and a whirlpool sucked her in. When her vision returned, the ceaseless sound of the waves echoed in her ears again. She was once again on the boundless sea. Huh? Celia looked around in confusion, and after a while, she finally noticed something was different. The seawater had darkened. She didn't understand what this meant, but she had a vague feeling that it wasn't a good thing. What should I do? After a moment of hesitation, she decided to change direction. Rather than waste time, she should take action. The dark flowers emitted an ominous black mist that could erode consciousness, causing one to drift into a deep sleep. Now, a beautiful, golden fairy resolutely rushed into the sea of flowers, followed by a cat-eared lowly about a meter tall. Xania! Danger! She heard Luo's tense and anxious voice, but an inner voice told her she had to do this. Xania knew she had been rescued and had lost most of her memories after recovering, but she didn't care. A fairy's job was simply to be happy. If she had no memories, she would create them, all happy memories, regardless of their order. But those lost memories seemed to sprout after entering the dream world. She vaguely understood how to use her powers, urging her to act quickly. Standing atop a sea of dark flowers, Xania interlaced her fingers in prayer and softly sang an ethereal fairy song, like a nursery rhyme, like a fantasy. Suddenly, ripples spread through the void, and the pervasive gray mist seemed to be violently shaken away. Luo continuously cast soul barriers to desperately block the vine monster's frenzied attacks, watching Xania sing with astonishment. A vibrant green light danced, spreading outwards from her center in concentric circles. Wherever it reached, the gray mist dissipated, and countless tender green shoots sprouted from the dark sea of flowers, instantly transforming into a magnificent garden of vibrant colors, burying all the black flowers, and becoming the only color in this void. The crown woven from delicate flowers atop her head grew even more vivid, sprouting golden vines and jewel-like blossoms, forming a small yet luxurious golden crown. 12 seven-colored buds, taller than the 3 cat girls' Luo, broke through the soil from the garden, followed by an enormous double-petaled tulip, gently cradling the little flower-crowned fairy atop it. Luo stared in disbelief. Caught off guard, her barrier failed to replenish its soul power in time, and the vines pierced through it in the blink of an eye. Black smoke seized the opportunity to enter, and Luo felt her body rapidly stiffen, her skin losing its luster. She collapsed headfirst into the garden. Ouch, this really hurts. Luo quickly constructed 3 layers of soul barriers to protect the garden. Clutching her throbbing head, she struggled to her feet, discovering that the wound on her waist was rapidly widening, festering, and sprouting strange roots under the influence of the black smoke. Oh no, I have to pull it out quickly. Luo gritted her teeth, trying to stop the injury from worsening. She had no choice but to unleash her divine power prematurely, but that would definitely make the subsequent battle even more difficult. Just then, Xania opened her eyes, her small hand lashing out at the 2 monsters outside the barrier. As if on command, the 12 seven-colored flower buds slowly unfurled their first layer of red petals. Suddenly, red petals drifted down from the sky, landing on the relentlessly attacking vine monster. They quickly sprouted countless small flowers, transforming it into a gigantic flowering tree, immobilizing it. Luo recognized it. It was a magical flower called Milk Daisy that Xania had planted in the ruins. One of them had reached the 3rd level of the transcendent realm, a true fairy flower. It always greeted Luo with its long roots, displaying a shy nature. The golden flower-crowned fairy whispered, "Lost colors are painted from songs, crimson is a warning, emerald green is warmth, and dew will say sweetness is the most beautiful." Xania believes this is true. The 7-colored flower bloomed 4 layers of petals in succession, and a drop of sweet dew fell, landing precisely on Luo's head, making her ears twitch. The injuries and decay she had been struggling to suppress vanished instantly. The huge wound on her waist healed rapidly, the markings covering her body disappeared, and her missing leg, which had been enveloped in a cool sensation, returned to normal. Even the less than a third of her soul power quickly replenished. Could this be the power of a fairy? Luo examined her little hands and tail. All the injuries and negative effects had disappeared, but she hadn't felt any fluctuations in soul power throughout, meaning that Xania hadn't released soul magic, but a power system she had never heard of before. Chapter 869. Thud. A 7-colored flower drooped heavily to the ground, followed by a second, then a third. While Luo was still marveling at the healing effect of Xania's skill on her consciousness trauma, all 12 7-colored flowers withered in a short time. The double-petaled tulip supporting Xania also lost many petals and became wilted. "Xania, are you all right?" Luo flew to the little fairy's side, heartbroken to see her wings drooping so weakly. She tried to heal her with gentle soul power, but the effect seemed minimal. However, the tulip then lifted the little fairy and placed her in Luo's palm. The entire garden quickly withered, leaving only a wisp of green light that entered Xania's body, making her feel much better. "Luo! Luo! I'm worried. I'm worried." Seeing that she still had the energy to speak, Luo breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm fine, but you scared me half to death. Don't be so reckless next time." "Xania, be good," the flower said it would help. Luo didn't quite understand this sentence, but dealing with the remaining monsters was more important right now. The vine monster was temporarily immobilized by the flowers, and although the remaining black smoke monster was also difficult to deal with, without the assistance of the dark flower sea, it was no match for Luo. Carefully wrapping its tail around the little fairy, Luo was filled with pent-up anger. Since its soul power was abundant, it no longer conserved its strength, unleashing a series of low-level soul spells, each one shattering large swaths of black smoke. Taking advantage of the black smoke monster's retreat and defensive maneuver, Luo unleashed 2 fiery soul storms, sweeping them away and defeating them in one fell swoop. Rustling, seeing the daisies falling continuously, and the vine showing signs of stirring, Luo didn't even catch its breath, concentrating on continuing to construct soul spells. Berserk Soul Intermediate Soul Magic consumes a large amount of soul power to greatly enhance the caster's own soul power for half an hour. After the duration ends, the caster is weakened. Emotion Deprivation Advanced Soul Magic casts a curse on the enemy with the strongest emotion. Each of the 7 emotions has a different effect. After casting, the emotion is temporarily detached from the caster and cannot be released again for a short period. Joy disrupts the enemy's soul, making it difficult for them to distinguish between reality and illusion. Anger burns the enemy's soul, greatly depleting their soul power. Sorrow diminishes the enemy's fighting spirit, making it difficult for them to concentrate on releasing skills. Fear shocks the enemy's consciousness, disintegrating their skills. It is especially effective against soul skills. Like, blocks part of the enemy's memories, causing a soul fragmentation effect. It is extremely effective against non-living beings. Thirst intensifies the enemy's inner desires, ultimately leading to their being consumed by the fire of desire. Note, frequent stripping of an emotion may result in the complete loss of that emotion. Both of these spells were learned by Lo from Ben Warden's parchment book and have never been used in the real world. Raging Soul is a simple and direct temporary boost to soul power, but since Luo usually uses a transformation array, this spell is useless. Emotional Deprivation is a high-level spell with significant side effects, but in terms of sheer effectiveness, it's definitely more useful than Soul Storm, which simply attacks the enemy's soul. Especially Emotional Deprivation, Wrath, which can severely deplete the soul power of powerful enemies, making it extremely effective against undead and mages, enemies who heavily rely on soul power in combat. The vine monster before them is no exception. Without the support of soul power, it's just a pile of withered branches and leaves. After all, it didn't possess the fairy power of Xania. A halo shimmering with dark red light suddenly appeared above the vine monster's head. Luo instantly felt his anger towards these monsters vanish completely. At the same time, the dark red halo unleashed a chilling flame of fury. A large amount of soul power was burned away, and the vine monster's aura under the daisy seal rapidly weakened. It seemed to know something was wrong and struggled violently, actually accelerating the breaking of the daisy seal. A large wooden hand reached out from the crack and grabbed at Luo. Unfortunately, you are ultimately a monster devoid of reason. It's time for you to end this. Luo calmly looked at the wooden hand, and a soul blade reappeared on his 5 fingers. Although it was only a low-level soul magic, its advantage lay in its speed and simplicity of casting, and the more soul power infused, the more powerful it became. With a single claw strike, the giant hand shattered. Luo closed in, his soul blade relentlessly slicing through the vine monster, already scorched and reduced to the 7th tier. After barely managing to withstand over a dozen soul blades, the monster finally slipped through the crack, blasting into countless fragments. Relieving his anger, Luo was now filled with joy. Humming a little tune, he unleashed a chilling soul storm into the seal crack. With a sharp crack, the daisy seal shattered completely. The daisies withered and turned to ash, while the vine monster crumbled into ice shards, utterly immobilized. Watching the ice shards turn to nothingness, Luo felt his entire body go limp. His tense mind relaxed, and he swung his tail in front of him, scooping up Xania, a cute smile spreading across his face. Finally done. Once we destroy their cores, the real world should be safe. Xania, isn't that amazing? Huh? Xania rubbed her hand against Luo's, implying she must be pretty amazing. Haha, I really owe you a lot this time. I have FIA make you the best dessert later. But before that, she had to completely eliminate the dream power of the real world, otherwise Aino would remain lost in the dream world forever. Celia had already met the sleeping serpent-tailed giant girl 8 times. Coming to her senses, she stood in the gray-black seawater, the sun burning with green flames in the sky, and huge waves crashing over her, almost knocking her over. Back again. She muttered to herself, looking at the mirror in her hand emitting a strong blue light, her heart pounding even harder. No matter which direction she left, without exception, she would encounter the giant serpent-tailed girl. She knew the other party was definitely not simple, but from the moment she entered this ocean, there was no turning back. She might as well continue on. This might also be related to her deep-seated depression. The faceless girl, who claimed to be from the Spirit Clan, said she was a remnant of the Calamity, the center of this dreamlike disaster. Although the faceless girl said that as long as she stayed quietly in the land of no spirits, the disaster would be minimized, and she could escape the fate of dying in past reincarnations. But what if she died? Would the disaster end sooner? Would the dream disappear? Would the shopkeeper and Elizabeth be able to relax a little? She hadn't considered suicide, but if she died in this ocean from which she could never return, it would be a choice of fate. So she abandoned her caution, her gaze resolute, and set off again. Even as the towering waves pushed her down and injured her countless times, she continued towards the snake-tailed girl. The mirror's radiance grew brighter and brighter. When the gray-black waves receded again, she saw the snake-tailed girl and the dissipating, hideous monster. "Oh dear! We forgot a little thing." The voice was languid and pleasant. In a flash, a tall girl, easily over 1.8 meters tall, appeared before Celia, startling her. Her aching legs gave way, and she stumbled and fell to the ground. This snake-tailed girl was different from the previous ones. Her size was still within the normal range, her eyelids were half closed, and she seemed very sleepy. She wore a silver-white robe similar to a mage's robe, with what appeared to be runes, but they were indistinct. She yawned and calmly looked at Celia, or rather, at the crystal mirror in her hand. "How did our mirror of insight end up in your hands?" She flicked her slender left finger, and the crystal mirror flew up and landed in her hand. "So it wasn't broken after all? You should have said so earlier. It made us all lose our way." Hearing the girl's ambiguous words, Celia stood up and mustered her courage to shout, "I found it." She certainly didn't want to go back, but saying it this way, as long as the other girl had some conscience, would make communication easier. But things were a bit beyond Celia's expectations. Upon hearing this, the snake-tailed girl drew a square with her thumb and forefinger, placing them before her eyes. Then, as if seeing something astonishing, her half-closed eyes suddenly brightened. "You mortal are really strange. How can you have such complex traces of fate? Not only are they a tangled mess, but there's also 1, 2, 3 fate lines thicker than our tails. This small plane shouldn't be like this. Oh wait, 2 of them are almost broken, but they're still a good match." Celia was completely confused, but she wasn't interested in any of this. Seeing that the other girl wasn't angry, she hesitated for a moment before mustering her courage and speaking again. "I found your mirror. Can you help me leave this place?" If she couldn't die, she'd rather go back. If the shopkeeper discovered she was missing, she would definitely search for her, and that would be a huge failure. "Mortal, do you know where this place is?" Celia shook her head. The girl seemed to know she couldn't answer, raising her right forefinger with an extremely serious expression. This made Celia even more nervous. Was this the monster's stronghold? Or the dream the spirit girl had mentioned? The snake-tailed girl said very seriously, "I don't know." Cough cough. This heavy breathing almost caught Celia off guard, causing her to cough incessantly, choking on her saliva. "Oh dear, don't rush, I don't know, but I didn't say we couldn't go back." Cough cough. Then cough cough, then could you please cough cough, take me away? Cough cough. Coughing, Celia finally finished speaking. She suppressed her coughs, hoping this girl's heart was even a fraction as kind as Elisa's, and that she would be given a ride for retrieving the mirror. "Of course, no problem. I want to go back too." The snake-tailed girl smiled, completely lacking the aura of a powerful figure, or rather, not even displaying the oppressive presence of one. But before Celia could even feel pleased, she stared intently at Celia. "But I accidentally fell asleep, and need you to wake me up." Chapter 870. After the snake-tailed girl solemnly explained that she had accidentally fallen asleep and needed Celia's help to wake her, Celia felt no less shocked than discovering that her powerful and dignified shopkeeper sister was actually a kitten who liked to wag her tail all by herself. Her composure vanished. Celia shook her head repeatedly. "I'm sorry, I can't even get out of this vast ocean. How could I possibly wake you?" "It's no problem." The girl's tail tip wagged happily. "Of course I know you don't know, but I'm a fortune teller, it's simple." As she spoke, she tossed the crystal mirror in her hand into the murky seawater. In the blink of an eye, the entire ocean, to Celia's astonishment, transformed into an incredibly smooth mirror, covered with a shallow layer of seawater. The sun, burning with green flames in the sky, rapidly moved, reaching its zenith. The seawater evaporated quickly, leaving no trace of Celia's serpent-tailed girl in the mirror. It was deep and empty, like a bottomless abyss, with countless endless threads intertwined, varying in thickness and color, numerous yet orderly. Celia stood at the boundary between the sky and the mirror, seemingly suspended in endless void. She felt dizzy for a moment, only feeling better after crouching down. She quickly discovered that her wrists were also bound with countless threads, the other end submerged in the mirror, visible but intangible, like ribbons of light. Let's take a look. I didn't expect a young girl like you to have such a bloodthirsty nature. Orphaned? A common fate, isn't it? So you knew someone extraordinary before, and were later corrupted by darkness. You actually escaped. I wonder what those guys at the Temple of Light would do if they saw this. Oh well, we're not interested in your life. Let's look at the future. The snake-tailed girl recounted Celia's life over the past 2 years in detail, her hands constantly manipulating a large number of illusory lines before her. The lines on Celia's wrists shifted accordingly, leaving behind 3 lines, 1 red, 1 white, and 1 black. Your future is influenced by 3 extraordinary beings, giving rise to 3 lines of equal weight. We won't bully you, choose one. Celia focused her gaze on the remaining 3 lines. This is my future? She suddenly felt an immense weight on these 3 thin lines. May I ask what they represent? I don't want to choose randomly. The girl extended her snake tail, pointing to the black thread, and said, This is the thread of death, the future is severed. She then pointed to the white thread. This is the thread of stubbornness. You will gradually become powerful, but for the foreseeable future, you will be like a puppet without a heart of your own. Finally, the tip of her tail touched the red thread. This is the thread of no regrets. You will get what you want, but the price is that your gaze will only ever be fixed on one person. Celia immediately abandoned the black thread. It was best not to die. She hesitated between the white and red threads. Mainly, the power of the white thread was tempting, but without a heart of your own sounded rather serious, while the red thread's gaze will only ever be fixed on one person seemed somewhat inexplicable, and what she wanted was too vague. After hesitating for a while, she still chose the red thread. If it were before, she would definitely have chosen to become stronger, but she didn't want to regret it. Since it was the thread of no regrets, it should be the best, right? Very good. I hope my divination wasn't wrong. An error? Before Celia could even ask, the girl's tail snapped the black and white lines in 2, and a sudden, powerful tug pulled the red line, dragging Celia into the mirror. The mirror then shrank back into the girl's hand, her tail gently slapping the seawater. A silver light appeared in the girl's azure pupils, vaguely revealing Celia, who had fallen into the mirror. Her 2 greatest hobbies in life were spying, a common trait among fortune-tellers, and sleeping, her favorite way to relax. Now that such an interesting mortal had arrived, of course she had to spy on her. When Celia came to her senses, she was back in the previous ocean, her hand still resting on the giant girl's face, the posture unchanged. The only difference was that the mirror in her hand had vanished. She quickly withdrew her hand, looking at the sleeping face before her. Seemingly understanding something, she circled around to the back of the girl's head, took off her shoes and socks, climbed up, and shouted into her beautiful ear, Wake up! A true wake-up call service. Boom, boom, boom. The sleeping girl seemed to have truly heard the shouts. Her thick, long tail twitched slightly, slapping the sea and creating towering waves. The violent shaking nearly caused Celia to fall, but thankfully, she retained her balance and grabbed a strand of hair near her ear to avoid being swept away. Wake up! Don't sleep. The repeated shouts finally made the girl slowly open her eyes. The instant she awoke, Celia felt a void beneath her, her entire body submerged in the salty seawater. The familiar churning sensation returned. What she couldn't see was that after the giant girl beneath her awoke, the entire ocean transformed into an endless mirror, swallowing her whole, and placing her in a more realistic ocean. She felt as if she were floating in an endless mirrored space, reflected by 2 mirrors. Fortunately, the mirrors only penetrated 8 layers deep, leaving a long way to go before true darkness. Therefore, after Celia awakened the snake-tailed girl for the 8th time, she suddenly found herself back on the grass where she had awakened. The only difference was that the crystal mirror was gone. I'm back? She felt the cool breeze and magic around her, tried to cast a spell, and saw a small illuminating spell appear on her hand. The joy of surviving the ordeal finally erupted. I'm finally back. Oh yeah. She couldn't help but dance with joy until she felt tired. Then she lay down on the soft grass, gazing at the sky, savoring the scenery she had seen not long ago. Celia thought that after everything was over, she would go on an adventure with Elisa. Crack! The magic shield shattered completely under the crushing force of the giant hand, and the small, delicate body inside was instantly crushed, turning into specks of white light and dissipating. Damn it! Elisa's eyes were bloodshot. Although she knew it was a clone, witnessing that identical face perish still filled her with uncontrollable rage. The sphere of light she had condensed to its maximum intensity shot out, the thick beam amplified by wings of light and holy light infusion, piercing through the three-headed dream monster above. Roar! With a furious roar, the remaining 3 dream monsters were purified into afterglow. Alisa gasped for breath, watching the monster slowly reforming in the sky, forcing herself to unleash simple magic to prevent their revival. A day and a half had passed since Luo entered the dream world. Just when Alisa thought her mission was complete after the anomalies that had plagued the world disappeared, reality slapped her hard. The anomalies were gone, but the sky-covering black smoke and the 4 colossal creatures remained. A day earlier, Alisa had expended a vast amount of her soul power to completely seal away the girl who had caused the disaster, binding her in the cage of sin before banishing her beyond the plane. Then, she guarded the Wind Realm against countless strange creatures and powerful dream monsters, desperately preventing them from breaching the barrier and devouring the mortals within, further depleting her soul power. However, 3 of the dream monsters were at the 7th tier level, and 1 was approaching the 8th tier level, and they could regenerate infinitely. With Anne's help, she barely managed to kill a dozen dream monsters before the strange creatures disappeared. However, her soul power was finally exhausted, and her defenses were shattered by a single sword strike from the terrifying 3-winged monster. Her body, along with the newly formed divine light magic, was torn apart, greatly slowing her recovery speed. Just as the barrier was about to be destroyed by the monsters, a thick book suddenly flew out from within it, releasing a wind and thunder armor that blocked the divine monster's attacks. Then, it released an incredibly powerful lightning arrow into the sky, directly piercing the fleshy monster above, exploding into a dazzling firework. Soon, her clones, sensing something was wrong, rushed back and rescued Alisa from the monsters. Chapter 871. Alisa, our magic is running low, calm down. One of her clones, holding the Code of Hecate, floated behind Alisa. She had spent almost the entire day tearing apart the constantly coalescing monsters and aggregates, consuming a huge amount of light magic. Therefore, her main responsibility now was to buff Alisa. The mid-level light magic spells Wings of Light and Holy Light Possession were undoubtedly the most suitable, as they could enhance the power of Alisa's light magic and divine spells and shorten their casting time. The other clone was mainly responsible for healing and restoring Alisa. Although high-level transcendent self-healing abilities were powerful and difficult to completely eliminate, each restoration required the consumption of life force and magic. Furthermore, the excruciating pain and loss of consciousness caused by frequent physical damage were far too heavy for a young superhuman like Alisa Bell. Once her will crumbled and she contemplated suicide, even the strongest would die instantly. Therefore, providing healing and recovery through her clone could greatly alleviate Elizabeth's psychological pressure. However, the Great Library lacked high-level light magic. While the clone could use the mid-level divine spell healing as a substitute for healing magic, restoring soul power could only be achieved using a low-level light magic called Mental Soothing. Mental Soothing low-level magic, light, infuses gentle light magic to soothe the target's excessive emotions, relieve stress, and promote soul power recovery. This magic cannot directly restore soul power. Its main use is for post-battle recovery. Currently, there's no other way but to temporarily replace soul magic. If only the original body were here. Thinking this, the clone realized that with the original body's conversion array, she could temporarily construct soul runes and release soul magic. Unfortunately, the conversion array required a soul anchor point, and where would a clone get a soul? As for the third clone, it had just been crushed. Die! Die! Corrupt. The 4 monsters revived, roaring incoherent, chaotic words, and attacked the girl again. Glancing at the barrier she was protecting behind her, Elizabeth's exhausted spirit rallied once more. To deal with the culprit, Lord, and had almost exhausted her angelic power. One of Sister Lo's clones was dead, and the remaining 2 had little magic left. Miss Moriarty was missing. Now the world depended on her for protection, she couldn't fail. Her remaining soul power was squeezed again, her head throbbing as if it were about to explode. Elisabel gritted her teeth and continued to construct magic, her eyes unwavering. I won't let you succeed. Whoosh. A melodious, high-pitched wail suddenly came from the distant north. The air suddenly became thick with moisture, and a torrential downpour began. Vast water magic was contained in the rain, washing away the black smoke from the sky, and long-awaited sunlight streamed down. Alisa's half-finished magic was drenched by the torrential rain, rapidly disintegrating. The newly revived dream monsters were also drenched from head to toe. The rain seemed to possess astonishing corrosiveness, easily dissolving them into a pool of black water that fell to the ground. Seeing this, her 2 clones erected magical shields to block the rain, their expressions grave as they stared into the distance, not towards the icy plains, but closer, closer to the western sea. Something has appeared. But Elisa saw it more clearly. As the rain fell on the earth, the polluted areas were slowly recovering. Rivers became clear, swamps were washed clean of their filth, corrupted creatures died completely, returning to their skeletons, and tender shoots sprouted anew. She felt that the being that brought rain must be a good person. Whoosh! Another high-pitched roar pierced the sky. To Elizabeth's astonishment, a gigantic, shimmering blue whale leaped from the sea, its body larger than a cloud, carrying with it dense moisture. Wherever it went, thunder and rain poured down, its overwhelming power deeply shaking Elizabeth's mind. Whoosh! The whale's graceful, cloud-like tail fin swayed up and down, seemingly slow, but incredibly swift. Its massive jaws opened, easily swallowing the 4 monsters that had just awakened. The dream monsters, 10 meters tall, were nothing compared to the whale. Huh? We just took a nap, and our mission target is gone. Girls over there, do you know what happened? Elizabeth and her clone were stunned, but then, they saw a girl with flowing blue hair, wearing a dashing mage's robe, holding a crystal mirror in her hand, peeking out from the whale's back. Luo seemed to understand why there weren't many obstacles in the dream. The dense array of strange creatures, and the 4 monsters were merely tools randomly placed by the mastermind to force her into the dream. A mage without magic is like a fish on the shore. Even if they can leap up and lash out at the fisherman, weakness and death are inevitable. Now, Luo had exhausted all her strength to defeat all the strange creatures and dream monsters, finally able to touch the core of the dream monster. If she could shatter the core, the real world would be safe, but... Looking at the numerous black-robed figures blocking her way with their thick tentacles, Luo estimated her remaining soul power, and her heart sank. Damn it, this is a trap for her. At this moment, the black-robed figure at the front removed his hood, revealing a floating brain. Luo's eyes turned cold. That feature. I never imagined that Miss Luo, whom the master considered a formidable enemy, would be so pathetic. Cat ears? Tail? TCH. I really don't know what right a weak cat has to be the subject of such elaborate schemes by that master. Luo wasn't angry. Her anger hadn't subsided yet. She touched her cat ears, which tickled, and unconsciously twitched rapidly, jerking her hand away. Judging from your tone, you must have been brought by that priestess named Ankh or something. I remember she was a cultist of the wise high priest. Shut up. How dare a foolish little cat utter the priestess's name? The black-robed man flew into a rage, angrily ordering, attack. Leave her forever in the dream. Skin her and use her fur as a cushion for the wise priestess. But Luo's speed surpassed it. A soul-slicing blade appeared on its claws, covered in golden light, becoming a second color untouched by the void, instantly slicing through hundreds of black-robed men. Accompanied by shrill screams, the sliced black-robed men quickly perished, their consciousness completely erased. But even more black-robed figures vanished before the soul blade arrived, only to reappear out of nowhere in the distance, chanting strange prayers in unison. Each figure then split off another black-robed figure from within. Of the original 300-plus black-robed figures, 100 had been killed by Luo, but now the number had increased to over 400. Their numbers had not decreased but increased. These black-robed figures were fearless. Even witnessing hundreds of their companions die in an instant, they did not hesitate to unleash their soul magic. Even more terrifying was that they worshipped the great Lord of Wisdom, possessing illusory shadows of the Book of Omniscience. While they couldn't break magic with a flick of their fingers, like the cultists Luo had encountered before, they seemed to have some connection to the tentacles behind them, appearing and disappearing unpredictably in the void. Combined with their low to mid-level soul magic, Luo was completely overwhelmed. Even though Luo could dismantle the opponent's soul magic, hundreds of people were scattered in all directions, continuously releasing magic, most of which was beyond the range of the pollen aura. Luo simply couldn't manage it all. Moreover, the black-robed figures were extremely experienced in combat, giving Luo no time to gather her divine power. A mere quarter of an hour later, the battle was over. Soul runes wove into chains, firmly binding Luo's hands, feet, and tail, sealing her soul power. Fortunately, these black-robed figures had no interest in Xania. Everything they did was to defeat Luo. So, once Xania was casually knocked unconscious by one of the black-robed figures, no one paid her any attention. The remaining 200-odd black-robed figures, their hands in a prayerful gesture, solemnly made way for a misty passage, silently watching her being dragged towards the tentacles. Without anger, Luo couldn't even muster a rage. She struggled while desperately gathering her divine power, searching for a chance to escape. Even if you're targeting me, at least give me an explanation. Let me die knowing why. The High Priest has ordered that you are too cunning and forbidden from revealing any information. You can die in peace. A man in black robes said this, and then there was no further response from the void. Luo gritted her teeth in hatred. If she were in the real world, she wouldn't be afraid of these shady characters. The tentacles drew closer, and Luo's heart leaped into her throat. Her tail hairs practically bristled. She didn't know what this thing was, but the fact that they had deliberately placed people in the most important spot didn't seem like they were bringing her something delicious. Suddenly, beep beep, beep 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 beep. A light beeping sound came from the depths of the void, like the unintentional humming of a bard. A musical staff carrying colorful notes floated in, like a curious little snake tentatively exploring its surroundings. It slithered among the men in black robes, circled Luo once, curiously looked at her, then left, finally plunging into the tentacles under the astonished gazes of the men in black robes. Creak! The musical note opened, and 3 or 5 peculiar little figures flew out. They were about half a head taller than Xania, with 2 pairs of hazy wings on their backs and cute ornaments on their heads. Each of them carried a bamboo basket containing a few blueberry-like fruits. Upon seeing the towering, thick tentacles, they completely ignored the struggling Luo and the numerous black-robed figures around them, excitedly circling the tentacles a few times. Wow! What a huge nightmare tentacle! Let's take it back. Wow! Wow! There are also delicious dream fruits, but unfortunately, they've been eaten by worms. Get rid of the worms. Get rid of the worms. The last little figure, dressed in stylish unisex shorts and a t-shirt, with pink curly short hair adorned with small white flowers, suddenly sniffed lightly, turned its head, and looked over. Its colorless eyes shone like transparent glass beads. Huh? I think I smell something similar? Chapter 872. Transcendent, rank, fairy, a peculiar fairy existing at the bottom of the dream realm, personality, likes, once encountered, might, pray for yourself. Note 1? Note 2? Note 3? Warning. Forced analysis will likely result in the loss of some humanity. Suggestion, you better ignore them. Deciphering a bunch of question marks and gibberish appear. Luo's vision became distorted, his consciousness flashed through large swaths of snowflakes, and he vaguely saw an angry black-robed man interrupting the ritual to attack the 5 fairies. But all his soul attacks turned into stardust and scattered, his own body twisting into roses, which were picked by one of the fairies, and tied into a bouquet. Isn't it beautiful? It's so beautiful. It looks like someone of our kind has really come in. Should we eat it? It seems we can't. There's also a real consciousness. Should we eat that too? The good ones will be made into candy. The bad ones will be cut off. Great. The fairies chattered excitedly. One fairy took a small knife from a bamboo basket and approached Luo, who was bound by rune chains, gesturing where to start. Not far away, 2 fairies took a large woodworking saw from a bamboo basket and began sawing the thick tentacles, ignoring the gray mist erupting from the violent shaking of the tentacles. The core hanging on the thin tentacles sensed the threat, and the monster, which should have been defeated by Luo, showed faint signs of revival. Thud. It's dream honey. We make lollipops. The core was removed and placed in a flower basket. The other 2 fairies took out small handkerchiefs and hummed a little tune as they wiped the huge pop of fruit. The black spots disappeared completely where they wiped, leaving the fruit clear and bright. They also took out needles and thread to sew up the wormholes, and after cutting off the stitches, the wormholes disappeared as well. As Luo watched the fairy's dagger about to slice through his tail, his flickering consciousness jolted, regaining some clarity. He cried out urgently, "Wait! Don't kill me! I can make desserts!" The blade stopped at his tail, the eerie power swirling around it sending a chill down Luo's spine, not strong, but terrifying nonetheless. Desserts? Luo nodded hastily, twisting his tail away from the blade as fast as he could, afraid the fairy might accidentally touch it. You like desserts, right? I can make lots of delicious ones. Geniuses can be arrogant, but then again, arrogance isn't always necessary. The fairy seemed persuaded. She sheathed her knife, took a stick and rope from her small bamboo basket, and quickly tied Luo up, making her look like a suckling pig waiting to be roasted. Then she turned her gaze to Xania hanging on Luo's head. Luo immediately cried out nervously, "She's my companion. Don't touch her." The fairy ignored her, flew around Xania once, and showed a regretful expression. So she's a companion from the real world. Not tasty. Luo breathed a sigh of relief, but a chill ran down her spine. What did this mean? Did these fairies eat their own kind? However, the fairy ignored Luo's words and sat on the back of her hand, beginning to weave a flower wreath, the materials being the flowers that the group of black-robed figures had transformed into. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of a saw echoed incessantly in the distance. Luo looked up and saw that the base of the thick tentacle had been sawed off in half, oozing a large amount of gray slime, which occasionally made the two fairies giggle. The papa fruit had been polished until it was translucent and beautiful. Through the pale blue peel, one could see the dense dreamscape inside. A fairy picked the fruit and casually put it into a bamboo basket. She flew to Luo's side and watched curiously. After hearing that she could make desserts, her glass bead-like eyes lit up, and she flapped her wings high, scattering a few starlight. Can you make lollipops? Can you make toffee? Luo nodded. I can make anything as long as I have the ingredients. Luckily, Fia had taught her how to make desserts, otherwise she might have really been defeated by these fairies today. The fairies began discussing what desserts they wanted, finally giving Luo time to think. Without activating insight, the flashing white light in her consciousness significantly decreased, and her spirits improved. Those black-robed figures, who had turned into flowers, admitted to worshipping the great Lord of Wisdom, with Ankanasa as their leader. Their target was undoubtedly her. If that was the case, did they also have connections in the real world? After all, she entered the dream world to deal with the constantly resurrecting dream monsters and anomalies. The black-robed figures would be lurking near the tentacles, so they were certain she would enter. But now she was bound, unable to use her soul power, only able to rely on the little divine power she had gathered. Even with strong divine power, Luo wasn't confident she could defeat all 5 fairies at once. As long as one remained, she would most likely be sliced to pieces. So, after some thought, Luo decided it was best to be obedient for now. Thinking of this, she was filled with curiosity about these fairies. Seeing them still sawing at the tentacles, she asked curiously, "May I ask what the tentacle is?" The fairy weaving the flower wreath didn't move, but the 2 fairies watching Luo perched on her chest, weightless, and answered one after the other. It's a nightmare tentacle. Chui. It's a Valkyrie's claw. It's best eaten sliced and served cold with nightmare. Silly. We have dream fruit and dream honey. That's the second best. But we won't give you any. Hee hee. Let's put her on my cupboard. She looked beautiful. You're so stupid. Then there won't be any dessert. The 2 fairies suddenly started arguing, and Luo had to interrupt them to prevent them from planning to use her as a decoration on the cupboard. She asked the question she was most concerned about. My real world has been affected by dreams, and all living things have fallen into a deep sleep. Do you know how to solve this? Sever the nightmare tentacles, and the power of the Valkyr will disappear. Dream fairies will search for nightmare tentacles. Slice. Slice. But we won't give you any to eat. Let's put her on the cupboard. I invite you to my birthday party. Good idea. Wait a minute. Are these 2 fairies doing this on purpose? You say you're dream fairies. I never heard of you before. Luo had to change the subject to distract them, otherwise she might really be placed on the cupboard. Although she didn't know what would happen, it probably wouldn't be a good thing. The 2 fairies exchanged a glance, and one of them took a roll of tape from the bamboo basket and quickly sealed Luo's mouth shut. She's so noisy. Real consciousness is noisy. Cut it off so it can talk. That way we can put it on the cupboard. Good idea. Ugh. Luo protested vehemently. She now strongly suspected that being captured by the black-robed man was better than being captured by these fairies. Just as the fairies were discussing how to position Luo, suddenly, the sawing sound in the distance stopped. One fairy exclaimed in surprise, "Oh no! Oh no! The dream is flowing out!" Another one also shouted, "Really? Oh no!" Instantly, the 3 fairies surrounding Luo flew to the half-saved tentacle. Luo struggled to turn her neck to barely see what had happened. She saw a large amount of brightly colored liquid flowing from the sawn-off part of the tentacle, while gray mist flowed in along the wound. Just as the dream fairies had said, the dream was flowing out. We need to clean up the spilled dreams. Otherwise, the great fairies will scold us. You should take the dream fruit back first. We can't let the great fairies worry. And the flowers and companions. What about the ornaments? Take them back too. They can be used to make desserts. She wasn't an ornament. A faint anger welled up, and Luo's lost anger finally returned somewhat. Though it didn't seem to help much. The fairies quickly finished their discussion. 3 fairies stayed behind, while the other 2 took the dream fruit, Xania, and Luo back. To Luo's relief, the fairy who had discussed making her an ornament wasn't among the returning group. A musical note detached from the staff and came to Luo's side, devouring her. Xania, hanging in her hair, naturally didn't miss out. The 2 returning fairies then gathered their belongings and also entered the musical note. The tiny note, laden with its contents, slid down the staff back into the void it had come from. Chapter 873. Celia was mowing the lawn. Yes, she was weeding the lawn that had mysteriously appeared. After returning from that strange ocean, she came back to the pure white space to meet the faceless girl who claimed to be from the spirit race. The girl explained that because she was the anchor point for the dream's descent, the overwhelming dream power had corrupted the surroundings, causing reality to fall into the dream. The lawn she saw was actually an illusion created by the leakage of dream power, and if left unchecked, it would spread throughout the entire world. At that time, reality would reverse into nothingness, and the entire world would be erased from its source, becoming a dream for other worlds' beings, vanishing upon waking. However, because she had distanced herself from living beings beforehand, and without the medium of dreams, the dream was in a relatively stable state, posing little danger. Therefore, the corruption was spreading slowly, and the spirit race was able to break free of their shackles and protect Celia as she left this world before the plane fell into the dream. Is there no way to deal with this? If the world falls into a dream, Elisa and the shopkeeper will be heartbroken. The elven race said they could tell Celia what to do, but she would be tainted by the power of dreams, forever living in other people's dreams, unable to communicate with people in the real world. Celia hesitated at first. She thought that after the elven race left, she could escape her fate of death and live freely, then go on adventures with Elizabeth. But what they said required her to leave this world. The other option, while not requiring her to leave the world, would also prevent her from communicating with Elizabeth again. How was that any different from leaving the world directly? After a moment of silence, Celia suddenly recalled the 3 futures the snake-tailed girl had told her about. She had chosen the red thread, a future without regrets. In other words, as long as she made a choice she felt comfortable with, she wouldn't regret it in the future. Rather than selfishly leaving, she hoped Elizabeth's wish would come true, to save the world. So Celia didn't hesitate and agreed to the spirit girl's conditions, beginning to weed. The seemingly ordinary weeds, after Celia pulled them up as instructed by the spirit, quickly turned into gray mist, seeping into her body and merging into her soul. She felt as if there were double images before her eyes, a blurry ice field and a real grassland. Shaking her head, she stopped thinking and continued weeding. After an unknown amount of time, a small gap appeared in the boundless grassland. After the grassland disappeared, the ice field was completely intact, taking its place. Just as the spirit had said, it was just an illusion. Suddenly, pop! A tiny figure emerged from the grass beneath her feet, curiously looking around, exclaiming in surprise, "The dream leak is terrible." Another tiny figure followed closely behind, slightly flapping its wings and hovering in midair, holding an eraser taller than herself, its ordinary appearance revealing an eerie quality. "Quickly clean them up. It'd be terrible if real beings find them." Suddenly, a large face appeared before them. Celia stared in surprise at the tiny figures that flew out of the ground. They resembled elves somewhat, with pointed ears and delicate features, making it difficult to tell if they were male or female. The biggest difference was their tiny size, only about the size of Celia's palm. Furthermore, they had 2 pairs of transparent wings on their backs, shimmering with a hazy light. Occasionally, glittering, starlight-like particles would fall, disappearing mysteriously after landing. They seemed to be saying something, but their voices were very soft, and Celia couldn't hear them clearly. Celia stared wide-eyed at the 2 tiny figures. Having learned her lesson before, she dared not touch anything strange again, and simply stopped weeding. The 2 little figures seemed startled, their wide, glass bead-like eyes meeting hers. "Oh no! How can real life exist where the dream has been leaked? We're going to be blamed. Sever her consciousness. Throw her back into the dream. But she seems to be cleaning up the leak. Then let's clean it up before severing her." The little figures conferred, then excitedly grabbed a mop and rag and flew to the grass. Celia swore her eyes were absolutely right, but she truly saw the 2 elfin figures erase a patch of grass abruptly after using a snow-white eraser. It was like a perfectionist painter erasing a piece of charcoal drawing they weren't satisfied with using breadcrumbs. After being swallowed by the musical notes, Lua's consciousness went black at lightning speed. Even her thinking stopped, until the light reappeared, her suspended thoughts resumed, and she opened her eyes to see a bright blue sky, and paper-thin white clouds, and a paper sun hanging in the sky. A cacophony of chirping filled the air as over 30 dream fairies surrounded Luo, their eyes brimming with curiosity. "It's reality. It's real. You guys are amazing. You captured reality. Can I lick it? There are others of your kind. They're from reality. It's different from red fire. Wow. It's a rose, thank you. Me too. Me too." The fairy who had twisted the black-robed man into a flower distributed the blossoms, drawing all the fairy's attention. Before Luo could even breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt the restraints on his body loosen, and he fell to the ground with a thud. His soul power had returned. Luo's face lit up with joy. At least, she wasn't a helpless kitten anymore. She scrambled to her feet and cradled Xania in her hands, finding her still unconscious, but her soul fluctuations were normal and relatively stable. She placed her in the breast pocket of her pajamas for safety. Looking around, all she could see was soft earth and an illusory paper-like sky. Rainbows and colorful musical notes flowed around her, and orbs of pure light, slightly larger than her head, hung down like cradles, with fairies occasionally entering and exiting. Further away, a pink, cake-like castle stood in the center of the rainbow-rimmed river, with silver stars and a golden moon hanging down, rotating along a preset orbit, mimicking the real starry sky. 2 rainbows stretched across the castle, and fairies were adding color, seemingly renovating it. A bizarre, fairy tale-style fairy castle, but the castle is enormous. A rough estimate puts it at 300 or 400 meters tall, far exceeding the size of a fairy. For a moment, Luo couldn't tell if she was seeing things. Suddenly, something grabbed her tail. She instinctively shook it off, turned around, and involuntarily took 2 steps back. There stood a fairy dressed like a princess, smiling at her. She held a cute star-shaped magic wand, and had a pair of translucent wings on her back. She resembled Xania, but unlike other fairies, she lacked their playful and noisy nature, instead exuding a wise and sage-like aura. The key point is, she's huge. Luo had to crane her neck to see her clearly, a full 3 meters tall. Can someone tell her, is this giant really a fairy? Her tail itched again. This time, Luo saw clearly. 2 fairies were playfully grabbing her tail. She tried to shake them off, but what if she angered them? The enormous fairies seemed to notice Luo's gaze, and softly scolded, "Dream fairies, end your pranks. There's still a lot of work to do." The dream fairies exchanged glances and scattered. The fairy clinging to Luo's tail released its grip, and returned to its cradle of suspended light. Luo steadied herself. Although the other party was enormous, literally, it didn't seem to intend to tear her apart, so it should be relatively easy to talk to. "Hello, could you please let me go back? I promise, I won't reveal any information about this place." Her soul power had returned, but even if she fought again, she couldn't defeat the 400-plus black-robed figures whose auras had reached the 7th rank, while a single dream fairy had taken care of them. Luo felt she was quite self-aware. At the same time, she activated insight again to see if she could glean any information. At least she now knew that fairies with eyes, like glass beads, who scattered starlight and pollen were called dream fairies. Insight should show some changes. Then everything went black, and the catgirl collapsed softly to the ground. The giant fairy paused, gently scooped Luo up, and held her to its chest, heading towards the distant giant cake tower castle. A few bold dream fairies followed, humming a little tune. Just before losing consciousness, Luo vaguely saw a bunch of red gibberish. Note, warning, forcibly analyzing this will completely destroy your humanity. Related information has been deleted. Suggestion, related information has been deleted. Chapter 874. Luo felt like she was having a dream where she was a fluffy, snow-white kitten, held in the arms of a beautiful princess. A delicate hand gently stroked her head, running down her smooth back to the tip of her tail. So comfortable. She felt every inch of her skin and every toe relax in blissful comfort, wanting to purr softly. The whole cat was limp and cuddly. Although a sense of shame and repulsion welled up inside her, it quickly vanished under the touch of that jade-like hand. "Luo! Luo!" A faint call came from the distant horizon. The princess's face was blurry, but the touch gradually became real. Her consciousness seemed to rise from the surface of hazy water, returning to reality after a brief blank. "Luo! Luo!" A pair of soft, warm hands touched her forehead. The call finally became truly real. Luo opened her eyes, somewhat dazed, and saw Xania's anxious face. I think I had a strange dream?" Seeing her finally wake up, Xania happily hugged her cheek. Lo smiled happily too. "Sorry, I made you worry." A visitor from reality, you certainly made her worry. A clear, bell-like girl's voice came from above, sounding like a 12 or 13-year-old girl, yet containing a mature, weathered tone, making Lo momentarily unsure of the voice's owner's personality. A gentle force suddenly covered Lo's head, pressing her ears down, then brushing along her soft silver hair across her supple back, gently sliding to her sensitive tail, following its uncontrollable upward curve to its playful tip. Luo could even clearly feel the warm fingertips tracing the skin of her slightly concave spine through her thick, long hair and thin pajamas, sending a tingling, numb sensation through her body. Meow! Luo almost bristled, jumping away without thinking, only to be grabbed by the collar, her limbs dangling limply in midair, her sharp, vertical pupils revealing a huge, utterly bewildered expression. What a mischievous cat-eared person. Her vision shifted, and Luo saw a tall, fairy-tale-style hall, its walls covered in cookies and cream, perfectly placed flowers and greenery adorning the corners, and musical notes, larger than her head floating around, emitting a melodious, soothing sound. Soon, Luo saw the creature carrying her, a fairy 3 times her height. Her hair was a beautiful pink gold, with light green highlights at the ends. Her calm eyes were a vibrant rainbow of colors, except for a lustrous black in the center of her pupils. She wore a crystal crown shimmering with starlight, adorned with laurel branches and lilies. Her magnificent, square-necked princess dress featured a gradient of pale purple and starry blue. A pair of translucent, almost translucent wings drooped slightly, their tips adorned with wisps of rainbow-like mist. Magnificent. Graceful. Luo remembered, before she fainted, she had recklessly used insight to glance at her, but it seemed she had gained nothing, not even a trace of it. This was something she had never experienced even with Galega. Luo couldn't believe that the enormous fairy before her was a being beyond gods. That was impossible. At that moment, Xania spread her arms, blocking Luo and the enormous fairy, her expression extremely tense. Dreams are beautiful, Luo is golden, forbidden. Heh, you little flower fairy, lecturing me now. The giant fairy smiled gently, not making things too difficult for Xania. She gently placed Luo on the armrest of the chair, supporting her bottom. Xania then sat down, and familiarly transformed into a golden leaf on Luo's head. Luo braced herself between her legs to prevent falling, turning her head to look at the giant fairy. A series of questions flooded her mind, her heart itching with curiosity. For a magician like her, things she had never heard of held immense allure. Dreams, dream fairies, nightmare tentacles, and the power to twist consciousness into flowers, all were incredibly tempting for Luo to unravel. However, she remembered her most important matter. Beautiful fairy lady, hello. My name is Lagrandel Luo, a magician from the real world. I am very grateful to you for saving me from the enemy. I should repay you, but my world is currently facing a crisis. Could I please return home first? Although the dream fairy had said that once the tentacle was sawed off, the power of dreams and reality would disappear, Luo was still worried until she saw it with her own eyes. The giant fairy chuckled, surprisingly polite. Hello, visitor from the real world. You can call me Iba. I hope the dream fairy's prank didn't frighten you. They always enjoy teasing to their own amusement. It was just a prank. Luo recalled the dream fairies wielding knives, ready to cut off her tail, and their chattering about turning her into a decoration. She still felt a lingering fear. It's alright, it's alright. To be honest, it was a little scary, but a prank like that is quite typical of children. Iba smiled without speaking, but her eyes held a hint of something intriguing. The tail flicking gradually weakened, finally drooping. Luo felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her forehead, forcing a smile. It was just a harmless prank, right? Ibo turned back, changing the subject, and said calmly, the succubus who brought you back told me that the nightmare tentacles are connected to the real world, and can only be cleared when the second star lights up. During this time, you stay in the dream kingdom. I think you haven't forgotten your contract with the succubus. Ibo's thinking was completely unlike that of a fairy, giving Luo the feeling of a wise sage who saw through everything, which made her somewhat uncomfortable. She quickly remembered that she had indeed said she would make desserts for the succubus in exchange for the succubus not using a knife. Luo now deeply doubted whether the so-called prank was really just a prank. I do know how to make desserts, and since I promised, I won't break my promise. But the creatures of my world are trapped in a dream and can't wake up, and there are powerful enemies all around. I simply can't concentrate on making them. Now, Luo could only hope that Ibo would be kind, otherwise, trapped in this dream world, her real body might be found by Ankanasni. Ibo glanced at Luo, raised her left hand but then lowered it, and took out a star wand with her right hand. With a gentle wave, a bright pop of fruit appeared before her, half the height of Luo, enacting various dreams amidst a rainbow of light. This is a dream fruit, the result of nightmare tentacles condensing the dreams of creatures in the real world. It's a favorite of dream fairies. The more dreams it contains, the sweeter it tastes. This dream fruit contains over 10 million dreams. It's not surprising that it would attract the music serpent. She waved her star wand again, and the dream fruit instantly turned into bubbles and burst. The dream fairy couldn't see that this dream fruit contained a large amount of real-world consciousness. I already dispersed it back to the real world. The creature you mentioned should awaken now. Luo's face lit up with joy. This meant the mortals wouldn't starve, and Ano could wake up. She just didn't know if Ankanasni had any other tricks up her sleeve. Now that the other party had made their stance clear, saying she was in a hurry to go back would be counterproductive. Little Artie, Fia, Ano, my body is in your hands. She could only pray. Luo was unaware that her inner thoughts were fully reflected in Ibo's eyes. Suppressing her worries, her curiosity surged uncontrollably. She wanted to understand everything here. Ibo suddenly stood up and stepped down from her chair. Let's go! The dream fruit was picked by the dream fairy. I can't not return it. She held out a hand to Luo. Luo didn't understand what Ibo meant, so she tentatively placed her left hand in Ibo's palm. A gentle force came, and in the blink of an eye, Luo found herself sitting on Ipio's elbow, like a large doll being held in a little princess's arms. WWWH. Wasn't this position too strange? She wasn't a child, but Ipio's star one lightly touched the tip of her nose, and Luo's pupils instantly dilated to rubies. Her restless limbs went limp, and she settled into a comfortable position. Xania's cheeks puffed up in anger, and she scattered a lot of golden pollen, trying to erase the star wand's effect, but to no avail. Ipio's power was far, far greater than hers. You flower fairy are quite interesting, planting your roots deep within the souls of other beings. Don't worry, it's just a little soothing tactic. Don't you think cat-eared people are cuter? A polluted hue, an irreversible color correction. Forbidden. Ipio chuckled, patted Luo's soft, bouncy ears, and carried her out of the hall. Xania's protests were in vain, so she could only follow with her long ears drooping. Chapter 875. Luo was actually quite conscious, and knew she was being held, but she didn't feel anything was wrong. Everything was as it should be. She turned her head, and watched Ebal leave the hall, spiraling down the floating candy staircase, to a rainbow gate surrounded by flowers. 2/8 notes sang as they opened the rainbow gate for her, though Luo couldn't understand the language or the song. Inside the gate was a colorful cloud. Ebal stepped on it, her ankle sinking in. It was soft and fluffy, making Luo want to step down and feel it too. Ebal saw her thoughts and released her. Luo, curious, jumped out of her arms, her feet sinking into the soft, colorful cloud. It felt like it was crawling between her toes, tickling but not sticky. She wondered what it was made of. Xania was also attracted by the colorful stars hanging in the sky, flying to each one, trying to find the most beautiful one. Ebal led Luo and Xania deeper into this fairy tale-like space, plucking a red 5-pointed star from the sky. This dream fruit comes from the great world of Hungjian, containing 12 million dreams. It's quite fitting to compensate the dream fairies. Luo's attention was immediately drawn to it. The softness under her feet was no longer fun. She stared at the 5-pointed star-shaped dream fruit with great curiosity. Miss Ebal, are dream fruits rare? This seemed to be Ebal's storage room. Anything kept here must be extraordinary. That depends on your definition of rare. Ebal didn't elaborate, plucking a few more stars, but not all of them were dream fruits. There was a syrup called pure dream syrup, brewed from the beautiful dreams collected by dream fairies. There was also starlight called dream tears, its origin unknown. Ebal didn't hold back in explaining, but Luo couldn't understand it. For beings in reality, everything in dreams is a logical and baseless falsehood. This flower fairy's corrective talent is quite good. It allows you to see, hear, and feel the existence of dream fairies. However, you can't understand information beyond her corrective abilities. Luo nodded blankly, her tail swaying unconsciously slowing as she watched Ebal gently replenish her understanding of dreams, while taking out some strange items from the cupboard. The cupboard was right there. There was no reason to doubt it. Ebal said that dreams and reality are opposing worlds. The reality he referred to wasn't the Enzo plane Luo was currently in, nor the living world, nor even the entire great world including the 3 major planes, but rather a general term for all worlds of matter and energy. From this perspective, the scope of dreams is infinite, its size far exceeding any other world, but dreams are dangerous. Getting lost is just the most common danger, not even truly dangerous, merely troublesome. The missing logic and distorted reality make dreams unobservable and incomprehensible. The void that Lo arrived at after leaving the dream fruit, the bottom layer of the dream, seems devoid of any description, but in the eyes of the dream fairies, it is a shattered candy garden, vibrant in color and teeming with life. Xania corrected some of the logic. Lo can now move freely, and use soul magic within the pollen aura, but he still cannot perceive what the dream fairies see. Another danger lies in the existence that doesn't exist within the dream. Their origins are unknown. They may appear in the future but die in the past, appearing in the present. They may be incredibly weak yet capable of devouring the powerful. They may lack thought and consciousness, or Lo may have already seen them, but remain completely unaware. Distorting reality is the most fundamental ability of non-existent beings. Dream fairies also belong to the category of non-existent beings, therefore they too can distort reality. If they so desire, Lo could truly become a mere ornament, just as the black-robed man's consciousness could truly become a flower. The reality of a living being's consciousness is distorted, and its birth and death are simultaneously distorted. The black-robed man's consciousness became a flower, so they were merely flowers from beginning to end. Lo was simply defeated by a bouquet of flowers, and her power was sealed by a bouquet of flowers. However, because Xania's correction is still in effect, Lo still remembers the memories before the distortion. Once she leaves the dream world, she will only remember being defeated by 400 flowers. After collecting all the items, Ebo led Lo and Xania away from the room guarded by the musical notes, then left the candy hall, and arrived outside the castle. So, visitor from reality, everything you see now is just a dream. When you wake up, you forget everything, and your memories will be nothing but a blur. Luo sat on Ebo's shoulders. Ebo was too tall, Luo couldn't keep up. Hearing Ebo's words, she was a little unconvinced. I think my memory is pretty good, I won't forget. Confidence is a good thing. Let's go, we need to distribute these materials to the dream fairies before the 33rd star lights up. 36 stars, and 3 crescent moons hung in the sky with transparent threads. Under the glow of the paper sun, 31 stars and 1 crescent moon shone brightly. Luo had never heard of this method of timekeeping. Does 1 star represent a day? Time doesn't exist in dreams. You won't remember how much time has passed in your dream. When a star lights up, it means you're 1 step closer to the dream fairy's return. Ebo said she simply liked the number 33, so she defined it as when 33 stars lit up, all the dream fairies would return. Lo felt something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Could I have been in this dream for 100 years? Then she must have missed her chance in reality. Don't worry, you're a guest acknowledged by the fairies. I put the party right before you enter the dream. Huh? Lo was a little confused. Luo was utterly bewildered. Her brain seemed to be completely fried. Just then, several dream fairies flew in front of them, happily circling around Ebo, chattering away. We caught a nightmare. It's huge. Let's try it. Can I use it as a decoration? Can we eat it again? Can we plant it? Ebo patiently listened to all the fairies' chatter, took out a few strips of squid from the bamboo basket, and gave them to them. Try it. Just don't tell the other fairies. Wow. It's a nightmare. The big fairy is so kind. We can eat it again. I want to display it at home. The fairies chattered away, and Luo nestled in Ebo's arms, her big eyes fixed on the bamboo basket hanging on her wrist, wondering when she had put the squid strips in. The bamboo basket was there from the beginning, and Luo had been nestled in Ebo's arms from the beginning. There was nothing to doubt. Xania also received a piece of squid strips, and was happy to share half with Lo. Seeing that Ebo didn't speak, Lo picked up half the squid strip, examined it. It was ordinary, and he sensed nothing unusual, and put it in his mouth to taste. A salty, savory flavor filled his tongue. It was very chewy, making Lo's tail wag happily. Delicious. But only very delicious. Lo swallowed the chewed squid strips with a hint of reluctance, watching Xania happily finish hers, 2 silver streaks extending from her wings. Quite beautiful. This flower fairy has the potential to evolve into a higher fairy. Why don't you take her to the fairy kingdom? Lo's ears perked up instantly. What? The fairy kingdom? Chapter 876. The fairy kingdom? Luo's ears perked up instantly, and she explained instinctively. She hadn't expected to hear news of the fairy kingdom in a dreamlike state. Ebo nodded slightly, taking out something she had recently picked and handing it to the dream fairy who had flown up to her, while casually revealing this incredible fact. You're surprised. It seems you haven't encountered the fairy kingdom before. It's the paradise of all fairies, the only conceptual world connecting the 6 dimensions and 4 realms. Every fairy should have a route to the fairy kingdom imprinted on them from birth. It's their test, or rather, their reward, to become a higher level fairy. The 6 dimensions and 4 realms? A test for higher level fairies? Luo, like a curious child, perched on Ebo's shoulder, her tail wagging rapidly, bombarding me with questions. Miss Ebo, what are the 6 dimensions and 4 realms? And how do I find the fairy kingdom? She briefly explained Xania's previous serious injuries. Curious guessed, fairies have no concept of injury. This flower fairy was most likely devoured of some of her essence by Saturn's minions. No wonder she lost most of her inheritance. The routes to the fairy kingdom are not interconnected for each fairy, so I can't provide a definitive answer. However, I do have a special ticket. Even non-fairies can go directly there. I do anything you ask. Luo couldn't care less about anything else. Listening to Ebo, if nothing unexpected happened, Xania's chances of entering the fairy kingdom and becoming a high-level fairy were slim. Unless she stumbled upon it by sheer luck like the blood-pact saint, she might never find the way in her lifetime. Ebo smiled upon hearing this. You like trading and consider it a manifestation of fairness. In that case, I allow you to be a little cat in the dream kingdom. I like it very much. Okay, wait. Before Luo could react, Ebo tapped her star-shaped magic wand, and Luo's clothes instantly transformed into snow-white fur, her hands and feet into pink paws, and in the blink of an eye, she became a meter-long, slender white cat, only her pupils remaining red with golden rims. Ebo lifted the momentarily stunned Luo from her shoulder, the meter-long cat fitting perfectly in her arms. So cute, she praised. Luo finally reacted, her tail instinctively curling up to cover her lower body. She twisted and turned, trying to break free from Ebo's large hand, uttering a human-like voice, filled with panic and embarrassment. Wait, wait. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Had this fairy been eyeing her all along? Ebo gently placed Luo back on his shoulder, stroking her soft fur, and said nonchalantly, you can back out. Luo steadied herself, her tail swaying uneasily. I won't stay like this forever, will I? It's only in the dream. Will she change back once she returns to the real world? She hesitated for a moment, though this posture was strange and embarrassing. Shameful, but for Xania, she'd fight. Well, alright then, I agree. Stepping on Ebo's shoulder to make herself more comfortable, Luo kept telling herself it was only temporary. Her shame gradually lessened. Come to think of it, this body was incredibly agile, its reaction time even stronger than her original body enhanced by full body control. It would be perfect as an assassin. Xania circled anxiously around Luo, like a cat. She could see that Luo's consciousness had twisted to a terrifying degree. A slight misstep, and she would be completely lost. Even if she returned to reality, her soul would transform into a real cat. This isn't a pleasant thing. A cat's instincts can be amplified infinitely in humans. If this isn't addressed, it will ultimately lead to self-destruction. Ebo glanced at Xania, who seemed to understand something. Her spirits immediately lifted, and she obediently sat on Locat's head. Some dream fairies noticed Locat and curiously flew up, giggling and tugging at its tail. However, with Ebo still there, they didn't dare be too unrestrained, otherwise they might hear cheerful comments like, can I take off its tail? One tail is too little, let's grow two, and white is too monotonous, it should be rainbow-colored. Ebo continued searching for specific dream fairies, handing over the necessary items. For example, the 5-pointed star-shaped dream fruit was given to a red-haired dream fairy wearing a small round hat, and the dream tear was given to a dream fairy wearing a floral dress. Guess from the real world, how does your plane of origin describe fairies? Luo was somewhat bewildered, his ears twitching. After a moment's thought, he replied, in my original plane, fairies are the most mysterious beings, belonging to a higher race alongside dragons, angels, and demons. They are extremely rare, even the elves, their closest relatives, seldom see them. Legend has it that fairies are a combination of fantasy and joy, born from fantasy, pursuing happiness throughout their lives. If they lose happiness, they fall into sorrow, wither, and disappear. Your plane has a very high ceiling, so what you say is largely correct, but there's one point you haven't mentioned. Ebo's voice remained perpetually calm. Fairies are the only race that can travel between different realms. Therefore, from the perspective of you real beings, the world is composed of countless planes and countless great worlds. But in the fairies' concept, the world is even larger. The real realm is only one of them. There are also the dream realm, the shadow realm, and the divine realm, together forming the 6 dimensions and 4 realms. The divine realm is a realm known to all living beings, often referred to as the world of gods. It comprises 6 dimensions, 3-dimensional space, length, width, height, time, consciousness, and possibility. It is the only realm that connects to the realm of reality, but this connection was closed in ancient times. The dream realm is also familiar to most living beings. Regardless of intelligence, anyone who dreams can access it. However, simply dreaming doesn't allow consciousness to enter the dream world, it only creates certain memory interactions. It comprises 5 dimensions: 3-dimensional space, consciousness, and possibility. Aside from conscious beings entering under certain circumstances, nothing else in the realm can access the dream realm. The realm of reality is the place where all matter and energy exist. It comprises 4 dimensions: 3-dimensional space and time. Therefore, the realm does not support the existence of independent consciousness. Without a soul as a vessel or the protection of soul power, consciousness will quickly perish. The shadow realm is not a layer of hell where the Shadow Lord resides, but rather a world of shadows. The shadows cast when light shines on an obstruction are part of the shadow realm. It is composed of 2-dimensional space, length, width, and 3-dimensional consciousness, a purely planar world lacking height. Therefore, only dream beings and fairies can enter. Once real matter enters, it immediately undergoes a dimensional reduction, losing its concept of existence. However, if one practices shadow magic from dark magic, or learns the shadow skills of an assassin, one can briefly enter the shallow boundary between the shadow realm and the real world, temporarily reducing oneself to 2 dimensions. The divine realm has the highest dimension, but Ebo says that the 4 realms are not ranked in terms of superiority or inferiority. They are essentially independent worlds of different dimensions, simply connected by certain channels. The fairy kingdom exists independently within this realm, a conceptual world built by fairies from the source of time to its end, a 2-dimensional world encompassing consciousness and possibility, spanning 4 realms. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a fantasy kingdom. Luo stared in disbelief, nearly falling off her feet. Luo, the cat, can't fly, which is reasonable, there's nothing to doubt about that. This doesn't make sense. Wait, it seems reasonable too? Thinking about it carefully, aside from the fairy kingdom, it seems everyone knows the 4 realms. It's just that no intelligent race would consider them to belong to different realms. Oh no, the fairies know, but basically no one can find them, and even if they do, almost no one can understand their language, and even if they can understand, almost no one would ask if there are other existences beyond reality. That's a question only a madman would ask, and no one would believe a madman. Perhaps the great lords of wisdom, and the extremely mysterious great lords of dreams, know about the realms, but they probably don't know as clearly as the fairies. Luo Mao's eyes were somewhat vacant, and her tail drooped. It feels like the world is so vast. Ibar remained non-committal, taking out his chef's hat and putting it on Luo Mao's head. He then lifted her down and placed her on the ground. Real beings can't enter dreams, nor can they merge into shadows. For you, what difference does the existence of these 2 realms make? It's time, you should prepare the dessert. The small, neatly made, snow-white chef's hat, placed on Luo Mao's head, gave her a more professional air. Xania emerged from the hat, tidied her slightly messy long hair, and happily sat on top of it, achieving her rising to the top achievement. Luo Mao stood on all 4s on the soft ground, touching the chef's hat with her paws. It seemed to make no difference to her. For her, the existence of the shadow realm and the dream realm seemed irrelevant, since her body couldn't enter them anyway. No, the dream realm is still useful. She needed it for her future research on the fusion of higher powers. Just as she was about to say something, IPO was gone, leaving only dozens of dream fairies surrounding her. Make dessert? If you can't make it, make her. The great fairy will scold us. The great fairy isn't here. I have a knife. I have a pot. I have fire. A dream fairy proudly held up a piece of paper with a flame, and then all the dream fairies turned to look at Luo, staring at her with expectant but malicious eyes. IPO is gone. Luo, a major crisis. Chapter 877. The dream fairies ultimately failed, because Xania gave each of them a golden pollen. In the dream realm, gold is a rare color, and the dream fairies happily accepted the gift, thus sparing Lokat's fur from destruction. That scared Meow. Lokat jumped up in fright, its reversible hind legs feeling a little awkward, but walking was still fine. At this moment, the dream fairy who had initially agreed to let Lokat go flew forward. She wore a wreath woven from fresh flowers by a black-robed figure, her transparent glass-bead eyes blinking, and considerately handed over the small knife that had almost severed Lokat's tail. Dessert? Luo Mao retracted her pink paws, somewhat speechless. Could these paws hold a knife? Actually, they could. Looking at the small knife, steadily held and deftly flipped by her paws, Luo Mao's little head spun in confusion. This didn't make sense, did it? Nearby, the dream fairies who had obtained the golden pollen began to get down to business. They took out 3 large pots, each as tall as Luo Mao, from their bamboo baskets, resembling the round-bottomed pots witches used to make poison in storybooks. The dream fairies, who had just shouted "I have fire," Carefully place paper flames at the bottom of the pots. Pairs of dream fairies rush from the castle, carrying half-meter-tall glass jars filled with rainbow-colored chocolate chips, pouring them into the pots to turn them into colorful, thin syrup. A dream fairy took seeds from its bamboo basket and planted them on the cotton field. Instantly, a cookie table, oven, mixer, and other tools sprouted. Another dream fairy brought bags of flour and buckets of butter, and soon the empty ground was piled high with all sorts of dessert-making ingredients. 3 unusual dream fairies, wearing aprons, flew over and circled Luo Mau Mau a few times, seemingly assessing her abilities. A short-haired little boy succubus nodded slightly, took a sign from his bamboo basket with a beautiful 9-point mark on it, and said, "A very sweet dream, I give it 9 points." A long-haired red succubus girl also took out a sign with an 8-point mark, "A little bit cold, but I still give it 8 points." Finally, a succubus wearing a fake mustache and toy glasses held up a 9-point sign, "We can teach her how to make it once, and we have 1 star's time left." At that moment, exactly 32 of the drooping stars lit up, just 1 more needed for all the succubi to return. The 3 succubi quickly discussed their plan, took out a huge apron for Luo Mau Mau to wear, making her look more like a chef. Meanwhile, the little boy succubus pointed to a pile of flour nearby. "First, we need to make the biggest cake base so that all the succubi can have it all." And so Luo Mau Mau, somewhat bewildered, began her task as a dessert chef. She tore open the flour bag, poured the dried flour made from dried and crushed dreams onto the cookie table, added colorful diluted syrup, and kneaded until a glistening, fermented dough was ready, adorned with a few cute cat paw prints. Luo Mau Mau decided to abandon her thoughts and continue focusing entirely on making desserts, since she couldn't go back for the time being anyway. The paper flame dutifully released non-existent heat, scorching the oven until it was scorching hot, and the fresh dough infused with heart slowly transformed into bread dough. Luo Mau Mau, wearing a hat and apron, stood by the cookie table, trying out various desserts just like in the Dragon's Roar Forest, the ancestral home of the elves. The lowly fairy was responsible for checking the materials handed over by the dream fairy. The higher the grade, and the harder the material to find, the higher the score. The young boy fairy is responsible for introducing various ingredients to Luo Mau Mau and tasting her finished products. The higher the score on her little token, the more joy the finished product brings. If it's below 5 points, she has to return to the ingredients and remake it. The fairy with the fake mustache is responsible for conveying the desserts and pastries each dream fairy wants. The more difficult and important the dessert is to make, the higher its score, and this is also Luo Mau Mau's priority. The young boy fairy is more talkative than ordinary dream fairies. He says his name is Pineapple, and he was born before a crescent moon. He says the party will begin after all 36 stars light up, and fairies from other realms will come as guests, including those from the fairy kingdom. From him, Luo Mau Mau gradually learned some basic knowledge about the dream kingdom. There are infinitely many dream kingdoms, but only one dream kingdom exists at any given time. Only as the party approaches its start will all dream kingdoms collapse into one, and dream fairies and great fairies from different points in time will return. Ebo is a great fairy, unlike dream fairies. Great fairies are enormous, and possess the ability to use possibility. In the dream world, they are among the few beings capable of directly suppressing Valkyrie. Each dream realm is supported by a great fairy. Incidentally, Ebo loves cats. In the dream realm, logic temporarily becomes universal. Regardless of the realm or existence of the guests, they can live happily without being overwhelmed or distorted by the dream. Luo Mau Mau had heard the name Valkyrie several times, assuming it was some kind of being living in a dream. But Pineapple's answer immediately sent a chill down her spine. Valkyrie is Valkyrie, a super nightmare that controls a portion of the dream's power. It possesses godlike strength and always seeks to control the dream world, constantly generating nightmares and nightmare tentacles. Look, the slice of meat you cut is a nightmare tentacle brought back by a star. Luo Mau Mau stared at the tentacle beneath her paw that resembled an octopus's tentacle, nearly dropping the knife in her hand in fright. Wait, was this the enormous tentacle? Wait, wasn't Valkyrie the great lord of the dream realm? Didn't she just hear Pineapple say that Ebo could directly suppress Valkyrie? Could Miss Ebo be stronger than a god? Silly pastry chef, how could you think that? Fairies certainly don't have power. A gust of wind could blow us away. But you easily dealt with the 7th-tier black-robed man. The great fairy Ebo can't even fly. How could she be stronger than a god? But you clearly said Ebo could suppress a demon lord. However, great fairies all have possibilities. As long as we assume the nightmare is weak, that's enough. Can it be solved like that? Luo Maomao felt she probably couldn't understand such a complex problem. She continued cutting with the knife, preparing to make nightmare tentacle takoyaki. Pineapple explained that nightmare tentacles are common ingredients, usually protected by nightmares. Nightmares love to enter the dreams of creatures in the real world, turning beautiful dreams into nightmares, thus preventing the extraction of sweet dream syrup. Therefore, dream fairies are constantly searching for nightmare tentacles and hunting nightmares. However, a few nightmare tentacles lack this protection, usually born directly from the power of Valkyrie, and are often even more delicious. Just then, a red-haired lowly dream fairy who called herself Pomegranate directed a dozen dream fairies to carry over a huge, translucent gray jellyfish, with a 6-point sign attached. It's a nightmare. Freshly caught. Dry it. The dream fairies cheered and left, leaving Lowcat and Pineapple to deal with the nightmare. A moment later, the fake bearded dream fairy who called himself Corn handed over 2 slips of paper, which were written normally in Enzo's common language, Salty Nightmare Strips, and Nightmare Pie, with signs indicating July 10th and June 10th respectively. Thank you, pastry chef. I come again next time. Corn was quite composed, unlike other dream fairies who like to play pranks. Cut off a jellyfish-like nightmare's tentacle with a knife. Lowcat remembered the half-eaten squid strips Xania had given her, and tried to recreate the taste. It didn't matter if it didn't turn out well, Pineapple would restore the original ingredients. Pineapple explained nightmares to Lowcat. They are common dream entities, splitting off from Valkyrie. They enjoy the process of good dreams turning into nightmares. If a real being's dream suddenly changes from a good dream to a nightmare, it basically means a nightmare has appeared. The opposite is dream, born from nightmares, which devour nightmares and become good dreams themselves. Luo Maomao listened, then used a knife to cut open the jellyfish-like, gelatinous body of the nightmare. A butterfly radiating a bright gray halo emerged from within and left the dreamland without looking back. Dreams don't taste good. Luo Maomao immediately understood. Afterwards, Shirlu continuously delivered various dream materials the dream and ideal stone should have, reflecting rainbow light like a diamond, 8 points, the lost taste of dreams, resembling a pile of white sesame seeds, 3 points, dream fairy tears, looking almost identical to an egg, 6 points, an inexhaustible gift, like a slightly sweet cheese slice, 9 points. Meanwhile, other dream fairies also delivered special items. For example, the dream fairy, who received the 5-pointed star dream fruit from Iba gave Luo Maomao a plate of 5-pointed star-shaped dream fruit frosting. The dream fairy, who took the dream tears delivered a bottle of dream tears with mischief added, and the dream fairy, who obtained the pure dream syrup placed aside past dream syrup, obtained by diluting the pure syrup. Luo Maomao was under immense pressure. She hurriedly finished processing the jellyfish nightmare, dried it in the oven, and then continued chopping up the nightmare tentacles. She mixed past dream syrup with freshly scooped present dream syrup to make a slightly salty and rich sauce, then sprinkled a suitable amount of dream fruit icing on the freshly baked trial bread. Luo Maomao slumped under the cookie table, sticking out her tongue, feeling that cat life was hard. If only I could use clones. Pineapple thought for a moment, flew to Pomegranate's side, said something, and then retrieved a strange fruit, like a beautifully packaged gummy candy, except the gummy candy inside the wrapper was colorful. When dream fairies get tired, they eat rainbow candies to summon their other side to help. Their real-world consciousness should be able to eat them too. Luo Maomao curiously took one. Eating rainbow candies could create clones? She took a bite. It was slightly sweet and a little sticky. A moment after swallowing, Luo Maomao suddenly felt her consciousness split into 4 parts. And in Xania's vision, Luo Maomao suddenly split into 4 cats. One was her original cat, wearing a chef's hat and looking incredibly lazy. One was a magical cat wearing a magic hat and round-framed glasses. One was a girl cat radiating pink bubbles, and one was a cold, aloof cat wearing a black-striped, blood-red cloak with a cool, aloof air. Meow? Chapter 878. When Pomegranate and Corn rushed over, they saw 4 handsome cats, each with a different expression arguing. Magic cat, dreams are too magical. I need to concentrate on studying the mysteries here. Anyway, there are 3 of you, enough manpower to make desserts. Aloof cat, heh. My task is to taste. Aren't you the most powerful magician? You should be studying how to use magic to make the most perfect desserts. Lazy cat, purr. Girl cat, at times like this, everyone should unite. Look, the fairies are still waiting for our response. We can't easily ruin the relationships we worked so hard to build. Pomegranate reached into her bamboo basket, rummaged around for a while, took out a rainbow candy, and ate it. Soon, A slightly darker dream fairy, exactly like her, split off from her body. Genuine rainbow candy made with alien differentiation numbers. Pineapple thought seriously for a moment, and offered what he considered a reasonable explanation. The visitors from reality are too complicated, so there are too many sides. We should cut off the two worst sides. That makes sense. Let's do it that way, Corn said. Does anyone have a knife? The three noisy kittens. Lazy Cat was still sleeping. Suddenly feeling a chill, the conversation abruptly changed. Magic Cat. The dream ingredients for making desserts have many unusual and mysterious effects. If thoroughly studied, they should be very useful for improving alchemy. I handle the ingredients. Cold Cat. Ahem, I reluctantly make a new kind of dessert. This is just because I want to taste my own creation. Absolutely no other reason. Girl Cat. Everyone's busy, I need to step up my game too. Lazy Cat. Purr purr. The other three locust cats looked over, making Lazy Cat's ears twitch, and she buried her head in her tail. She just wanted to sleep. The Magic Cat cast a soul spell, soaking Lazy Cat completely. The cat jumped up with a start, then was dragged by the tail towards the oven by the aloof cat, with the girl cat following behind, happily patting Lazy Cat's head. Sleeping should happen during rest time, but don't worry, I stay with you. Purr purr. Seeing the situation resolved, the four dream fairies scattered and flew away to continue preparing for the upcoming party. 3 crescent moons and 36 stars hung above the castle. Whenever all the stars lit up, a crescent moon would appear, signifying the start of the fairies' party. This is the second party. After the third party, the blue sky will give way to night, and dreams will enter their active period. The frequency of strange occurrences will increase significantly, and the dream fairies and great fairies will rest. When the 3 crescent moons rise at night, the sky will return to blue, and a new cycle will begin. The 4 Lockouts have clear roles. The Magic Cat handles all the dream materials, the Aloof Cat meticulously decorates and embellishes the desserts, the Girl Cat plans the most relaxed and suitable layout and production process, keeping everything in order, and the Lazy Cat, she controls the switches by the oven and mixer with her tail, purring softly. One Low Cat can't handle everything, but the 4 Lockouts immediately manage to manage everything efficiently. Various desserts, some 7/10, 8/10, and even 9/10 perfect, are transported to the castle with Pineapple's nodding approval. The Dream Fairies, gradually finishing their own tasks, gathered around to watch the 4 Lockouts at work, occasionally letting out gasps of surprise. The young cat girl would then step forward to calm the Dream Fairies down, telling them to be quiet and not disturb the other Lockouts. The 33rd star shone exceptionally brightly. The 4 Lockouts crafted one exquisite dessert after another. Seemingly a month had passed, yet that star still hadn't lit up. However, the 4 Lockouts didn't notice, their minds solely focused on collaboratively creating their dream dessert. Glug glug. A large pot filled with rainbow syrup bubbled and boiled. The aloof cat, with a smug look on her face, stirred it with a long spoon, the essence of various ingredients melting into it. The rainbow syrup gradually thickened, was ladled into containers to cool, and quickly transformed into soft, bouncy jellies radiating a hazy white light. This is the penultimate dessert, a jelly called Moon's Dream, made with 3,333 kinds of beautiful rainbow syrups mixed with the moon's smile. It's a favorite dessert among the sleepless fairy guests. Next, all that's needed is to wait for the largest cake base to be completed, spread with top-quality cream and small dream fruits from various worlds, and drizzled with freshly gathered dream honey. A party cake for all the dream fairies, and guests will then be finished. Pop! A snot bubble bursts, and the lazy Locat opens its sleepy eyes, stretches its supple waist, and growls silently. Only when it feels fully awake does it slowly open the oven door, using its paw to remove the fragrant, hot cake base. The golden yellow cake base is the finest color, beloved by fairies. Perfect timing. Slow and sluggish, lacking any proper pride. The aloof Locat, with a hint of displeasure, took the cake base and sliced it. Layer upon layer of cake base, then layer of fresh fruit pieces, miniature dream fruits of various flavors within 10 dreams, then topped with cream, the most peaceful cream, made by the dream fairies with Angel's Dream, which would bring peace to any malicious consciousness that took a bite. However, according to Pineapple, this was actually added to prevent other fairies from getting angry after being pranked by the dream fairies. Finally, it was drizzled with dream honey dripping from the honeycomb formed from the nightmare tentacles, decorated with rainbows and music, and a super cake 30 meters tall was successfully completed. Pineapple stared at the shimmering rainbow cake, her mouth practically watering, and even more starlight pollen was scattered. Seeing this, the magic cat secretly collected some and hid it. The rest was handled by the dream fairies. They used a small cart to push the 30-meter-tall cake into the castle, cleaned up the messy kitchen, and jumped for joy, laughing and cheering. At times like these, the dream fairies appear as innocent and naive as the other fairies. The magical cat is quickly jotting something down. The wondrous reactions of many materials have sparked numerous inspirations within her, which might come in handy later. The aloof cat is elegantly adjusting her cloak and fur. Propriety is essential, as she wants to greet guests from other realms with the most perfect demeanor. The girl cat is helping the fairies clean with her tail. She's the most active and unpretentious, and her relationship with the dream fairies is even comparable to that of Xania. The lazy cat is held in Ebo's arms, unwilling to move. Miss Ebo, hello meow. All the dream fairies have returned. We're about to open the doors to welcome guests. Did you eat some rainbow candy? Ebo gently stroked the languid Luca, her tone firm despite being a question. Pineapple, seeing Ebo fly over, excitedly praised Luca's skills, saying she could learn most desserts in one go, and all of them scored 7 or higher, a level previously unattainable by other dream fairies. You did very well too, Pineapple said, scratching the back of her head sheepishly, promising not to give Luca any more strange things, then scurried off to help. Luca nestled in Ebo's arms like a giant caterpillar, its tail twitching slightly. Miss Ebo, do rainbow candies have side effects? A minor issue. It might just make your personality more distinct. You're the first real being to eat dream fairy candy, including in the future. Ebo's words trailed off as she looked at Luca, who was bubbling with snot, a smile playing on her lips. She truly loved cats. In the dream she'd seen, cats were usually adorable. Let's go, we have guests. The other 3 lockouts, seeing Ebo carrying Lazy Cat away, followed suit, each taking up a spot on Ebo's shoulders and head. Xania, still perched on Lazy Cat's hat, happily held the starlight pollen given to her by the dream fairy. The 33rd star lit up, 3 more to go. Chapter 879. A pink, bubbly cat named Lowcat perched on Ebo's left shoulder, curiously watching the increasing number of dream fairies in the pink castle. When they first arrived in the dreamland, there were only 40 or 50 dream fairies, but now there were over 100. They exchanged gifts and dressed themselves up beautifully. Dream fairies have no gender, but their appearances differ between male and female, resulting in distinctly different types: cute, beautiful, elegant, handsome, and mischievous. Ebo led 4 lockouts to the castle courtyard where a large cake was displayed. The dream fairies were still decorating with musical note ribbons and flower stickers. Suddenly, a candy door opened in the courtyard, and a large fairy, almost as tall as Ebo, emerged, wearing a beautiful dress, her long, wavy chestnut hair shimmering with rainbow light, and a sparkling sun hair clip. She was followed by over 100 dream fairies. Ebo stepped forward, smiling, and said, Lola, welcome. I'm here, Ebo. It seems we have some guests who arrived early. The catgirl sat gracefully on Ebo's left shoulder, elegantly extending her right paw and politely saying, Beautiful Miss Lola, hello. We are human magicians from the real world. Please call us Lo. We apologize for intruding on this fairy party. Lola also extended her right hand and gently shook hands, with her paw, appearing very pleased. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm a great fairy from 3 Suns. I hope you have a pleasant party experience. Thank you for your kind words. Ebo ruffled the catgirl's hair, making her tail wag even more enthusiastically. The aloof cat's gaze lingered on Lola's clothes. She thought Lola had excellent taste, so she jumped onto Lola's shoulder. Miss Laura, I think your outfit perfectly matches the party atmosphere. Would you like me to introduce you to the party's highlights? Laura was slightly taken aback, but quickly smiled and agreed, I'd love to. I think it'd be delicious. Of course. You can trust my cooking skills. She was a proud Laura cat. After greeting IPO, Laura temporarily left. Soon, more great fairies appeared. The young cat girl, very outgoing, went up to greet IPO as well. If a great fairy curiously slept a lazy cat or a magical cat perched on IPO's head, with its eyes glazed over, the young cat girl was happy to share her wondrous experiences. The number of dream realms is infinite, and theoretically, the number of great fairies is also infinite, but this is obviously impossible. In reality, there are only 13 great fairies in the dream realms. They divided the timeline into 13 parts, with each great fairy dispersing themselves across endless points in time, collectively managing all the dream realms within that part of time. Therefore, the great fairy in charge of the party takes turns. The number of dream fairies had increased to over 1,000. Strangely, despite the large number, it didn't feel crowded, No matter how many appeared, it always felt just right for Luo. When the 34th star lit up, all 13 great fairies appeared. 7 princesses and 6 princes, all dressed in fairy tale style attire, their manners impeccable, radiating wisdom and harmony. The chattering dream fairies around them seemed like mischievous children in comparison. The bolder ones would even crawl into the great fairies' clothes and hair to play, earning them gentle scoldings, but they never tired of it. The archangels were delighted by Lo and Xania's arrival. After all, fairies from the real world would arrive once the party started, making Lo's presence much more normal. Of course, they couldn't help but tease Ebo about his continued fondness for cats. Alright, we can open the door now. Indeed, perfect timing. The other archangels nodded in agreement. Ebo lightly tapped his star staff, and a massive, multicolored vortex appeared on the paper-covered grass in front of the large cake. Musical staff circled the vortex, notes playing a cheerful tune. A giant fairy flower emerged from the center of the vortex, slowly opening to reveal a golden passage. At this moment, even the most reluctant Lo opened his eyes, looking at the flower. The dream fairies danced excitedly, scattering petals to welcome the arriving guests. A small head peeked out, adorned with a delicate floral wreath, its cute face filled with curiosity. Upon seeing the many dream fairies surrounding it, it immediately shrank back timidly. She's gone back. Do we look too scary? I haven't even thrown my cake yet. The dream fairies looked at each other, but soon, one of the little fairies that had shrunk back was pounced on by another fairy, who flapped its translucent wings and crashed into the surrounding dream fairies. Wow! She's back. Charge! The dream fairies swarmed around the 2 fresh flower fairies, examining them closely, but they quickly forgot about that, because the next moment, a large number of fairies of various colors flew out from the golden flower vortex. The magic cat perked up completely, jumping off IPO's head and squatting on the giant sugar cube by the roadside, counting the many fairies it had never heard of before. Xania was seeing so many of her kind for the first time. She flew onto the magic cat's hat, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the fairies with their diverse personalities. A joyful atmosphere filled the vast yet tiny dream world, making her radiate happiness from within. The silver threads on her wings gradually grew stronger, and soon a third one sprouted. Pineapple was probably the dream fairy most familiar with Locat. He flew around the magic cat, introducing Locat to the fairies from various realms. Those are gold fairies, born from metallic minerals. Each mineral corresponds to one. That's a feather fairy, a companion fairy of angels. They only arise in the realm of gods. I really want to pluck a feather and keep it. That one with the best singing voice is the music fairy. She's the most popular. So many fairies surround her. The magic cat swished her tail, her large eyes reflecting the fairies' joyful moments and the tangible emotional power emanating from them, a spectacle unseen elsewhere. She, the magic cat, was so inquisitive. The dream realm had the fewest types of fairies, only dream fairies and great fairies, while the realm had many more. Besides the flower fairies, insect fairies, and forest fairies that Luo Mau Mau had seen, many more fairies from other planes and worlds appeared. Fairies like the golden fairy and the music fairy, who don't exist in Luo's world, also belong to this category. There are also sea fairies born from the ocean world, guiding fairies, who like to lead lost people, house fairies, who always help their owners clean, and fireplace fairies born from fireplaces, and so on. What surprised the magic cat even more was that even ice fairies and fire fairies, which only exist in legends in the living world, appeared. The former resembled a snow princess with wings made of ice crystals, while the latter wore a fiery cloak and was extremely hot, with familiar runes scattering as pollen, meaning they came from the same world as Luo. Just then, the magic cat noticed several dark shadows appearing on the ground, quickly expanding into faceless shadow fairies. In the dream realm, they could temporarily become three-dimensional beings. Although they lacked sound and weight, and didn't possess any of the organs typical of three-dimensional creatures, it didn't stop the shadow fairies from enjoying the party. Pineapple also noticed the magic cat's gaze, and invited one of the shadow fairies to play. Although the shadow fairy expanded into 3 dimensions, no matter which direction you looked from, you could only see a flat shadow. The magic cat circled the shadow fairy, but couldn't see its side. The shadow fairy seemed to speak, but the magic cat couldn't hear it. Pineapple acted as the translator. She's greeting you. The magic cat waved its pink paws. Hello to you too. The shadow fairy seemed very happy, hugging its tail and rubbing against it. From the magic cat's perspective, she only saw a shadow on her tail, but soon, she was surprised to find a pretty bow on the shadow of her tail. She said you have a strong aura of your kind and like you a lot. This is a gift for you. Pineapple waved goodbye to the shadow fairy, a little envious of the magic cat's tail bow, but Pineapple was easygoing and had no intention of cutting off the magic cat's tail. She's a shadow fairy from the shadow realm, newly born. She dissipate after returning, so she's really looking forward to this party. The magic cat gave a soft hum, and asked curiously, are fairies from the shadow realm short-lived? Pineapple nodded, her tone somewhat downcast. There are many kinds of fairies in the shadow realm, but shadow fairies have the shortest lifespans, only lasting a blink of an eye. They don't get to experience much joy. The magical cat tilted her head and blinked. She didn't feel much, just curious that the fairies of the shadow realm were indeed strange. Meanwhile, the young cat girl was happily playing with the fairies. Watching fairies from different realms, and of different kinds playing amicably, and sharing their happy memories, she felt happy too. But gradually, she recalled Elisabelle in the real world, and the predetermined fate of that lovely girl, and her good mood suddenly turned somber. She liked Elisabelle's personality very much, but back then, she had to consider the impact on the development of the Enzo Plain civilization, so she didn't interfere too much with other people's fates. Now that the magical cat, who maintained her rationality, had separated, the remaining young cat girl couldn't control her sadness over Elisabelle's fate. The fairies who were playing happily with the young cat girl sensed her sudden sadness, and gathered around to ask her what was wrong. A clam fairy wearing sheer gloves asked with concern, "Jingle bell, jingle bell." Another wish fairy sitting on a blanket also spoke gently, mm. A kind light fairy nodded in agreement, "Puru, duru puru, duru." The young cat girl's ears drooped. She couldn't understand most of the fairies' language, but she could feel the kindness emanating from them. "Thank you, but you are also guests at the party. How could I trouble you?" But soon, a cold-hearted ice fairy flicked the young cat girl's forehead and snorted, "Friend. You're denying. You're angry. A heart like frost." "Humph." The young cat girl was slightly taken aback, touched her frozen forehead, and her ears slowly perked up. Yes, the fairies considered her a friend, so pushing them away without permission was hurting their feelings. The young cat girl understood, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. "I'm sorry, I didn't care about your feelings. I know I was wrong." The ice fairy finally revealed a smile, and the cold frost now seemed warmer. She liked the strong affinity of the distorted human consciousness in front of her. If it were a consciousness that was more affinity with fire magic, she wouldn't have given it a warm welcome. Chapter 880. The young cat girl understood. The fairies were willing to be with her, and she shouldn't betray their friendship. She told the fairies about Elise's story, and the current predicament. She's a good girl, but she was willing to sacrifice her short 17 years of youth to save her world. If possible, I hope she can witness the world she protected develop. So I'm begging you all. The young cat girl buried her head in her front paws, earnestly seeking help from the fairies from various worlds. The fairies were happy to help. They gathered around, whispering and sharing what they knew, hoping to offer a reasonable solution. After a while, under the young cat girl's expectant gaze, the ice fairy drooped its wings and flew to her, somewhat hesitant to meet her eyes, stammering, rare, lacking a mirror for reference. "The ice melts, probably." The young cat girl's expectant tail drooped again. She roughly understood what the ice fairy meant. They didn't know how to solve it, and there wasn't enough time for them to find the answer. "Meow. It's all right. I feel everyone's good intentions. I spend more time with her, and won't let her be lonely in her final days." The fairies flew forward, their expressions downcast. Even the radiance emanating from the kind-hearted light fairies seemed to dim considerably. The cat girl quickly put on a smile again, to comfort the disheartened fairies. "It's my fault. A party should be enjoyed to the fullest. I keep looking for a way, don't worry." With her comforting words, the fairies slowly regained their spirits and gradually became more lively, continuing to reminisce about their happy past. However, fairies' happiness is often very simple. What they consider joyful is usually a simple hobby. For example, the light fairy's happiest thing is picking bulb grass and watching it grow into moonlike bulb fruits to decorate her little house. The clam fairy likes to polish her pearls, and then take what she considers the roundest pearl to the pearl contest. The wish fairy likes to live in the wishing lamp, happily waiting for a destined person to awaken her, and the ice fairy likes to freeze flowing water, patiently searching for the ice block that best resembles herself to preserve. Just then, a little fairy suddenly bumped into the back of the catgirl's head. It was hard as a rock, almost smashing the catgirl's cute face into the ground. "Ouch!" The catgirl grimaced and hissed, rubbing the back of her head. She needed protection. Her senses were very sensitive. But upon closer inspection, the catgirl was surprised to find that the little fairy who had bumped into her was unusual. Its clothes were woven from numerous delicate silver chains, and it wore small silver earrings. Its tiny, glassy wings were stuck to the ground by something like spiderwebs, and it struggled several times, but couldn't get up, making the fairy yell and scream in frustration. The cat girl's anger vanished instantly. She tiptoed to the fairy's side, and helped it take flight again. The silver fairy, freed from its restraints, carefully cleaned the remaining spiderwebs from its body. Its broken wings flapped, producing a crisp, metallic clanging sound, as if they had always been that way. As it cleaned itself, it chattered away, both angry and excited. An ice fairy came to translate for the cat girl. This fairy, who called herself Mirror Heart, was a mirror fairy unique to a certain world. She had just reunited with friends she met at the last party, when a dream fairy suddenly sprayed her with bubble water, leaving her sticky and uncomfortable. However, she was still very grateful to the cat girl for helping her. Just then, a light fairy seemed to remember something and chattered away to the mirror fairy. The latter was startled, then looked at her, with "I'm wrapped around your arm" expression. Soon after, the mirror fairy returned carrying a book taller than herself. She tossed the book to the cat girl and hurriedly left, seemingly off to seek revenge on the dream fairy. The cat girl curiously examined the 10-centimeter thick book. The cover depicted a small fairy holding a book, with another small fairy perched behind her, both with long hair and no faces. Strange runes were visible on the cover, which appeared to be the book's title. The other fairies gathered around, but they didn't understand the meaning of the runes on the cover either. The ice fairy raised an eyebrow, flipped open the cover, and saw that the book was hollow, inside which lay two little fairies sleeping, embracing each other. One had long black hair, the other white, and they wore simple white dresses, fast asleep. The artificial sunlight fell, and the sleeping black-haired fairy sensed something. She reached out and touched around, but couldn't find the cover. She sat up abruptly, yawned, and rubbed her sleepy eyes, only to realize with a start that 4 unfamiliar fairies had gathered around her, and a large, furry head was staring at her curiously. Her sleepiness vanished instantly. Snap! A scream followed, and the cover was slammed shut. The cat girl rubbed her poor ears, feeling like she'd been hit with 1,000 blows. That scream was terrifying. The book shook, then suddenly reopened, and 2 slightly flushed fairies flew out, embracing tightly. The black-haired fairy, with black eyes, seemed bolder, and asked uneasily, her voice rising and falling like a melody with only high and low notes. The light fairy stepped forward to explain. She hesitated for a moment, exchanged a glance with the white-haired fairy, then nodded slightly. Turning to the cat girl, she tried over a dozen languages before finally stammering in the strangely accented Enzo's common tongue, "Can you hear the language I'm about to speak?" The cat girl nodded quickly. "I can understand the general meaning this time." The black-haired fairy seemed relieved and continued stammering, "My pen fairy, her book fairy, the mirror fairy knows me. You want me to understand a question that humans don't understand, but seek, a question about fate, a question that will provide the answer. The black-haired fairy is a pen fairy, born from the pen that wrote the masterpiece. The white-haired fairy embracing her is a book fairy, born only from books containing beautiful writing. They belong to the same world as the mirror fairy. Each pen fairy searches for its own book fairy, and once found, they become an inseparable pair. When the 2 fairies use their power together, the writing gains magical power, guiding the lost to find answers. This is the question sought. However, because they traverse vast worlds, the lines of fate and time will be greatly altered. Only by finding a powerful being who understands the destiny of this world can the question be answered. Using their power is very taxing on the pen and book fairies, but hearing that the cat girl helped with the party preparations, they offer to help. The cat girl's eyes lit up with excitement as she thanked the 2 fairies for their help. This made the fairies a little shy, their faces flushing even more, and their voices softening. "Good wish, we're happy to help." The 2 fairies slipped back into the book. After a long wait, they reappeared looking much more tired. The pen fairy held a piece of paper covered in runes written in black ink. She placed the paper with a question on the cat girl's paw, and the paper vanished instantly, leaving a small black circle on the pink paw. This circle would guide the cat girl to the answer. After completing the task, the book fairy yawned and buried her head in the pen fairy's arms. The pen fairy then bid farewell to the cat girl and the other fairies, slipped back into the book, and remained motionless. At that moment, the 35th star lit up. Chapter 881. The aloof and haughty Laura walked briskly beside Laura, her head held high. Her imposing black and red cloak gave her an air of extraordinary swagger, but for now, she was simply a pastry chef proud of her creations. Walking through the courtyard filled with various delicacies, The aloof cat explained the essence of each dessert to Laura. Sometimes they would encounter other fairies, stopping to exchange culinary insights from other worlds. The magical cat was still observing the arriving fairy guests from atop a giant sugar cube. Pineapple said that the fairies who came to the party were all high-level fairies, possessing a deep understanding of their own abilities. High-level fairies were indistinguishable from lesser fairies, like Xania in appearance. The only difference lay in the depth of their abilities. Pineapple suggested that Xania consult other flower fairies. Perhaps it would be easier for her to become a high-level fairy. Most of the visitors reside in the fairy kingdom, but a small number of fairies come from other realms, using the fairy kingdom as a transit point to reach the dreamland. Therefore, most fairies are actually strangers, coming solely to seek happiness. Of course, if they make friends, the happiness doubles, provided their personalities align. For example, an ice fairy and a fire fairy obviously can't be friends. It's worth noting that there are more than 13 great fairies attending the party. The dreamland is merely a party castle built by these 13 great fairies. The fairy kingdom's portion within the dream realm is inhabited by hundreds more great fairies, and with over 20 arriving this time, there are exactly 36. The magic cat is eager to learn. Everything in the dream world is too illogical for her to understand, and Pineapple doesn't know much either. But that's alright, Pineapple will seek help from the great fairies, and the wise ones are often happy to answer the magic cat's strange and childish questions. A great fairy named Sagina, needing the soft pink paws of a magical cat, generously shared her knowledge. My friend, the reason you're puzzled by the chaotic time in the dream realm is because the real world possesses a time dimension, standing above destiny, inviolable. But the dream realm lacks a time dimension. Since the dream realm has no time dimension, time itself doesn't exist. However, events still unfold, so everything that happens in the dream is like scattered sand at the bottom of the dream world. The beginning and end of events are completely unpredictable, undoubtedly causing great inconvenience for the great fairies hosting parties. Therefore, the great fairies, centering on a particular event within the dream realm, simultaneously trace back and extend forward, creating an event sequence resembling a timeline. They call this a timeline, based on the time they see in their dreams. Therefore, even within the dream realm, which lacks a time dimension, the concept of a timeline exists. So, if the magic cat tries to explain the great fairy's methods based on its own understanding of time, it will undoubtedly lead to a dead end. Regarding the possibility dimension that the magic cat is curious about, Sagina couldn't explain it clearly, and could only describe a similar concept. Possibility can be compared to wish fulfillment or fantasy, but it's bound by some non-logical rules, and isn't the omnipotent power the magic cat imagines. Although, realistically speaking, the great fairy's possibility ability can be considered omnipotent. Seeing the magic cat's head starting to spin, Sagina decisively changed the subject. Explaining things that are taken for granted in this realm to beings from other dimensional realms is somewhat unrealistic. Fairies are born from fantasy, inherently possessing the dimensional power of possibility. However, limited by the overly simple minds of lesser fairies, this power cannot be retained, Sagina explained. Except for greater fairies, all fairies' inherent possibility is reduced to correction. This ability can only function fully in the dream realm and the divine realm. In this realm, it manifests in other forms. She used Xania as an example. Flower fairies are a common type of fairy, possessing varying degrees of abilities such as creation and sublimation. They can create life out of thin air and edit the evolution of flowers. That is the manifestation of correction in the real world. The magical cat listened attentively, its tail swishing back and forth. This strange knowledge might only be understood by greater fairies, and only in the more fantastical dream realm. With the help of Xania's correction, could it be comprehended. Lacking even one of these conditions, one would be deprived of the knowledge of greater fairies. With this knowledge, Lo's understanding of Xania deepened. He was no longer completely clueless when faced with the magical abilities of fairies. Sagina, thank you so much for your instruction. Are all great fairies so generous? Savina pursed her lips, a meaningful smile appearing on her face. Friend of Ipio, this is just a dream. You understand eventually. The magical cat didn't understand, but there was no time for her to ask further. The number of fairies flying out of the Golden Passage was gradually decreasing. As the last hurried forest fairy flew in, the 36th star lit up at the opportune moment, the passage closed, and the flowers shut. The noisy fairies gradually quieted down. Ipio, holding the lazy cat, stood before the giant cake, acting as the party host, praising each of the more than 100 dream fairies and adorable lockhots who had contributed to the party. For beautiful lockhots, each with a unique expression, were undoubtedly loved by the fairies. Even the most discerning fairy applauded and cheered for them, delighted by the delicious desserts they brought. Regardless of their type, all fairies share a love for sweets. Perhaps this is a common trait among fairies. With a light tap of the star wand, the scattered delicacies seemed to be enveloped in a hazy glow, their aroma filling the air. Ebo announced the party's official start, promising all guests their favorite treats and a joyful experience. The well-prepared dream fairies cheered and fired small firecrackers. A colorful vortex welcoming the guests coalesced into a musical staff hanging in the sky, the notes returning to their positions, playing a celebratory melody. A newly painted double rainbow shone brightly, and 36 stars revolved around the moon, sparkling under the sun. The party was pure joy. Under the great fairy's definition, all unpleasantness vanished, and everything was just right. The Lockouts, too, temporarily set aside their past, and enjoyed this party that existed only in the impossible. IPO sat at a perfectly positioned dining table, surrounded by 35 other great fairies. They chatted and laughed freely, with fairies constantly coming to share their favorite snacks. The great fairies readily indulged the little fairies' desires. The lazy cat lay sprawled on the table, its mouth open, accepting food from the little fairies. The little fairies were pleasantly surprised to find that sometimes the joy of being fed was greater than the pleasure of enjoying the treats themselves, making them even more enthusiastic. The aloof cat sat alone next to Laura, elegantly savoring the continuous stream of small desserts. The great fairies, with their discerning palates, were quite surprised by the exceptionally exquisite and delicious food at this party. Each time this happened, the aloof cat would casually raise its tail high, a classic move. The young cat girl loved following the fairies, tasting each of their favorite delicacies. The fairies who received approval beamed, and the others eagerly clung to the young cat girl's paws, wanting her to come with them. Okay, I'm going now, you wait a minute. Only the magical cat stared at the squid strip she held in her paw. Why did it look so familiar? She popped it into her mouth and chewed carefully. The taste was so familiar too. It was delicious, yet so familiar, she must have eaten it somewhere before. The magical cat felt a sense of déjà vu. Was this a peculiar thing about dreams? Unfortunately, she was only responsible for preparing the ingredients. The final cooking was handled by the aloof Luo cat, so she didn't know what this thing originally was. Never mind, meow, it's delicious. Research was necessary, but the magical cat didn't dislike good food. The party lasted a very long time, so long that Luo cat and the others were completely immersed in the joy, almost forgetting their mission to enter the dream world. The 36 stars remained constantly lit, and the third crescent moon never appeared. Excuse me, I'll be back later. Ebo rose and bowed slightly to the other great fairies, picking up the bloated, lazy cat and the already drunken, aloof cat. Guided by the lesser fairies, she found the girl cat receiving a fairy grooming service, and the magical cat sleeping with its face covered by a book. Books are the common home of the bookpin fairies. Finally, she found Xania among the fairies swimming in cream. The girl cat was the only conscious one, the low cat, curious about why Ebo had brought them to the castle. Miss Ebo, what's wrong? Ebo sighed helplessly. Guests of reality, happy encounters always have an ending. You should wake up. If she continues in this state, the low cat might develop a split personality. Chapter 882. The cat girl nestled at IPO's feet, her tail gently brushing against him, pink bubbles rising to her face, revealing her reluctance to part. Miss IPO, are you sending us away? IPO crouched down, her warm, large hand expertly stroking the cat girl's soft fur. A smile played in her eyes, as she spoke gently. The joy of stepping into this realm is just right. Joy beyond this realm is fleeting and uncertain. Perhaps we won't meet again in our limited time. Perhaps we meet again in the next moment. But I will wish you that you will never lose joy in the future. Non-fairy beings who come to the dream realm are already incredibly rare, and visitors who happen to be recognized by fairies are almost impossible. Therefore, IPO didn't mind adding Lowcat to her joyful life. With a gentle tap of her star wand, a bright yellow 5-pointed star fell, identical to the one on the wand, merging into Xania's golden crown, becoming one of the stars there. Although it resembled a demon's pentagram, it carried no trace of evil. Little flower fairy, accept this special ticket to the fairy kingdom. Listen to its voice, follow its footsteps, and you too can enter the fairy kingdom. Fairies have no lifespan. I hope to see you again at the next party. Xania was also reluctant to part with IPO. This large fairy was like a parent, taking good care of each little fairy. However, she felt no sadness, only anticipation and joy for their next meeting. Fairies are always like this, actively seeking happiness. IPO gently tapped his wand again, and the 4 lockouts transformed into 4 beams of light, merging into one, transforming back into Locat Girl. For different memories mixed, for completely different personalities blended into one complete entity. Locat Girl slumped to the ground, looking dazed, completely unladylike. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? But Ebo didn't stop. A rainbow light flowed out, enveloping the cat girl and reversing her back to her original form. What was incredibly difficult for Xania was a trivial matter in the hands of this ancient great fairy, Ebo, with a mere thought. Luo blinked, flipped her little hand over. It was a human hand. She touched her head, no cat ears. She looked at her bottom, no tail. She stood up, and went to Ebo's waist. Great, she grown taller. I'm back? Yay! Miss Ebo, thank you so much. It's nothing, I'm quite happy too. Indeed, she petted the cats to her heart's content at the party. Seeing the star one about to fall again, Luo quickly asked one last question. Miss Ebo, what if I want to enter the dream world again? She still wanted to enter the dream world to study higher powers. The power of the Valkyrie can connect the dream world and reality, but remember, the Valkyrie's influence is not within the range of fairies' activity. Consider carefully. The voice faded. When Luo came to her senses, she found herself just stepping off the rainbow bridge into a gray, misty void. A gigantic tentacle stood in the distance, a dream fairy dozing beside it, a saw lying nearby. The power of the Dream Lord. I remember, but where is this? Luo scratched her head, and only after asking Xania did she learn that this was the place where the dream fairy had taken her back, right next to the nightmare tentacle that bore the dream fruit. But why are there still nightmare tentacles? Extremely curious, Luo went over and poked the dozing dream fairy awake. If Luo remembered correctly, her name was Creamy, but not because she liked to eat cream, but because she liked to throw cream. What are you doing here? Cream's little snot bubble popped, wobbling and floating up. Seeing Luo's appearance, she giggled. A visitor from reality, a friend of Ebo, hello. I promise I won't suggest putting you on the wall again. Well, thank you anyway. Luo huffed, then pointed to the nightmare tentacle behind her. Why is this thing still here? Nightmare tentacle, of course. We're currently at 4 stars ahead. We'd be able to go back when the next star lights up. Never mind. She clearly struggled to understand time in dreams. Since the nightmare tentacle would always be cut back, there was nothing more for her to do here. After saying goodbye to Cream, Xania began searching for the pollen she had scattered on the way there. Without the pollen's help, they would be forever lost in the dream. Ebo clearly knew Xania's abilities, which was why she felt comfortable letting Luo return alone. The dream fruit was plucked, but the pollen remained. Crossing a straight line beyond 3-dimensional space, Luo and Xania arrived at a solitary door. Xania drew a circle, and the human and fairy flew inside, disappearing into this absurd dreamscape. Dreams are mysterious, but for a powerful being like Moriarty, as long as one doesn't lose their way, there's still a chance to force their way back. A ghostly blue soul flame erupted from her small, delicate body, instantly shattering 1,000 miles of space. Her beautiful eyes opened, signifying General Surtso's return to reality. A vast surge of soul power instantly covered the entire Enzo plane. She didn't find Ankanasni or the disgusting aura of the wise believers, but she did discover a strange snake woman. Looks like the 6-armed Naga? They're not extinct yet. Oh well, it's none of my business. She looked towards the northern ice plains, where a void, imperceptible to her, had appeared. It hadn't been there just a short while ago, but that wasn't important now. She needed to see the most important person. Moriarty instantly arrived in the center of the Avika forest. She had already noticed that the power of the dream world was slowly weakening. The strange creatures that had once filled the sky and earth, and the 4 dream monsters that had endlessly revived, had vanished completely. The earth had regained some greenery, and the sky had returned to its azure. A thick magic book flew up, but it didn't hinder Moriarty. The silver moon lamp faithfully emitted immense magical power, supporting the barrier and domain that enveloped Ano and the petite girl beside her. All living beings, including Ano, were still asleep. Elisa stood nervously outside the barrier, anxiously waiting for her sleeping sister, Lori, to awaken, completely ignoring the fact that her own aura had already dropped to the mid-level transcendent and was still declining. The snake-tailed girl stood beside Elisabetta, a mirror floating before her, its surface shifting with strange light. Strange. Very strange. The threads binding you have been severed long ago. How come you're not dead? Huh? She noticed Moriarty approaching, initially wondering where a child came from in this silent world, but the next moment, she saw a terrifying, overwhelming aura of evil emanating from behind this seemingly innocent and cute little girl. Fear, evil, darkness, decay. For a moment, she felt frozen, terrified, almost wanting to take her back to the great library and imprison her. However, a fragrant breeze wafted by, and Elisabetta appeared before Moriarty in surprise, seemingly on good terms with him. The girl restrained herself from attacking, her gaze returning to the mirror of insight. The boss is back? Looks like I can slack off again. Chapter 883. This is Enzo Blanche, a very kind older sister. Hearing her name, Blanche looked up blankly, only to see Elisabelle earnestly introducing her to the formidable girl, then pulling her over and formally introducing the girl as well. Sister Blanche, let me introduce you. This cute little sister is Sister Lowe's younger sister, Moriarty. But don't let her small size fool you, she's incredibly powerful. Blanche's snake tail slapped the ground slightly. Because of her snake body, she stood over 2 meters tall, a giant compared to the 1.2 meter tall girl. Hello, my name is Blanche. Please, next time, don't scare me. It give me insomnia. Moriarty narrowed her eyes. Although the six-armed Naga girl's mage robes appeared black, she immediately saw the silver-white. This is her true form, it's so familiar. A wicked smile played on her lips, as she widened her eyes to make herself look even cuter. Oh, it's Sister Blanche. Don't worry, little Artie is very well behaved. Unexpectedly, Blanche darted 3 meters away, her tail pointing at the two women within the barrier. We know a little about your power and personality, so let's not play these little jokes about insomnia. Why don't you look at their fate? I think I wake up soon. TSK. Being too smart isn't a good thing. Moriarty scoffed, her innocent expression vanishing, leaving Elisabeth stunned. Is Sister Lowe still asleep? Seeing her question, Elisabeth nodded, her tone tinged with unease. All the monsters disappeared a day ago, but Sister Lowe hasn't woken up yet, and neither has Sister Ano. Everyone is still asleep. It's been 4 days since the dream began. Ordinary people have become extremely weak after 4 days without food. If this continues for another 2 days, most of the already starving poor will starve to death. Moriarty stroked his smooth chin and suddenly asked, has that useless angel really died? Lord N? Elizabeth's expression darkened further. Lord N isn't responding to me anymore. No matter how I call out, she doesn't answer. Not only that, but even the hidden demonic power hasn't reappeared. Although she knew this would happen, Elizabeth still couldn't accept it. Watching her beloved friend leave before her was even more tragic than dying herself. Moriarty raised an eyebrow. She was even happier that the angel was dead, but she didn't want to be beaten up by Lowe when he woke up, so she didn't show it. She simply asked again, have you seen a rather unorthodox puppet? Moriarty used her soul power to directly construct the likeness of Ancanas. Blanche, of course, didn't know this, she was still processing the information about the angel. With more detailed information, the ball of thread in her mirror increased, meaning she had a greater grasp on Elizabeth's fate. Why spy? It's a diviner's hobby. Don't ask. Elizabeth recognized this person at a glance as the powerful enemy who had almost shattered the Wind Realm a day ago. If it weren't for the black flame chains that appeared on her body later, even she and Ancanas together might not have been able to stop her. After hearing that the guy was ultimately sealed away by divine magic, all information anchors erased, and thrown into the endless void, Moriarty almost couldn't resist dragging the vanished Ancanas out and beating him again. Brainless angel. Utterly foolish. Why not just seal her away? Elisabelle looked at the furious Moriarty with embarrassment, unable to understand why they, who had both contributed to this world, couldn't reconcile, acting like enemies. She could only ask for the reason to distract Moriarty and calm her down. On one side was Lord N, who had given her hope and accompanied her for over a year. On the other was her beloved sister, Lorenzo's sister, who was still fighting in her dreams. Caught in the middle, she found it difficult to speak. That angel is certainly foolish. That puppet is the mastermind behind the dream's arrival. If Lorenzo doesn't wake up, I need her power to enter the dream. But Lord N said he couldn't predict when you would return. At that time, Blanche hadn't appeared yet, and the dream monsters were still rampaging. Elisabelle and didn't have the extra strength to guard Ancanas, nor the extra time to completely eliminate her. Banishment was the simplest and quickest method. Moriarty quickly understood, but she wasn't satisfied with this explanation. If that foolish angel hadn't been missing, she would have stabbed her twice. Hey, stop arguing, she seems to be awake. Blanche tapped the barrier with her tail, the powerful rebound breaking it open, revealing shattered runes. Pretty tough. And at that moment, Just as she said, the beautiful girl sleeping within the barrier slowly opened her eyes, and the barrier instantly transformed into countless runes that disappeared into her hand. Whoosh! Before Elisa could even reach her, a black shadow shot out, slamming straight into the chest of the newly awakened girl. Crack! Following the passage drawn by Xania back to the Sea of Souls, the familiar magic returned, causing Lo to groan involuntarily. She instinctively scratched her head, only to realize she had no ears. Oh right, I'm human, not a cat. I forgot. I absolutely can't let that little arty find out. If she discovered her experience in the dream, that girl would definitely become arrogant, right? The experience in the dream. Lo recalled her experience in the dream. In the first second, she traversed numerous dreams, forced to utter the shameful words that she wanted to be the silver-haired witch's pet, resulting in her transforming into a cat girl. Then she defeated a large number of monsters, slaying 4 dream monsters, but when she tried to destroy the core, she was kidnapped by a pile of flowers. Later, she encountered dream fairies and attended their party. Oh right. She turned into a cat, made lots of desserts, learned about the 6 dimensions and 4 realms, understood the mysterious source of fairies' power, and the great name of the Dream Lord. She received gifts from the Shadow Fairy, received assistance from the Book Fairy and the Pen Fairy, and had a question to seek in her palm. She asked about the special ticket to the fairy kingdom of Xania, learned how to enter the dream realm again, and met thousands of fairies from various realms. Ipio, pineapple, pomegranate, corn, Laura, Sagina. So many things happened, it was as sweet as falling into a honey pot. The next second, she turned into a cat girl in her dream, slaying dream monsters, being kidnapped by flowers, turning into a cat at a fairy party, making lots of desserts, receiving the question to seek, obtaining the special ticket, and meeting many different kinds of fairies. She remembered it as a wonderful experience. But what is the question to seek? A special ticket? A special ticket to where? The next second, her memories blurred and shattered. Luo only remembered turning into a cat, attending a fairy party, and seemingly meeting many fairies, but she seemed very happy. Her pure white soul, covered in golden flames, drifted aimlessly in the Sea of Souls. Her hazy memories were fragmented, bizarre, shimmering images. Fairies taller than her? Mischievous fairies? Shadow fairies? The girl, just returning from her dream, didn't know that dreams are unrecorded memories. What she saw in a dream would collapse into non-existent memories. The moment she returned to reality, only profound moments could be preserved. As the wise great fairies had said, it's all just a dream. What a bizarre dream. How could I have such a dream? And being kidnapped by a bunch of flowers. It's so strange. Shaking her head, Lu realized that the golden Xania had disappeared. After thinking for a while, she finally remembered her mission in entering the dream. Right, I need to find the core of those things and break the dream's descent. I'm back now, should I have it sorted out? Recalling the events more carefully, she could indeed clearly recall some fragments of herself shattering dream monsters, but many more details had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, strangely vivid memory fragments kept flashing through her mind. Had she really become 4 cats and played with fairies? Washing her face with cat paws, Luo thought it was probably just her imagination. She suddenly glanced at her normal right hand. Had she just imagined it? She carefully examined her soul body and Sea of Souls. There were no problems. Was it a side effect of entering the dream? Luo couldn't understand it, and she didn't feel any discomfort. In fact, she felt better. Her soul power had directly reached the peak of the 5th rank. As long as her magic power increased, she could easily break through to the 6th rank. Let's check outside. If Aina woke up, it meant she had succeeded. Leaving the Sea of Souls, Luo opened her eyes. The dream power around her was still there, and her perception was clearer, which was probably also related to her entering the dream. Sensing no danger, the barrier dissipated on its own, and the domain receded. Luo was about to get up to check on Aina when suddenly, a blurry black shadow lunged at her. Crack! The force was so great that she clearly heard the sound of her ribs and sternum shattering. Then, her internal organs and blood vessels were subjected to immense pressure, causing her to uncontrollably spit out a mouthful of blood. She watched helplessly as she was sent flying hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Chapter 884. Luo lay on the ground, gazing at the sky. The blue sky and white clouds were so real, almost eerily so. Shouldn't it be stickers? What? What? Has Sister Luo finally lost her mind? Let little Moriarty do it. She pinched the little face that had come closer, and eyes silk spread, binding the little one into a cocoon before tossing her aside. Luo quickly got up, took out a piece of paper, and used her index finger, powered by magic, to record the scattered fragments of memory. Just back in reality, she was still in a daze, like someone waking from a deep dream. But the real blue sky made her suddenly realize that perhaps those strange fragments of memory weren't simply her own dream, but dream memories that couldn't be brought back to reality. Dream experiences can't be brought back to reality. This has nothing to do with memory or strength. It seems to be some kind of primal rule that cannot be broken. She had to write down those fragments before the memories completely disappeared. Moriarty crawled on the ground, curiously peering at what Luo had written. She had assumed it was recorded in runes as before, but it turned out to be just the common script of the living world. Dream fairy. Pineapple. Cat. Party. Even with Moriarty's vast knowledge, she couldn't fully comprehend the meaning of the few words Lo hurriedly scribbled down. However, this didn't stop her from wriggling into Lo's clothes. Having been tricked twice by the wise lord's henchman, she felt she needed to be even more cautious, and sticking close to Lo was, of course, the safest option. Thus, Elisa and Blanche, who arrived at the scene, saw two adorable little heads growing beneath the large wizard's robes. Elisa was initially overjoyed and wanted to rush over and pour out her heart to Lo, but seeing that Lo seemed busy, she wisely stopped where she was, reminding Blanche not to disturb Lo for the time being. But Blanche's gaze was fixed on the mage's robe worn by the girl Elizabeth called Sister Lo. Such a trendy mage's robe, it looked so familiar. Uncertainly, she lifted her own robe to examine it, and suddenly a connection formed in her mind. Just then, Lo also hurriedly finished writing down the fragmented memories she still remembered. Picking it up, a string of question marks popped into her head. What did I write? However, she remembered a few words very clearly, such as cat. She vividly remembered that in her dream, she had indeed become one, or cat, her appearance changing many times. Then, there was dessert, a lingering, indescribably wonderful aftertaste in her mouth. And then, there were strange words, like dream fairy and great fairy, which always brought to mind familiar yet unfamiliar faces. But what bothered her most were two phrases, the question she sought, and the power of Valkyrie. The former seemed firmly etched in her mind, unforgettable, but she couldn't recall the specifics, though it seemed related to some urgent question. The latter was more like the fleeting moment before the dream ended, a memory exceptionally vivid, but quickly fading and disappearing after that instant, impossible to recall. After writing it down, she no longer knew why she had written the phrase. Little Artie, do you know Valkyrie? No, do you know her sister Luo? Luo shook her head. Perhaps she was mistaken, maybe the pronunciation was the same, but the characters were different. Putting away the paper filled with incomprehensible writing, Luo pressed the restless little one down beside her, looking at Elisa Bell, and the snake-tailed girl in a mage's robe beside her, her pupils dilating slightly. Question mark, six-armed Naga, level A transcendent, water, fire, diviner, the web-weaver diviner, a powerful diviner from the great library, shrouded in a web of fate, unable to see the past or future, more information is hidden. No hostility at present. Note 1. The six-armed Naga race's innate talent grants high resistance to water attribute skills. Note 2. The six-armed Naga race's innate talent amplifies all skill effects six-fold. Note 3. Note 6. The web of fate allows one to see the fate of all existence. Understanding level is related to one's own rank. Note 7. The web of fate can conceal one's true nature. Note 12. The divine essence of the crescent moon god. Luo read quickly, skimming through hundreds of lines, but just as he noticed, Note 12, without even blinking, a large number of colorful threads suddenly appeared on the six-armed Naga girl opposite him, weaving into a large cocoon that enveloped her. The panel in Luo's eyes flickered, changing to different words. Enzo Blanche rank 8 extraordinary, water, fire, diviner, question mark, and ordinary, perhaps, assistant to the Grand Library. Reminder, forcing an analysis may lower the god of fate's favor. Suggestion, never touch her tail while she is sleeping, she bite. Can we say your personalities are cut from the same mold? The cocoon flashed and disappeared. Blanche crossed her arms, looking conflicted, but showed no signs of anger. Caught in the act of spying, Luo coughed and bowed slightly apologetically, saying, sorry, I was too quick. Superhumans don't like their information being spied on. Luo wasn't aware of this before, so he always liked to use insight. However, as he grew, he gradually understood, and no longer used insight to spy on people. However, she was recently fighting the enemy, and would definitely check strangers to avoid being targeted. Of course, saying this out loud would offend people. Seeing that Blanche wasn't truly angry, Lo paused before speaking again, his tone now more inquisitive. I didn't expect to encounter people from that side here. Does this mean the people from the Mage's Hall can leave at will? The Mage's Hall naturally referred to the Great Library. Lo's wariness wasn't surprising. While the Great Library assistants were from the same faction, they didn't necessarily share the same ideals. Who knew what this assistant's purpose was in appearing in the Enzo plane? Enzo? Lo was slightly taken aback. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Blanche gently patted her snake tail, not surprised by Lo's wariness. In fact, she was the one who needed to be wary. After all, being a diviner had little to do with combat power. Let's not talk about that. I think you should be focusing on others right now, like her, or that night elf. The tip of her tail pointed to the already agitated Elisa, then gestured towards Ano lying several hundred meters away. Indeed, you have a point. Let's talk about it later. Blanche indicated she didn't mind. Luo stepped forward, patted Elisa's head, and after examining her, frowned slightly. Whether it was the information from inside or the feedback from her senses, Elisa was now like a withering tree, its roots almost severed, its soul power extremely unstable, barely maintaining control only through her consciousness. The magical channels throughout her body were undergoing severe magical erosion, a crisis that would be impossible for a normal high-level transcendent. Even more troublesome was the fact that only a sliver of angelic and demonic power remained, both sustaining Elizabeth's soul and body. Once either one completely vanished, her demise would be inevitable. After casting life restoration to slightly delay the loss of her life force, Luo sighed and forced a smile. You did a good job, protecting this world very well. People will always remember your greatness. I don't care if people remember, as long as I helped, that's enough. No! Luo pressed her small hand firmly against the girl's long, gray hair, her tone absolutely certain. People will remember you. I said it myself. If the world we painstakingly restored can't remember those we saved, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Sister Luo. Elizabeth's eyes reddened. She didn't care whether what she did was remembered, but Sister Luo's concern made her happy from the inside out, and the places on her body that had been eroded by magic didn't seem so painful anymore. Gently embracing the girl, now half a head taller than himself, Luo soothed her troubled emotions. He took her hand and led her to Ano's side, gazing at Ano's peaceful sleeping face, wondering why the dream hadn't yet ended. Just then, Ano rolled over, smacked her lips, and let out a strange hee-hee laugh, murmuring softly, "Master, to be Master's pet, hee-hee, so cute." Although Ano seemed to be talking strangely in her sleep, Moriarty had reminded him that the dream's power was rapidly fading, and since he hadn't felt any anger or regret after leaving the dream, Luo estimated that the dream wouldn't last long. Turning around, Law rubbed his temples and looked at Blanche, who was staring intently at herself in the mirror. I think we can talk now. Unsure of her purpose, Law remained uneasy. No assistant was simple, he and Moriarty weren't afraid, but the others were a different story. Sensing Law's tone, Elizabeth quickly leaned forward and recounted the day's events. A day earlier, Law's clone had exhausted its magic and disappeared, but the dream monsters stubbornly revived. Just as Elizabeth was struggling to fight them alone, a giant whale made of water flew in from the distant North Sea, instantly annihilating all the dream monsters. The whale's controller was Enzo Blanche, who claimed to come from beyond the world, investigating the demonic aura emanating from this plane for certain reasons. She had only discovered a few clues after more than 2,000 years of investigation. Originally intending to quickly eliminate the mission target, she didn't even have a moment's rest before her consciousness was pulled into a certain space of consciousness from which she couldn't escape. Once freed, she immediately set off, just in time to discover a strong dark aura emanating from the sky above the continent. She rescued Elisa, and stayed until the dream monster ceased to revive. This means that this Grand Library assistant had been hiding in this plane for a very long time. Since Miss Blanche has investigated for 1,000 years, why didn't she intervene when the plane was at war? With your strength, finding the location of those demons shouldn't be difficult. Luo and Moriarty knew that demons existed in the void of the plane, but Moriarty couldn't easily intervene, otherwise it would easily pollute the entire plane. Luo alone, even with Ano and FIA, would find it difficult to deal with 1 8th-tier demon and 3 7th-tier demons. Therefore, waiting for Elisa to gain control of her power before acting together was the safest option. But if Blanche had intervened then, the 2 library assistants would have been more than capable of handling it. A fortune teller's weak combat power doesn't mean they're powerless. Blanche openly admitted this, of course. If there were any clues, we could easily find the demons' locations, but... She spread her 6 hands. I accidentally fell asleep. In fact, after realizing she was indeed struggling to escape that consciousness space, Her first reaction was to continue sleeping, figuring there would be a way after waking up, until she actually fell asleep 8 times in a row and was saved. But we divined long ago that the demons would be destroyed by us, so you can rest assured. Luo was momentarily speechless. The dream monsters in reality were clearly related to those demons, and Blanche was indeed responsible for the final kill of the dream monsters. Was this the fortune teller's confidence? However, this snake seemed a little unreliable, giving Luo a strange sense of familiarity. Since that's the case, we can be considered comrades in arms. Thank you for your contributions to this plane. Luo didn't delve too deeply into why the other woman had been able to leave the Great Library for over 2,000 years, which, converted to the living world's timeline, would be over 1,000 years. Nor did she investigate the truth or falsehood in her words. It was all meaningless. As long as she was sure the other woman wasn't an enemy, that was enough. Don't tell me you know me. I don't want to go back there yet. Luo was taken aback. She saw Blanche, looking awkward, move several meters away, drawing a line on the ground with the tip of her tail, and solemnly declare, I have a mission, and I can't go back anytime soon. If you encounter any members of the Mage's Hall, whatever you do, don't tell me where I am. Especially that woman. 4. Luo swallowed back the doubt that almost escaped his lips, but Blanche spoke first. You've been to that place too, you must know what kind of people those guys are. Only in this undisturbed world can we find true comfort. What kind of people are the Grand Library assistants? Luo couldn't help but recall the assistants he encountered. The gentle but seemingly strangely eccentric Sister Afi, the always self-conscious Grandma Button, the stalker's Len who frequently appeared before him, the love-hate relationship with Soyas that split the assistant faction, and the love-struck assistant who, 300 years ago, had taken a liking to Soyas and instigated conflict among the assistant factions. Is a tea witch who's obsessed with tea making a bit more normal? Accompanied by an evil netherworld saint-level expert, Luo thought for a moment, then suddenly realized that the other Grand Library assistants she knew didn't seem quite right. Instantly, her gaze towards Blanche became sympathetic. She only knew a few assistants, and it was already so difficult. Blanche must know dozens. One could only imagine the psychological pressure she was under. I understand. Don't worry. I keep it a secret. Good that you understand. We're on a mission. We won't be back for another 1,000 years. Blanche nodded in satisfaction. This way, she could continue to slack off. This assistant, though strange, wasn't bad. She extended her right middle arm. Let's be friends. I try my best to help if I can. Provided she wasn't asleep. Luo extended his hand and gently grasped it, indicating his approval. Coincidentally, I also enjoy making friends. An assistant who can understand human speech is undoubtedly the easiest to get along with. Luo didn't want to encounter another scoundrel like that dragon man. Withdrawing his right hand, Luo was about to head north to check on Celia's situation, when he suddenly noticed a strange black ink stain on his palm. A fragment of memory flashed through his mind. My pen fairy, her book fairy, the mirror fairy knows you. You asked me to understand, a question that is inapplicable to humans but sought, a question that seeks someone skilled in destiny. The question will provide the answer. Good wish, we are willing to help. The two shy fairies, embracing each other, handed a peculiar piece of paper to an adorable cat radiating pink bubbles, left their blessings, and departed. Fragments of memory lingered, and Luo didn't know exactly what had happened, but she remembered. The question she sought was the crucial clue she had asked about Elizabeth, and the key to unlocking the clue lay with a powerful being from this great world who was well versed in destiny. She stared at the ink on her palm, countless thoughts flashing through her mind, finally letting out a long sigh. Perhaps the god of fate had already arranged it, but whether intentional or not, she accepted the favor. Miss Blanche, I really do have something I hope you can help with. Chapter 885. Enzo Blanche, hailed 2,000 years ago as the most likely next-generation genius diviner to surpass the Saint of Fate, was born into the six-armed Nanda race deep within the Sea of Origin. She possessed the innate ability to see the threads of fate woven by the god of destiny. Because of her ability to easily see through her people's secrets and her less-than-stellar affinity with water, she was disliked by her peers during her childhood. However, by chance, she was discovered by members of the Mage's Hall and brought back to become a diviner, thus creating a new school of divination that would last for countless years. Later, due to her exceptional divination skills, even the Saint of Fate praised her, and she was included in the Great Library. But one day, this rising star of diviners suddenly disappeared, vanishing without a trace from the Mage's Hall. Various suspicions arose, the most prevalent being that she had encountered an accident. However, after 1,000 years, She was ultimately a diviner who had not yet attained sainthood. No matter how famous she was in her time, she had long been forgotten. Of course, Blanche didn't care about those topics, otherwise, she wouldn't have come here to slumber. She was more concerned with the girls before her. Elisa, whose strength far surpassed the limits of this plane, had a destiny deeply intertwined with it. An unknown powerful being whose evil aura was slightly weaker than a demon, but still manageable, and the most mysterious of all, a silver-haired girl, a magician from the Great Library. Blanche was searching for the fate thread of a girl named Luo. However, her fate was beyond imagination. Thick threads symbolized an extraordinary origin, flickering threads indicated future hardships, but no mortal danger. Vibrant threads represented unusual experiences, dense branches suggested an uncertain future, and tangled threads indicated complex interpersonal relationships. The number of saint-level beings involved almost made her doubt her own judgment, but what Blanche couldn't understand for the first time was that this assistant's fate thread drifted in the void, without a source, seemingly unrelated to the river of fate of the world, yet influencing the fate of those around her everywhere. This was too strange. This meant that the girl before her wasn't from this world at all. Blanche knew a little about the existence of other great worlds, but the rules of different worlds were different. Except for those at the saint rank, any extraordinary being who went to other great worlds couldn't survive, let alone cultivate, but the girl before her could clearly cultivate. The fate thread that Luo couldn't understand brought a kind of shock to Blanche's faith. From her humble beginnings until now, although she was a bit of a sleepyhead, her knowledge of divination was solid, yet she had never heard of such a thing, and couldn't help but want to investigate further. However, the other party was ultimately just an assistant. A mere spying technique had startled the fate thread to protect its master. She ultimately abandoned the idea of spying, and instead maintained a relatively friendly attitude. So when Luo made his request, Blanche readily agreed. I hope Miss Blanche can decipher the marks on my palm. I only know that a diviner can interpret them. Decipher them, no problem. Luo held out her small hand. Moriarty and Elizabeth looked curiously at it, but the indelible ink marks resembled a child's crooked scribbles, having no connection whatsoever to language or runes. Blanche swam forward, several white threads emerging from her wrist, binding Luo's hand. A faint, strange power emanated from her, connecting the destinies of the two women. Snap! The white threads snapped in the blink of an eye, but Blanche wasn't surprised. She was merely testing whether conventional methods could be used to decipher them. It seemed that wouldn't work. The more complex and powerful a person's destiny, the more difficult it was for a diviner to discern. A crystal mirror hovered in her hand, reflecting the pattern on her palm. Although the mirror sometimes acted erratically, it was generally usable. However, even with the communication abilities of the mirror of sight, Blanche couldn't find anything unusual about the ink blot. We can use more power, but if possible, it would be best to provide more information that would make things easier. Luo stroked her chin, recounting the fragmented memory she could recall. When she heard that it seemed related to other great worlds, Blanche's entire snake seemed to lose its strength, slowly swimming upwards. Looks like we can't just coast along. You come with us to the void boundary. Luo thought for a moment and agreed, but she estimated it wouldn't be short, so she created 3 clones, intending to leave 2 to watch over Ano, and send the third to check on Celia's condition. With a whoosh, 3 clones appeared beside Luo. She was already very familiar with this skill, and theoretically, there shouldn't be any problems. However, this time, when she used it, Luo felt a tremor in her soul, as if her consciousness had been split into 4 parts, leaving her somewhat dazed. Sister Luo, are you alright? Luo stopped and glanced at the 3 normally differentiated light clones, shaking her head. It's probably a side effect of the dream. I'm fine. Leaving the clones behind, Luo and Moriarty followed Blanche to the outside of the plane, that is, the void boundary. This was the first time Luo had truly been exposed to the void boundary. Besides the extremely intense spatial fluctuations, there was only a violently thin magical energy. The void boundary of a small plane was manageable. A 6th or 7th tier strength could withstand it. But in a living world, someone below the 9th tier wouldn't even be qualified to survive. Blanche, watching Luo hover steadily within the protective barrier, clicked her tongue in amazement. Sure enough, no one who entered the Great Library was simple. Could she move away a little? The fate of the strong can interfere, causing the outcome to deviate. Moriarty wisely distanced himself, and Blanche tossed her long dark hair. Instantly, her azure strands transformed into countless threads of fate, disappearing into the void. Rippling blue water spread, and beneath her feet became an 800-mile-long mirror of water. Crimson flames rose high, transforming into a golden sun. The powerful domain unfolded, and even Lo instantly lost contact with all his clones and the FIA sisters. Calm down. We're constructing a pure fate black box. Within this domain, our traces of fate will be temporarily separated from the river of fate. The golden sun shone brightly in the sky, casting an endless path leading into the water mirror. Countless threads intertwined around the path, their shimmering light illuminating the strange tunnel, as if glimpsing a fleeting future. Blanche's tail tip lightly touched Luo's palm, drawing out a wisp of ethereal energy. She twisted it into a transparent thread with her 4 hands and cast it into the tunnel. The thread, less than a palm's length, stretched infinitely, continuously entering the mirror. We need to focus on finding the distorted destiny. You're the source now, so don't move around. If you're bored, we have a fishing rod here. A fishing rod appeared beneath Luo's feet, while Blanche had already closed her eyes, her entire aura becoming ethereal and undetectable. After scanning the area, Luo could only sit down on the water mirror. Protected by the runes on his mage robes, the shallow water wouldn't wet his clothes. He picked up the fishing rod, ignoring the lack of bait, and casually cast the line, watching the hook sink into the water mirror, quietly waiting for Blanche to complete her interpretation. Chapter 886. On the other side, one of Luo's clones was traveling to the northern ice plains with Elizabeth. The clone had originally planned to go alone, given Elizabeth's current predicament, but she expressed concern for Celia, so the clone had no choice but to agree. This time, there were no obstacles. After half a day, the ice plain was almost within reach. However, to the surprise of both the clone and Elisa, the ice plain was divided by an incongruous hemispherical structure. Outside was a frigid blizzard, but inside was a lush green grassland. This strange situation made the clone uneasy. She spread her senses, but all she could perceive was the ice plain and an undetectable blank area. There was no trace of the grassland, nor of Celia. Elisa anxiously stepped onto the grass, but it felt incredibly hard. The grass is fake. Let's search. The clone also felt troubled. Logically, she hadn't fallen into an illusion. She should be able to sense some of the emanating soul fluctuations, not be completely unable to perceive anything. The 2 women split up to search, but they searched the entire grassland without finding Celia. Even the remaining traces of her presence had vanished without a trace. Conversely, the initial setup remained intact, and the giant eagle puppet faithfully guarded its spot, seemingly unaware that its protected object had disappeared. The clone noticed that the grassland was slowly shrinking. With each reduction, a portion of the ice plains was revealed, and simultaneously, the power of the dream realm was rapidly diminishing. After a fruitless search, the 2 women landed silently at the spot where they had settled Celia. Sister Luo, I don't believe something could have happened to her. I don't believe it either. The clone understood even more how difficult it was to break through the initial setup silently. With that kind of power, why would they need to deal with a mere mortal? Unless the other side covets Celia's part as remnant of the calamity. The problem is, the clone doesn't know what the remnant of the calamity represents, and the Eldar, who know all this, are feigning death. The clone is furious, but helpless, and can only wait for the main body to return. However, there is some good news. A short while later, the clone guarding Ano sent back a message. The dream power had suddenly contracted sharply to the north, losing its effect, and Ano quickly awoke. This means that soon, all life on the plane will awaken. When Elisa heard this news, her sorrow and anxiety over Celia's disappearance lessened somewhat. Realizing that all beings had been asleep for several days, their awakening now might lead to chaos, she hoped that Lo, as the guiding divine messenger, would step forward and issue a statement. The clone naturally agreed, otherwise, Elizabeth would have gone herself. As Elizabeth predicted, when people awoke from their slumber, their memories of dreams and reality became confused. Coupled with the terrifying and bizarre attacks they had witnessed before falling asleep and the intense, real hunger, riots broke out in various cities. However, the riots were only lasted half a day before being completely stopped. Lo's clone appeared at the evangelical abbey of the new church and declared that the crisis was over and that no more evil monsters would attack the people. Under the strong suppression of the various forces of the Evangelical Alliance, the world began to return to peace. Ano and his clone went to dispel the barriers in various places. When the largest wind barrier disappeared, the surviving people stepped onto the barren land soaked by rain rich in purifying power. All they saw was sparse, newly sprouted grass. Everything was silent and lifeless. Only then did they truly understand the meaning behind the Evangelical Alliance's forceful demand for population relocation. For a time, the greatness of the guiding divine messenger was once again sung, even surpassing that of the God of Light. An even greater force of faith sought out the one to be lauded, But Luo's true body was still within the black box of pure destiny, unable to receive it. Only an avatar could bear it. 3 days later, Luo fished up a half-fishman, with a mouth full of sharp teeth, within the domain of the water mirror and golden sundae. He immediately showed a look of disgust, skillfully controlling the hook to release it, slapping the half-fishman back into the water mirror, and casting the hook again to wait patiently. She had initially fished out of boredom, as even fate was severed in this realm, let alone any other connection. She hadn't expected there to actually be fish in the water mirror. However, these fish called themselves sea creatures. Through the sea creatures she caught, Luo unexpectedly learned that they had lived peacefully, except for a few years ago, when a meteorite struck and wiped out one of their tribes. They usually plundered passing ships and caravans, living a carefree life. Unexpectedly, one day, they were suddenly transported to a boundless ocean. What shocked them was that this ocean possessed a peculiar power that could greatly increase their cultivation speed, but, meanwhile, terrifying creatures lurk in the depths of the ocean. To protect themselves, they had no choice but to band together and build new homes, only to be inexplicably caught in a fishing trap. Luo released the sea creatures, including the fish and magical beasts she had caught, and couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity about the water mirror. She suspected that Blanche had evolved her domain to the intermediate level, allowing for more refined use. As Luo calculated the time and continued fishing, the transparent thread suddenly turned a brilliant gold, radiating a strong divine aura. Blanche, who had been keeping her eyes closed for a long time, abruptly opened them, her 6 arms tightly gripping the thread that was trying to escape. With a solemn expression, she shouted, "Threads intertwined to form a river, floating all things and all life, reflecting the past and the future. Fate is fickle and ever-changing, but my clear eyes are like a mirror, I myself am fate. Bound by fate, what reason is there to break free? Come out!" The 800-mile-long water mirror erupted with monstrous waves, the golden sun reversed, turning into a silver moon, and countless moonbeams descended into the endless tunnel, assisting Blanche in pulling out the golden threads from the depths bit by bit. Under Luo's solemn gaze, the golden threads, radiating a strong divine aura, rapidly retracted, finally pulling out a dense clump of black threads from the tunnel. The strange, intense power fluctuations, so dense they completely distorted perception, conjured scenes on the threads. Upon closer inspection, they were all scenes of Elizabeth's body dissipating. We really lost out this time. How come there are so many apocalyptic futures? Blanche muttered, but the tip of her tail drew 1,001 runes in the void, transforming into a giant pair of scissors. With a few snips, it cut the tangled black threads to shreds, finally pulling out the golden threads completely, revealing a golden feather wrapped around its end. Blanche grabbed the golden feather, the thread of fate retracted and returned to its original blue color, the tunnel closed, the silver moon turned golden again, the raging waves of the water mirror gradually subsided, and the entire domain began to crumble, revealing Moriarty waiting at the edge. Blanche handed the golden feather to Lo, yawning. "Fate tells us you know what this means." The golden feather vanished the moment it touched Lo, but Blanche was right. Lo understood what it represented. It's no wonder Lo didn't know sooner. She wore a golden angel's feather on her wrist, but nothing happened when Elizabeth touched it, and then hadn't mentioned any possibility that the angel's feather could save Elizabeth. When Gallega gave it to her, he hadn't revealed any specific purpose. And since the archangel's feather in her hand was useless, it meant the other feather was useful. Luo's expression shifted, but she eventually calmed down and solemnly expressed her gratitude to Blanche. "I know that fortune tellers charge for each reading. What does Miss Blanche need? I can provide anything I have." "Ah, payment." Blanche rubbed her sleepy eyes, trying to wake herself up. Of course, she wanted payment, otherwise, the backlash from peeping into fate wouldn't be pleasant. But right now, she couldn't think of anything she wanted. Mainly, the ink on Luo's palm contained the power of fate from another great world, and deciphering it had taken her a lot of effort. She didn't want to move anymore. "In that case, let's ask you for a favor as well." Blanche remembered that when she was trapped, a mortal girl had brought the mirror of peeping. Although she had already foreseen the outcome, the fact that the mortal was trapped along with the mirror of peeping meant she had been affected by the power of fate. She had to repay that favor. "We hope you can grant one wish for someone, as compensation." Blanche didn't say who, because she couldn't find any information about the mortal girl. A strange gray mist appeared in the mirror, but it didn't matter. Later events showed that Lo had already paid his fee. When you encounter your first conflicted wish, just grant it. Lo opened his mouth, but seeing Blanche's serious words as she nearly fell asleep, he could only swallow his inner grumbling, thanked her again, and flew into the dimension. Sure enough, All fortune tellers say the same thing. Chapter 887. Through the information transmitted by her clone, Luo quickly learned what had happened in the past few days. Celia's mysterious disappearance was unexpected. Frowning, she and Moriarty traversed space to the northern ice plains. Elisa was still trying to find traces, but since the dream power receded, that strange grassland contained excessively powerful dream power. Her clone wouldn't allow her to enter, so Elisa could only watch the grassland disappear little by little, and Celia was nowhere to be found. Luo glanced at her clone strangely. It had been 3 days. Why hadn't she disappeared yet? However, since returning from the dream realm, her soul power had indeed become more condensed, so the increase in duration from 2 days to 3 days was reasonable. Retracting her clone, Luo ruffled Elisa's soft, gray-white hair. The 7th tier strength she had gained due to the creation of a god within the plane had declined to the 3rd tier of the extraordinary realm. With the plane's crisis resolved, the planes would naturally reclaim that power. Meanwhile, days of relentless, high-intensity fighting had nearly exhausted the angelic and demonic power that sustained her soul. The girl's life force couldn't hold on much longer. Fortunately, the gentle Galega brought her a final hope. Lo wasn't sure if Galega foresaw Elizabeth's fate or if it was entrusted to her by some chance, but since it was his request, Lo naturally wouldn't hesitate. Blanche has found a way to heal you, but to be honest, I don't know what will happen, only that it will definitely help you. Hearing Lo's joyful words, Elizabeth was stunned. She hadn't really hoped to survive, yet Lo had been searching for a way. Her heart trembled violently, a jumble of emotions, gratitude, excitement, surprise, even unease and guilt, filled her heart instantly. 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. She clenched her hands nervously. Sister Luo, I'm so sorry to have troubled you. I'm so happy. She suddenly lunged forward, embracing Luo's slender, delicate body tightly. It was soft, fragrant, and brought a sense of comforting satisfaction. Luo stiffened slightly, surprised that this child could be so bold and impulsive. She gently patted her back. You're a hero who saves the world, don't act like a child. Luo wasn't like that. Luo only had a murderous intent towards demons. Saving the world was just a side effect. If there were things she couldn't handle, she might give up. Moriarty stared intently at the 2 embracing women, gritting his teeth. This insignificant human, that position clearly belongs to little Artemis. Fortunately, Elizabeth quickly released her embrace, her eyes red and anxious as she asked, Sister Luo, will Lorden be able to return? I'm sorry, I can't guarantee that. Is that so? Elizabeth's excitement subsided somewhat, but she knew that Lorden would rather she live, so she wiped away her tears to calm herself. Sister Luo, I understand. I will always remember her. Luo nodded. She admired him for holding off 4 demons for so long for the sake of the beings of this plane. Although angels could sometimes be overly rigid, they were indeed hard to fault when it came to matters of principle. The highest branch of the tree of life within the ruins, which had been curled up, now unfurled, revealing a beautiful feather in its center that looked like it was made of pure gold. It instantly vanished into thin air, and appeared in Luo's hand. The angelic feather on La's wrist was left by an archangel from 300,000 years ago. According to Moriarty, that archangel was as powerful as a demigod. The feather was normally pale gold, but when shrunk, it became bright gold. It had a powerful amplification effect on light skills. Therefore, low-level divine spells, like beams, could be as effective as high-level attribute magic with elemental divine authority in La's hands. The angelic feather left behind by Galega was a slightly darker pure gold, emitting no aura, only revealing immense power that Lo couldn't control in terms of size. As soon as the angelic feather appeared, Elisabel radiated a soft, holy light. A faint angelic silhouette grew 10 meters in size amidst the wind, its face exquisitely beautiful. For pairs of long, pure white wings unfolded from its back, with only traces of black at the tips, but no angelic halo. It opened its arms, enveloping the girl within. Buzz! The angel's feather suddenly shone brightly, unleashing a boundless golden aura that instantly enveloped the entire plane. Huge, pure white wings lit up the sky, and mortals suddenly found their weary spirits, exhausted from slumber, instantly restored. The barren earth rapidly sprouted abundant harvests. Forests burst forth from marshes and meadows. The revival of all things had begun. Abundant power flowed into the illusory figure, and as the angel's feather dissipated, a pair of pale golden eyes slowly opened. The cross-shaped pupils held an indifferent, egalitarian gaze. She spoke softly, yet her tone betrayed an uncontainable shock. Why do you possess the power of the 7th angel under the supreme throne? Lord Entiburi? Lo, of course, didn't know how Galega had obtained it, vaguely dismissing it as a chance occurrence, and remained silent for a moment, suppressing the urge to ask Luo why she was hiding it, before speaking calmly again. I know what she desires, but I cannot fulfill it. Therefore, I will bestow this gift upon those who need it. Under Luo's puzzled gaze, Anne's illusory image shattered, transforming into streams of golden light that entered Elise's body. The girl's fading life force suddenly surged back, and her aura rapidly returned to the 4th and 5th ranks, finally settling at the 7th rank, the limit she could currently withstand. More than half of the remaining golden light veered and plunged into Luo's body. The alien divine power spontaneously activated her divinity, continuously absorbing the power from anti-bully. Luo's consciousness, however, instantly found itself in a pure white space. A colossal, faceless, 12-winged angel floated silently in the air, its hands gently cradling the girl's bare, white feet. A long robe, silver and white, was tied over a high-collared priest's robe with gold trim. 4 pairs of golden buttons were neatly arranged on the snow-white robe, adding to its solemnity. Long legs, radiating a soft white light, were faintly visible through the gaps in the robe's slits, shrouded in the robe itself. A golden halo floated around her left ankle, somewhat similar to the halo on the giant, faceless angel's head. Where is this? The confusion in Luo's eyes lasted for a moment before clearing. Looking at her completely different attire, she realized she was in a space receiving elemental divine authority. Light. Looking at the angel in the distance, she couldn't help but greet it curiously. Nice to meet you. I'm a little curious, do you know each other? Once you awaken, everything will be clear. Now, paint your face and reclaim the authority that rightfully belongs to you. The faceless angel replied with a vague statement, and then fell silent. Luo had no choice but to give up. Last time, the being in the wood attribute space said, we are all you, but you are the only one, but she didn't understand. She would only know once she had collected all the authority. The pure white space made flight impossible, but when Luo wanted to fly, 3 pairs of angel wings would grow from her back. Gently flapping her wings, Luo slowly flew to the giant angel. As if struck by inspiration, she began to manipulate the surrounding light magic to paint her own likeness on the blank face. Time seemed to stand still in the pure white space. After an unknown amount of time, Luo snapped out of her reverie, flying away to see a face on the angel's face that was identical to her own, but instead of the original silver hair and red eyes, the angel possessed magnificent golden hair and golden eyes. The cross-shaped pupils radiated a holy and benevolent compassion for all beings, only revealing a ruthless chill when facing darkness. Luo admired her masterpiece for a moment, then opened her arms. The enormous angel instantly merged into her body, enveloped in warm light, as if bathed in holy light. Luo's control over light magic was already strong, and now it rapidly increased. When the angel had completely merged with her, Luo woke. At this moment, less than 3 minutes had passed in the outside world. Seeing that she still possessed 1/10 of her divine power, Luo gently waved her hand, sealing the excess power into Elizabeth's body. Moriarty had kept her distance ever since the angel's feather appeared. She loathed that power. However, Moriarty understood somewhat why and hadn't absorbed the power, but instead transferred it all to Elizabeth, and lo, even though Elizabeth had also recovered after and absorbed the power. Aside from the angel's tedious kindness, it was because Anne's angelic heart, angelic halo, and soul had already become part of the Enzo plane. While that wisp of divine power was powerful enough to influence the entire plane, it was still far too much to ask to reverse fate and restore a saint-level angel who had been dead for tens of thousands of years. Chapter 888. 3 days later. Luo was familiarizing herself with the new divine runes. Even before obtaining elemental divine authority, light, she had already condensed the 3 low-level divine spells Beam, Holy Flame Bullet, and Light Feather Arrow into divine runes based on her understanding of light runes. Now, she could easily convert the mid-level light divine spell she had mastered into divine runes. With some more time, she could also convert high-level divine spells into divine runes. Using divine runes, she could freely cast divine spells without constructing magic circles. Of course, the upper limit of divine spells cast using divine runes would definitely be lower, but the advantage was that the effects could be adjusted. Just like 3 Suns Annihilation, she could either rub a small fireball the size of her thumb or release a small sun the size of her fist. Ano had already arrived from the new church. She was a little disappointed that she hadn't seen Luo's true form immediately after waking up, but seeing Luo's strength increase again, she was very happy. Fi held Ano's small hand tightly beside her. No words were needed, the sisters understood their mutual affection, which transformed into gratitude towards Luo. Elizabeth, who had been receiving angelic power, finally awoke. She remained silent for a long time before turning to look at the grass, which had noticeably shrunk. Luo assumed she was struggling to accept Anne's departure, but Elizabeth hesitated before speaking. Sister Luo, I want to fulfill Lord Anne's last wish. I hope you will grant it. Luo was puzzled. Elizabeth had spent more time with him than she had. Logically, she shouldn't need to consult her. What last wish? To hunt roaming demons. Luo frowned, solemnly reminding her, you must understand, demons are the embodiment of evil. Although I also abhor demons, hunting them is extremely dangerous. You are merely a 7th-tier human transcendent. Compared to powerful demons, you are at best a slightly larger insect. Luo could single-handedly fight ordinary transcendents 3 levels higher, but against higher races, he could at most fight beyond his level. The racial limitations were too obvious. I know, Lord Anne entrusted me with the memories of demons, which is why I'm even more eager to eradicate the remaining demons, Elizabeth told Luo. After that battle, the angels, represented by Anne, had been hunting down the remaining demons. The remaining high-end demon forces around the living world had long been wiped out. Even if a few demons remained, their strength wouldn't be very high. However, even if their strength wasn't high, they were still a catastrophe capable of destroying civilizations in a smaller plane. She didn't want other planes to suffer the same disasters as her homeland. If the evil forces could be eradicated, the disasters would surely be much fewer. Luo understood her thoughts, but still wanted to offer some advice. Now that your life force is no longer declining and your cultivation talent has improved, let alone the distant saint rank, wouldn't you be able to do even more by spending 100 or 2 years to advance to the 8th or 9th rank? Elisa remained silent, only her clear eyes meeting Luo's gaze. Those innocent, bright eyes now held a certain unwavering conviction. Luo found this conviction difficult to comprehend. Just as Celia and Elisa were different, so were she and Elisa. But seeing those resolute eyes, Luo relented. All right, I allow it, but before I leave, you must obediently learn about modern knowledge from me. Anne's knowledge was undoubtedly outdated, just like Moriarty's little guy, Baikyu. So Luo planned to teach Elisa as much as possible about contemporary demons before Wingerna sent her a message. Elisa's bright smile returned. Sister Luo, thank you so much. I thought you wouldn't agree. I'm happier if you're less troublesome. Elizabeth's matter was temporarily settled, but Celia, even with Luo's involvement as the guide of the gods, who mobilized all living beings across the continent to search, no trace could be found. All that could be seen was the imperceptible, intangible grassland of the ice plain slowly disappearing, and the powerful dream energy contained within it gradually weakening, as if it were the last echo of that awkward girl. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The people of the Enzo plain gradually returned to their normal lives. Thanks to the barrier Luo had set up beforehand, 70% of the population survived. Of these, 10% were the starving poor and slaves who had died. For these miserable, starving people, 4 days was far too long. However, the influence of the guide of the gods among the common people was growing stronger. Besides many residents knowing that the large barrier protecting them was Luo's doing, the Evangelical Alliance also contributed significantly, aiming to spread the influence of the God of Light and the guide of the gods. The residents witnessed the apocalypse firsthand, yet were grateful to have survived. Even the remnants of the old papacy and the Church of the Sun sided with the new papacy, joining the Evangelical Alliance. As a result, Luo's faith power increased even further. However, on the other hand, the Dark Empire, which worshipped darkness, gained even more followers. These new dark believers no longer believed in war and revenge, but rather in the inevitable death of man, the fall into the abyss after death, and the need to cultivate dark power to protect their souls after death. Although the new dark faith after the cataclysm was strange, Luo did not deliberately try to eradicate it. As long as one did not worship demons or engage in cult activities, Luo's attitude towards dark magic was one of only vigilance. Blanche left the Enzo plain, leaving behind 2 sentences. Don't ever say you know me in the Great Library, you're any assistant. We can't tell you your fate, but let me remind you, if you have the chance to visit other great worlds in the future you gain something. Luo noted these 2 sentences. She was actually quite interested in the Crescent Moon God's divine essence that had flashed across Blanche's panel, but since the other party didn't seem inclined to speak, she naturally wouldn't ask rashly. She'd bring it up later. These past few days, Luo had stopped almost all her own activities to teach Elizabeth the necessary common sense, superhumans, the nature of magic, magic circuits and runes, the sea of souls, soul power, rune construction, magic construction, higher races, the nature of dark magic, the chaos caused by demons, and so on. Their relationship deepened considerably. For example, you've been studying the explosion rune for 2 hours, And you still haven't mastered it. Didn't we just talk about the difference between free magic nodes and derived magic nodes yesterday? How can you still be confused? This rune connects to a 3.2% magic ratio. The 3% magic flow you're using will cause magic blockage. Blockage! It will cause magic disorder. Get rid of the two-dimensional thinking and build arrays. That's a simplified version used only by low-level magic. Space is three-dimensional. During the break, after the small figure left the specially built soundproof classroom, Elisa let out a long wail, her soft little face resting on the table, and she pouted at the playing E, saying, "Little E, do you think I'm too stupid or Sister Lou is too smart? Why do I feel like learning is so difficult?" When it was around, she found high-level magic difficult to learn, but with effort, she could learn 8 in half a year. Divine spells didn't require her to learn and would help build them. But now that it was her turn to learn, why had it suddenly become hellishly difficult? Without looking up, he replied, "The great general of fear once said that Lord Luo is the most talented magician he has ever encountered. You, a mere novice, cannot compare." "Ah, I really am." Hearing this, Elisa's frustration suddenly lessened considerably. Even with her 7th-tier strength, she couldn't fully fathom how powerful Sister Luo was. It was normal for her to be a little slow. Stretching, Elisa stood up. "It's rest time again, E. Would you like to come with me?" "No. I only obey the great general of fear." Elisa knew who he was referring to as the general of fear, but she found it hard to imagine that the adorable Moriarty would be associated with fear. However, since he wanted to stay, she didn't insist. She merged into the space, arriving in one step at the snow-covered northern ice plains. After a month, the green grassland had dwindled to less than 10 miles in radius. The dream power within was no longer able to affect mid-level transcendence. Elisa stood at the edge of the grassland, offering a sincere prayer for her missing friend, hoping she was safe and sound. This was a daily ritual for Elizabeth. She followed Anne's faith in the supreme God of light, and even though she knew her small prayers wouldn't attract his attention, the sincere prayers brought her some peace of mind. "Celia, I will always sincerely pray for your safe return." Chapter 889. Northern realm of the living in a sun-drenched garden, a black-haired youth, shirtless, stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the towering castle that seemed to reach into the clouds. His handsome face, however, held a cold, brooding expression. "You're truly a piece of trash." A graceful young woman shrouded in black robes sat on a bench at the other end of the garden. Hearing this, she smiled indifferently, but the disdain in her next words was obvious. "If I hadn't brought back the heart of darkness, you wouldn't have a chance to speak. Due to the rules, I won't pry into why you hate her, but well, it seems quite easy to guess, hee. Humph. Scheming, no matter what you say, you can't escape the fact that your actions were unsuccessful. This young master will show you who the strongest demon's child is." Looking at the arrogant youth, the black-robed woman fell silent, rose, and left the garden, leaving the youth still gazing into the distance at the castle shrouded in dark, icy clouds, a smirk playing on his lips as he muttered to himself, "The old era will finally begin a new chapter in my hands." Leaving the garden, the girl in black robes arrived at the magnificent hall. Leaning against the door, she didn't enter, but coldly addressed the elegant young man in the hall, whose body was sloshing with blood-red liquid. "Where's the war?" The young man, holding a wine glass, glanced at the girl and replied indifferently, "You know. Bullish man. Let him be." After a pause, the girl extended her finger, flicking out a constantly moving black thread. "The gift is ready. I won't show my face again." The young man gently grasped it, and the black thread transformed into a jet-black ring on his pinky finger. Admiring the black crystal-like ring for a moment, he took a sip of the crimson liquid in his glass, a look of intoxication on his face. "Why me? Though you're mad, the shadow is more detestable. Then I should feel honored. Leave it to me. I'm also curious how delicious a human is, having repeatedly thwarted the all-knowing, calculating demon child, and the all-powerful shadow demon child." "All-powerful? Huh, you make such a low-class joke? Use it as you please, but—" The girl gave him a deep look, turned, and vanished in a phantom, leaving only a faint warning, "Don't forget the plans of the greats." Northern Enzo Plain. A girl sat with her knees drawn up on a verdant grassland, gazing affectionately at another girl with long, grayish-white hair 3 meters away, quietly listening to her self-absorbed monologue. Beside her, 2 strange little figures, no bigger than a palm, flapped their wings, diligently erasing the grass with an eraser. Strangely, despite being less than 3 meters apart, the grayish-white-haired girl seemed oblivious to the scenery on the grassland, her gaze not falling on the other girl. "I will leave this plain in 3 days. Prepare yourselves. Celia nodded gently, her gaze still fixed on Elizabeth not far away. Her small hand reached out, but touched the edge of the grass, forcing her to withdraw. The Eldar had made it clear, she wasn't simply human, but rather the manifestation of the remnants of calamity in reality. Having become the anchor point for the arrival of dreams, if she attempted to cleanse the dream grasslands that polluted reality, she would be corrupted by the power of dreams, lost within them, unable to return. Though she and Elizabeth appeared to be only a few meters apart, this was the distance between reality and dreams, countless times greater than the distance between planes. A dream fairy, tired from rubbing, flew to rest on Celia's head. Strange being, are you regretting it? No. Celia already knew their identities and names. The one on top was called Dried Meat, and the other was called Dried Fruit, truly strange names. Dried Meat continued to harass her. I know you're envious, but envy is useless, hee. Oh! Don't you want to play with her? She comes to see you every day, she must really like you. It's a pity you can't even touch her. Dried Meat stomped its foot angrily, flew in front of Celia to block her view, and pulled out a roll of tape threatening, I'm going to tie you up and take you back. So you never see her again. Celia gently pinched its wing, raised an eyebrow disdainfully, and tossed it far away. She had initially thought the other had some ability, but it turned out that besides helping to clear the grass, it was nothing. Dried Meat flailed around, steadied itself in midair, angrily jumped back, and chirped in Celia's ear in protest. However, this was to no avail. The dream fairies, living in the dream world, had almost completely lost their abilities upon entering the real world, appearing seemingly furious but actually quite adorable. Just then, Elizabeth finished her prayer. Celia assumed she would return as usual, and was preparing to continue clearing away the remaining dream power. Only when all dream power disappeared could this plane truly return to normal. However, Elizabeth didn't leave. Instead, she took a bouquet of lilies from her bosom and placed it on the icy plain. Sister Luo will leave sooner or later, and I will also go to hunt demons. Celia, tell me, how should we protect our world? Celia sat down again, her ears perking up with curiosity. She heard Elizabeth continue talking to herself. Celia, do you know, human lifespans are too short. Even those who become high-level transcendents rarely live past 1,000 years. I don't want the world to descend into chaos again after 1,000 years. That's why I didn't tell Sister Luo. I plan to split my consciousness, merging half into the plane's will, continuing Lordan's practice to protect the world forever. Sister Luo definitely won't agree, and you definitely won't either, but it's okay, Sister Luo won't know, and you won't know, so it's settled. Unseen by her, Celia was anxiously pounding on the boundary. She had just asked the elven race, if Elizabeth really split her self-consciousness and merged with the plane's will, the half remaining in her body would lose some content, most likely her emotions. The half merged with the plane's will would carry her emotions, using human emotions to fight against the ancient past before the plane's destruction, the consequence being eternally trapped in this small plane. Elizabeth, you idiot! Why did you make a decision on your own when everything was already decided? Take back that absurd idea, or I won't forgive you. However, no matter how much she patted, the sound wouldn't carry. She could only watch helplessly as Elisa smiled, and left with a sigh of relief. She slumped down, slamming her fist into the grass. It was prickly. The dried fruit put down its eraser, exchanged a glance with the dried meat, flew to Celia, and waved. Seeing no reaction, it thought for a moment, then took a colorful rainbow candy from its basket, and handed it to her. Want some rainbow candy? It's delicious. Thank you, but I'm not in the mood. Eat rainbow candy, and more of you will come to help. I already said. Celia paused, then took the candy. It looked like a delicate gummy only nobles could afford. She tore open the wrapper, and casually tossed it into her mouth. Satisfied now? I want to lie down for a while. Don't bother me. She wasn't interested in candy, but the two succubi had helped her clear a lot of grass, and kept her company. Although it was mostly harassment, Celia was still quite grateful to them. She chewed on the slightly sweet, sticky candy, swallowed it, her mind a jumble of thoughts. She wanted to stop Elisa's thoughts, but was powerless to do so. Suddenly Celia felt her consciousness floating upwards, as if she had lost gravity. She frantically flailed her hands, trying to grab the grass beneath her, but then she saw a body lying quietly on the grass below, eyes closed. She looked at her hands in disbelief. They were translucent. What's going on? Dried Fruit scratched its head, looking puzzled. Strange, why is there only one consciousness? Dried meat poked the body on the ground and shook its head slightly. Looks like it's dead. Time to pack it up and go home. What did you give me to eat? Rainbow candy. Rainbow candy that makes your other side appear. Celia was practically going crazy. She was already annoyed, and these two unreliable little devils were making things worse. But soon, in her annoyance, Celia unexpectedly discovered that this semi-transparent form could actually pass through the boundaries of the grass, although she couldn't use any power, and it seemed to consume some kind of energy. But in her excitement, she couldn't care less about that now. She quickly flew towards the new church. Elizabeth had said she was studying with Lo, so she should be at the new church's evangelical abbey. Chapter 890. After resting, Luo returned to the classroom and found that Elizabeth seemed to be in a much better mood. He wondered if she had finally understood the difficult problem from before get out of class, and a smile appeared on his lips. Looks like she's not so stupid after all, he thought. Unbeknownst to him, Elizabeth was only relieved because she had finally revealed her secret. So, when Luo smiled and asked about the problem from the previous class, Elizabeth's good mood shattered instantly. The sun gradually set. Although Elizabeth's strength meant she wouldn't tire easily, Luo still allowed her 2 hours of rest every night. After enjoying a delicious snack prepared by FIA, he entered the ruined space. As soon as he entered, Xania eagerly flew up and sat on his head, transforming into a green leaf. Still haven't figured out how to get to the fairy kingdom? Wah, Xania, you're so silly. Don't be discouraged, don't worry, you definitely find it. Xania nestled softly on Luo's head, her little head adorned with a crown made of intertwined flowers and vines, a bit more elaborate than before, with a bright yellow 5-pointed star now prominently displayed in the center. From Xania, Luo finally understood the meaning of the fairy kingdom he had written down on the paper. In his dream, Xania had obtained the method to reach the fairy kingdom, but the prerequisite was that Xania could use her fairy abilities to decipher the path. A test. Xania's abilities were still insufficient, which was why she had struggled with deciphering these past few days, hence her immediate need for comfort. Furthermore, Xania also told Luo what some of the names on the paper represented, but knowing was useless. Luo felt a strange yet slightly familiar feeling towards those names, as if he had glimpsed them in a book, without much recollection. As for the more complex phrases, Xania either didn't understand them or couldn't explain them clearly, so Luo had to give up. After comforting the little one and calming her down, Luo thoughtfully retrieved 2 thumb-sized crystal bottles from the Sea of Souls. The crystal bottles returned with Luo to the Sea of Souls. Made of soul power, they couldn't be directly exposed in the air, they needed to be completely enveloped by soul power. One bottle contained half a bottle of golden powder, identical to the fairy pollen that had fallen from Xania. It could only be preserved within soul power. Once unprotected, it would quickly disappear, and even re-enveloping it with soul power wouldn't preserve it. The other bottle contained a thin layer of silver powder, shimmering with a starlight-like brilliance. Luo didn't recognize it well, it seemed to be fairy pollen as well. Because of the small quantity, Luo dared not waste it. Luo carefully put the paper away, recalling the ink stains on his palm and the 5-pointed star on Xania's laurel wreath. These traces suggested that certain things from dreams could be brought back to reality through special means. Could memories do the same? Among the phrases he hastily jotted down on the paper was dream research. Judging from the paper, it seemed he needed to enter a dream to conduct the research, and what she had noted was mostly related to magic. Therefore, entering a dream and how to retrieve the dream memories became the problem. From the information Xania knew, everything was related to the fairies and dreams. It seemed he could go back and research the dream fairies and great fairies. Having made his decision, Luo watched Xania playing with the flowers, but his thoughts were on Wingina. It had been over 3 years since she arrived in the Enzoplane, and nearly 2 years in the living world. Even if Wingina hadn't arrived in the Agnisa Empire yet, she should at least have some information, right? She took out a strand of her hair and a dragon scale, both anchored by Moriarty. She had tried to transmit information by tapping the anchor, but there was no response. She didn't know if Wingina's reception was delayed or if it was blocked, as transmitting information across dimensions was quite difficult, especially since the time flow of the 2 sides was different. I hope my senior arrives safely. However, now that Ankanassa's attack had been blocked, and she herself had been sealed and banished to another dimension by Ankanassa, the danger to the living world was probably not great. Lo could actually go back directly. If Wingina really didn't respond, Lo planned to return immediately after teaching Elisabe. Nighttime was for rest. Thanks to her superhuman strength, Elisabe didn't feel hungry or tired. After completing her daily evening prayer, she returned to her room, which had been reinforced by a barrier, to continue trying to construct magical runes. I'm too clumsy, I need to work harder. The room was far from ordinary believers to prevent any potential leakage of magic that could harm mortals. The believers in the monastery, seeing this from afar, would silently express their gratitude. Elizabeth didn't publicize her deeds, but through a clever scheme, everyone knew that the former 7th princess of the Lily of the Valley royal family of the Terran Empire was an angel reincarnated into the human world, sent specifically to resist the apocalypse. Because Elizabeth's past gentle and kind deeds were easily verified by the kingdom of Lily of the Valley, even the stubborn nobles readily accepted this story, let alone the vast number of believers in the light, who spontaneously portrayed Elizabeth as a savior angel under the throne of the God of Light. However, today, unbeknownst to anyone, an imperceptible young girl flew above the numerous believers, paused briefly, and then swiftly slipped into the abode of their revered savior angel. Smoothly penetrating the room's barrier, Celia immediately saw Elizabeth sitting cross-legged on the bed. Her face lit up with joy, and she quickly flew down to reach out and touch her. However, her hand passed right through Elizabeth's face, and the latter remained completely unaware. Celia, unwilling to give up, shouted in her ear, "Elizabeth, can you hear me? Open your eyes and look." But it was still to no avail. Elizabeth was immersed in her sea of souls. How could she possibly know what was happening outside? "Do you really want to communicate with her?" Unable to convey her voice for a long time, the spirit, who had been watching for a while, finally spoke up. "A person in a dream, seen in a dream. Convey your longing, come back with me." If it weren't for needing Celia as a key to leave, the spirit wouldn't have wanted to make much contact, but now it seemed she had to help. Countless pale green specks of light floated out from Celia's consciousness, completely enveloping her, then transformed into an invisible stream of light that entered Elizabeth's brow. The powerful dream force instantly plunged Elizabeth into a deep sleep. When she awoke, she found the person she hadn't seen in so long standing before her. She was somewhat dazed, and her voice trembled involuntarily. "Celia?" Celia had already prepared her words. As soon as Elizabeth opened her eyes, she greeted her in a cheerful and natural tone, then gently stroked her face to express her longing, and finally offered the sentimental noblewoman a comforting embrace. That way, this silly girl who confides in her every day will surely be deeply moved. Then she can take the opportunity to teach her a lesson. In this space, Celia finds herself seemingly able to achieve her desires, and educating this princess, who never thinks of herself, is definitely a piece of cake. But while the idea is beautiful, when she sees Elizabeth trembling as she says her name, wiping away her starlight-studded tears, and giving her a gentle smile, Celia's thoughts become chaotic. Her eyes wander unnaturally, and she stammers, "Oh. Good, long time no see, haha, how are you?" "Ah. Is that so?" Then. Celia's gaze darts around, her toes unconsciously tapping the ground, her hands twisting unconsciously behind her back, unsure of what to say. She says she's doing well, but is she just overthinking things? Actually, she's the one who's not doing well at all, but since she's doing well, she's happy for her too. Even though I had clearly planned how to teach her to give up the idea of self-sacrifice, actually facing her, my heart seemed to get chaotic. It was a completely different feeling from when I was with the shop manager, uncontrollable, and I was even a little nervous. How strange. Lost in thought, I was suddenly pulled into a soft, delicate embrace. A pleasant fragrance filled my nostrils, and a gentle voice whispered in my ear, "But it's better with you." Chapter 891. 3 days later, under the watchful eyes of Luo, Elizabeth, and the others, the last patch of grass on the icy plain abruptly vanished. The dream power it contained also completely departed from this plain, leaving only a girl lying peacefully on the icy plain, as if asleep, with strange signs of etherealization on her body, as if she were about to merge with the void. Everyone was in low spirits. They were all friends, who had spent a considerable amount of time together. Both Luo and the FIA sisters had guided her, and after searching for a month or two, this was still the result. Give her a proper burial, in the name of the Holy Maiden of Light. Celia had done many things for the believers when she served as the Holy Maiden. Even if it was only at Luo's request, burying her as a Holy Maiden was not inappropriate. Elizabeth bent down and gently stroked Celia's cold face, a barely perceptible smile appearing on her face. She picked up her delicate body and left the icy plain. Luo and the FIA sisters followed closely behind. Moriarty was about to step through the spatial rift when he sensed something and glanced towards the outside of the plane. Was that a ray of light? "Little Artie?" "It's nothing." Then she vanished across the rift. The sudden return of the Holy Maiden of Light to the embrace of God was a momentous event in the new church. If guiding messengers bring hope to the world, and saviors fight against calamities, then the Holy Maiden was one of the few rays of light that ordinary believers could reach in this chaotic world. The reaction from the believers was far greater than expected. Believers from monasteries across the land spontaneously traveled to the new church to pay their respects, and allies of the Evangelical Alliance expressed their deepest condolences and blessings. 7 days later, Celia's funeral was held in grand style at the Evangelical Monastery. Her body was placed in a crystal coffin filled with flowers, making her the first Holy Maiden to enter the new church's cemetery grotto. Believers praised her good deeds and prayed to God that the Holy Maiden would ascend to the kingdom of God and enjoy eternal happiness. The funeral lasted 3 days and 2 nights. Many believers stayed to continue praying for the saint, increasing the population of the new papacy by 30%. Moriarty had no interest in the so-called funeral. Holding Aya's little hand, she stood at the highest point of the church, watching the hundreds of believers pray silently. She didn't understand dreams, but based on the fluctuations in dream power, she could roughly judge that if Celia hadn't chosen to leave the settlement, the dream power they faced would have been several times stronger, meaning Elizabeth and Blanche might not have woken up in time, and the situation would have been unpredictable. Isn't it a boring thing? To the Great One, you're absolutely right. Humph, little Audie thinks so too. 7 days had passed since Celia's funeral. Lo continued to teach Elizabeth as usual, but the child didn't seem as heartbroken as Lo had feared. In fact, her enthusiasm for learning seemed even greater. She'd probably grown up a bit. Luo could only assume it was a good thing after all. Unexpectedly, a month later, Elwyn and Sylvie suddenly visited, saying they planned to get married in 2 days. Luo was taken aback, but also offered their blessings. Thinking about it carefully, it made perfect sense. The two were already 18 years old, had been together since childhood, and later followed Luo to the old papacy to hide. Under Luo's direction, they jointly established the new papacy's intelligence organization. Years of companionship had blossomed even in stone. Now, Sylvie was in charge of the new papacy's intelligence organization, while Elwyn had returned to the kingdom of Mag as a prince, destined to inherit Brendan's kingdom. From both an emotional and economic perspective, the marriage was entirely beneficial. At the wedding, Brendan, unusually, lost his composure during the banquet, expressing immense gratitude to Luo and declaring that the kingdom of Mag would always stand with the new papacy. Luo didn't know if Brendan had a premonition, but soon after, he finally received a message from Wengina. Return immediately. After some thought, Luo summoned the new pope, Eunomia, explaining the general direction of the new papacy's future development and its policy towards the Dark Empire, and leaving him a clue to the path to transcendence. Luo had met the remaining 2 sanctuaries, and already knew that the reason the sanctuaries in the Enzo plane could break through to transcendence was simply by forcibly infusing magic power with dragon blood essence. The success rate was less than 1 in 10,000, and it caused immense damage to the body, making it completely different from normal advancement. Afterwards, Luo finished his last lesson with Elizabeth, taking one from his few spatial rings and handing it to her. There are some commonly used resources and items inside. More importantly, there are spatial coordinates engraved by little Audie on it. Once you have the ability to find dimensional coordinates, you can use it to travel to the living world. Elisa took the ring, but didn't look at it immediately. Instead, she gazed at Luo's adorable face. Sister Luo, are you leaving? Luo nodded gently. I didn't intend to hide it from you. I have to leave. Study the inherited magic I left you well. There are also some books inside the ring. Your journey is far from over. Although I knew this day would come, I'm still a little reluctant to leave. You can change your mind if you want. Elisa shook her head, revealing a sweet smile. That would be too lame. But actually, I also have a gift for Sister Luo. To Luo's astonishment, a silver key appeared in Elisa's palm. I'm a child of this plane, after all. I should be able to welcome Sister Luo home on behalf of the plane's will. This was the plane key, a manifestation of the plane's crystalline tunnel. When spatial power was abundant, one could unconditionally enter the Enzo plane and draw upon its spatial power to operate spatial arrays. But more importantly for Luo, this key could serve as a transfer point for faith power, allowing her to continue receiving faith power from the Enzo plane even after returning to the living world. Looks like you've gotten quite smarter. I guess I can't refuse it. Hee hee. Luo accepted the key anyway. After incorporating her soul power, she could use it freely. Spatial power took 10 years to fully replenish, meaning Luo could return to the Enzo plane at most once every 10 years, but then she'd have to wait another 10 years. Hanging on his wrist alongside 2 feathers, Lo didn't tell anyone this time. With Elizabeth as a witness, Moriarty extracted spatial power from the key of the plane, activated the spatial array using the spatial coordinates carried in Wingna's hair, and Lo tore through the plane's crystal wall and departed. Touching the spatial ring on her middle finger, Elizabeth watched the spatial fluctuations gradually subside. The smile on her face slowly turned into reluctance, but quickly became resolute. Celia, do you think it's really okay for us to keep this from Sister Luo? That's true. Maybe Sister Luo already knew you didn't like the position of Saintess. Lorden is gone, Miss Blanche is gone, the spirit clan you mentioned has left, and now Sister Luo is gone too. Next, it's our turn, don't you think? Where to go? This is such a confusing choice. You ask me how to survive outside the plane? It's okay. At least I've been acknowledged by the plane's will. The plane's blessing will help me. Don't worry, it's safe. Eh? Why are you saying this in broad daylight? Really, you want it again so soon? Even in a dream I can't. Don't say such strange things. You were the one who seduced me first, humph. The voice faded into the distance, leaving only a wisp of wind carrying the shy feelings of a young girl. Chapter 892. The Frost Forest, located 3,000 miles southeast of the Duchy of Ethel, is a notorious graveyard for adventurers, spanning a vast area of 10,000 miles. Ice blue is the only hue of this world. The needle-like, light blue leaves emanate a chill unbearable to mortals. The sun hangs high, yet brings no warmth. Beneath the snow-covered plains lie countless cunning and malicious eyes. A blue-striped snow wolf, concealing itself, roams the snow layer, leaving no trace in its wake. The frost leaves, capable of easily piercing the skin of a third-tier transcendent being, cannot penetrate its smooth fur. Its ice-blue eyes shift slightly, instantly spotting a four-tier long-tailed fox crouching 3 miles away on a treetop. Concealing its killing intent, it transformed into a wisp of snow mist, dissipating with the wind, gradually approaching the wary, watchful Longfire fox. The magic core of a single fourth-tier magical beast was enough for half a month's cultivation energy. The thin snow mist drew closer to the Longfire fox, an inexplicable sense of danger making it uneasy. Its large, white ears twitched incessantly, attempting to glean potential threats from the magical fluctuations in the air. Not far away was a rare, swift bird, which had been lying in wait for a long time. Without a definite location, it was unwilling to let such a delicious meal slip by. However, the frost forest was filled with snow mist emanating from the frost trees. No matter how strong the Longfire fox's magical senses were, it couldn't detect a wisp of unusual snow mist already encircling its neck. Roar! Suddenly, a roar exploded, and a gaping maw burst open beneath the frost tree, devouring the Longfire fox and the blue-striped snow wolf in one gulp. The powerful dragon's might unleashed its power, deterring other magical beasts that had sensed the magical fluctuations from making any rash moves. Chewing. Gulping. The snow fell, revealing the true form of this enormous creature. Its tall, bright yellow body was covered with thick scales the size of a palm. 2 pairs of huge dragon wings were folded back, the forewings covered by gray-white rocks, making them appear even larger, while the hind wings exuded wisps of dark aura. Its limbs were slightly thinner than those of an earth dragon, but its claws were still incredibly sharp. On its long neck was a ferocious and terrifying head, with 2 pairs of yellow and black horns growing back to back, adding to its majesty. This terrifying creature, capable of easily devouring a 4-tier long-tailed fox and a 5th-tier blue-striped snow wolf, lowered its noble head, like a child, and nuzzled against the girl at its feet. How are your injuries? When Gina patted its dragon-like body, checking its injuries. The girl they encountered on the Tammy was terrifyingly powerful. Her black armor seemed to have failed completely, easily shattering into pieces. Keep in mind, the sturdiness of black armor is such that even high-level transcendents struggle to leave a mark. Forced to retreat, transformed into its true form to pull her away, but was still struck. Its body was corroded by 3 intertwined forces. Besides a domineering lightning magic force, the other 2 were completely unheard of. Because of this, conventional methods of dispelling the attacks were utterly ineffective. She could only use the most primitive method, magic and soul power, to slowly wear it down. More than a year had passed, and she had only managed to dispel about 70 to 80%. Us' condition was even more serious. To prevent the enemy from returning, it flew day and night with little rest, and its injuries remained unresolved. Her condition improved. However, Frost Forest wasn't far from the Duchy of Ethel, which was about 10,000 miles from the border of the Agneser Empire. In other words, she had arrived at the agreed location 2 months ahead of schedule. She had already sent the message last night, and they should be able to meet up soon. After checking us injuries and finding no worsening, Wingina shrunk it to the size of a small dog and had it sit on a wooden stake, quietly waiting for Luo's message. The strand of silver-white hair with spatial coordinates was placed on an open ground 100 meters away, tightly protected by a barrier. The snow continued to fall, sliding off the semi-transparent runic barrier. Occasionally magical beasts would pass by, but they mostly became us food. 3 days passed. On this day, Wingina was expelling the foreign power from her body when it suddenly growled, looking warily towards the location of the silver-white hair. Wingina sensed this and opened her eyes, staring ahead. Suddenly, the calm snow layer rippled, space distorted violently as if struck by a powerful impact, and a fist-sized ball of silver light flashed, engulfing the hair before vanishing without a trace. But in that instant, a beam of multicolored light pierced through the silver, transforming into a constantly shifting seven-colored polyhedron. The runes dissipated, revealing a petite girl with silver hair and red eyes within. I didn't expect it to be more oppressive than when I left. So cold. Luo put away the silver moon lantern, rubbing her arms. She found the ordinary snowfall unusually cold, rich in ice and water magic. Having just returned from the Enzo plane with its low magic concentration, she felt a slight chill. Woo! A low whimper came. Luo turned to look. There wasn't much excitement. A girl with a high ponytail, wearing a thin long dress, was gently waving at her, while a four-winged dragon the size of a small dog whimpered softly at her feet. A smile spread across Luo's face, and she waved back vigorously. Senior, long time no see. How are you? Well, somewhere in the middle, not great either. Luo frowned, then floated lightly to Wingina's side. Senior, did you also encounter enemies? Wingina nodded. These things couldn't be hidden, otherwise, they would miss the opportunity to exchange intelligence. However, this place was freezing cold, not a good place for communication. The Principality of Ethel isn't far away. It's a neutral country. I already prepared an inn. How about we go and rest for a while? That's true. You must have been waiting quite a while, Senior. Just a few days. I don't know what strange things might happen. It's more appropriate to wait abroad. After a brief explanation, the two women headed towards the Principality of Ethel. The Duchy of Ethel, covering 800,000 square kilometers, is a well-known neutral duchy in the northern part of the northern continent. Founded over 10,000 years ago, it has a permanent population of 120 million, primarily ice beast men and humans, with a significant number of orcs, such as the white bears and white foxes. As a neutral nation, the Duchy of Ethel never participates in racial warfare or national hatred. Its main members are numerous large and small merchant guilds, resulting in a highly developed trade industry that attracts many tourists, forming a thriving tourism sector. This is also due to the instability and harsh environment of the north. With the Temple of War as the dividing line, the north is perpetually covered in snow and ice, hindering the flow of goods. Most smaller kingdoms rely on itinerant merchants for trade. In addition to humans, the north is also inhabited by numerous orcs from the Snow Beast territory and the White Cat territory, as well as a special group of magical beasts, the Snow Beasts. Similar to orcs, Snow Beasts are divided into many subspecies, but the most unique is the Ice Beast clan. Legend has it that they are a hybrid of the Ice Crystal Beasts and the Snow Rabbits of the White Cat territory, existing somewhere between magical beasts and orcs. They possess considerable intelligence, and upon reaching mid-level strength, they can transform into human form. Therefore, trade between orc territories, and between orcs and humans, is mostly handled by the merchant guilds of the Duchy of Ethel. However, due to the large-scale annihilation of a nation in the northern polar regions over 20 years ago, and the sudden border closure by the Agneser Empire, the Duchy of Ethel has seen a surge of refugees. These refugees have colluded with refugees from abroad, forming a Lost in the Garden organization led by powerful refugees. They frequently plunder small merchant guilds, causing a surge in the number of adventurers and escort missions within the country. Not long after leaving the Frost Forest, 3 snow-white, long-haired orcs suddenly appeared in the air, their waists bound with snow-white wolf pelts. The leader, a white tiger man, slung a giant ice axe over his shoulder, his face filled with murderous intent. With a fierce stomp, he instantly froze an area of 100 meters in radius, surrounding Luo and Wingina. Humans, hand over all your spatial rings. We spare your lives. Chapter 893. To be honest, Luotian hadn't expected to be robbed so soon after her return, and even felt a sense of absurd amusement. However, before she could even make a move, Us, fiercely protective of his master, suddenly reverted to his true form. His terrifying 3-meter-tall head stood several meters away from the white-haired orcs who were robbing him. His exhaled sandstorm shattered the ice seal with a single breath, and the heavy dragon's might applied to their flesh, instantly causing them to break out in a cold sweat. Fly, 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 dragon. You're a dragon knight. The orcs' reaction was even greater than Luo had imagined. They hurriedly dropped their weapons and scattered in all directions without looking back, even using blood burn and berserk regardless of the side effects, only wanting to escape as quickly as possible. Woo-woo. Us shrank his body, rubbing against Wingina's leg, looking adorably like he was the most powerful. The minor incident didn't cause a ripple in their minds. After some time, the semi-transparent ice crystal city walls came into view. Guards clad in ice-blue crystal armor patrolled the walls rigorously. Below, caravans and tourists thronged, and numerous large flying magical beasts and airships were docked, demonstrating the city's prosperity. However, Luo also noticed several individuals dressed as adventurers along the way. They resembled ordinary adventurers, but their gazes frequently lingered on other spatial rings. They exuded a heavy aura of menace, and their strength was mostly at the 3rd or 4th tier, likely similar to the orcs who had robbed him. Looks like things aren't going well. Little Luo noticed it too, didn't he? Hopefully, things will be more peaceful after the Agnesa Empire is unsealed. Luo nodded in agreement. The more evil one commits, the easier it is to be swayed, which isn't a good thing right now. Entering the city gate requires paying a 3rd-tier magic core, or an equivalent magic crystal. This isn't cheap, but a one-time payment grants a year's temporary residency. Those in need naturally wouldn't hesitate to spend the 3rd-tier magic core. Upon entering the city walls, the chill outside vanished instantly, the temperature returned to a comfortable normal, and the biting ice magic subsided considerably, becoming easily absorbed. It seemed this country also possessed methods for dealing with restless magic. Walking through the streets, Luo finally saw the ice beast race, which he had only ever seen in books. They were humanoid beings resembling rabbit-eared people, but their skin had a hard, transparent, crystalline texture, with faint blue blood visible. They had long, slightly pointed ears, no fur or tails, and their eyes and pupils were a bluish white. Their status seemed quite high. They were usually accompanied by several attendants of various races, and their clothing favored thick cloaks. It was a pity he didn't see any ice beasts in their animal form, otherwise, he could have feasted his eyes. Just as they were heading to the inn booked by Wingina, an ice beast man who had been discussing matters with the caravan leader suddenly turned his gaze over. Upon seeing Luo, he let out a soft exclamation, greeted the leader, and quickly approached the two women. He bowed amicably and greeted them with a smile. "My name is Finnegan Edmund. I apologize for this intrusion. May I have the honor of meeting you two beautiful ladies?" "I'm sorry, we're in a hurry and have no interest in meeting strangers," Luo replied immediately, slightly annoyed that he hadn't concealed his face. He pulled Wingina aside and walked past the ice beast man who called himself Edmund. Edmund wasn't angry at being rejected, he simply watched them leave, lost in thought. However, the leopard-eared maid following him couldn't contain her curiosity and softly asked, "Young master, why do you care about two humans?" Although, from her beast-eared perspective, the two human girls were indeed very beautiful and cute, the Ice Beast clan's aesthetic sense didn't lie in appearances. She thought her young master shouldn't have such a strange idea as being attracted to humans. Edmund glanced at the maid, disappointed by her ignorance, but still explained, "Merchants are driven by profit. There's a lot to be gained from that white-haired girl. Send someone to contact her and try to win her over. Remember, don't let other merchant guilds know, and don't leave a bad impression on her." "I understand." Seeing the maid readily carry out his orders, Edmund was slightly satisfied. Stupidity didn't matter, as long as she was obedient. Aside from being intercepted by a strange ice beast man, Luo encountered nothing else. He arrived at the inn that Wingina had booked in advance and let Moriarty and FIA out for some fresh air. Wingna was clearly worried and didn't exchange many pleasantries, recounting her ordeal. When he heard that the Tammy had also been murdered and forced to self-destruct, Luo's mood sank. Upon hearing that Wingina and us had hidden injuries, Luo immediately activated insight, and information about the person and the dragon instantly appeared before his eyes. Roy Wingna level 6 extraordinary, Earth, Ice, Night, Heavy Armor Dragon Knight, possesses unparalleled defensive capabilities. Once she uses her charge skill, the sheer weight of the Earth will deliver an irresistible impact to her enemies. Joined the Black Knight Legion, wielding black armor, contracted with the hybrid Dragoness, and became a Dragon Knight. However, her black armor was destroyed in a battle with Ankanasa, leaving her severely wounded. Gentle in nature, focused on improving her own strength, not particularly cunning, but dislikes others getting too close. Note 1. Soul size is 4 times that of an ordinary person. Note 2. Physique is 5 times that of an ordinary person. Note 3. Possesses special blood and chi, with extremely strong self-healing ability. Note 4. Receive feedback from us. Physique is further enhanced. Note 5. Affected by knowledge pollution. Skill release is slowed. Note 6. Affected by mind erosion magic. Control decreases. Us extraordinary tier 6, Earth, Darkness, Flying Dragon contract Summon Beast Right Wing Not Contracted Summon Beast, possessing rich Earth attribute Dragon bloodline, strong defense, and enjoys having its head stroked. This unique 4-winged wyvern possesses formidable defense, and is faster than a normal 2-winged wyvern. It was severely wounded in its battle with Enkanasna. Note 1. Dark Dragon bloodline not activated. Note 2. Feeding high-grade Earth attribute minerals can promote talent awakening. Note 3. Rich Dragon bloodline, all functions greatly improved. Note 4. Talent awakening, can attach to the master and transform into armor. Defense is linked to the user's rank. Note 5. Affected by the high-level lightning magic dissipation, magic power is continuously collapsing. Note 6. Affected by the high-level soul magic knowledge pollution, skill release is greatly slowed. Note 7. Affected by the high-level mind erosion, magic power control is greatly reduced. The strength of the human and dragon hasn't changed much from before. When Gina knows a few more skills, all night skills that Luo doesn't recognize, and thus has gained the ability to possess armor. However, there are 2 or 3 more negative effects in the notes, which should be the injuries when Gina mentioned. Senior, do you trust me? When Gina frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure in her voice as she huffed, Little Luo, how could you say such a thing? I'm sorry, but Senior, Uranus injuries won't heal easily. It might require addressing your Sea of Souls. When Gina realized she had misunderstood Luo. No wonder Luo had so earnestly warned her. Entrusting one's Sea of Souls was indeed a huge risk. If one misjudged someone, the consequences could be worse than death. Little Luo, do you mean you understand our injuries? Luo nodded, her tone becoming serious. Senior, you should also be affected by 3 skills, just like us: magic collapse, knowledge pollution, and mind erosion. Magic collapse. It's not a big problem, just high-level lightning magic. High-level metal magic can counteract it, but the latter 2 mainly affect the soul. Although you expel the foreign magic from your body, that's only a temporary fix. When Na was genuinely surprised that Luo had seen through her and us injuries at a glance, even after she had completely dispelled the foreign lightning magic. She couldn't help but clap her hands in praise. Luo's knowledge is truly beyond my reach. In that case, leaving us and me in your care is the best choice. Senior, do you trust me that much? I don't want to hold you back in the upcoming operation. Luo understood and nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I will do my best. Little Artie is here too. She patted the little girl's head. If she couldn't handle it herself, she still had her big brother. It's just that this big brother isn't always so obedient. Luo wasn't really comfortable leaving everything to her. Chapter 894. Knowledge pollution. High-level soul magic pours chaotic and highly toxic knowledge into the enemy's Sea of Souls, causing their soul to vibrate and become polluted. Depending on the degree of pollution, it can cause powerful effects such as slowed skill casting, impaired self-awareness, and personality collapse. Note, requires prior preparation of polluted knowledge. If the caster's tolerance is insufficient, it will lead to a backlash. Mind erosion. Mind magic, a branch of soul magic targeting mind-based classes. It corrupts the enemy's resolute mind, causing a decrease in control over soul power, which in turn leads to a decrease in magic power control. If the mind is not strong enough, some skill effects will be greatly reduced or even impossible to cast. Note 1. Requires strong mental support. Note 2. More effective against non-mind-based classes. Luo can construct knowledge pollution, but she doesn't quite understand how to prepare polluted knowledge. After all, her values are still within the human realm. At most, she can throw some knowledge garbage, such as certain trashy articles, at the enemy. Therefore, this magic is not very useful in her hands. A soul spike would be more effective. Mind erosion is a type of soul-altering magic, typically mastered by those in mentally oriented professions such as priests, knights, and sorcerers. Luo had some knowledge of it, but not much, and lacked the mental fortitude to cast it. However, she knew a little about how to counteract both spells. With Wingina's consent, Luo first used the mid-level gold magic gathering gold, force guidance to break the stubborn lightning magic within us. Then, she manipulated the low-level soul magic memory lockdown to seal away the excess corrupted knowledge. Next, she released the low-level light magic mental soothing to calm the uncontrolled soul power of Wingina and us, allowing the two to communicate mentally through a summoning array. The Knight's resilient mental defenses then dispelled the corrosive power. The treatment took 2 days, entirely handled by Lo, so Moriarty wasn't needed. Aside from the sealed, corrupted knowledge needing time to digest, the alien power within Wingina and us had largely dissipated, their self-healing abilities were no longer affected, and their injuries had quickly healed completely. When Na opened her eyes, 2 strange runes flashing past, before her gentle expression returned. Little Lo, thank you so much this time. Us was also noticeably more affectionate, even wagging his tail at Lo, his dragonly arrogance completely gone. Luo dispelled the barrier, nodding in satisfaction to see the inn hadn't collapsed. Hearing Wangna's words, he quickly waved his hand, don't say that. Senior, it was dangerous for you to stay in the living world alone and face the followers of the High Lord of Wisdom. This was simply what I had to do. Luo then became serious and recounted his experience of being attacked by Ankanasa in the Enzo plane as concisely as possible. Moriarty occasionally chimed in with additional comments, and gradually everyone began to understand the whole story. From Ankanasa's attack on the Tammy, severely injuring Wangna, to arriving in the Enzo plane almost a year later, pulling the entire plane into a dream world, and using most of the dream's power to suppress Moriarty, only to be tricked and ultimately sealed and expelled by Elisa and N. However, many questions remain. First, how did Ankanasa know Lo's location? Even if she had the ability to unlock Wangna's memories, and know that Lo was not in the living world, no one, including Lo, knew the exact destination unless she used other means to find out beforehand. And it is hard to say whether this unknown means will continue to pose a threat to Lo in the future. Furthermore, if she already knew Luo's location, why attack the Tammy? Was it merely for verification? It's obvious that that would enrage the Alanda Merchant Guild. Once the truth is revealed, the cult controlled by Ankanasa will face fierce retaliation, which would be far more detrimental than beneficial to her. Also, does she have other plans in the living world? Or were the previous plans just appetizers, with the real trap yet to come, waiting for Luo to inadvertently step into it? After hearing the analysis, Wangna still found it hard to believe. During my brief encounter with her, I sensed that her strength was far from reaching the 9th rank. Does she really have the ability to scheme against a level being repeatedly? And she even dared to use a plane as a battlefield, dragging tens of millions of mortals into it. In the end, they actually managed to hold Moriarty off for a whole day. In the living world, this would be comparable to a cultist sacrificing a medium-sized country to fight a saint-level being head-on. Luo stroked his chin, his tone less certain. I haven't personally fought her. I only know of her irresistible bewitching and meticulously planned schemes. I can only be certain she's not dead, but when she return is uncertain. Elizabeth had told Luo that even with Ankanasi combined, they were no match for her, and most only able to cause her minor trouble. If it weren't for Moriarty's contingency plan, Luo's body would probably have been destroyed before his consciousness returned. This meant Ankanasi's plan had ample room for maneuver, she was just a little unlucky. Moriarty also spoke up. I planted a black lotus mark deep within her soul. I can sense her presence in the living world, but there's no movement right now. Wangna understood and suggested, in that case, we better act quickly. We should deal with the Agnisa Empire's affairs and return as soon as possible, without giving them time to react. Thus, the general plan was decided. Spend 2 days gathering intelligence on the Agnisa Empire, then find an opportunity to enter its territory as soon as possible. Early the next morning, Luo and her group split into 3 groups to gather intelligence. Holding Moriarty's hand, Luo planned to find caravans skilled in trading intelligence. Fortunately, the Duchy of Ethel had numerous caravans, which greatly facilitated their operation. After disguising herself to look like an ordinary adventurer, Luo went directly to the local Adventurers Guild and, for 2 third-tier magic crystals, managed to get a connection from the bartender to a middleman. Following the information provided by the bartender, Luo quickly found the middleman in an unremarkable inn. After demonstrating some of her wealth and her status as an outsider, she successfully obtained a badge. Walking down the street, Luo observed the peaceful coexistence of orcs and humans, gaining a deeper understanding of the neutrality of the Duchy of Ethel. However, she remained unaware of any deeper reasons behind it. Furthermore, perhaps due to regional characteristics, most of the orcs appearing in the Duchy of Ethel were covered in white fur. The few ordinary orcs seemed to have come from other regions, their eyes filled with undisguised disgust for humans. Glancing out of the corner of her eye at 2 adventurers, whose movements seemed somewhat unnatural a short distance away, Luo squeezed Moriarty's soft little hand, and entered a shop dealing in magical beasts. The two had been following her since she left the inn, but their strength was low and they posed no threat, so Luo pretended not to see them. The Blue Shield Boutique appeared to be an ordinary shop selling various ice attribute magical beast materials, but only savvy locals knew that this shop secretly sold rare intelligence for exorbitant fees. This highly valuable intelligence could be obtained by posting a request through the Adventurers Guild, but it would be extremely easy to be targeted. To save trouble, it was better to use a specialized intelligence organization. The badge in Luo's hand, imbued with a special magical aura, is a crucial asset for meeting with intelligence agents. Chapter 895. There weren't many adventurers inside the Blue Shield Boutique. Only the servants in charge of transactions were busy at work. Inside the gleaming crystal cabinets, some low-level magic cores were carefully arranged, and on the shelves hung processed magical beast materials, mostly blue scales. A strong smell of blood wafted from the backyard, along with considerable magical energy fluctuations. No one came to greet them. The stubble-faced man sitting in the corner recliner glanced at Luo and Moriarty before closing his eyes to rest. Unexpectedly, Luo walked straight up to him and said in a low, calm voice, "Take me to Blue Scales." The stubble-faced man opened one eye, saw the badge Luo tossed him, caught it, immediately forced a smile, and got up to walk towards the back door. "You have magical beasts to process, right? Follow me." The commotion of the group inevitably attracted the attention of other adventurers, but upon hearing it was just about processing magical beasts, they paid no further attention. Stepping out the back door, several burly, blue-faced orc slaves were disposing of monster carcasses in the backyard. Upon seeing the stubble-faced man, they hurriedly made way, but he paid no heed, not even glancing at them, and led Luo away from the shop, winding through a secret passage to an inconspicuous warehouse at the back of a jewelry store. Several obvious scanning passes passed over them, and the stubble-faced man promptly spoke up. "Just necessary security measures. Please forgive us, esteemed guest." Luo nodded, unconcerned. Organizations selling important information like this naturally wouldn't operate openly, otherwise, they'd be finished if enemies came knocking. Some form of surveillance and tracking was normal. After all, it couldn't penetrate the barrier of her clothes. Unexpectedly, the warehouse was subtly protected by a high-level barrier. At first glance, Luo thought it was just an ordinary warehouse, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was an illusion, actually a separate small room. "May your wish come true." The bearded man left with this blessing, and then quickly departed. A voice, indistinctly gendered, echoed from within the small room. "The rules of the transaction are simple. All intelligence is divided into 4 levels. Level 1 intelligence, 4th tier magic cores, level 2 intelligence, 5th tier magic cores, and so on. If you don't have the intelligence you want, there's no charge. Now, please state the intelligence you wish to know." Scanning the area, Luo quickly discovered a magic power channel hidden in a corner of the barrier. Following this channel would easily lead to the person in charge, but Luo wasn't interested. He spoke in a low voice, "I need information about the Agnesa Empire's activities over the past 50 years. Level 2 intelligence, 3 5th-tier magic cores. Please pay the corresponding or equivalent magic crystals." Luo hadn't expected it to be only level 2 intelligence. He guessed that many people had investigated the Agnesa Empire, so this intelligence wasn't worth much. Soon, a silver halo appeared before Luo, with faint spatial fluctuations. It was truly a professional intelligence organization. They even had connections to miniature spatial teleportation arrays. After placing 3 5th-tier magic crystals inside, the light circle emitted a slightly whitish sphere of light. With a light tap of his finger, the sphere entered Luo's mind. His soul power quickly analyzed it, and determined it to be a condensed intelligence report. The report, organized chronologically, listed various major events related to the Agnesa Empire over the past 50 years. Luo quickly skimmed through it, gaining a general understanding of the development of events. The root of everything predates what Luo had previously known. As early as 40 years ago, several indigenous tribes in the northern Arctic had suddenly disappeared. However, most of these tribes had settled near the polar border, where human habitation was rare, and wildlife was scarce. Their extinction was not unusual, so no one paid much attention. In the years that followed, similar events continued to occur, and the vanished tribes gradually moved closer to the edge of the polar regions. 34 years ago, a small kingdom called the Snow Dove Kingdom was suddenly attacked by snow beasts and quickly perished. The Snow Dove Kingdom became the first northern kingdom to fall in nearly a century, but this still didn't cause much of a stir. It was just a small country with a population of 1 million, and snow beasts were a type of magical beast that frequently attack humans and orcs. The rulers suspected that the previous tribes had also been wiped out by snow beasts, so they symbolically issued a campaign to subdue them. The adventurers' northern expeditions yielded little useful information, except that the tribes had indeed disappeared. The first event that alerted the northerners was 22 years ago, when two small, previously unrelated kingdoms suddenly engaged in a major conflict. According to fleeing residents, the war came without warning, leaving even the soldiers bewildered. After the war, the king offered no explanation, instead immediately launching a large-scale conscription. The Agnisa Empire's high command took this matter very seriously, and dispatched the Frost family to investigate. 23 years ago, war suddenly broke out in more than 10 countries, forcing countless refugees to flee their homes. Shockingly, the current patriarch of the Frost clan, a powerful 8th-tier Frost Dragon Knight, perished in a minor conflict. The imperial royal family was enraged and dispatched a superhuman army to directly suppress all the nations, bringing a brief period of peace to the north. However, just 1 year later, the Frost clan collapsed, and the Dahomey clan rose to become the strongest family under the imperial family. Simultaneously, war reignited in the north, but this time, strangely, the empire did not suppress it, allowing it to develop unchecked. In the years that followed, members of the Agnisa royal family gradually appeared less frequently in public, eventually disappearing completely. The official explanation was that they needed to prepare for a secret operation, but according to clues provided by insiders, one of the princesses seemed to have gone mad. Then came the Imperial League. Even stranger, the empire didn't send any strong competitors, especially members of the Dahomey family. They sent only 2 casually, and unsurprisingly, they didn't place. Not 2 years after the League, the entire empire suddenly tightened its control over population movement, prohibiting its inhabitants from leaving. It also became extremely difficult for outsiders to apply for long-distance teleportation arrays, putting the empire in a semi-lockdown state. Simultaneously, the empire began to reinforce its troops against the already contentious Snow Beast territories. During this time, the White Cat tribe leader from the White Cat territory went to negotiate, but to no avail. The war lasted 8 years. Affected by the war, large numbers of snow beasts poured out of their territories, causing widespread devastation. Combined with a large influx of refugees from the Arctic region, life in the northern kingdoms became even more difficult, with frequent tragedies of villages and towns being destroyed. 3 years ago, the Agnisa royal family suddenly abandoned their war with the Snow Beast territory, claiming it was to deal with the threat of icefield expansion. However, intelligence from the Snow Beast territory indicated that the royal family had obtained what they wanted, hence the cessation of the war. This was later confirmed by the Snow Beast territory's counterattack against the Agnisa Empire. Whether in response to the Snow Beast territory's extraordinary attacks or not, the Agnisa Empire decisively activated its border barrier, rendering all teleportation arrays inaccessible. They also summoned an army of ice crystal giants, the royal family's exclusive summons, completely sealing off the border. The Karlov Empire and the Bankai Empire sent saint-level experts to negotiate, but to no avail, nearly resulting in a physical confrontation. The sky seemed to tear open, and an extremely powerful pressure could be felt throughout the Duchy of Ethel. Afterwards, the Ice God Castle, the residence of the Agnisa royal family, began to frequently appear with dark clouds containing powerful magical fluctuations, suggesting some kind of ritual. About 3 months ago, someone escaped the blockade and brought a bombshell. The Dahomey family had taken control of the military, stationing troops in the north, seemingly planning to advance into the Arctic. 2 months ago, the northern polar ice field stretched to the north of the Agnisa Empire, and large numbers of soldiers were seen leaving the imperial border, their purpose and whereabouts unknown. Aside from these major events, there were also numerous minor incidents of powerful adventurers attempting to infiltrate the blockade but being killed. However, only 2 things caught Luo's attention. First, what happened inside the Ice God Fortress? Second, how did they enter the blockade? The first question was something Wangina needed to investigate, and it seemed unlikely that this intelligence organization would know. So, after quickly reviewing the intelligence, Luo asked the second question: where are the people who escaped the blockade? Chapter 896. Where are the people who escaped the blockade? The voice in the small room paused, then solemnly reminded, this intelligence is level 4, requiring a 7th-tier magic core or equivalent magic crystal, and you are forbidden from revealing any information about us. Speak, this is not something you need to worry about. Luo casually took out 2 7th-tier magic crystals and waved them, indicating that they should just speak quickly. That person is under heavy guard by the Ice Beast Alliance. The exact location is unknown. We only know it's in a secluded place where divination is impossible. However, it's certain that the person's strength is at least at the 6th rank. Originally a guard of the Ice God Fortress, they know a lot of information, so only 3 merchant guilds have the strength to guard them. Tell me more, including the Ice Beast Alliance. The Ice Beast Alliance is an alliance of various merchant guilds controlled by Ice Beast people. They have close ties with the Snow Beast domain and control 40% of the resources of the Duchy of Ethel. The remaining 60% is divided between humans and orcs. The most powerful merchant guild is called the Fuxixi Merchant Guild, mainly dealing in mid to high level ice attribute magical beast materials. The second most powerful is the Fenidin Merchant Guild, dealing in alchemical tools and scrolls. The third is called the One-Year Merchant Guild. They are involved in the slave trade and employment services, and have cooperative relationships with the Adventurers Guild. In our calculations, that person is most likely in the hands of one of these 3 merchant guilds. If our esteemed guest wishes to meet with a guild leader, we also have relevant information. Having said all that, Luo wouldn't be stingy with the magic crystals, and quickly obtained information on the heads of the 3 merchant guilds. After paying the remaining fees, Luo left the small room. The stubble-faced man was already waiting. Upon seeing her come out, he immediately led the way. Luo also sensed that the small room had disappeared. It seemed the barrier was portable, moving every time a guest was received. Back at the shop, Luo immediately left through the door, his figure shifting in the blink of an eye. The 2 pursuers still waiting at the entrance were completely unaware that Luo and Moriarty had left openly. Next, let's find that person. Hopefully, those merchants will be accommodating. If they weren't accommodating, there was nothing Luo could do. He couldn't just kidnap them, could he? If all else failed, he'd have to try other methods to break through the blockade. The Fotchish Merchant Guild was located near the city gates of the Duchy of Ethel, frequented by numerous adventurers. Its 50-meter-tall building was resplendent in gold, its scarlet eye icon strikingly prominent. The first 3 floors of the building were a mid-level magical beast trading area, filled with the corpses of various powerful magical beasts. Mortals were forbidden from entering. Luo wasn't interested, and went straight to the 6th floor to find the white fox-like shopkeeper in charge of the transactions. Please convey my message to Steward Gunnar Yugi. The white fox woman shop assistant was very well-mannered and showed no hostility towards humans. She smiled and replied, "Excuse me, do you have an appointment with Steward Yugi?" "No, but please tell him I have information about the Breath Dragon. He will agree to see me." The white fox woman shop assistant hesitated for a moment, but the adventurers, who could go up to the 6th floor, were all powerful individuals who had passed the intermediate level extraordinary test. She, a mere shop assistant, dared not offend them. After bowing deeply, she immediately left to find the steward. Without keeping Luo waiting long, she returned, her face full of shock, and invited Luo to the 7th floor. "Steward Yugi is already waiting." Luo nodded, and went to the private meeting room on the 7th floor. Upon entering, he saw an imposing ice beastman sitting upright. His 2 pointed ears were like ice sculptures, and his 3 pairs of fine beards were meticulously groomed. His clothing resembled that of a classical nobleman, and he was impeccably dressed. "Nice to meet you. I am Gunnar Yuki, the manager of the Fushicai Trading Company." Luo sat opposite him, speaking calmly, Eileen, an adventurer. Sensing Luo's obvious reluctance to reveal his true identity, Yuki didn't mind, leaning forward slightly, his expression serious. "Do you know the significance of the Breath Dragon to me? You need the Breath Dragon's inscribed runes to repair the magical pathways in your unborn daughter's body, right?" This information was naturally provided by the Blue Shield Boutique. Upon hearing this, Yuki's eyes narrowed slightly, but he relaxed considerably. He gently stroked his beard, a hint of arrogance inadvertently appearing on his face. Since the other party knew, their purpose was simple, and money was the last thing he lacked. "Tell me, how many magic cores do you need? Or do you prefer barter?" Unexpectedly, Luo simply shook his head. "No, I don't need those. I just need to see one person." Yuki crossed his legs, intrigued. "Which vice president do you want to see? I can put in a few words and arrange a meeting for you. If it's the president, then it might be 3 months from now. You know, our president often needs to meet important guests, not so easy to book an appointment. Don't worry, it's simple for you, steward. I heard your guild took in an Agnisa who escaped from the blockade, and I'd like to speak with him." Unexpectedly, Yuki's face darkened immediately upon hearing this. "You're from One Ear? How dare you come here? This is my territory. If you get out right now, I might take pity on you and let you go." Could it be that the Fuxicai Guild and the One Ear Guild have a grudge? Although he didn't know the details, it didn't stop Luo from quickly explaining, "Steward Yuki, please don't misunderstand. I come from another country, and have no dealings with the One-Year Guild. Yuki, however, seemed certain of Luo's origins, sneering, "Heh, do you think I, the steward, am so easily fooled? If you weren't one of One-Year's men, how would you know that person's information? Because One-Year is unworthy." A calm voice rang out, and Yuki suddenly saw a pair of faintly visible golden-red pupils, sharp, arrogant, and calm, just like the White Cat tribe members he had seen. One-Year and his gang of lowly rats absolutely did not deserve to possess those eyes. Yuki quickly calmed down, his tone changing, and suddenly he chuckled. "Sorry, but One-Year has done such despicable things that everyone in the Duchy of Ethel, whether Ice Beast tribe or any other race, hates One-Year." That's not necessarily true. If they were truly that hated, how could the One-Year Merchant Guild be ranked third in the Ice Beast Alliance? Luo's tone also. The tension eased. Of course, the moment I heard the name, I immediately ruled out One-Year. He's truly despicable. Hearing this, Yuki's face brightened considerably, and he even personally poured Luo a cup of hot tea. "Just for that, I consider you my friend." "Then what about the deal we just did?" "Of course, no problem. But," changing his tone, Yuki stroked his beard, his voice tinged with regret, "I mistook you for One-Year earlier, and in my excitement, I didn't realize that he's no longer in our hands. I'm truly sorry." "Gone? Does the president of the Fushi Chamber of Commerce even know how to run a business?" Luo resisted the urge to grab that guy and beat him up, and continued, "In that case, could you tell me how he left the blockade? Or perhaps his current whereabouts?" "This matter was handled entirely by the guild master. It's top secret information." "This seems a bit inappropriate. Even information about the Breath Dragon isn't acceptable? My daughter isn't due for another 6 months. I think we can wait a bit longer. Don't misunderstand. It's precisely because you are my friend that this information can be revealed." The implication was that he genuinely wanted to befriend Luo, which was why he offered her the opportunity to trade. He certainly wasn't trying to rip her off. Luo frowned slightly. How could she not sense that Yuki was trying to inflate the price? However, not wanting to cause trouble, she spoke again directly. "I wonder what else Steward Yuki needs." Yuki smiled and held up his index finger, a pure, true dragon blood grass with over 90% purity. "Farewell." Luo stood up and left. What a joke. That was top-tier material nourished by the blood of a top-level dragon-type magical beast with over 90% dragon bloodline. Its value was immeasurable. Not only did she not possess it, but the information alone was far more valuable. Even if the deal falls through, goodwill remains. "I still welcome your change of heart. See you out?" Yuki smiled and called for the shop assistant to see her out, showing no intention of salvaging the situation. After Luo left, his face darkened, and he hissed, "Find out who she is and report today's events to the guild master." "Understood." A white fox-like figure appeared from the void and hurriedly left to report. Yuki stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing. It wasn't surprising that the adventurer knew about the person who escaped the Imperial blockade, and it wasn't even surprising that he could find him, with enough magic cores, that wouldn't be difficult. The question was, why was he looking for that person? Countless adventurers had proven with their lives that no one could break through the Imperial blockade. Anyone still trying to break in now was either a fool or had ulterior motives. Clearly, Irene wasn't a fool. Could it be? He considered a very ominous possibility, and his expression quickly turned serious. Could it be that the Agnesa royal family had finally decided to make their move? Chapter 897. Luo didn't know what Yuki was thinking afterward, but she could tell he had no intention of making a deal. She wondered if he had already obtained information about the Breath Dragon, or had simply changed his mind. Let's try our luck at the Fenedin Merchant Guild. Perhaps that person had been taken away by the Fenedin Merchant Guild. The Fenedin Merchant Guild headquarters was located in the most prosperous area of the Duchy Center, managing over 15 large shops, and trading with all the major powers of the Duchy. However, due to the limited number of alchemists in the north, more than half of its goods were supplied by other countries, lacking core competitiveness, so its overall industry couldn't compare to the Fushishai Merchant Guild. Luo and Moriarty arrived at the guild's gate, but were immediately blocked by 2 white tiger warriors. "Fenedin headquarters ahead, please stop." It was common knowledge among the locals that the Fenedin headquarters didn't conduct business. If they wanted to buy items or potions, they had to go to the shops under its jurisdiction. "I wish to see your chief steward Kalini. Please inform him." The white tiger guard couldn't discern the strength of the 2 little ones before him, but their attire clearly indicated they were ordinary dwarf mages. How dare they address Chief Steward Kalini by his name? "Little brats, while your white tiger grandpa is in a good mood, hurry up and leave." Who dares to approach the chief steward? He waved impatiently, signaling his companion to turn and return to his post, but suddenly felt his body stiffen, his feet seemingly glued to the ground, unable to move. Can't move? Who is it? The other White Tiger guard's gaze immediately fell on the calm-faced little ones, and he was instantly both shocked and furious. He immediately drew his great sword and roared at the two women. Did you do this? I advise you to immediately dispel the spell, or our Finnegan Merchant Guild will never let you off. Snap! With a crisp snap, the imprisoned White Tiger was finally able to move, drawing his sword and staring nervously at Luo. What exactly do you want? Luo pulled down his hat brim, his tone as calm as a still lake. Could you please contact Steward Kalini for me? I have a big business deal with her. The White Tiger guard and his companion exchanged a glance, then spoke again, this time without any contempt. You probably come at the wrong time. Steward Kalini left the duchy yesterday, supposedly to attend the Northern Merchant Alliance meeting. Another guard chimed in, quickly explaining, Sir, you can inquire about this. Everyone knows that because of the Imperial blockade, relations between the Northern Merchant Alliance and the Desperate Alliance have deteriorated sharply, and the prices of many basic resources have multiplied several times in recent years. Enough. There's no need to say that. Ahem, anyway, so if you want to meet Steward Kalini, it's best to wait until after the meeting. Luo frowned slightly. The intelligence hadn't mentioned this. Was his luck really that bad today? In that case, farewell. Since he couldn't find anyone, he might as well try the one-year merchant guild. To be honest, Luo disliked merchant guilds that operated on a slave-like basis. However, if anyone was most likely to have imprisoned that Agneser man, the one-eared merchant guild was the prime suspect, followed by the Fuxixi merchant guild. Just then, the headquarters doors suddenly opened, and two men dressed in sparsely but luxurious clothing walked out. The one on the left was a young human with slick back hair, looking extremely energetic, and he was warmly shaking hands with the Ice Beast man opposite him. No wonder everyone praises the young guild leader as the guild strategist. Such a thorny matter was perfectly resolved in just a few words. I'm so happy! Ha ha ha! Oh! You flatter me. Actually, young Master Lu Ren also saw the crux of the problem, but I was just lucky enough to have encountered a similar issue before, so I mentioned it casually. It seems the young guild master is not only intelligent, but also blessed by the god of fortune. No wonder the Finnegan Merchant Guild is thriving under your leadership. Edmund responded with a polite smile, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of two petite figures walking towards the street, and then saw his own guards sheathing their swords. His lips twitched slightly, and he became perfunctory in his response to the young man before him. Excuse me, young Master Lu Ren, I suddenly remembered I have some urgent business. I look forward to our next collaboration. With that, without waiting for Lu Ren's reply, a cold light appeared beneath Edmund's feet, instantly transforming into ice flowers and disappearing. Luo stopped, looking at the young man before him, whose ice crystals were formed from countless tiny ice flowers, unable to fathom his meaning. May I ask who you are? Edmund straightened his collar, feigning a wry smile. Beautiful lady, this joke isn't funny. We just met a few days ago. Seeing that she recognized him, Luo dropped the pretense and resumed her usual voice. You have a good nose. If I had known the Finnegan Merchant Guild was yours, I wouldn't have come. That would hurt my feelings. Edmund smiled and bowed slightly. Madame's willingness to come to the Finnegan Merchant Guild suggests you encountered some difficulties. I wonder if this meddlesome young guild master can offer any assistance. This was the second time Luo had seen Edmund. She saw pure self-interest in his eyes. It seemed she had misunderstood last time. Eileen, this is my sister Farron. Finnegan Edmund, it's a pleasure to meet such a beautiful lady. Edmund extended his hand in a handshake gesture, but was ignored by Law, so he could only reluctantly withdraw his right hand. There are too many spies outside. Why don't you come with me to headquarters? Sure. The group walked towards the headquarters gate, one after the other. However, as they passed the two White Tiger guards, whose faces had already turned deathly pale, Edmund gave them a brief, indifferent glance. You know the consequences of offending a distinguished guest. The two guards hurriedly knelt down, their legs trembling like leaves. Young master, it's all our fault for being blind and not recognizing your distinguished guest. Please give us another chance. We promise we won't do it again. But Edmund had already left, and their pleas were to no avail. Moriarty, lagging behind Law, gave them a strange look before quickly catching up. Law didn't care. She had no interest in the Merchant Guild's internal affairs. Edmund had a habit of always having a VIP room ready, so even though it was just a chance encounter, he quickly prepared a comfortable room for Luo, even setting the temperature and humidity to human comfort. More surprisingly, fine black tea and desserts were also prepared on the table. After picking up the tea and examining it, Luo jokingly remarked, "Mr. Edmund, your preparations are truly impressive. I almost suspect you have ulterior motives. Ms. Eileen is too kind. No amount of preparation is too much for distinguished guests." Although it was just a polite remark, Luo did indeed feel a better attitude than at the Fuchizi Trading Company. "I do have something I'd like to discuss with your company. I heard you taken in a royal guard who escaped from the Agnisa Empire. Would it be possible to arrange a meeting?" Upon hearing the same words, Edmund was unsurprisingly taken aback for a moment, then gave a wry smile. "To be honest, Ms. Eileen, you already used this rhetoric with the other merchant guilds of the Ice Beast Alliance, haven't you? I'd be happy to." Hearing Luo's slightly stiffened, forceful words, Edmund immediately waved his hands repeatedly. "Don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to mock you. Ms. Eileen is frank, and communication is more pleasant. However, it's likely that Finnegan can't fulfill your request." His expression turned serious. "To be honest, we also know a little about that Agnisa Royal Guard. He's been imprisoned by the Fuxisai Merchant Guild, from whom they extracted a lot of information and made a fortune. We're quite envious. The blood of the Ice Beast race is blue, so the blue in their eyes deepens when they're anxious." Luo frowned. "I spoke with Manager Yuji of the Fushi Chamber of Commerce. He said the guard was recently traded away. Well, as far as I know, Yuji is a master of saying one thing and doing another. You have to be extremely careful when dealing with him." The implication was clear. "You've been deceived." Luo rubbed his chin. That guy, he didn't even see the subtle shifts in his deception. He's truly a seasoned shrew in the business world. His lies sound incredibly convincing. "Thank you for the reminder, young Master Edmund. I go find him again and demand an explanation." However, this time, the discussion might not be amicable, but then, Edmund intervened. "Wait a moment, Ms. Eileen. I may have a better solution." Chapter 898. Edmund placed a special badge card from Snow White Ice Crystal on the table, resembling a white, pointed-eared rabbit. The Ice Beast Alliance is a small alliance of merchant guilds controlled by all the Ice Beast tribes within the Duchy of Ethel. Although small, necessary cooperation exists. That old fox, Yuki, is unwilling to cooperate with you simply because he thinks Miss Eileen is weak and easily bullied. But rest assured, I have 1,000 ways to make him obediently complete the transaction." Edmund's eyes shone brightly as he spoke, brimming with powerful confidence, as if in his eyes, the manager of a large merchant guild was no different from an ordinary person on the street. "Mr. Edmund, are you implying that you hope to handle this matter? But I am an outsider, possessing only some strength. From a businessman's perspective, helping me won't bring much benefit, will it?" Unexpectedly, Edmund suddenly burst into laughter. Just as Luo thought this guy was about to go crazy, he suppressed a laugh and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, but the thought that someone as powerful as you would make such a joke made me a little uncontrollable." Luo lightly tapped her fingers on the table, making a crisp sound. She felt a little like hitting him. This guy had risen to the same level of being annoying as Yuki. Edmund seemed not to notice and said with a smile, "Ms. Eileen, no, I should call you Miss Silver-Haired Witch. I believe that investing in a powerful witch is more profitable." As he spoke, he took out a small flag from his ring, on which was drawn a cute cartoon girl with big head, silver hair, red eyes, and a playful little tongue sticking out, with the words "World's #1 Silver-Haired Witch" next to it. "Look!" Smack! The small flag was slammed onto the table by Luo, leaving a small, deep handprint. Luo's eyes twitched, and he gritted his teeth, almost growling, "Who did this?" "Actually, there are many similar products south of the Temple of War," Edmund replied casually, his attention drawn to the handprint on the table. Good heavens! That table was made of 10,000-year-old ice and rock. Even a typical 4th-tier warrior, exerting all their strength, could only leave a white mark. How much force would it take to create a complete handprint without shattering it? Indeed, true geniuses never fade into obscurity. Luo grabbed the small flag and gripped it tightly, already wondering who had such a twisted sense of humor to create this thing. The Gospel Society? But the Agnisa Empire didn't have a branch of the Gospel Society. How could they have had time to open a branch in the north in less than 2 years? Could it be that the Agnisa Empire created a similar organization before the blockade? Humph. Whoever it is, if I catch them, I freeze them for 3 months. Taking a few deep breaths, Luo temporarily put aside his dangerous thoughts. Under the pressure of the magic, her disguise completely crumbled, revealing her original adorable appearance. She said calmly, "I apologize for my lapse in composure, Mr. Edmund. I won't be staying in the north for long. If you're hoping for a long-term partnership, you'll likely be disappointed. Edmund, having regained his composure, assessed the relative strengths of both sides and decisively forgot about Luo's earlier lapse. He said seriously, "Please rest assured, Miss Witch, since I wish to cooperate, how could I not be prepared? The Finnegan Merchant Guild's main business is alchemical tools, but as you've seen, the Agnesa Empire is currently imposing a blockade, preventing our largest supplier from providing goods. Our situation is becoming increasingly difficult, therefore, I hope Miss Witch can grant us an opportunity." The Finnegan Merchant Guild wanted to make more money, and the higher the quality of their alchemical tools, the better. If the Agnesa Empire were functioning normally, they could recruit high-level alchemists from the Empire or directly purchase finished products to resell. However, currently they could only buy goods from the south at high prices from itinerant merchants, significantly reducing their profits. Therefore, the moment Edmund recognized Lo, he immediately had a plan. Given the silver-haired witch's reputation in the south, a letter of recommendation from her would give him a chance to connect with the Southern Merchant Guild, allowing him to directly and continuously supply high-quality alchemical tools from the south at low prices. Moreover, the long-distance teleportation array in the south was still functioning properly. He might even be able to recruit suitable alchemists. And Lo only needed to expend the effort of writing one letter to receive a steady stream of profits. Edmund. "Miss Witch," Edmund said earnestly, "I am absolutely certain that this is a once-in-a-lifetime, phenomenal success. There will never be another opportunity to replicate today's brilliance." No one had anticipated that the Agnesa Empire, which had enjoyed nearly 90,000 years of peace, would suddenly close itself off, catching the northern kingdoms completely off guard. Moreover, this place was too far from the south. Even with airships and flying magical beasts, communication between the north and south was extremely difficult. And then, by sheer coincidence, the legendary silver-haired witch appeared, and Edmund happened to recognize her. Thus, a golden opportunity presented itself. If this opportunity slipped away, the Finnegan Merchant Guild would be no match for the top merchant guilds established by humans. After all, the south was dominated by humans, and the Ice Beast clan had little influence. Once other merchant guilds established stable north-south trade routes, the Finnegan Merchant Guild would only be left with scraps. Edmund would never forgive himself then. However, no matter how agitated and anxious he was inside, he outwardly left himself ample room to maneuver, and didn't put too much pressure on Lo. Luo was also stunned by Edmund's opportunistic plan. Good heavens, just a chance encounter with her, and he could conceive such a profound and grand business blueprint. Was this guy a business prodigy? "So the two who followed me this morning were your orders?" "Ahem, regarding this matter, I think I can explain." "No, I don't care." Luo interrupted his explanation. "Cooperation is possible, but I have 3 conditions." Edmund was overjoyed, patting his chest and guaranteeing, "Miss Witch, whatever the conditions, the Finnegan Merchant Guild can agree to." After all, compared to a top genius like the silver-haired witch, who shone brightly in the Imperial League and even joined the Mage Hall, the Finnegan Merchant Guild was truly insignificant. Luo's requirements were actually quite simple. First, she naturally wanted to meet and communicate with the Royal Guard. Second, all transactions in the South could only go through the Gospel Society. And third, the origin of the small flags bearing her image should be investigated, and if they didn't belong to the Gospel Society, they should be removed as much as possible. The Gospel Church's reputation clearly hadn't yet reached the north. Lo explained to Edmund the Gospel Church's role and key figures. So the Gospel Church's predecessor was. Don't mention that name. Edmund didn't understand why Lo had suddenly become so agitated, but he wisely refrained from bringing it up again. Miss Witch's conditions are quite reasonable. The Finnegan Merchant Guild has no objections. Edmund had expected her to demand an exorbitant 80% profit, but the rumored silver-haired witch was surprisingly agreeable, which made him feel a little strange for a moment. Luo agreed for several reasons. First, the Gospel Society was currently managed by his younger brother and a close friend. Having a business partner would facilitate its development, as it couldn't rely solely on the student's vague reverence, and he had no interest in being the Gospel Society's mascot. Second, he had no income from the Great Library. Even with savings, they would eventually run out. He couldn't very well sell parts of the Tree of Life. Third, Edmund was indeed ambitious and shrewd, and Luo was curious to see what he could achieve with the opportunity. It might be interesting. With the initial cooperation agreed upon, the next step was to discuss other matters. Luo didn't want to waste time, and Edmund was also interested in making connections, so only the important issues were discussed. More detailed cooperation terms would be discussed personally with the Gospel Society's leaders. Several points were particularly important. First, Luo's share could not be less than 50%, which would be given to the Gospel Society. Second, the goods must be of guaranteed quality, and nothing could damage Luo's reputation. And third, Luo would not guarantee the success of the cooperation between the Finnegan Trading Company and the Gospel Society. If Edmund lacked the ability, the failure of the cooperation would be Luo's responsibility. After finalizing these details, Luo personally wrote a letter of recommendation for his younger brother, Elong, and used magic to create a family crest to verify his identity. Edmund then began preparations for the meeting with the Fichisi Trading Company. All cooperation hinged on Edmund's ability to arrange a meeting between Luo and the Royal Guard. He dared not neglect this task. Chapter 899. It was nearly evening when they left the Finnegan Merchant Guild headquarters. Edmund needed some time to make arrangements, so Luo planned to go straight back to the hotel. Unexpectedly, Wen Na had already returned. Senior? Yes, Luo, how's your intelligence gathering going? There's some good news. If nothing unexpected happens, we can set off tomorrow or the day after. Luo told Wenjina about the unusual activities of the Agnisa Empire in recent years, and the escaped Royal Guard, adding at the end, although little Addy is very strong, the Empire's sealing barrier is specifically designed for saint-level beings. If we can't find the Guard's help, we probably have to consider alerting the royal family, and that possibility isn't small. Wenjina nodded knowingly. In that case, we still need to find the Guard, and we can't gather information about the royal family's internal affairs from outside. I think so too. Did you find anything, Senior? I did find something, but not as complete as Luo's. Wenjina told Luo that she had contacted one of the actual rulers of the Duchy of Ethel through diplomatic channels, the Yolanda merchant's large fleet of spaceships, the Northrend, and successfully obtained their support by exchanging information about the crash of the Tammy ship. According to the captain of the Northrend, although the Agnisa Empire has not made any major moves on the surface and has completely blockaded the Empire, there are actually many forces with ties to the Empire hidden within the northern kingdoms. The captain of the Northrend had received a secret letter urging him to submit to the Agnisa royal family to avoid unnecessary war. This cryptic letter, which was no different from a threatening letter, made the captain uneasy. However, since the Empire had not made any move, he guessed that the royal family would not overturn the agreement anytime soon. Therefore, he seized the opportunity to unite with the major merchant guilds of the northern kingdoms, especially the alliance with the two major territories. It's important to understand that both the Snow Beast territory and the White Cat territory are among the top 10 orc territories. Individually, they are inferior to the Agnisa Empire, but when united, the situation reverses. The captain said he could provide Wen Na with some goods free of charge to support her investigation. Otherwise, the Empire's threat would always be a thorn in her side. However, due to the obstruction of another top merchant guild, the extremist merchant guild, they couldn't provide manpower or their signature weapons. So Captain Yoruba kindly gifted me these two weapons. I heard they're made by goblins from the Loki Empire, Wen Na said, pulling a huge silver-white sphere from her ring. The moment it appeared, Loki's gaze was drawn to it. The silver-white sphere hovered in the air, about the same height as little Artie, surrounded by 6 concentric circles of varying sizes slowly rotating around different axes. The sphere's surface wasn't perfect. There was a crack running through it, suggesting it could be opened once activated. What amazed Luo even more was the faint runes that constantly floated across the surface of the sphere. Their ingenious structure even inspired her. What is this? Wen Na pondered for a moment, seemingly considering how to explain it. However, goblin-forged artifacts were far beyond her comprehension, so she could only describe this behemoth with the most detailed words possible. Captain Yoruba said it's an extraordinary creation based on magic conversion and amplification, inlaid with the essence of the forging god, bearing the weight of the earth. Infused with enough power, it will attract the gaze of the gods and annihilate all enemies. This sounded more like a product pitch. At this moment, Moriarty suddenly spoke up. Isn't this the Dwarven Magic Crystal Annihilation Cannon? It's just been modified by goblins. Upon hearing this, Wen Na was astonished. Moriarty, do you recognize this weapon? Moriarty immediately raised his little head proudly, patted the Magic Crystal Annihilation Cannon, and said, this is a large weapon invented by the dwarves in ancient times. It's usually used in conjunction with large airships or giant magical puppets. Although the internal structure of this behemoth has undergone many modifications, the core is still the same, no doubt about it. In her time, the dwarves would pilot enormous magical artifacts to fight against the Netherworld clan, and the Magic Crystal Annihilation Cannon appeared on every magical artifact due to its mountain-destroying and island-annihilating power and relatively low cost. Wen Na was once again struck by Moriarty's adorable, confident demeanor, realizing the limitations of her own knowledge. Moriarty, so you've seen ancient dwarven artifacts? I'd love to see them too. Ah, I saw them by chance, hee hee. Moriarty, nearly letting slip the secret, quickly brushed it off. Only Luo remained puzzled. Wasn't the design of this huge thing a bit strange? Although it was essentially powered by magic, the silver-white shell, the rotating concentric rings, and the odd name, it all sounded odd. Speaking of which, how do you use this big thing? You can't just smash it, can you? Luo finally gave up her hesitation and asked curiously. She couldn't find any ports for inputting magic. Captain Yoruba said this when Not placed her hand on the magic crystal annihilation cannon. As a faint soul fluctuation emanated, the surface of the magic crystal annihilation cannon suddenly cracked in the middle. Then, the smooth surface continued to shatter and collapse, transforming into a huge, sunken silver eyeball within 3 seconds. The dark cracks resembled the folds of a pupil. 9 holes were visible in the center of her eyeballs. Wingina took out 9 earth and yellow 7th-tier magic crystals from her ring and inserted them. The holes were filled and closed, and the 6 concentric rings that had been slowly rotating suddenly lit up. Powerful magical energy began to gather, only stopping when it reached the 7th tier. It should be fully charged now. Each charge requires 9 magic crystals of the same attribute and tier. It can fire 6 beam attacks equivalent to a full force strike at the peak of that tier. Different attributes have different effects. I used Earth attribute magic crystals, so the beam will have a super gravity distortion effect. If you use a magic core, the power will be even greater, but it will cause minor damage. The concentric rings are amplifiers, with 6 levels. Each additional ring that lights up increases the power of the annihilation beam by 20%, but reduces the number of attacks by 1. When all 6 rings light up simultaneously, a powerful beam of a higher tier will be fired. The annihilation cannon can only support a maximum of 8th tier magic crystals. If a 9th tier magic crystal is used, it will be destroyed immediately after firing 1 attack. Even if it could support 9th tier magic crystals, Luo didn't have that many 9th tier magic crystals of the same attribute. 9 9th tier magic crystals of the same attribute were incredibly precious to a 9th tier transcendent. The annihilation cannon was controlled through a soul imprint, so the one Wingana had was only for her use. She gave another one to Luo, but Luo planned to give it to Fia, who had the holy blood to assist in summoning the Vulcan avatar, and didn't need it for the time being. Besides, the master could erase the imprint at will. Since it was their first time handling one, Luo and Wingana planned to test its power sometime and prepare more high-tier magic crystals of the same attribute for emergencies. Besides the main attraction, the magic crystal annihilation cannon, Captain Yoruba also gave away many powerful scrolls and life-saving items for free, which Wingana shared with Luo. A pair of crystal earrings can effectively deflect 7th-tier attacks and withstand 1 8th-tier attack, but are ineffective against soul attacks. A purple gold bracelet can release a rift transfer once every 10 days. It ignores most spatial manipulation skills and is undetectable by most reconnaissance skills, but the user cannot attack. It lasts for 1 minute and is used for escape. 2 anti-air scrolls create a temporary anti-air formation centered on the user, lasting 30 minutes and covering a spherical space with a diameter of 500 miles. If used properly, it is a nightmare for most superhumans. A forbidden body decay curse scroll inflicts a powerful decay curse on the body. The effect depends on the opponent's strength, but it cannot be completely avoided. It is extremely effective against melee combat classes. These are all high-level items that ordinary people can't access. If purchased normally, just these few items would cost 100,000 7th-tier magic crystals, not to mention the 2 heavyweight magic crystal annihilation cannons. If Wingina hadn't been a Black Knight of the Karlov Empire and possessed crucial intelligence about the Tammy's crash, the Northrend wouldn't have been so easily given away. A top-tier merchant guild like the Alanda Merchant Guild is definitely wealthier than any kingdom. Even if it's just a large fleet of airships, its financial resources are several levels above Luo's. Stroking the cool, purple gold bracelet, Luo's eyes were filled with envy. Merchant guilds are just a bunch of despicable rich people. Chapter 900. That evening, Fia and Ano returned. They had also gathered a considerable amount of information, though it largely overlapped with what Luo and Wingina had found, which wasn't surprising. That night, Luo and his group left the Duchy of Ethel and returned to the outskirts of the Frust Forest. These are for you. Luo handed the crystal earrings to Fia and Ano, gave Fia the ring containing the annihilation cannon, and Ano the purple gold bracelet, briefly explaining the usage and effects of each item. The bracelet takes a bit long to charge, but that's alright. Go test the earrings first. Yes, master. The two sisters, overjoyed, eagerly took out their elven wooden bows and flew towards the frost forest. The moment their concealed 5th-tier aura was released, it immediately attracted the covetous eyes of several 5th and 6th-tier magical beasts. Normally, Ano would be more cautious facing so many 5th or 6th-tier magical beasts at once, but now, with a gift from her master, her confidence was overflowing. If you're too scared to come out, I help you. Ano's pupils gleamed, reflecting an ice feather sparrow fused with a frost tree 10 miles away. Magic surged, and a slightly burning explosive arrow appeared in her hand. 7 or 8 enchanted lights flashed, displaying effects like break, disrupt, and tracking. In the blink of an eye, she drew her bow, knocked the arrow, and fired. Before the ice feather sparrow, still observing the unbridled display of its aura, could react, its frost shield suddenly shattered. A rocket, about to explode, struck its chest in an instant. The hard ice feathers resisted for less than half a second. The ice magic within instantly surged, shattering the feathers, and the rocket exploded inside its body. Boom! A radius of 30 meters vanished into nothingness. Even the sturdy frost tree was not spared. With a successful shot, Ano swiftly leaped forward and fired again. Hundreds of emerald arrows pierced the air, covering a vast area. The ice feather sparrow, still trying to escape, was struck by over a dozen arrows. Although it easily deflected the arrows with a flick of its wings, the arrows transformed into wood poison, rapidly eroding its body and draining its life force. Another arrow pinned the weakened ice feather sparrow to a tree. Ano sheathed her bow and flashed to its side, easily splitting its skull to extract the magic core. A magical beast that would require 3 ordinary 5th-tier extraordinary beings to defeat was easily killed by her with 3 arrows. Sister! Ano turned, raising the magic core in her hand and waving happily to the approaching FIA. Just then, a powerful ice crystal claw suddenly materialized above her head and slammed down. FIA, who was rushing over, was about to fire an arrow when she heard Ano's telepathic message and released her drawn bowstring. Bang! The icy claw slashed heavily towards Ano, but before the attacking monster could rejoice, the claw struck a pale golden barrier and shattered. Without turning back, Ano shot an arrow that pierced the eye of a monster 5 miles away, unleashing a burst of magic that drained its life force. Awooh! The earth trembled slightly, a snow line erupted, and frost-covered trees along the way floated up, transforming into enormous ice spikes that hurtled towards Ano with a powerful enhancement of ice magic. Bang bang bang. However, all those ice spikes shattered upon impact with the thin barrier, failing to inflict any damage on Ano. Master's gift is indeed powerful. Resisting a 6th-tier monster's attack didn't consume much magic power. Ano estimated that the earring stored magic power could withstand over 300 6th-tier attacks, and perhaps a dozen or so 7th-tier attacks. However, 7th-tier monsters were somewhat dangerous, so it was best not to test it recklessly. Awooh! A 2-headed lion with an icy beard suddenly pounced. A wooden arrow constantly growing from its left eye and its right head, dripping blood. It looked incredibly painful. Its massive, heavy body landed on the snow without sinking, even using the ice and snow as a springboard to amplify its power. Its icy blue claws lashed out, a powerful blow sending Ano flying thousands of meters, crashing through hundreds of frost trees along the way. How rude. I'm much more polite than you. Ano stood up as if nothing had happened, brushing the snowflakes off her clothes. The 2-headed lion, having knocked her away, looked at its cracking claws, glanced at Ano aiming at it again, and then at the other rapidly approaching presence. Its resolve to retreat was already wavering. There was no way to break through its defenses. She'd even been injured by the recoil. Continuing the fight would surely grind her down. Realizing this, the 2-headed lion let out a low growl, and one head struggled to emerge from its body, transforming into 2 ice-bearded lions. They quickly concealed their presence and scattered to escape. This maneuver stunned Ano and FIA. Their movements slowed slightly, and by the time they relocked on, the 2 ice-bearded lions had vanished. Ano angrily sheathed her bow and ran to her sister, complaining, "If I'd been a little faster, I could have kept it." FIA gave her a light tap. "Is that the point? Even with protection, you're being too reckless." "Hee, master wouldn't harm me." Ano then received another tap on the head from Luo. "I gave them to you so you could protect yourselves. If you cause any more trouble, I confiscate them." "No. Master, I know I was wrong." After the playful banter, Luo confirmed that with the earrings, FIA and Ano could protect themselves even against a 7th-tier expert. FIA had the magic crystal annihilation cannon, and Ano had the purple gold bracelet, so escaping wouldn't be a problem. Senior, it's up to you now. Wingina nodded, but firing directly into the frost forest would be too conspicuous, so the group went to the eastern side of the frost forest, where there was a desolate ice plain with scarce magic, unsuitable for survival, which wouldn't cause too much trouble. The FIA sisters were also very curious about just how powerful the magic crystal annihilation cannon, which Luo had described as incredibly formidable, really was. After Moriarty checked that there weren't many creatures within a 3,000-mile radius, everyone watched as Wingina took out the annihilation cannon, now restored to its original state. The magic power was already saturated, and the annihilation cannon cracked open again, revealing a pupil-shaped indentation in the center, aimed at the distant ice plain. It's coming! Layers of runes slowly lit up the surface of the annihilation cannon, rapidly constructing 9 multi-layered magic arrays in front of its eye socket. The massive earth magic power that had already gathered suddenly shot out, the bright yellow magic power ball amplified by the 9 magic arrays, transforming into a deep yellow, crystalline topaz, becoming a stream of light that accurately struck the center of the ice plain more than 1,200 miles away. A bright flash of light streaked across the sky, and before everyone's eyes, the yellow radiance rapidly spread, silently covering the entire ice plains for miles around. Then, the portion of the ice plain covered by the yellow light instantly shrunk into an ice sphere about a meter in size, leaving only a huge, hollow hemispherical gap. Clang, clang, clang. The ice sphere fell, striking the base of the rocks with a crisp echo, before transforming into a giant boulder that merged with the earth. Wow, that's amazing! Ano and FIA gasped in astonishment. This power was definitely at the 7th tier level, and quite formidable at that. The thought of having a similar weapon filled FIA with barely suppressed excitement. Fortunately, she remained calm. If it were in Ano's hands, she might have tested it out on the spot. Luo nodded with satisfaction as she watched the icy plains disappear into the distance. Even with her shield activated, being hit once would still cause injury. A 6th-tier transcendent being hit would essentially be severely injured or even near death. Not bad. Dealing with a typical 7th-tier transcendent shouldn't be a problem. This was just a normal 7th-tier magic crystal charging. If it were an 8th-tier magic crystal, and the 6 concentric rings were activated for amplification, its power would be immeasurable. However, the drawbacks were also obvious. The activation was too slow, requiring 10 seconds to launch, and there was no anti-interference array. If Luo were to face it, she could simply disrupt the attack by stirring up magic power from a distance. It seemed more suitable for long-range sniping. Wingina also largely agreed with her point of view. While this thing, used alone, couldn't compare to a 7th-tier transcendent, it was still a powerful weapon when used well. However, she quickly frowned slightly inside. The problem is the huge consumption of magic crystals. Each attack consumes about 2 crystals. For her, 7th-tier attacks were only useful, not enough to influence the course of the battle. To use them, she need 8th-tier magic crystals, which would drastically increase the consumption. I suggest purchasing some high-tier magic cores as a backup. That's right. It would be best to also trade some magic crystals of the same attribute. The people of Agnisa are skilled in ice magic, so preparing lightning, fire, and earth magic crystals would be better. After a brief exchange of details, Luo spent some time manipulating ice magic to fill the void in the ice field, and then the group returned to the Duchy of Ethel. Chapter 901. The next morning, Luo and Wingna left the inn, intending to visit a large shop to see if they could buy any suitable magic cores, when a white tiger-like man who had been waiting for them suddenly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Honorable guests, young Master Edmund and Master Finnegan are already waiting for your visit at headquarters. It's all settled so quickly. In that case, why don't we go there first? Young Master Luo can make the plans. Led by the white tiger-like man, the group changed their destination and arrived at the Finnegan Merchant Guild headquarters. As soon as they entered, Edmund greeted them, accompanied by a middle-aged ice beast man who bore a resemblance to him, but was rather plump and had a thick, long ice crystal beard. Ha ha ha, welcome, welcome. It's too noisy here. Let's go upstairs and talk in detail. Edmund knew that Luo disliked being the center of attention. Not only was this a well-known trait, but he had also noticed it from yesterday's meeting. Therefore, he didn't hold a grand welcoming ceremony, so much so that before Luo appeared, his subordinates thought the young master was just chatting with the master at the entrance. After they were seated, Edmund introduced his father to the group. This is my father, Finn and Fran, the president of the Finnegan Merchant Guild. Without your guidance, I wouldn't be where I am today, let alone have the opportunity to meet a genius like Miss Eileen. Fran smiled kindly, his portly face beaming with satisfaction. He was well aware of his son's abilities, and had entrusted the guild to him early on, while still in his prime. Rest assured, everyone, I have entrusted all matters of the guild to the young president. Luo quickly understood that he was personally backing his son up. No one could predict what might happen, and if necessary, Fran's position as president of the Findan Merchant Guild could resolve many problems. Thank you for your generous assistance, Guild Master. This is my senior from my academy days, Roy Wingna, a powerful dragon knight. Wingna gave a slight bowing greeting. Edmund, however, was surprised and even somewhat nervous, pressing her for an answer. Ms. Wingna, if I may ask, does your contracted dragon possess frost attributes? No, why do you ask, young Guild Master? Hearing Wingna's reply, Edmund's expression visibly relaxed. After a moment of contemplation, he told Luo and his group something. Perhaps you heard of the Frost clan of the Agnisa Empire. They were proud of their Frost dragon bloodline for generations, producing many bloodline awakeners. However, over 20 years ago, they were wiped out by a joint effort of the royal family and the Dahomey family. To exterminate them completely, the Dahomey family not only offered huge bounties on the descendants of the Frost clan, but also continuously arrested those with Frost dragon bloodlines, even targeting magical beasts. All to completely eradicate this bloodline from the north. Although the Empire has imposed a blockade, the executioners of the Dahomey family outside have not stopped their operations. Many summoners and dragon knights carrying frost-blooded dragon beasts have already been brutally murdered. These simple words belie countless bloody slaughters. When Nak clenched her small hands, her delicate brows furrowed, extremely dissatisfied with the Dahomey family's actions. Aren't you afraid of incurring the curse of the Ice God by acting like this? Edmund smiled bitterly. We deeply sympathize with Lady Wingna's dissatisfaction. However, the Dahomey family is a powerful family with 9th-tier combat strength, and they have close ties with the Agnisa royal family. Even if we are dissatisfied, there's nothing we can do. Luo gently patted Wingna's hand. She understood that this family was indeed difficult to deal with, so she didn't discuss the topic further, but she had already secretly decided that if she encountered any members of this family, she would not hold back. With the unpleasant topic behind them, Edmund continued with business. After making the appointment with Miss Eileen yesterday, I have, as expected, reached an agreement with President Simpler of the Fotchish Trading Company. He is willing to relinquish the guard for 1 hour. Miss Eileen, you and your companions can question him freely. However, he insists that someone of his must be present. I am truly ashamed to say that I cannot persuade him to concede on this point. That's enough. Having his person watch over him is fine. An agreement was reached in less than a day. It's unclear what Edmund discussed with the president to secure such a significant concession. After estimating the time, the group set off for the Fotchish Trading Company. Edmund and President Franklin were quite well known in the Duchy of Ethel. Upon arriving at the trading company building, a beautiful white fox woman shop assistant immediately greeted them and guided them to the VIP lobby. After a short wait, another male white fox entered and respectfully said, Mr. Edmund, Mr. Fran, and friends from the Findan Merchant Guild, President Simpler has already arranged everything, and we are ready to depart at any time. Edmund was somewhat puzzled. Isn't your guild president here? Young Master Edmund, it's like this. The people from the Extremity Merchant Guild came to our door this morning, and the president is currently receiving them, and cannot spare the time. So I have come to greet you all. Why did the people from the Extremity Merchant Guild come to our door? Unable to find a solution, Edmund put the matter aside for the time being and left the building under the guidance of the male white fox, heading toward Simpler's private estate. Yes, it was similar to a human's estate. It must be said that although the Ice Beast clan originated from snow beasts and beastmen, their level of civilization is closer to that of humans, which is perhaps why they can move freely between humans and beastmen. However, Simpler's private estate was usually used for special transactions and to store certain goods, and was heavily guarded on weekdays. Only Edmund and Fran's status was sufficient, otherwise, ordinary people simply couldn't get in. The royal guard was imprisoned in a storage device, kept by the estate's manager, the guild steward Yuki. So, when he greeted Edmund and Fran with a beaming smile, but suddenly saw Luo following behind, his smile froze. Edmund, seemingly oblivious to his expression, smiled and said, Steward Yuki, how have you been? This is the distinguished guest I arranged with your guild master. I presume the person is ready? This, don't worry, it's ready. I go get it right away. Yuki's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He replied rather rudely, and tried to turn back, but Luo's kind voice came from behind. Isn't this Steward Yuki? Did you wait here specifically to apologize to me? Yuki seemed deaf, quickening his pace. But Edmund, feigning curiosity, loudly questioned, Ms. Eileen, Manager Yuki is the stabilizer of the Fuxus Trading Company, How could he do something so offensive to our distinguished guest? Manager Yuki, don't you think so? Yuki was forced to turn around, feigning surprise at Luo's arrival. So you're Mr. Edmund's distinguished guest. What a coincidence. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Ha ha ha. Edmund smiled without saying a word, but Frankie, standing behind him, glanced at Yuki, making his laughter instantly awkward. Yuki knew perfectly well that this cunning Edmund had already planned to trick him. Otherwise, President Simpler would have definitely warned him to avoid him today. Gritting his teeth, he painfully retrieved a fist-sized magic core from his ring and presented it to Luo with both hands. Actually, since yesterday, I felt deeply guilty and prepared an apology gift, intending to sincerely apologize to you. I must thank Mr. Edmund, the most shrewd merchant in the Duchy of Ethel, for solving a great problem for me. There's often competition between merchant guilds, but the Ice Beast Alliance's various guilds have little overlap in their industries. Therefore, the Fuchizi Merchant Guild and the Fenidan Merchant Guild are more of a cooperative relationship. Even though Yuki is the general manager, he's like a subordinate to Edmund, let alone the calm and collected guild master Frank Can. Although he's long since retired behind the scenes, if he gets angry and attracts the attention of guild master Simple, Yuki, as the general manager, will at least be demoted. Luo was unaware of the intricacies between merchant guilds, but seeing Edmund openly favoring her, she didn't dare to be sarcastic any further, and took the 7th-tier Ice Attribute magic core from Yuki. Since it's a misunderstanding, let it go. However, sometimes having clearer eyes can help you live longer. Yes, you're absolutely right. I won't take up any more of your time. I go bring the person right away. Yuki wiped away a cold sweat, leaving in a disheveled state, secretly cursing the other party for clearly knowing Edmund. He thought, why was he treated like a VIP yesterday if I mentioned it? It's all that dwarf's fault. Chapter 902. My name is Agni Aaron. I am a distant relative of a princely family that separated from the Agnisa royal family. My father is the patriarch of a small family, and I am the patriarch's second son. Since I have no right to inherit the throne, becoming a transcendent is my only way out. Thanks to my barely passing affinity score, I finally entered the Royal Academy, and the adjacent Polden Academy, an ordinary academy established by a mid-sized family called the Polden family. But I dare say that entering the Polden Academy was the beginning of my being blessed by the god of luck. Not only did I meet my wife, who was still a young girl, but I was also extremely fortunate to meet the 37th Prince, who was studying at the Royal Academy. The 37th Prince is a good person. He often provides me with cultivation resources, and guides my cultivation. He doesn't have the arrogance of a prince, and I have always regarded him as my elder brother. Anyone who dares to speak ill of my elder brother, I will fight to the death to knock their teeth out. 8 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Under the care of the 37th Prince, I achieved transcendence before some students with even higher affinity scores than me, and left the academy with my partner to return to serve my family. However, my good-for-nothing brother believed my return would threaten his power, and actually expelled us from the family. Even our father's attempts to stop him were useless. 30 years older than me, and still just a piece of trash at the first level of the transcendent realm. I'd rather not stay in this family, but luck was still on my side. The 37th Prince, upon learning of my plight, readily allowed me to join the Imperial Guard, becoming a glorious royal guard. The kind who guard the warehouse doors. But don't underestimate the warehouse door guards. It's easy, pays well, and is far more comfortable than those seemingly arrogant palace guards. The only thing to watch out for is the thieves who raid the palace warehouses, but I haven't heard of any warehouse thefts in thousands of years, so my job is basically just routinely checking the arrays and barriers for any anomalies, chasing away uninvited birds and squirrels. And sometimes those annoying snow-haired rats will chew up trees, so I have to kick them away. 30 years of peaceful life passed by. My wife gave birth to a son and a daughter, and I broke through to the second level of the transcendent realm. The 37th Prince was a leisurely man who often invited me for drinks and chats, and the days went by peacefully. Until that day. I was explaining to an arrogant snow-haired rat how to be a good rat when the 37th Prince suddenly rushed in a panic, handed me a ring without a word, grabbed my shoulder, and dragged me out. Aaron, go! Leave the Empire, escape as far as you can. I was puzzled. Why leave when things were going so well in the Empire? But that day, the 37th Prince gripped my shoulder so tightly it hurt my bones. I knew he must know something, so I didn't ask. I secretly left the palace with my wife and daughter, heading towards the Empire's border. A day later, a wanted poster appeared on my head. Well, it was expected, but I firmly believed the 37th Prince wouldn't harm me. So we disguised ourselves and trekked away from the Empire. The wanted poster was very effective. 3 days later, I was captured while trying to rescue my wife and daughter. Interrogation was inevitable, but what shocked and bewildered me was that my good brother, my elder brother, the 37th Prince, his face was terrifyingly pale, as if he'd been frozen in an icy cave for 3 years. He threw down 3 heads as soon as he entered, terrified, pale, and contorted in pain. It was the head of my beloved wife, my most beautiful daughter, and my most prized son, frozen solid at my feet. My mind went blank until a furious rage, enough to tear my very soul apart, erupted. I roared at him, demanding, "Why did you do this? Why?" Friendship, gratitude, all vanished in that instant, replaced by rage. If looks could kill, I would have slicing him into ice shards. The 37th Prince was cold, letting me roar and struggle as I charged forward, only to be dragged to the ground by my shackles. Even with a hint of enjoyment, suddenly, I calmed down, my impulsiveness vanished, my emotions frozen, terrifyingly rational. The 37th Prince and I grew up together, knowing each other for over 40 years. If he were truly the kind of person, how could I not have noticed? You're not the 37th Prince, who are you? He or it. I don't want this to taint civilization. A hint of surprise appeared on my face. No wonder he was willing to protect you. But it doesn't matter. Hand over that ring, and I can let you go. So it was the 37th Prince's ring that caused the trouble. I realized that my elder brother might also be gone. He must have sensed something, which is why he was willing to sacrifice himself to let me escape. However, I was outnumbered and ultimately failed my brother's expectations. But, I sneered, dream on! Before being captured, I had hidden the ring in a secluded place, a place the powerful and wealthy would never guess. Even if you killed my brother, wife, and daughter, I would rather die than tell this demon before me. You're good with your mouth. As expected, my soul was searched. But how could this impostor know how good the 37th Prince had been to me? He even gave me a high-level soul-protecting item. Even with my nose bleeding profusely, and my head feeling like it was about to explode, I would never yield. I was imprisoned, subjected to inhuman torture and endless temptations every day. Sometimes I hated my superhuman physique, which allowed me to endure torture without dying, yet I was also grateful for it. No matter what, I had to live to fulfill my elder brother's request. Months passed, so long that I almost forgot I was even human. Only through occasional glimpses from the prison did I learn that 2.5 years had gone by. Has it really been that short? Just when I thought my life was hopeless, fate smiled upon me once more. The prison's barrier failed, and the prisoners rioted, and I was lucky. At only the 2nd level of superhuman strength, my cage wasn't sturdy. While the guards were suppressing the prisoners, I quietly broke free, shattered the icy cage, and escaped. Regaining my freedom, I felt a moment of confusion, but the thought of my wife, children, and elder brother all dead, and the years of torture I endured, made revenge inevitable. Thanks to the despicable impostor's orders for the prison guards to torture me day and night, my body was healed after each ordeal, keeping me alive and kicking. So, I secretly returned to the place where I kept the ring. Luckily, the ring was still there. On the way, I finally understood why the prison barrier had failed. The royal family had activated a sealing barrier, draining all the magic from the entire empire. The empire had become a cage. No one could escape. My elder brother's mission was doomed. But remember what I said? The god of fate was watching me. I found a way to circumvent the seal within the ring, and so began my second escape. Chaos reigns everywhere. The chaotic empire is fraught with peril. Except for the imperial palace and some major cities, all magical energy is being drained by a sealing barrier. Every bit used diminishes it. It took over a year for me to finally reach the sealing barrier, my body riddled with wounds. Having barely escaped the barrier, I was captured due to exhaustion and imprisoned for interrogation. To save my life, I revealed some less horrifying information about the empire, including my identity and the overt activities of various powerful families that I had learned about along the way. I wasn't afraid of the usual torture, but having finally escaped the blockade, I was now unable to continue fulfilling my mission. I was unwilling to accept this, damn it. For 3 whole months, I was imprisoned and unable to escape. At one point, I thought the god of fate had finally abandoned me, that the cruel joke of destiny had finally come to an end. But, I, Agnes Aaron, am a favorite of fate. In the small room, Lo, Wing-Na, Moriarty, and Edmund listened solemnly as the middle-aged man, his hands bound in shackles, spoke with unusually agitated emotions. Upon hearing that the royal family was using the entire empire's magical power to maintain the sealing barrier, even Moriarty found it incredibly difficult. You see, due to the harsh environment of the north, the Agnesa Empire generously encompassed 200 million square kilometers of land, more than 10 times the size of the Karlov Empire. Combined with the abundant ice magic resulting from the environment, the entire empire's magical power, when gathered together, made sealing off space effortless, and Luo felt as if he had seen something similar before. Chaos, sealing, control. A familiar déjà vu. What? Big brother He's definitely been murdered. That imposter, it's an act of pure evil. Aaron wept, covering his face. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Luo's mind, and he recalled a scene he witnessed in the city of Edbeo. Chaos, a sealed barrier, and control by the higher-ups. How similar it was to the current Agnesa Empire. The only difference was that cultists were involved in the Edbeo incident. If there were demons within the Agnesa Empire, could the tragedy that didn't happen in Edbeo be repeated there? But that was a sacrifice across an entire empire. Chapter 903. Luo found the terrifying conjecture that had just surfaced absurd, yet upon closer examination, it wasn't entirely impossible. The situation on the northern continent differed from the other two continents. On the eastern continent, magic and alchemy flourished, and teleportation arrays were commonplace, while on the western continent, 3 trees of life were rooted, forming a network connecting the continents. Only on the northern continent, the southern humans were strong, while the northern orcs were powerful, making communication between the north and south quite inconvenient. If the demons wanted to tear a rift in the living world, the northern humans would undoubtedly be the best choice. The truth remained to be verified, but the Agnesa royal family certainly had a secret they couldn't reveal. Speaking of which, the royal guard before him, weeping bitterly and emaciated beyond recognition, was the very person Luo had gone to great lengths to find. After Yuki released the person from the storage device, President Fulon took him away under the pretext of reminiscing. President Simple had requested that their people be present to watch over things, but Fulon didn't care, and Yuki had no chance to resist. The royal guard initially appeared apathetic and unusually resistant to Luo and Wingina's questioning. However, Luo later discovered a broken yet powerful soul barrier within his soul's sea. After some questioning, he learned that this was a protection given to him by his elder brother. Using this as a breakthrough, the guard finally relaxed. When he heard that Wingina, representing the royal family of the Southern Karlov Empire, intended to investigate the blockade by the Agnesa Empire, he seemed to find a pillar of support. His emotions surged, and he poured out his experiences over the years. Luo cast a soul spell to stabilize his emotions, expressing deep regret and sympathy for his story. This matter is closely related to the Agnesa royal family. That's why we're here. I believe you. I do anything you ask as long as you can find out the truth. Luo and Wingina exchanged a glance, then said seriously, actually, we're looking for you because we heard you emerged from the blockade. We want to enter now, and we might need your help. Aaron, his emotions calmed, also became more composed, and quickly understood the importance of the situation. He glanced at Edmund. He was the only ice beastman in the group, clearly not a southern race. Edmund understood, smiled, and stood up. I was just about to have a chat with Steward Yugi. Business topics are more to a businessman's liking. You better not get involved in what follows. It could be dangerous for you. He paused slightly, noticing Luo's gaze, realizing these were her telepathic messages. He immediately indicated he understood, and quickly left the room. In fact, he was already somewhat uneasy when he heard the suspicion that the 37th prince had been switched. As a businessman, he knew all too well that knowing too many secrets wasn't always a good thing, especially when one's strength was insufficient. After closing the door again, and checking to ensure that all the detection arrays in the room were blocked, Luo gestured for Aaron to speak. My lords, to be honest, the sealing barrier is extremely powerful, guarded by terrifying ice crystal giants everywhere. Not to mention a mere low-level transcendent like myself, I personally witnessed the city lord of Cold City trying to escape, only to be instantly killed by 3 ice crystal giants. Cold City is a medium-sized city within the empire. The city lords of cities of this size are generally at the 6th or 7th level of strength. The reason Aaron was able to escape was because the ring the 37th prince gave him contained a sacred artifact of the White Cat clan, the sacred Ice Cat's Eye Stone. Of course, it's a replica. The real thing would never fall into the hands of the 37th prince. But it doesn't matter. Even as a replica, it contains the White Cat clan's unique teleportation ability. If combined with the back door of the sealing barrier controlled by the royal family, it can directly teleport to the other side of the barrier. Luo is familiar with the White Cat clan's teleportation ability. Strictly speaking, it's a high-level ice escape technique. However, with the bloodline enhancement, its effect is far more powerful than ordinary ice escape. Not only can it ignore most barrier obstacles, but the movement distance and speed are comparable to traversing space. Combined with the White Cat clan's assassin-like training philosophy, they are practically invincible among their peers. Therefore, in the vast north, beastmen such as white foxes, white tigers, and white bears are all under the White Cat clan's control. The back door of the ceiling barrier is likely for the royal family members to freely enter and exit after the barrier is activated. Otherwise, the possibility of the Dahomey family amassing troops and marching north would be impossible. Aaron knew the back door of the sealed barrier was blocked, but the problem was that the power within the replica of the Holy Ice Cat's Eye Stone was one-time use. Once Aaron used it, it was gone. To enter the barrier, he would have to obtain a new replica from the White Cat territory. My captors took my ring, but they don't know that I already memorized all the information. The Cat's Eye Stone is now useless. Getting information from me is a pipe dream. Aaron spat fiercely at the Fuchizi merchant guild that had captured him. Luo was still pondering the White Cat territory issue. Although the various races of the Duchy of Ethel were at peace, things were completely different outside the duchy. It was hard to say what she and Wingina, two humans, would encounter if they rashly ventured into the White Cat territory. Let's ask Edmund if there are any other ways to obtain the replica Cat's Eye Stone. And Aaron before us. Little Luo, I think he's more useful to us. Senior, you mean his identity as a palace guard? That's right, and judging from the 37th Prince's high regard for him, he might have some knowledge of certain heavily guarded areas. Luo nodded. Comparing it to Sky City of the Karlov Empire, it wasn't hard to tell that there were definitely more than 2 Saint-level experts inside Ice God Fortress, maybe even more, not to mention the 8th or 9th level. How could they possibly break in with their small group? Aaron, I hope you can help us infiltrate Ice God Fortress. In exchange, I help you break free from the Merchant Guild's control. Really? That's great. I'm not afraid to die. Leave the guiding to me. I wonder when the Karlov Empire's experts will arrive. Aaron rubbed his hands excitedly. He didn't dare think about Saint-level super experts, but high-level transcendence should be possible, right? He could even sneak in by avoiding the guards. Luo looked at Wingina with a strange expression, then looked down at herself. Did she really not look like a strong person? There are 2 companions, but they come out later. 2 are even better. 2 high-level beings, the safety factor skyrockets. Luo opened her mouth, but ultimately didn't tell her Anfia and Ano their strength. Oh well, the difference wasn't that big anyway. Patting the little one's head, Luo left the room to discuss things with Edmund. Hearing her 2 requests, Edmund felt a chill run down his spine. Neither trading the Cat's Eye replica nor Agnes Aaron would be easy. Getting that person from the Fuchizi Merchant Guild will be difficult, but father should have a way. As for this Holy Ice Cat's Eye, Miss Witch, I have some information that might be helpful. Edmund said he heard that the president of the Extremity Merchant Guild owned a replica, which had been shown at an exhibition years ago. Whether other forces possessed it was hard to say, and even if they did, they probably wouldn't trade it. That not only represented the White Cat clan's approval, but was also strictly controlled by them, making them extremely rare. There might not even be 100 in the entire north. The power they contained was, in fact, the least important part. The Desperate Merchant Guild. Luo didn't want much contact with this guild, but it seemed to be the only option for now. I try to make contact. Miss Witch, if you have this intention, I can arrange a meeting between you and the head of the Desperate Merchant Guild. Luo remembered that Simple of the Fuxixi Merchant Guild had apparently spoken with people from the Desperate Merchant Guild this morning. That's fine, thank you. It would be my pleasure. Chapter 904. Edmund's arrangements were swift, because by the time Luo and Aaron finished their conversation, it was nearly noon, just in time to encounter the members of the Extremist Merchant Guild touring the bustling streets of the Duchy of Ethel. That's how it was. When Luo entered the luxurious VIP room and saw the arrogant, middle-aged man with a large beard, legs crossed and arms around 2 beautiful white fox women, the overwhelming air of snobbery made her immediately want to turn and leave. Ms. Eileen? Edmund, I think it would be easier to go to the White Cat territory. Ahem, I handle the negotiations. Ms. Eileen, please just sit. Seeing that Luo's aversion had lessened slightly, Edmund quickly led her to a seat and introduced them. Ms. Eileen, this is Mr. Finn Zephyr from the Extremist Merchant Guild, who manages shops in 3 small countries. Hee, sir, you're hurting me. My dear, where does it hurt? Let me comfort you. On one side was a dutiful introduction, on the other, no one was fooling around. Even Edmund felt a surge of anger rising within him, his expression changing slightly. However, he knew this kind of person was always like this, relying on their powerful backers. They completely disregarded everyone except for Imperial-level forces. Mr. Zephyr, perhaps I should remind you, the person before you is a top genius, unparalleled in all the empires. Please show some respect. Zephyr then slowly withdrew his hand from under the clothes of the white fox beauties beside him, patted their shapely buttocks to dismiss them, and casually reclined on the sofa back. Excuse me, young Master Edmund, please continue. Suppressing his displeasure, Edmund continued, I have been entrusted to conduct a major transaction with your esteemed Chamber of Commerce. A major deal? Young Master Edmund, not to be blunt, but no matter how I look at it, the Finnegan Merchant Guild doesn't seem qualified to be involved in such a deal. Ah, I spoke rashly, my apologies, it was my fault. Zephyr was the vice president of the branch, but he usually referred to himself as president to emphasize his status. Edmund was interrupted again, maintaining a calm facade, but his eyes darted to Luo. Sure enough, the witch's brows were furrowed. Mr. Zephyr, you're right, the Finnegan Merchant Guild is indeed not qualified, but the lady beside me has sufficient funds and leverage to make the deal. Zephyr sized Luo up for a moment, his gaze scrutinizing her. Finding her petite and unremarkable, his interest vanished. I've seen plenty of geniuses, so please refrain from such low-level rhetoric. If you don't have anything that catches my eye, then get lost and waste my time. Hearing this, Edmund became even more confident. I wonder if the world-renowned Black Star Rock of the Karlov Empire might catch Mr. Zephyr's eye. As he spoke, he took out a thumb-sized fragment, radiating a jet-black luster that was imperceptible to the senses, clearly of extraordinary quality. The item being traded was naturally agreed upon beforehand between Luo and Edmund, otherwise, the Finnegan Merchant Guild wouldn't have enough bargaining chips. Black Soul Rock couldn't be traded, so Luo simply broke off a piece of Black Star Rock to offer. Upon hearing Black Star Rock, Zephyr's eyes flashed. He reached out and grabbed the fragment from the table, squeezed it firmly, then gathered golden magic power to try and cut it. Finding that it left no mark, and was completely impervious to magic, he discreetly stored it in his ring. It does resemble Black Star Rock. I appraise it first, then we discuss it further. Tell me, what do you want? The Desolate Merchant Guild is the largest in the north. Whether it's items, scrolls, equipment, gems, materials, ancient relic skills, or various bloodline slaves and bloodline crystals, but with your limited knowledge, you probably never even heard of most of these things. Edmund ignored his sarcasm and chuckled, your guild is vast and powerful, with immense wealth. I consider myself far less than a fraction of that, and my knowledge is naturally inferior to Mr. Zephyr's. Therefore, I only wish to obtain a single piece of holy ice cat's eye stone. Surely, with your guild strength, that shouldn't be difficult. Ding. Zephyr suddenly realized what he meant, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Edmund. Good, so you got your eye on that imitation cat's eye stone. No wonder you're willing to trade it for Black Star Rock. Of course, bring 30,000 tons of Black Star Rock. Faced with this blatant exorbitant demand, Edmund wasn't angry. Wasn't the other party so brazen precisely because he held the upper hand? Mr. Zephyr, I heard you had a pleasant conversation with Mr. Simpler this morning. Could you perhaps reveal some details? I cannot disclose that, I apologize. I understand completely. I just wonder if Captain Yoruba will be curious. Oh dear, I forgot to mention, Ms. Irene's friend seems to have a good relationship with Captain Yoruba. This casual remark immediately made Zephyr's expression turn serious. Was he afraid of Captain Yoruba? No. But as one of the rulers of the Duchy of Ethel, Yoruba had far too many ways to obstruct his cooperation with the Frosses Trading Company. If things went wrong, it would be a dereliction of duty on his part if it reached the ears of the Grand Master. Boy, you got guts. Believe me, this guild leader will make your little merchant guild disappear tomorrow. No. I greatly respect Mr. Zephyr's abilities. However, Mr. Zephyr seems to value his communication with President Simpler. I dare say it's related to the recent Northern Merchant Alliance meeting. Edmund's eyes still held a smile, but with a hint of sharpness. The Extremist Merchant Guild leads the Northern Merchant Alliance, and the Duchy of Ethel is an important member of the Northern Merchant Alliance, but also the only duchy in the north that embraces all races and all conflicts. Mr. Zephyr, wouldn't you agree? Luo was completely bewildered, but Zephyr, upon hearing this, abruptly stood up, slammed his fist on the table, and his face turned utterly grim. Finnegan Merchant Guild, you're being far too presumptuous. You have the power to interfere? Think carefully about the consequences. Mr. Zephyr misunderstands. My intention from beginning to end has only been to pursue peaceful trade. I have never wished for any conflict. Zephyr's face flushed red, and he angrily sat back down. Do you know how valuable that replica of the holy ice cat's eye stone is to the guild master? Even if you could offer goods worth 100 times the original cat's eye stone, the guild master wouldn't agree to the trade. Edmund pressed on. Oh? Why is that? Although the holy ice cat's eye stone represents the White Cat clan's friendship, given your guild master status and position, even without the cat's eye stone, wouldn't the friendship be affected? This thing is indeed precious, but aside from its connection value and rarity, its intrinsic value is similar to, or even slightly less than, the purple gold bracelet that Lo gave to Ano. As for its value as a collectible, what rare items hasn't the guild master of the Desperate Merchant Guild seen? Perhaps only items reaching the saint-level realm could make him so eager to possess it. That's why Edmund was puzzled by Zephyr's words. Zephyr didn't waste any words, coldly scoffing. You know the Grand Master's youngest son, Esperson, right? At such a young age, he's already taken control of the Snow Abyss Kingdom's branch of the Extremist Merchant Guild. Several years ago, he went to the Karlov Empire, and was supposed to return 2 years ago, but the Agnesa Empire suddenly imposed a blockade, forcing him to return with the Yolanda merchant caravan. But half a year ago, the young master's spaceship, the Tammy, crashed. The Grand Master was furious, and relations between the Extremist Alliance and the Northern Alliance rapidly deteriorated. And that cat's eye stone is a gift from the young master years ago. Do you still think you have the upper hand? Boy! Edmund now knew that this deal was essentially over. Hopelessness reigned. That was the heirloom of the Grand Master of the Extinction Merchant Guild's son. To a merchant, it was an invaluable treasure, and the possibility of a transaction was practically zero. Shaking his head in disappointment, Edmund had no choice but to tell Luo the bad news. Ms. Eileen, according to Mr. Zephyr, we indeed cannot trade that replica of the holy ice cat's eye stone from the guild master. But then Luo looked up at Zephyr, her voice carrying a profound meaning, and slowly asked, you mean, as long as the guild master is happy, a transaction can be made? That's not what I meant. Zephyr was about to retort when he suddenly realized something, and a smile appeared on his face for the first time. But perhaps I can help. Chapter 905. Sometimes, enemies don't necessarily need to be killed. Selling them out can be more beneficial. When Lo heard Zephyr say that Esperson's whereabouts were unknown, he immediately had an idea. Sure enough, according to Zephyr, that impolite fellow held a high position in the eyes of the Grand Master of the Extremist Merchant Guild. Lo didn't know Esperson's whereabouts, but Wang Na knew that he hadn't boarded the ship. He guessed that after being scared away by him last time, he was too afraid to board. Perhaps he's currently on another ship, laughing at his bad luck in crashing with the Tammy. He then sold the information to Zephyr, who readily agreed to help. All he had to do was package it as if he discovered it himself. A promotion from vice president to president of the branch wasn't impossible. Zephyr, of course, was eager to take advantage of such a huge benefit. As for the truth of the story, Luo only needed to describe the young master's appearance, his entourage, and his mannerisms. The Grand Master would definitely send people to the south to search, and even if the information was false, Zephyr could simply expose the Feniden Merchant Guild, and he would remain vice president. Zephyr's persuasion of the Grand Master would take some time, 3 to 5 days, or even 10 days to half a month, but it would still be faster than Luo personally going to the White Cat territory. Just getting to the White Cat territory would waste at least half a month. Before leaving, Edmund seemed to sense Luo's confusion about the relationships between the merchant guilds and offered her a brief explanation. The Desperate Alliance was a monopolistic alliance spearheaded by the Desperate Merchant Guild, while the Northern Merchant Alliance was a loosely organized, neutral alliance led by the Yolanda traveling merchants. The competition between the two sides has lasted for thousands of years, and is still within a controllable range. However, after the news of the crash of the Tammy spread, the Desperate Alliance suddenly put pressure on the Northern Merchant Alliance, causing many small shops to close down and trade to become turbulent. In order to discuss countermeasures, the Northern Merchant Alliance held an alliance meeting. Zephyr's territory borders the Duchy of Ethel. If the Northern Merchant Alliance retaliates, he will be the first to bear the brunt of the pressure. Therefore, he must have received intelligence and intends to secretly establish a presence in the duchy, hoping to lay the groundwork before the two sides go to war. Thanks to the Duchy of Ethel's absolute neutrality, if he can successfully establish a presence, the likelihood of the two alliances going to war will be much smaller. After all, the duchy is an important member of the Northern Merchant Alliance, and will certainly consider its own interests. Why did the Foxy Merchant Guild agree to cooperate? Firstly, they also wanted to expand their businesses to the Desperate Alliance's territory, Secondly, they deal in magical beast materials, and the disadvantages of war far outweigh those of war. Conversely, the Finnegan Merchant Guild could profit immensely from a war. This should have been a clandestine transaction, at most a normal cooperation on the surface, but Edmund saw through it immediately and directly threatened Zephyr. As for whether Zephyr would succeed, Edmund merely gave a meaningful smile. The big shots are very perceptive. A single Fushi Chamber of Commerce is nothing, and a branch vice president isn't that valuable either. Luo rubbed his chin. If you said that to my brother, I come after you myself. Edmund's face immediately fell, promising he wouldn't play any tricks. 3 days later, after negotiations, Luo acquired Aaron in exchange for 10 precious magical plant fruits. Not only was Fulon personally involved, but Aaron also refused to reveal any further information, so it was better to sell him for a good price than let him rot. Originally, there was a slave collar, but Luo rejected it because he thought Aaron was too weak. During this time, Luo and Wingina also purchased many items, especially high-level magic cores. They also exchanged a lot of magic crystals with Edmund, collecting 80 sets of 9 8th-tier magic crystals of the same attribute. Besides the light and dark attributes, they prepared 10 sets of each attribute for use with the magic crystal annihilation cannon. In addition, there were 10 sets of 8th-tier magic cores with different attributes. 2 extra sets of fire attribute magic cores were prepared, as Luo had previously used up too many spatial rings, and this time he bought over 20 of them at once. At the same time, he also bought a considerable amount of materials containing spatial power, which would come in handy if he needed to use spatial arrays. During the transaction, seeing the piles of various colored magic crystals flowing onto the ground, the shopkeeper and Wingina finally had a clear understanding of Luo's wealth, and their expressions almost collapsed. Little Luo, you're not planning to use all your magic crystals for this transaction, are you? How could I? This is only 1/10. Sigh, high-tier magic cores are so scarce, otherwise buying twice as many would be safer. It was said that the shopkeeper in charge of this transaction was almost overwhelmed by the massive dissipating aura. Because the Finnegan Merchant Guild dealt in alchemical tools and scrolls, Luo also conveniently bought a considerable amount of high-grade mana-restoring potions. Mainly, the Empire's internal mana was being depleted, and constantly using his own mana might lead to a mana deficit. Ano and FIA also purchased some high-grade physical arrows, capable of withstanding stronger enchantments and possessing certain special properties. 10 days passed in a flash. On this day, as Luo continued working on his autobiography, Edmund suddenly arrived to visit. He didn't linger, only leaving behind a spatial ring. Ms. Eileen, this is the item Mr. Zephyr rushed to deliver. My mission is complete. After Edmund left, the group curiously gathered around. Without hesitation, Luo took out the contents of the ring. A gleaming white jade bead instantly appeared in Luo's palm. Smooth and round, it emitted a bright luster. Most remarkably, no matter which direction one looked from, a narrow, icy blue vertical pupil could be seen in the center of the jade. Wingna fell in love at first sight, unable to resist praising, so beautiful. Luo held up the cat's eye stone, looking at it through the light, as if staring at a cool white cat. It's a pity there are so few, otherwise I'd like to collect a few too. After admiring it closely, Luo probed it with her senses. As expected, there was an extremely solid ice magic, but like the fire of the sun, it felt stiff to control. This was related to some peculiar power entangled within the ice magic. If she wasn't mistaken, it was the bloodline power of the White Cat clan since ancient times. Aaron, take a look. Isn't this a replica of the holy ice cat's eye stone? Aaron took it with both hands, examined it carefully, and nodded affirmatively, excitedly saying, that's right, it has the exact same power as my older brother's. Anyone can use the power within the cat's eye stone, but it can only support one person at a time. Fortunately, Luo had a storage pendant, so she was entrusted with the task of entering the barrier. The ruined space currently contained too many strange things, making it unsuitable to show them to outsiders. Having made their decision, Luo and his group didn't linger, and departed the Duchy of Ethel the very day for the Agnesa Empire. The Agnesa Empire, founded over 89,000 years ago, was formerly known as the Cariaso Empire. It is inhabited by descendants of the Snow Dragon clan, Bianca clan, and Cairo clan, among others. Spanning 200 million square kilometers, it has a permanent population exceeding 1 billion and a border stretching 3 million miles. Its strength ranks in the upper middle range among the 7 major human empires, significantly stronger than the Karlov Empire. Its superhumans are mostly warriors and mages, with summoners making up a considerable proportion. It possesses 5 large cities with populations exceeding 100 million and is ruled by the Ice God Fortress, ruled by the Cairo royal family. As their name suggests, the Cairo tribe is almost entirely devoted to the Ice Goddess, the goddess of ice, snow, and extreme cold. Because of this, the cultivation of ice attributes is prevalent throughout the Agnesa Empire, making it virtually impossible for other faiths to take root. Even the priests of the Ice Goddess Church are healers, and the influence of the Church of Light is extremely weak. Unlike the Church of Light, Ice Goddesses prefer to quietly pray before the Ice Goddess statue, and are not fond of spreading their faith. Therefore, their preaching is almost never heard of outside the Agnesa Empire. Some believe this is simply related to the characteristics of ice magic. But now, all of this is sealed within an endless, vast barrier. After a day's journey, having dealt with a few ungrateful adventurers along the way, Luo and his companions finally arrived 1,000 miles outside the barrier sealing off the Agnesa Empire. They immediately saw the magnificent and continuous curtain of light. The pale golden light curtain stood on the border, piercing the clouds. Hundreds of meters high, pale golden ice runes were imprinted on it, radiating boundless majesty. Thick icy mist swirled around it, making the vast empire appear and disappear. However, what was most awe-inspiring was that within that boundless light curtain stood countless giants, each over 300 meters tall. Hundreds of thousands of giants, their bodies seemingly forged from ice crystals, faceless and expressionless, clad in ancient armor, wielding enormous ice spears thicker than a man, surrounded by dark red ice crystals formed from piled-up flesh and blood. An ancient and desolate aura permeated the air. Even across the barrier, and 1,000 miles away, Luo seemed to sense the chilling killing intent emanating from them. 1,000,000 giants guard the frontier, their blood and flesh spilled over 1,000,000 miles. This is the frigid empire of ice and snow. Chapter 906. Whoosh! A sharp sound of air being torn apart suddenly rang out, and a fierce sword aura slashed towards Luo and his group. How dare you! Ano was instantly enraged. His senses locked onto the 2 white fox-like adventurers, hidden in the vast snow-covered mountains below. Without a word, an arrow appeared in his hand, and he swung it forcefully, not only shattering the sword aura, but also striking the snow-covered mountain below, triggering a massive avalanche. Fia had already drawn her bow, and locked onto the enemy below the avalanche. Whoosh! Clang! Boom! The magic arrow was severed, and a lithe figure flew out from the blizzard. The gaze behind the mask was cold and ruthless. Stepping on the snowflakes, an even more powerful aura quickly gathered, and in an instant, he unleashed 9 sword strikes. A mere 6-tier dares to attack. You're courting death. Ano no longer held back. A magic-piercing arrow engraved with dark red runes appeared on his wooden bow. He quickly chanted in Elvish, and 18 enchantment spells rapidly formed. The entire arrow began to radiate a sharp, predatory light. Behind her, Fia remained calm, continuously drawing her bow and condensing arrows, even when facing the skills unleashed by a 6-tier warrior. In a short span of time, she fired dozens of arrows, precisely deflecting 9 sword beams. Die! The demon-slaying arrow shot out, its sharpness causing the white fox warrior to instinctively dodge, but the arrow curved and struck him directly at incredible speed. 3 consecutive ice crystal barriers suddenly appeared in front of the white fox warrior, but they were utterly powerless against the demon-slaying arrow and shattered instantly. However, in that split second of resistance, the white fox warrior also deflected the arrow with his sword. The arrow easily pierced through the magic shield and ice armor, tearing a large hole in his right chest. The accompanying life-devouring and magic erosion rapidly weakened his aura. Enchanted arrows! Quick! The white fox warrior shouted urgently, and another figure burst forth from the snow below, a white fox priest. A shimmering icy mist descended, forcibly sealing the foreign magic within the white fox warrior, restoring his self-healing abilities. Several halos of light descended upon him, further boosting his aura. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, Ano and Fia had already created distance, continuously unleashing enchanted arrows at the priest, forcing the warrior to use ranged attacks. They failed to notice that the others in the attacking group had vanished. High in the sky, Luo and the others sat on clouds, watching the battlefield below. When Na asked her curiously, "Little Luo, shouldn't I go down and finish this faster?" That's true, but since they both advanced to the 5th rank, they rarely have the chance to fight. It'd be a good opportunity for them to practice. In fact, similar attacks were not uncommon. In the day they arrived, Luo and her group had encountered no fewer than 30 attacks, mostly from orc adventurers. However, this was the first time they'd been attacked by a 6th-rank transcendent being, so the sisters couldn't easily handle it this time. Half an hour later, the sisters, finding their rhythm, once again seized an opportunity and severed the warrior's body. The remains transformed into grotesque giant vines. However, Ano had been too aggressive, and during the battle, a priest froze part of her life force. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the priest had no choice but to flee quickly with the upper bodies of the warriors. However, long distances were the archers' advantage, and their failure to get close in time meant defeat was inevitable. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief after barely escaping 1,000 miles under the relentless barrage of arrows, a seemingly ordinary wooden arrow pierced the back of their heads and instantly transformed them into a towering tree that drained their life force. Forbidden technique, Arrow of the Gods, Death Sentence High-Level Archery, would, with the pronouncement of the Elven Goddess, I bestow upon my enemy the final annihilation of life. Consuming a large amount of magic power, concentrating one's spirit to its utmost, and unleashing the wrath of the Elven Goddess, I condense an arrow of death that steals life. Note, requires a strong Elven bloodline. After firing this arrow, FIA was visibly weakened, but having spent day and night with the heart of the Tree of Life, her vitality was comparable to that of an ordinary 7th-tier cultivator, and her depleted magic power was quickly replenished by this vitality. However, the portion of Ano's life force that had been frozen was something she didn't yet have the ability to unfreeze, and she could only pitifully find Luo. Master, Ano can't undo it. Luo ruffled Ano's hair with a hint of annoyance, casually dispelling the chill within her. Learn from your sister, safety is paramount. If you hadn't retreated quickly this time, you would have been at a disadvantage if you'd been dragged into close combat. Ano understands. I definitely won't let Master down. 6th-tier battles are rare, and the magical fluctuations affecting hundreds of miles should have been noticed by now. However, Luo erased these fluctuations, and apart from a few people who happened to see some traces, no one sensed anything unusual. The battle ended, and the group continued to approach the ceiling barrier, taking the rings from the two adventurers along the way. I should have known better than to buy those rings. But Luo wouldn't complain, they were worth at least a dozen low-grade magic crystals. Approaching 100 miles, the magnificent light barrier became obscured, and more adventurers with the same purpose began to appear. However, Luo had already cast a shielding spell on everyone, so ordinary adventurers couldn't detect them. A fierce wolf howl suddenly rang out, and a battle erupted in the distance. Visible shimmering ice crystals instantly spread across a radius of dozens of miles. Sweeping his senses, Luo quickly learned that an ice orc adventurer group had clashed with a pack of blue-striped snow wolves, and it seemed several mid-level transcendents had died. People merely watched from afar. No one stepped forward to help. Eventually, the battlefield receded into the distance, and Luo withdrew his senses, no longer paying attention. Why are there so many people over there? From afar, Luo saw tens of thousands of transcendents gathered several miles outside the sealed barrier, even forming a makeshift trading area. Getting closer, Aaron finally spotted the group and exclaimed, "Everyone, that's where I came out." Luo immediately understood. It seemed someone wants to get in from there. When Na sensed something was wrong, little Luo, with so many eyes watching, how are we going to get in? Indeed, let's go take a look anyway. Flying above a plain formed by deliberately leveled hills, Luo and his group could now see more clearly the towering, imposing ice crystal giant several miles away. Aaron couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder it's a royal summon. If I could contract one, even a high-level transcendent wouldn't be able to touch me." You underestimate high-level transcendents too much. Ano immediately explained the power of high-level transcendence to this delusional boy, of course, interspersing it with phrases like "but it's no challenge for the master," and barely comparable to a finger of the master. Aaron couldn't tell the difference. At first, when he heard that FIA and Ano were only 5th level, he thought he was doomed, and might as well go to the underworld to join his older brother. But as he listened, the little girl he initially thought was just rich and powerful was actually comparable to a 7th level expert, and the seemingly quiet black-haired little girl next to him was even stronger. This trip is in the bag. No wonder he's the chosen one of fate. Chapter 907. Tens of thousands of powerful superhumans gathered on a vast artificial plain, almost the size of a small country. However, aside from a simple trading area, unfamiliar superhumans rarely interacted, remaining several miles apart and gazing at each other from a distance. Superhumans continuously departed, while those who had rested sufficiently arrived. Though quiet, the atmosphere was lively. Within a distant light barrier, two giants stood 3 miles apart, like loyal guards protecting the central thoroughfare. 30 miles away from the light barrier, on the snow-covered ground, two figures shrouded in snow-white animal hide stopped. Their faces were covered by snow-white masks, and a layer of soul power shrouded their bodies. Will any extraordinary individuals attempt to break through the blockade today? One of them spoke, her voice as calm and unwavering as ice. Hearing her question, the boy beside her added, 5 days ago, 3 fifth-tier extraordinary individuals attempted it, but failed. However, I heard they were just pawns. High-tier extraordinary individuals should attempt it in the next couple of days. Let's wait a few days. Understood. After a pause, the boy spoke again, his tone much gentler. Little sister, this time the main goal is to reclaim what belongs to us. Don't be impulsive, okay? The girl was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. Seeing this, the boy gently patted her head, changing the subject with concern. By the way, little sister, has your cultivation speed changed? No. Beneath the mask, a hint of confusion flashed in the girl's eyes. Brother, perhaps the ice goddess has already abandoned the Frost clan, which is why she took my talent. That's impossible. The boy's tone was exceptionally firm, as if it possessed a heat that even ice couldn't cool. The clan is innocent, the ice goddess is fair and just. I believe there must be another reason for your cultivation speed. I understand, brother. Even without the aptitude, I won't give up on cultivation. The boy was naturally Finn Dorsal, and the girl was his younger sister, Finn Hilary. More than 10 years ago, they set off together northwards, heading to the Assassin's Hall and the Temple of War to break through to the intermediate-level Transcendent Realm. However, times had changed. The Agnisa Empire had entered a semi-closed state, no longer providing diplomatic asylum to the Agnisa people. Hilary, having left the Academy, also lost the protection of the Imperial Academy. 2 human third-level transcendents, without any support, ventured deep into Orc territory. The danger was unimaginable. The Temple of War was relatively easy. As a profession hall with low entry requirements and the largest number of members, the Orcs' control over the Temple of War was weak. Dorsal successfully broke through to the 4th-level Transcendent Realm in 8 years, but Hilary encountered difficulties. After traveling to the Temple of War with her brother, she continued north alone to the Assassin's Hall, located in the White Cat territory. After 2 years of arduous journey, she finally gained entry to the Assassin's Hall, and spent 5 years breaking through to the 4th-tier Transcendent level. However, upon leaving, she was stopped by several White Cat youths, who believed she had stolen the White Cat clan's bloodline power. Hill naturally rejected this absurd reason, and a battle ensued. Relying on her exceptional ice affinity, and the Frost clan's inherited skills taught by Dorsal, she, at the newly reached 4th tier, defeated 5 of her peers and escaped from their followers. After hiding for over 3 months, Hill encountered Dorsal, who had already reached the 4th tier. Together, they finally escaped the White Cat territory. However, the young White Cat youths pursuing them did not give up, chasing them all the way to the vicinity of the Snow Beast territory, severely injuring them and poisoning them, only abandoning their pursuit when they approached human territory. The 2, who should have died from poisoning, were miraculously rescued by a small village and survived. They intended to return to the Empire to retrieve certain items secretly stored by the Frost clan, but unexpectedly, the Empire's borders were sealed off. Left with no other choice, Hilly and Dorsal could only pin their hopes on those high-ranking extraordinary beings with ulterior motives. However, after being trapped under the barrier for over a year, they still saw no hope of entering. 3 months ago, someone broke through the blockade, but unfortunately, before they could even question him, he was taken away. However, the place where the person appeared became a key point for many extraordinary beings to break through the blockade, thus gathering many powerful individuals, which undoubtedly helped the siblings. Recently, an 8th-tier extraordinary being, along with several 7th-tier extraordinary beings, seemed to be planning a forceful attack on the sealing barrier. This might be an opportunity. Because many extraordinary beings were gathered at the back gate, Luo quickly spotted at least 3 7th-tier extraordinary beings, most likely top experts from some small country, who had sensed an opportunity and come here. After a brief 2-day stay in the simplified trading area, Luo and his group learned that a powerful force had secretly issued a bounty. Whoever could enter the Agnisa Empire and break through the sealing barrier would receive a reward so generous that even high-level transcendents would envy them. The rumor was likely true, and most likely leaked from the high-ranking officials of the 2 major Orc territories, as the majority of transcendents in their settlements were Orcs. Edmund probably didn't mention this because he believed Luo lacked the strength to break in. Over the past year and a half, many self-proclaimed powerful transcendents had attempted it, only to end up as blood and gore under the giant's spears. From the information gathered, the sealing barrier is not the same as the isolation Luo originally imagined. The situation is far more complex. The barrier sealing effect only targets high-level transcendents. Any transcendent of the 6th rank or higher attempting to cross, it will be blocked and subjected to overwhelming holy might. At this point, the ice crystal giants will attack and kill the intruder. Low and mid-level transcendents, and even mortals, will not attract the barrier's attention. They can even enter and exit freely. However, the ice crystal giants, whose strength is comparable to the 8th rank, are extremely sharp. Even a harmless unicorn snow rabbit crossing the barrier will only be met with a piercing ice spear. What's more troublesome is that the ice crystal giants are living beings, meaning they don't act on fixed commands like puppets, but can freely exert their power according to the situation. Once, a 7th rank white cat assassin, with lightning speed and a formidable record of assassinating an 8th rank, attempted to enter the empire. However, he withstood the overwhelming holy might, dodging the first giant's attack, and was then crushed into ice shards by 10 giants working together, dying a gruesome death. If that were the case, the group could simply tear open space to enter. However, both Luo and Moriarty could see that the space around the light barrier was solidified. Even disregarding whether they had the power to withstand the entire empire's magic tearing open space, any spatial fluctuation exceeding the threshold would inevitably attract the attention of the Saint-level experts inside. This perfectly matched the experience of Elder Albert, who was a Saint-level expert sent by the Karlov Empire to the Agnesa Empire, only to be stopped before even entering the country, along with a Saint-level expert dispatched by the Bankai Empire. Furthermore, the royal back door could temporarily distort the ice crystal giants' perception, making them oblivious to those entering or leaving the barrier, contrary to Luo's assumption that a small opening would be created in the light barrier. After understanding these details, Luo couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked Aaron, if it's just about obscuring the senses of those ice crystal giants, can't we enter from other locations? Unexpectedly, Aaron smiled sheepishly and replied, Sir, the location my brother left me is fixed. I don't know the principle behind it, but each ice crystal giant's back door is fixed. If we want to enter from other locations, we need another back door. Wenna then interjected, could it be to prevent these secret orders from being leaked? If each giant only corresponds to one back door, even if someone leaks it, they can't escape. Mr. Aaron has the information given to him by his brother, which allows him to accurately find the correct location. Others might not be able to. What senior sister said makes sense. I heard that a week ago. Someone attempted to break in but failed, seemingly instigated by some high-level transcendent beings. Should we observe for a while longer? But how long we need to observe is hard to say. Delaying won't benefit us. Louis thought it made sense, so she turned to the silent Moriarty. Little Moriarty, do you have a way to distract those people? I can, but little Moriarty doesn't recommend it. Moriarty's large, azure eyes shimmered with an unfathomable light, seemingly constantly observing the light barrier ahead. She uttered a chilling truth. That frozen curtain has frozen a 50-mile-long area. Little Moriarty can sense at least 3 pairs of eyes watching me. If little Moriarty gets within 500 meters of the light barrier, they will attack. Her domain was warning her that powerful beings were watching her. Chapter 908. Moriarty hid inside the ruined space. She needed to suppress the movement of the ruined space through the light barrier. Otherwise, under that level of spatial blockade, if Luo passed through, the ruined space would be repelled, which would be a huge loss. The issue became how to safely cross the light barrier in full view of everyone. Just as Luo was considering whether to summon a Vulcan clone to block the other superhumans, suddenly, things became restless ahead. Out of curiosity, Luo and his group took to the air, arriving 1,000 meters from the light barrier like the other superhumans. They saw thousands of superhumans forming a loose hemisphere, with 5 imposing orc elders floating in the center. A majestic voice boomed, emanating from the only 8th-tier white tiger among the 5 orc elders. Today, our 5 Beasts adventurer group will break through the so-called Imperial blockade. Those who don't want to die, retreat. A powerful aura erupted, instantly sweeping away weaker superhumans several miles ahead. Those below the 5th tier couldn't even get close. Lauren and the FIA sisters returned to the ruined space, tossed Aaron into the storage pendant, and he and Wingina disguised themselves as ordinary 5th-tier superhumans, watching the 5 orcs from afar. A nearby superhuman exclaimed in surprise, so it's them. The 5 Beasts adventurers, who swept through 3 small kingdoms over 400 years ago. They're still alive. What? Could it be the 5 villains? Killer Tiger, Enchanting Fox, Evil Wolf, Violent Bear, and Dark Rat? That's right. They not only destroyed 3 small kingdoms, but also brutally murdered over a dozen Beastman tribes. They only disappeared after provoking a descendant of a powerful member of the White Cat clan. Boss Killer Tiger is a wanted criminal, with a whitelisted kill order issued by the White Cat territory. Could they have been recruited? Get away. They won't care about anyone's life or death when they start fighting. Instantly, those in the know retreated. Even the other 7-tier transcendents hurriedly moved aside, fearing they would be killed instantly if they weren't attacked. The leader, Killer Tiger, grinned maliciously. Even though his fur was gray and withered, the blood-red aura emanating from his body sent chills down everyone's spine. Roar! A tiger's roar shattered the dark clouds. Killer Tiger ignited white ice mist and rushed towards the ceiling barrier. The 4 7-tier powerhouses behind him were also enveloped in ice mist, transforming into a phantom roaring tiger that fiercely charged into the light barrier. Bang! Like the dull sound of ice breaking from 10,000 meters high, the phantom tiger suddenly exploded. Killer Tiger and his group plummeted, but managed to stop themselves mid-air under the immense pressure. Open the gates for me. Killer Tiger's fur stood on end, and icy mist condensed into a terrifying giant ice axe, which he slammed down heavily against the invisible pressure. Boom! The solidified giant axe clashed with the invisible pressure, unleashing a deafening roar. The sound waves rolled on, instantly sweeping across a radius of 3,000 miles. Many unprepared low-level extraordinary beings were instantly killed, and the plains beneath them cracked and sank, triggering an unimaginable snow disaster. However, this ferocious attack was gradually suppressed by the sheer pressure, and the giant axe, unable to bear the weight, emitted a painful cracking sound. However, since Killer Tiger dared to break into the ceiling barrier at this moment, he must have a plan. He roared, "Gods of the Orcs, ignite the fighting spirit." The 4 orcs, including Violent Bear, no longer hesitated. They plunged their right hands into their hearts, spilling a handful of icy blood that mingled and merged into a crimson array. A hollow roar echoed in everyone's ears. "Shed my blood, inherit my will, fight! Fight! Fight!" For crimson halos suddenly enveloped Killer Tiger, causing the auras of the 5 beasts to merge as one, his strength surging once more. His giant axe sprouted deep blue ice, fiercely deflecting the oppressive aura from above. Shatter! The sky seemed to freeze, the giant axe cleaving upwards, shattering the ice with a crash, and tearing apart the oppressive aura surrounding the 5 beasts. Ha ha ha! Mere oppressive aura dares to suppress our 5 beasts adventurer group. Killer Tiger laughed wildly. The extraordinary beings outside the light barrier gasped. This was the first time someone had managed to tear through holy might. Without the suppression of holy might, Killer Tiger's strength remained unaffected. Could he really succeed? The next moment, a flash of cold light appeared, and an ice spear capable of freezing everything pierced through all the magic shields, scattering the 5 beasts. Enchanting Fox and Dark Rat were lucky. They were thrown outside the light barrier, their bodies shattering into ice shards, but they only suffered minor injuries. The bear and wolf were slammed into the earth, followed immediately by another ice crystal giant that plunged its ice spear into the ground, instantly turning the earth beneath its feet into a frozen wasteland. 2 muffled screams echoed from the ground, but it didn't continue its attack. Using the momentum from the previous impact, Killer Tiger had already penetrated several miles into the Empire. It suddenly raised its ice spear, tearing the frozen wasteland apart. Along the crack, a chilling aura spread rapidly, catching up with Killer Tiger almost instantly and freezing him into an ice sculpture. Bang! Killer Tiger's body shuddered, shattering the extreme cold magic within him. He turned and threw a punch, instantly creating a massive ice spear, which was shattered and stopped by his fist. Killer Tiger himself was once again sent flying deeper into the Empire. Killer Tiger wasn't smug. He understood that this was just an appetizer, otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to rely on the combined efforts of his 4 brothers to amplify his strength. Taking a translucent vertebra from his ring, Killer Tiger infused it with his power, and the vertebra rapidly grew into a phantom, blood-red dragon, which turned to block the 3 pursuing ice crystal giants. A gust of wind swept in, and the 4th ice crystal giant took a step forward, its massive palm freezing a large area around Killer Tiger. It gripped him in its palm, as if crushing a tiny insect, its immense ice magic transforming into countless runes, attempting to turn him into ice. Crack, crack, crack. The ice crystal giant's hand shattered instantly. Killer Tiger's eyes widened in fury, and he slammed a powerful punch into the severed hand. The powerful magic rapidly eroded the giant, which should have been forged from ice crystals. Misty cracks spread across half of the giant's body. The ice crystal giant staggered, its right leg instantly shattering. However, its body rapidly reformed into a smaller giant, wielding a gun in its left hand. Taking advantage of the moment when Killer Tiger paused to breathe, it swept his body in two with a single blow. The spear's force split into tens of thousands, and Killer Tiger's remains instantly shattered into dust. Just as the group of extraordinary beings thought Killer Tiger had been killed, the fragments of the unified ice swiftly enveloped the smaller ice crystal giant, transforming it into a true blood crystal statue. "You've been tricked. Ha ha ha." Amidst maniacal laughter, Killer Tiger recovered his body from a speck of dust. For a powerhouse like him, physical damage was a minor issue. As long as his magic power wasn't exhausted and his Sea of Soul remained intact, unaffected by the erosion of magic's properties, he couldn't die. At this moment, he was already 5 miles away from the light barrier, and the ice crystal giant capable of pursuing him was. Even if it's only 10 miles away, not far. For a high-level transcendent being, it's just a matter of moving an arm, but it's difficult to stop him again. Fighting and retreating, his chances of escaping the pursuit are quite high. Luo, watching Killing Tiger more than 10 miles away from outside the light barrier, was somewhat surprised that an 8th-level being could actually break through with the assistance of 4 7th-level beings. "Senior, I feel like I've been cheated." Little Luo's luck has always been very good. "I don't think things are that simple." As it turned out, Wingina was right. Just as Killing Tiger was dealing with the 2 newly arrived ice crystal giants while constantly looking for opportunities to penetrate deeper into the Empire's territory, a finger made of icy coldness suddenly stretched out from the sky and gently poked the astonished Killing Tiger. Bang! Killing Tiger exploded into a cloud of blood mist, slowly falling with the red snow, and nothing more. The sudden turn of events caused everyone outside the light screen to change their expressions drastically. Dark Rat and Enchanting Fox, disregarding the wolves and bears already being annihilated by the ice crystal giant that had dealt with the Crimson Tiger, quickly suppressed their own extreme cold magic and fled. Alright, now everyone knows why the peak existence below the Saint rank, a 9th rank expert hasn't appeared, because Killing Tiger was just a scout. Chapter 909. A powerful 8th tier warrior died suddenly, his body vanished without a trace. The first appearance of his icy, crystal-like fingers shocked all the extraordinary beings present. There's really no hope now. Who would have thought that besides the holy might, there was even more danger behind the giant? Let's disperse. Who knows if the hidden 9th tier peak experts will show themselves? There are only a few named 9th tier powerhouses nearby. Captain Arland Yoruba the Northwind, the great adventurer Northwind Wolf, the high priest of the Grawl tribe in the Snow Beast territory, and the second son of the Snow Beast King. Maybe even the powerhouses from the White Cat territory and the Desperate Merchant Guild are interested. Do you think the 2 great halls will send people? No way. Hall-level forces will choose to act only after the situation becomes clear. A murmur of discussion arose. The room became lively, and Wingina turned to Luo and asked, "Luo, in your opinion, how strong is that finger?" "Hard to say. I can't see clearly through the barrier, but it's either at the peak of the 9th rank or the Saint rank. However, someone who just broke through to the 9th rank probably couldn't instantly kill someone like Shahu. Shahu was able to escape from 4 ice crystal giants of the same rank, so his strength is unfathomable. His physique is probably much stronger than Black Star Rock's, not to mention that as an 8th rank being, he would definitely activate many amplification skills during battle. Even so, he couldn't withstand a single finger. After releasing Aaron to inquire, he said he didn't encounter any fingers when he came out. Luo speculated that the person who made the move probably wouldn't care about low-ranking minions, including the Saintly Might suppression. With so many ice crystal giants guarding the area, even Luo had no chance of successfully breaking through, let alone others. However, when Luo looked around the sky again, he unexpectedly noticed something. "Senior, can you fight a 7th tier opponent?" Wingina was puzzled, but nodded after a moment's thought. "Defeating them is a bit difficult, but fighting them isn't too hard." "What about the 32 7th tier opponents?" Luo, are you dissatisfied with your senior?" Realizing that Wingina had misunderstood him, Luo quickly added, "No need to defeat them. Delaying them for about a minute is enough." Through observation, Luo unexpectedly discovered that the previously hidden 8th tier opponents had all left after seeing Killing Tiger's fall, taking many people with them, likely abandoning their plans. After all, based on the information gathered in the past 2 days, this was the first time an 8th tier expert had forcefully broken through the blockade. Killing Tiger's failure added another layer of strength to the blockade, declaring that first-rate forces without a 9th tier expert guarding it were not qualified to participate in this game. The most troublesome thing now was the 30-odd 7th tier opponents in the sky, but compared to the 8th tier opponents, they were much simpler. After all, they certainly wouldn't all attack. Luo planned to take advantage of the moment when the extraordinary beings were intimidated to enter. After today, even more powerful individuals will gather, making things even more troublesome. Hearing Luo's almost insane plan, Wingina couldn't tell if she was joking, but after listening to Luo's analysis, she actually felt that now was the best time, and looked at Luo with a complicated expression. Little Luo, sometimes I feel like you're not at all like a mid-level transcendent. Heh, really? Heh. But you're right. The probing force always escalates step by step. Mr. Edmund said that there are still forces secretly supported by the Agnesa Empire outside the blockade, hindering the probing of the Snow Beast territory and the White Cat territory. But nearly 2 years has been long enough. They will definitely make a big move soon, which will draw our attention. Through the intrusion of the Tiger Slaying group, Luo learned some characteristics of the sealing barrier. Firstly, the light barrier wouldn't block attacks, including aftershocks. Secondly, the ice crystal giants would only attack intruders. However, he was unsure what would happen if he attacked directly from outside the light barrier, and Luo didn't want to try it. No one would do that, as there were certainly dire consequences. To alleviate Wingina's pressure, Luo had Fi assist with the magic crystal annihilation cannon, and also shared the information he had obtained through his insight with them. This way, they could counter attacks from different people accordingly, but Luo couldn't guarantee what powerful items they would use. After finalizing the plan, Wingina quietly moved away from the makeshift trading area. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, a magic circle simultaneously appeared beneath her feet and in front of her. Us jumped out of the circle, nuzzling his master's leg. "Whoa! You recovered enough, haven't you? This mission is going to be very difficult." Woo! Sensing the fighting spirit emanating from its master, Us clear eyes sharpened. Wingna patted its head and activated the magic circle prepared by Luo. Instantly, Us entire dragon exuded a chilling aura, constantly scattering ice crystals. Elemental imitation intermediate magic conceals one's own magical aura, fabricating a fluctuation of a certain elemental magic to cover oneself. The effect is enhanced when combined with elemental simulation. While the spell is active, using a skill exceeding the runes required for the spell will immediately disable the imitation effect. Note: the higher the control over a certain elemental magic, the fewer flaws this spell has. Wingna glanced at Us' indistinguishable ice aura, and couldn't help but wonder where Luo had learned such strange magic. She suppressed her own earth magic and also emitted an ice aura. She possessed both earth and ice elemental affinities, but her ice affinity was only around 80, so she rarely used it. "That's enough. It's time to unleash your power," Wingina announced softly. Us shed his docile demeanor before his master, his aura surging dramatically, instantly shattering the ground within a radius of several thousand meters. His overwhelming 6-tier aura immediately drew the attention of numerous extraordinary beings. Upon sensing the dragon's might and chilling aura emanating from Us, most of the extraordinary beings first showed astonishment, followed by visible greed. Someone shouted, "It's an ice attribute dragon. Catch it!" As if opening Pandora's box, dozens of 5th and 6th-tier orc superhumans, their eyes bloodshot, charged towards Us and Wingina. Everyone knew the Dahomey family was hunting for Frost bloodlines. The Empire had imposed a blockade, but the bounty hadn't stopped. However, Us was faster than them. With a flick of his head, he tossed Wingina onto his back, easily dodging all attacks with a flap of his dragon wings, and then swiftly flew towards the light barrier. No one expected that, given the precedent of killing the tiger, Us would still attack the light barrier. For a moment, they froze, but some superhumans quickly realized what was happening, and their attack speed increased, including several 7th-tier powerhouses. What's going on? Is that dragon courting death? Oh no! Its master must have a way to enter the blockade. Stop it! By the time someone finally cried out in alarm, Wingina was already facing 2 7th-tier warriors. "Get out of the way! Little girl, it's dangerous ahead. Let me protect you." A 7th-tier human beauty remained calm, her figure splitting into 5 clones. The cyan dagger in her hand emitted a hazy jade glow. With a gentle slash, the clones transformed into 5 ice marks that suddenly appeared on Us' body, instantly shattering his dragon scales. However, before Ice Mark could unleash its full power, Us' dragon scales were covered by a thick layer of white rock, rendering the deep marks left by Ice Mark completely ineffective. Us, don't hold back. Roar. Us roared, his powerful dragon might forcing back the charging 6th-tier assassin. His massive body transformed into countless runes that surrounded Wingina's body. The bright yellow light faded, revealing gray-white dragon scale armor and a heavy dragon shield. Whoosh! A translucent runic greatsword materialized. Wingina, clad in armor, transformed into an indestructible female knight, her eyes cold. In a few flashes, she closed in, slashing at the 7th-tier assassin with her sword. Ridiculous. Who gave you the audacity to lay a hand on me? The assassin paid no heed to Wingina's attack. His figure vanished, and his greatsword slashed at another 7th-tier human warrior behind him. He snorted coldly, a straight blade appearing in his hand. Ice magic erupted, covering the blade with icicles, which, though arriving later, blocked the runic greatsword's weak point. Clang! The runic greatsword's attack faltered. Suddenly, the female assassin appeared behind Wingina, her dagger flashing past, instantly unleashing a sharpness comparable to an 8th-tier weapon, easily slicing through the dragon scale armor. However, to the assassin's surprise, this strike only cut through the flesh. Against any other 6th-tier weapon, a single blow would have been enough to dissolve flesh and will, destroying all life. Bang! In that instant of astonishment, a layer of complex and intricate bright yellow runes appeared on Wingina's body, instantly knocking her away. The dragon's eyes before the dragon shield blazed brightly, its ferocious head snapping towards the warrior in front. The warrior, not to be outdone, wielded his blade, its blade glowing icy blue, attempting to sever the runic greatsword and shatter the shield. Crack! What? A crack appeared on the runic greatsword, but it didn't shatter as he wished. Instead, his own straight blade was knocked away. Us bit down on his shoulder, its sharp teeth piercing deep into flesh, a violent sandstorm dragon's breath about to erupt. Not good. I help you. Suddenly, a frosty meteor fell from the sky, and a polar bear man wielding a heavy hammer slammed down. The third 7th-tier warrior was also about to make a move. Chapter 9-10. Seeing this, Wingina controlled the dragon shield to throw the warrior off balance, taking the hit head-on. Her runic greatsword gleamed, growing 100 meters in length before slashing upwards. The human warrior caught in the middle cursed under his breath, and quickly used a surprise attack skill to escape. Boom! The greatsword clashed with the heavy hammer. Wingina dipped slightly, but the white bear warrior was sent flying, stunning the onlookers. The bearmen, known for their strength, were actually no match for the humans. Without pausing, Wingina drew her sword to defend, deciphering the female assassin's attack and knocking her away. Her armor transformed back into us, sand magic already gathering between her wings. She struck the female assassin, severely damaging her life force. Having landed a blow, us merged into Wingina's body, growing 2 pairs of dragon wings for her. She whipped up a whirlwind and flew swiftly towards the light barrier. Stay here. 2 more 7th-tier beings joined the fray. For a moment, Wingina and us, with their defenses strong enough to withstand even a 7th-tier assassin's attack and their immense strength, were locked in a fierce battle with 4 7th-tier beings. More and more 7th-tier beings, eager to get a piece of the action, intervened. They didn't fight openly, but instead released occasional attacks to disrupt the fight, simultaneously guarding against the other 7th-tier beings and searching for an opportunity to abduct Wingina. With over 15 7th-tier beings directly or indirectly attacking, Wingina was finding it difficult to defend herself. Her rune armor kept flashing and cracking, and us dragon scale armor and dragon shield also showed signs of breaking. But she remained incredibly calm, trying to draw the attention of most of the superhumans to create an opportunity for Luo. Meanwhile, the area where Killing Tiger had entered, which had previously been watched by many superhumans, had all left. A scene of high-level superhumans besieging a 6th-tier being was a once-in-a-millennium spectacle. Even if they couldn't get involved, they could still boast about it later. Luo and Fi concealed themselves, avoiding the few superhumans around them, and reached outside the light barrier. They could easily pass through it by touching it. There was a slight sense of oppression, but any ordinary mortal could easily resist it. The ice giant over 700 meters away suddenly turned its head. Fortunately, Luo withdrew his hand and returned outside the barrier, avoiding an attack. Recalling the incantation Aaron had told him, Luo began to chant softly. The profound darkness, the face solidified in ice, the pure and clear ice, I pour myself a cup, for the god of dark ice. A strange thing happened. As the ancient incantation was chanted, wisps of eerie blue chill appeared around Luo, with ancient characters flowing within the chill, as if serving as some kind of proof. Luo reached out and touched the light barrier again. The ice giant on the right ignored him, but this time the giant on the left suddenly hurled its spear ahead of time, giving Luo no time to react. Crack, crack, crack. A layer of ice shield instantly condensed, only to be shattered by the aftershocks of the ice explosion. The shielding magic on Luo and Fi also vanished. It can even attack ahead of time. Now Luo understood the purpose of the holy ice cat's eye stone. This incantation alone wouldn't be enough to escape the pursuit of the other ice giants. With the ice giants suddenly attacking and the shielding magic failing, the superhumans immediately noticed the two women in front of the light barrier. What's that on her? I recognize her. That person from 3 months ago had the same power. Not good. Stop them. The 7th-tier superhumans, who had previously shown little interest in Wingina, couldn't sit still any longer and gathered their magic power to rush down. Humph. Dream on. Get past me first. Roar. 8 10-meter-long meteorites suddenly plummeted from the sky, landing precisely on the heads of the 7th-tier warriors heading towards Luo. A massive cage of solid rock instantly materialized around Wingina, trapping all the surrounding 7th-tier warriors. Countless runes surged, transforming into frost and the massive rock hand that slammed shut, solidifying the cracked cage. With a flap of her dragon wings, Wingina appeared before Luo in the blink of an eye. Her blood and energy exploded, and her gray-white armor and dragon shield, once stained crimson, quickly returned to normal. The shield slammed into the void, becoming an indestructible barrier. Us Phantom appeared, whipping away several 7th-tier warriors, who had just shattered the meteorites with its tail, displaying overwhelming power. Such immense force. You're courting death. The 7th-tier warriors, who had been whipped away, were enraged. Their powerful skills radiated intense magical properties. Even before the skills arrived, the barrier was already covered in thick frost, which continued to crumble, further damaging the barrier. Miss Wingina. Alright. Wingina leaped forward and detonated her runic greatsword. Instantly, a dark yellow-black hole appeared amidst the attacking 7th-tier transcendents. The powerful gravity tore everything apart. Air, ice, magic, runes, and even flesh were all forced to plummet into the black hole. At this moment, FIA stepped aside, her magic crystal annihilation cannon, now fully charged, aimed at the black hole Wingina had unleashed. The fireball, shining like the sun, suddenly transformed into a crimson ray, leaving a trail of scorching distortion in its wake. It pierced through 3 7th-tier transcendents, who couldn't dodge in time, the terrifying heat forcing them to retreat. Suddenly, an ancient, cold snort echoed from the sky. Too naive. Just as the ray was about to hit the black hole, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in front of it, instantly disintegrating the ray and piercing through the barrier formed by the dragon's shield, knocking Wingina back several meters. It's that lightning mage. This is troublesome. Besides possessing the second fastest attack speed, lightning magic is also adept at dismantling runes and skills, making it Wingina's nemesis. Luo had warned her beforehand, and she thought the mage wouldn't attack, but it still did. Wingina asked Luo without turning her head, how much longer? Soon. The moment she was discovered, Luo had already taken out the replica of the Holy Ice Cat's Eye Stone and connected with its power. This process would take about 30 seconds, the most stressful time for Wingina. Hearing Luo's answer, Wingina withdrew her barrier, her eyes becoming exceptionally resolute. A powerful shout rang out. I will treat the weak with mercy, I will face the strong with courage, I will fight sinners without reservation, I will fight for those who cannot fight, I will protect those who need protection. This is the oath of the Guardian Knight. The Covenant of Protection. A gigantic knight's phantom, kneeling on one knee, suddenly appeared in the sky, wielding a dazzling golden shield, completely enveloping the 3 women. Boom! 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 30 bolts of purple lightning struck in succession, only to be forcibly drawn to the giant golden shield, which remained unscathed except for a wisp of white smoke. An elderly foxman with purple fur appeared in the sky, his expression grave, as he stared at the massive phantom of a knight. The oath of chivalry is upheld, but there are no knights in the north. Wen-Na remained silent, but the knight's phantom suddenly opened its golden eyes, rising seemingly slowly but actually swiftly, drawing a long sword from behind the golden shield and slashing down. The foxman elder's expression changed drastically, transforming into a bolt of lightning and quickly disappearing. However, the golden longsword struck down, the sword light slicing into the foxman elder's remaining aura, causing the elder in the distance to simultaneously let out a scream. I will remember you. I will not rest until I avenge this. Leaving behind a pool of blood filled with lightning, the elder swiftly vanished from everyone's sight. All right. A soft, childish voice rang out, sounding somewhat high-pitched. Wingina subconsciously nodded and looked at Luo, her eyes widening instantly, her tongue almost tied in knots. Little Luo, you, on your head. Huh? Luo tilted her head, not understanding Wingina's meaning, while behind her, FIA stared in disbelief, seeing a pair of fluffy, snow-white pointed ears slightly twitching on the cute silver-haired girl's head. Chapter 911. The bloodline power of the White Cat clan is quite miraculous. When Luo used his soul power to manipulate the power within the replica of the Holy Ice Cat's Eye Stone, he felt as if his body had transformed into a lithe white cat, swimming freely in the snow and ice, able to traverse anywhere, above and below ground. No matter how tight the defenses, he could easily find the slightest flaw and pass through them in the blink of an eye. What amazing bloodline power! It almost pushes the fusion with ice to its limit. Luo estimated that if she used this power, she could travel thousands of miles in an instant, and escape the perception range of high-level transcendence in a single breath, hundreds of times faster than her own speed. She felt a slight itch on her head and tailbone, but the situation was critical. More than 10 of the 30-odd 7th-level attackers had joined the fray, and Wingina was struggling to defend herself. After mastering the leap power, Luo immediately told Wingina, "It's done." Her voice was childish and softer than usual. Before Luo could react, she heard Wingina's tongue-tied surprise. Little Luo, you're on your head." On her head? What does that mean? There are no enemies. Never mind, let's go inside first. We talk about it later. Master. Before Fia could finish her sentence, Luo flung her back into the ruined space along with the annihilation cannon. Seeing this, Wingna suppressed her complex emotions, summoned us back to her summoning space, and let Luo store her in his storage pendant. Without the protection of the Golden Knight's phantom, Luo's true form was revealed. She's not human. She's a White Cat clan member. Quick, big news! The White Cat clan has intervened. Is that the White Cat clan, one of the Northern Overlords? So cute. That's not right, she's a cattered person. She has no fur, she's not a white cat. She shed her fur, look, her head is covered in thick fur. These strange comments left Luo somewhat bewildered. He unconsciously flicked his tail, but the 7th-tier beings who had broken free from the black hole's pull almost simultaneously stopped their attacks, seemingly hesitating about something. Luo certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Instantly initiating a teleportation, Luo transformed into a white cat form from condensed ice mist. In a flash, he passed through the light barrier, the azure light enhancing his power, rendering the nearest ice crystal giant invisible. In the blink of an eye, he had covered 300 miles. The surrounding scenery transformed into a jumble of colors, his senses unable to keep up with his speed. Once his bloodline power was exhausted, Luo tumbled out of his white mist state. The ice crystal giant had long since disappeared from his sight, and even the light barrier only showed a golden edge on the horizon. Looking around, he saw a peculiar blue forest, with wisps of smoke rising in the distance. Squeezing his chin, Luo wondered if the powerful members of the White Cat clan could hold off the ice crystal giant, and have a chance to teleport indirectly. However, the White Cat clan's status was equivalent to the royal family of the human empire, and he wondered if the owner of that ice crystal finger would hesitate to act. Without much thought, Luo checked his belongings. Good, nothing was missing. He then transformed into an ice blue ball of light, and disappeared again. A short while later, on a desolate hillside where light snow was falling, a petite girl with silver hair and red eyes appeared. She had a pair of fluffy, snow-white pointed ears, and a long, matching tail swishing behind her, though the little cat girl seemed unaware of what was happening. Casually flicking away the large snow boar that occupied the wilderness, Luo released Wingina and the others. "Senior, it's safe here now." As soon as she emerged, Wingina felt a suffocating, drowning sensation. The surrounding magical energy was pitifully low, making her extremely uncomfortable. Taking a deep breath to suppress the discomfort, Wingina looked at the cattered girl gazing into the distance at the towering, seemingly endless icebergs deep within the empire, and the barely perceptible azure palace atop them. Finally, unable to resist her curiosity, she reached out and touched her. The fur was soft and comfortable to the touch, finer and softer than human hair. It felt more comfortable than the finest blanket against her palm. Wingina wasn't fond of such things, but the strange sensation on her ear made her unable to put it down. This must be what Master always said about pleasure leading to corruption. It's true. Eek. Senpai? Ah, she ran away. Wingina was still savoring the feeling when Luo, her fur standing on end, had already fled far away, her face filled with disbelief as she frantically touched her head. What's going on? This can't be real. How could it possibly grow? She suddenly realized something, turned to look at her backside, and sure enough, a playful tail peeked out from under her mage's robe, the cold wind carrying a clear, sensitive sensation. Why did I take it for granted? This isn't magic. She seemed to understand what the other supernatural beings had meant before entering the light barrier. But she wished she didn't know. I must be dreaming, I must be dreaming. I must be trapped in an illusion. Wake up, wake up. Fia and Ano looked at their master, who was crouching on the ground, burying her head in her hands and muttering in a daze, their gazes struggling to leave the snow-white tail. Sister, is master all right? I don't know either. This is the first time I ever encountered this. In Fia's memory, her master had only shown this adorable, flustered look a handful of times. But wasn't the transformation from human to beast being beyond her comprehension? Sister, I think we should comfort master. Ano's eyes were fixed on the ears that Luo had covered her head with, her mouth practically watering. Touching them must feel so good. Master often comforted her by patting her head. She should comfort master by patting her head too. At this moment, when Gina finally snapped out of her daze. Seeing Luo squatting there, seemingly lost in thought, her silver hair flowing down her back, dressed in a plain white mage's robe, her mind. A cute image of a fluffy little snowflake involuntarily flashed through her mind. She coughed lightly, stepped forward, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself for a moment, Xiao Luo. Please forgive me, I promise I won't touch her again. Seeing her vacant eyes and her muttering strange words, when Gina felt somewhat helpless. She could only squat down and gently pat Luo's shoulder. Xiao Luo, please forgive me, okay? I swear it's just that you're too cute, I didn't mean anything else, Xiao Luo. Thump! Luo lay down, letting her tail slap against the hillside. She didn't want to hear it. She didn't want to hear it. Reality was so scary. She was just a little kitten, and she couldn't do anything. Ah. I want to be alone. Good night. The falling snow transformed into a blanket, covering her small body, and concealing her ears and tail. When Gina turned and exchanged a glance with the Fia sisters, both seeing helplessness and worry in each other's eyes. It seems this has been a bigger blow to Xiao Luo than we imagined. Fia nodded in agreement. I never seen master so dejected. Ano's restless heart turned to worry for her master. How could she possibly care about touching his ears if he was unhappy? She immediately grabbed the dazed Aaron beside her and snarled, Boy! What's going on? Did you frame our master? The chilling killing intent sent a shiver down Aaron's spine. He cried out, innocent. My lord, I used the imitation holy ice cat's eye stone too, but I didn't turn into a cat-eared person. Ano, put him down. According to our intelligence, there's no historical record of anyone experiencing physical changes after using the holy ice cat's eye stone. If it's not that our master has a special constitution, then the Desperate Merchant Guild is playing tricks. Desperate Merchant Guild? Fine, just wait until I find the evidence. Ano angrily threw Aaron aside. If her strength allowed, she would have flown away immediately. They dared to cause such a ruckus at the headquarters of the Desperate Merchant Guild, even daring to lay a hand on our master. They're asking for trouble. But then she worried, what should we do now? Will our master be completely devastated? Don't worry, our master won't be so easily discouraged. When Gina chimed in, that's right, the little Luo I know is definitely a resourceful, powerful, and resilient magician. She certainly won't be discouraged by such a trivial matter. Suddenly, a small head peeked out from under the snow blanket, buried in long hair, and asked weakly, is that really what you think? The rosy cheeks, set against the white snow, appeared even softer and more harmless than usual. When Gina's heart skipped a beat, she seemed to understand why the Gospel Society had risen to prominence. She smiled gently, of course, little Luo is the best. Chapter 912. Things happened too fast. Most of the superhumans' attention was still focused on the suddenly appearing dragon and dragon knight. Despite only being at the 6th rank, they were only slightly outmatched against a group of 7th rank warriors. Suddenly, another girl appeared, disappearing without a trace into the light barrier in less than half a minute, taking the dragon knight with her. All that remained for the onlookers was the adorable image of the girl with white hair and cat ears, but when asked, no one recognized them. Except for two people. Dorzel and Hilly watched the previous battle from afar, speculating where the dragon and its master came from. Suddenly, the light barrier stirred. They turned and saw a familiar figure guarding it. But before they could even react, two ears suddenly sprouted from Lo's head, and judging from her retreating figure, a tail had grown from her back. Am I dreaming? How could she be here? And she's become a white cat. Sister, pinch me, aw. Hilly released her fingers, her icy blue eyes filled with disbelief. She's appeared again. It's a pity we didn't know how strong she was. Also, brother, white cats don't look like that. You're mistaken. Is that so? Should we continue waiting? Things seem to be getting worse. Hilly rolled her eyes at him, then suddenly remembered something, grabbed Dorzel's hand, and left. Today's commotion will surely be known to both territories. If the white cats discover us, we'd be in trouble. Let's leave. Although only the younger generation was chasing them, the older generation could easily capture them if they encountered them. They couldn't possibly fight back. Meanwhile, Hillary recognized that Lo had used the White Cat clan's warp ability when he left. Did this mean the blockade was ineffective against the White Cat clan? Was Lo in danger inside? Brother, I need to go to the mage's temple. Huh? Why? Don't ask. Give me the component. You stay in the north and keep in touch. Dorzel was puzzled, but still took out an irregularly shaped crystal pillar about the length of an arm and handed it to Hillary. Can I go? If you go, I don't need the component, you idiot. With a disgruntled expression, Hillary put away the crystal pillar and returned to her residence in the Duchy of Ethel with Dorzel. They took some supplies and quickly headed towards the ship's docking point. Leaving her brother in the north was the most suitable option. If there was a chance to return to the Empire, he could continue searching for the family's legacy. She was going to the Mage's Temple to find out why Lo had come to the Agneser Empire. If Luo was representing the Mage Temple in negotiations with the Agneser Empire, then she certainly couldn't stand idly by. Dorzel sat alone in the house he bought, pondering for a long time, but unable to figure out what his sister wanted to do. He shrugged, no longer caring whatever his sister did, he support her. He took out a massive ice crystal tree from his ring, its surface shimmering with light, something faintly flowing within. This was one of the Frost family's treasures, the undying firefly tree, also known as the ice god's projection. The firefly tree in his hand was the mother piece. The child piece that Hilly took was called Unending Breath. Activated by magic, the two could project their conversations regardless of space or distance. The undying firefly tree and Unending Breath had countless uses during the expedition. If his father had taken the child piece back then, perhaps he could have provided timely support, or at least learned the reason for his father's demise. Now it was time for this treasure to prove its worth. Of course, Luo is the best. Wingerna's gentle and sincere reply helped Luo slightly shake off the shame and panic brought on by the changes in her body. She crawled out of the snow blanket, shaking off the snow from her hair. The practiced movements almost made Wingerna blurt out, "Luo, have you ever played a cat before?" Fortunately, she managed to say, "Luo, the magic concentration here is so low, are you alright?" "I'm fine." The magic concentration in that small plane was also low. "You're used to it, aren't you?" Curious, she touched her ears, feeling a sensitive tingling sensation. Luo was determined not to let anyone touch them. She had already scanned her body with her senses, but her ears and tail seemed to be naturally there. Not only was her blood and energy flowing smoothly, but she could also control them at will by focusing her mind. As far as Luo knew, using bloodline power did indeed cause certain changes in the body, just like in her mother's family, the Favors. But she was only borrowing the power of the cat's eye stone, not mastering bloodline power. Ugh. Weird. Staring at her restless, swaying tail, Luo narrowed her eyes and flicked her tail, unleashing a soul blade. However, only Wingnan noticed it. No one else could see it. A strange sense of familiarity. She seemed quite skilled at this little technique, but this should be the first time she used it. After hesitating for a while, Luo gave up trying to figure it out. She only remembered that she seemed to have turned into a cat in a dream, but dreams are dreams, and reality is reality. Even if dreams could influence reality, it should have disappeared long ago. There must be another reason. With renewed spirits, Luo 101 said, "Senior, I plan to go to the big cities first to inquire about the teacher. What about you?" "I want to go directly to Ice God Castle to look for clues. My mission is to find out the reason for the Agneser royal family's self-imposed isolation. Once I find it, I leave immediately. The waters here are too deep, it's far beyond our reach." "In that case, Senior, take Aaron with you. I also gather intelligence in major cities. Let's set the time frame at 1 year. I try my best to come to Ice God Castle to find you as promised in a year. The Agnesa Empire is extremely vast. Even 10 years wouldn't be enough for just a few of them to explore it all. Investigating key cities is the wise move, and a year is already quite short. If anything happens, it might take even longer." After agreeing on the plan, Wingina and Aaron set off first towards the distant Ice God Castle, where many difficulties awaited them. Luo casually waved her hand, and a map formed from various colored magical energies appeared before her. She had seen a map of the Agnesa Empire from 10,000 years ago. It shouldn't be too different from the current one. The border of the Agnesa Empire resembles a gnawed crescent moon. Its southeastern border faces the Duchy of Ethel and many other nations across vast, desolate ice plains. Therefore, the border lies at the edge of a magical filtering array, almost perfectly circular. Beyond the northern border lie small, harsh kingdoms. Originally numbering over a dozen, they have all vanished. Further north lies the even more treacherous Arctic, where almost no mortals can survive except for a few tribes with special cold-resistant bloodlines. The western border borders the Sea of Origin, its long coastline thriving with numerous maritime merchants, another branch of itinerant traders, and thus lies Ice Rock Port, one of the 5 major cities. Besides Ice Rock Port, further north lies the former imperial capital, the old capital of Hivia, inhabited by the descendants of the Canriaso people, who are quite xenophobic. However, the old capital is renowned for its forged equipment. Due to the Agnesa Empire's limited magical ore reserves, equipment is mostly forged using various ice crystals, ice attribute gems, and magical beast materials. The old capital of Hibia firmly holds its position as the 5th largest city thanks to the techniques inherited from the previous empire. In addition, there are 2 large cities near Ice Fortress, Snow Dragon City, formerly controlled by the Frost family, and Frostguard City, ruled by the Dahomey family, which have long vied for the title of the 1st and 2nd largest cities. However, Luo intends to go to the 4th largest city, Crystal City beneath the lake, a magnificent city located beneath Lake Varaxa, the largest lake in the Agnesa Empire. Chapter 913. Ano, if you look at my tail again, I knock it out. Luo huffed, wrapping the tail around his waist, ignoring Ano's suddenly disappointed look behind him. He gave each of the 2 women a mask, then donned the fire-patterned white faceless mask himself. Be careful not to reveal your identity. A silver moon lamp appeared in his hand, and Luo cast the high-level shielding spell Shadow in the Moon, and the illusion spell Perception Loss on everyone. Shadow in the Moon high-level spell, Water, creates a false shadow using water mist as a screen, embedding it into the user's body, altering physical characteristics, aura, and magical fluctuations. It is difficult to see through without a detection skill. It will not fail even in intense battle. Perception Loss mid-level soul spell dons a simulated illusion, distorting the perception of others, reducing the vigilance of bystanders, and weakening the enemy's perception lock-on effect. Note, this might be detected by those with strong soul power. With 2 spells, Fia and Ano transformed into agile, blue-eyed, white-haired warriors. Donning the northern-style soft armor woven by Luo, they looked like ordinary Agneser warriors. As for weapons, they knew archery, and could use moon blades for close combat. Luo herself grew 15 centimeters taller, becoming a tall cat-eared mage. Her silver moon lamp transformed into an ice crystal staff, looking quite inconspicuous. With clothes, a mask, and magic, a triple disguise, Luo didn't believe anyone could see through her. Heh, how pretty. Let's go! With a smug twitch of her ears, Luo waved her hand, and the 3 women headed towards the crystal city beneath the lake. Calculations showed they were about 10,000 miles from the crystal city. To avoid attracting attention, they would only use their normal 3rd-tier extraordinary flight speed, which would take about half a month. Flying 3,000 meters above the ground, the cold wind was blocked by a magical shield. All around was quiet. Not even the cries of low-level flying magical beasts were heard. Scattered traces of villages and towns occasionally flashed below, but only a few mortals were visible, not a single transcendent being. This was truly unacceptable for an empire. For some reason, even though it was a matter of another country, Luo felt a pang of sadness seeing this scene. When did I become so sentimental? What does this have to do with me? 2 days passed quietly. Maintaining a 3rd-tier speed for so long wasn't a problem for Fia and Ano, but flying at full speed for that long might have been difficult. Suddenly, Fia narrowed her eyes and warned, Master, there's a battle 120 miles ahead. It seems magical beasts are attacking a city. Hearing this, Luo immediately spread her senses. Sure enough, there were chaotic fluctuations of magical energy in the distance, mixed with a distinctly violent aura. There seems to be a medium-sized city over there. Let's go check it out. Having flown for so long before encountering a transcendent being, Luo certainly wouldn't let the opportunity pass. A gust of green wind enveloped the 3 women, and they vanished in the blink of an eye. Several hours later, Luo appeared near a large city surrounded by a thick barrier. At this moment, 2 6th-tier powerhouses were fiercely battling a powerful ice demon wielding a massive ice blade. The 3-meter-tall ice demon swung its icy blades relentlessly, shattering all the human powerhouses' attacks. Its bat-like wings, formed from condensed ice crystals, unleashed a freezing gust of wind, greatly slowing the human powerhouse's movements. Around the barrier, several 5th-tier ice blade beasts hovered. Their heads, resembling giant ice blades, were hard and sharp. Each swing could tear the barrier apart. If it weren't for the constant stream of skills flying out from the cracks in the barrier to repel the ice blade beasts and give the barrier time to repair itself, the city would probably have already fallen. Within a 10-mile radius of the barrier, vast craters lay scattered across the earth, scars left by the aftershocks of magical energy. Strangely, not a single corpse, human or magical beast, was visible. No one noticed Lu in the sky. Seeing the dire situation, she didn't hesitate. With a wave of her silver moon lamp, powerful ice magic instantly froze all the magical beasts. Ice blade beasts, their bodies piercing through with ice crystals, instantly turned into ice sculptures and crashed against the barrier, crumbling into dust. Luo's eyes lit up. Her soul power crushed through, and the frozen flesh of the ice blade beasts instantly lost all life. Even their sea of souls was forcibly shattered. Collecting the dead beast souls, Luo turned her gaze downwards, scoffing, "What are you all standing there for?" Hearing this, the two 6th-tier warriors, momentarily stunned, finally reacted. Their killing intent surged as they glared at the ice demon, who was desperately struggling to break free of its icy grip. Their magic erupted, and two powerful magical techniques, gathering all their strength, struck the ice demon's body fiercely. A powerful ice explosion erupted from within, instantly blasting the ice demon's body into blood and ice shards. "You think you can escape after killing so many? Don't even think about it." Seeing the rising frost and the rapid thawing of flesh, showing faint signs of regeneration, one of them roared and stomped down, causing the ground to sink hundreds of meters. The terrifying force continuously eroded the ice demon's life force. The ice demon tried to abandon its remains and transform into ice mist to fly away, but was shattered by dozens of blows from the other warrior. The sword energy tore deep trenches into the earth in the distance. The remaining icy mist rapidly condensed into 16 palm-length icicles, which flew past the two men and shot straight at Luo, determined to drag the culprit down with them. "Not good. Dodge!" Amid their exclamations, the icicles reached Luo in the blink of an eye. However, to their astonishment, Luo casually shattered all the icicles as if swatting flies. The ice demon let out a miserable scream and vanished without a trace. "Are you all right?" It wasn't until Luo and the FIA sisters landed and asked that they snapped out of their daze. The middle-aged man among them excitedly replied, "We're fine. Thank you so much for helping Yulin City defeat the ice demon. Such powerful strength. Could you be from the Ice God's Church?" "That's wonderful." Another young man, unable to bear it any longer, stepped in front of him, bowing slightly apologetically to Luo. "I'm sorry, he's a bit agitated, but he means no harm. He is the city lord of Yulin City, Darpai Philin. My name is Imden, and I serve as the Ice God's guardian." Luo noticed that the city lord of Yulin City was a bearded middle-aged man with blue eyes and white hair, dressed in a distinctly aristocratic style, while the young man who claimed to be the Ice God's guardian had yellow eyes and blue hair, and his clothing resembled a priest's robe modified for close combat. "Hello, you can call me Eileen. I'm just a traveler stranded within the Empire, not from the Ice God's Church. They are my guides, and we're heading to Crystal City." After briefly introducing herself, Luo looked down at the ice shards, her tail swishing rapidly involuntarily, her tone becoming much more serious. How could there be such a severe monster attack? It's normal for beast tides to exist within the Karlov Empire. After all, it's still a young empire, and some areas still possess rampant magical energy, plus the dark mountains on the border. But the Agnisa Empire has a long and ancient history. Powerful monsters should have been driven out long ago. Influenced by the loss of perception, the two easily believed Luo's identity. Upon hearing this, they frowned deeply. Fei Lan quickly explained, "There's a primeval ice cave near this area, inhabited by many frost breath ice bats, mostly at the Transcendent Realm, and the first level of the Transcendent Realm. It's an excellent training ground for students. That ice demon slumbers in the deepest part of the ice cave, its strength only at the 3rd level, so we didn't deal with it. However, since the royal family activated the sealing barrier, the magical beasts in the ice cave have lost their magic supply and become ferocious. To survive, they leave their habitats to attack human cities, and rapidly grow by devouring flesh and blood. We killed all the ice bats, but the ice demon escaped beforehand. This time it returned for revenge, and its strength has actually grown to the 6th rank. Inden chimed in, his voice deep, "That's right, this is really strange. I never heard of a magical beast growing so quickly. If you hadn't helped, it might have become a high-ranking magical beast once it devoured Yulin City." A magical beast was spawned? No wonder there were no extraordinary beings along the way. They were either eaten by the berserk magical beasts or fled for their lives. leaving only useless mortals trembling with fear. But once they encountered a magical beast that didn't discriminate, they didn't even have a chance to escape. However, Luo twitched her ears. She had a feeling this was related to demons. Was it intuition? Just then. Oh no! Look at the ground. Fia suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Everyone quickly looked at the ground, only to see that the fragments of both the Ice Blade Beast and the Ice Demon rapidly melted and disappeared, along with the immense blood and magical power they contained, as if swallowed up by thin air. Chapter 914. Luo quickly scooped up the demon core from the ground, but it dissipated into ash in midair. A scene of sacrifice flashed through his small mind. Lord of Felon, Indon is stationed here. If I'm not mistaken, the vanished power must have been sacrificed. The two exchanged a glance, then chuckled. Lady Eileen, it was merely swallowed up by the sealing barrier. Is that so? Luo's pink ears flushed bright red, his tail thrashed wildly, his gaze darting around, as he forcibly changed the subject. Speaking of which, didn't the Ice God Church provide any support? Indon shook his head. Lady Eileen may not have known while at the border, but long before the blockade, the small church in Yulin City lost contact with other churches. Now we're protecting Yulin City, and can't leave either. Finally, he asked Luo for a favor. If Lady Eileen arrives in Crystal City, could you please inquire why we lost contact? No problem. Entrusted with this request, Luo seemed to gain a strange newfound motivation, his tail thrashing even more vigorously. How strange. She never seemed so moved before. It must be the influence of that wretched white cat bloodline. Muttering a few words of indignation to herself, Luo bid farewell to the two and continued on her way, burdened by her doubts about the Ice God's church. In the magnificent hall, a young man was toying with an ice crystal skull. A chilling aura emanated from it, and a faint, piercing scream could be heard, yet the young man seemed to be enjoying it, listening intently. What a beautiful lament. I decided to make you my 38,027th item in my collection. Rejoice in your destiny. I don't want to, let me die, they're coming, ah. After listening intently to the screams from within the ice crystal skull for a while, the young man took out an exquisite handkerchief and carefully wiped it until it was spotless. Suddenly, bang! The door was forcefully flung open, and a thick, blood-red aura instantly swept through the hall. Whether it was a beautiful painting or a meticulously maintained decorative weapon, under the onslaught of the howling aura, it instantly sprouted grotesque spikes. Kill! Kill! Destroy! Annihilate! They're all mine! Eat them all! Countless frenzied shouts filled the hall. The young man watched as the perfect ice crystal skull in his hand instantly glowed crimson, then bit down on his nose. His face was terrifyingly calm as he casually crushed the treasure he had just cherished, calmly saying, War, are you courting death? A chilling aura instantly froze the hall. All sound was simultaneously silenced, and the overwhelming aura was suppressed back at the doorway. But the next instant, the aura surged back, and the hall erupted in flashes of runes. Finally, unable to withstand the onslaught, it shattered into dust in the confrontation between the two auras. Ha ha ha. Just what I wanted. Come and kill me. Amidst the rolling blood, a muscular man with crimson skin appeared, wielding a battle axe. His sinister smile was manic and filled with hatred, almost tangible. If you don't come, I kill you. The arrogant words made the young man's face turn ugly, but the thought of the consequences of fighting him gave him a headache. He should have held back earlier, this battle maniac. What's wrong? My two brothers, are you planning to start a war? With a sinister taunt, another black-haired youth descended from the sky, his face gloomy, followed by a stoic old butler. The young man tossed his long hair, crossed his arms, and remained silent. The burly man grinned maliciously and, without any hesitation, swung his axe down, the murderous aura transforming into a sea of blood that threatened to engulf the youth. Bahat! Yes, young master. The old butler behind him bowed slightly, and in an instant, dark green vines sprouted from the ground, tearing apart the sea of blood, their momentum undiminished as they smashed the burly man to pieces. Ha ha ha! It hurts. It really hurts. Hurry up, kill me! Amidst the maniacal laughter, a blood-red tornado of murderous aura swirled. Before the shattered flesh could even reassemble, the giant axe struck again. Blood tears streamed from his crimson eyes, and boundless battle intent erupted, showing no fear even against a saint-level opponent. Boom! Everything shattered once more. The battle intent remained, the war raged on, and an even more terrifying aura rose. The young man's face grew increasingly grim as he roared, Enough. War, if you want to fight, I oblige, But now is not the time. A rolled-up portrait was flung in front of War, who was radiating murderous aura, revealing a portrait of a silver-haired, red-eyed girl. It was none other than Luo. "Kill her, and I fight you." War's smile suddenly twisted into a ferocious grin. He tore the portrait apart and swallowed it whole. "Fine." With that, he leaped high towards the address contained within the portrait. With the war over, the young man's gloomy expression returned to calm. He casually wiped away the rubble from the house, and a magnificent ice crystal castle rose from the ground, even more luxurious than before. Just as he was about to leave, a boy's voice came from behind him. "Skeleton, where did she go?" No comment. Ignoring the piercing, sinister gaze behind him, the young man went to the newly built hall and began to decorate it with exquisitely crafted ornaments until it was exactly the same as before finally sitting down on the sofa. Planning against that puppet was too cautious. How strong can a human be? It just so happens that the plan left him something fun. Let's see how war ravages the human. Maybe we can even have a taste. Screech. A sharp screech echoed as a pair of sharp claws swooped down from the sky, a powerful binding force instantly appearing around the three women, Luo and his companions, who were traveling. However, Luo didn't need to lift a finger. Fia, wielding her moon blade, slashed out. A flash of golden light shattered the binding force, and with a lithe leap, she swiftly severed the head of the ice-feathered eagle in the sky. With a flick of her blade, the magic core was in her hand, and the ice-feathered eagle's life was over. "Master, there are more and more rampaging magical beasts." Luo had also noticed this. Since the first medium-sized city they passed through, magical beast attacks had become increasingly frequent. The villages and towns on the ground were covered in snow, beneath which lay dried blood and broken bones. In comparison, the areas near the border seemed safer. Luo speculated that it was related to the intimidation posed by the ice crystal giants. "Huh? Oh no! Master, the power of the magic cores is disappearing." "It's supposed to disappear, how come?" Luo suddenly realized that Fia was referring to the magic cores inside the ring, which were intended to activate the annihilation cannon. Taking the ring that Fia hurriedly handed him, Luo probed inside with his senses. Sure enough, the magic power of those magic cores was disappearing little by little. Even the spatial barrier was useless. Thank goodness, it's not fast. Quickly check the other things. Luo was about to enter the ruined space, but suddenly remembered that Moriarty was still inside shielding the fluctuations of the ruined space. After all, Moriarty could freely enter and exit the ruined space, which meant that other saint-level beings could too, and she had to guard the base. If I go in like this, I definitely get a severe beating. Fia, go check on the situation. Don't tell little Artie. Fia hesitated, then gave a resolute I understand look and entered the ruins. Only Ano remained, asking in confusion, "Master, why can't we tell the little master? Do you want that guy to play with your ears?" Recalling the scene years ago, when Moriarty had pinched her pointed ears, Ano shuddered and quickly shook her head, trying to forget about it. After some examination, Luo discovered that ordinary rings couldn't stop magic power from being absorbed, although the speed was about 10,000 times slower than outside. Complete magic cores and crystals would exhaust their power within 1 to 3 minutes outside. The lower the rank, the shorter the absorption time. For days had passed since entering the Empire, low-rank magic crystals had less than 10% magic power left, mid-rank magic crystals had 50%, and high-rank magic crystals were in better condition, still having over 90%. If they had discovered this any later, it would have been troublesome. Fortunately, the storage bracelet from the elven race was better able to resist magic draining. 60% of the low-level magic crystals remained, and the high-level magic crystals were almost undamaged. Besides the magic cores and crystals, some alchemical materials without special protection suffered varying degrees of deterioration, but the items and equipment were unharmed. When Fia emerged, she brought good news. The ruined space could perfectly resist magic draining. That's great. Luckily, Fia discovered it in time, otherwise the consequences would have been severe. Except for the high-level magic core used for the annihilation cannon, which remained in the elven bracelet, Luo stored other items that could have their magic drained into the ruined space, including the holy blood. Luo couldn't bear to lose those 9 holy bloods even if there was a slight mishap. However, retrieving them would be slightly slower, ultimately not as convenient as the ring. Luo now understood why Fei Lan and Emden dared not travel far. They were afraid a trip would wipe out their entire fortune. As for why the two hadn't told him, well, it was their own fault. After nearly 2 years of lockdown, anyone who had left the city's barrier understood these things, and in their view, he should know as well. After packing their belongings, Luo and his group set off again. Chapter 9:15. Wulin City, an ordinary medium-sized city with a population of around 500,000, experienced a surge in population exceeding 800,000 due to a monster riot and the royal family's draining of the city's magical energy. Residents of surrounding villages and towns were forced to gather within the city. With more people came more trouble. Over a year, several riots broke out in Wulin City. The former city lord, a 7th-tier expert, died suddenly, and the former deputy city lord, Darpai Filin, ascended to power, forcefully killing 2 6th-tier experts, thus ending the riots. Gurgle, gurgle. A blood-soaked head rolled several times on the ground, its terrified eyes bloodshot. The spilled blood polluted the earth, forming patches of ice crystals that quickly transformed into a rising crimson mist. Pop! The head was stomped on by a large, crimson foot, then exploded with a crisp sound, splattering blood everywhere. Ending collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving violently. His legs had vanished. He glanced back at Wulin City, shrouded in a blood-red mist. The screams that had filled the city had ceased. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. Alas, we were wrong. Everyone was wrong. Looking back at the approaching, burly red-clad man, Ending closed his eyes in despair. The cat-eared girl was right. Everything was for the sake of sacrifice. The royal family had long since sided with the demons, but without witnessing it firsthand, who would believe that the royal family would betray humanity? We were all wrong. The giant axe fell, signifying the complete annihilation of Wulin City's elite forces. Warrior, dissatisfied, slung the giant axe over his shoulder. The blood-red mist enveloping Wulin City dissipated, revealing a city littered with corpses. Upon closer inspection, one would see that most of the dead had been killed by their own comrades, their unseeing eyes filled with deep hatred. Yet, just a quarter of an hour ago, they were comrades in arms assisting each other. They carefully sensed the city and its surroundings, but still couldn't find an aura matching the portrait. Where? Where? Show yourself. Shadow, you dare lie to me? Ha ha ha, you dare lie to me. Finding nothing, War laughed furiously, cleaving down half of Wulin City with his giant axe. Nobody's here. Nobody's here. Fight me. Ah. With a roar that was both crying and laughing, War vanished into the distance as a blood-red storm. A moment later, several streams of light appeared in the void, forming a purple eye, like an alchemical creation, silently observing everything. Inside the ice crystal hall, the young man known as Skeleton frowned slightly. Through the eye of omniscience, he could see all magical fluctuations, yet even so, he couldn't detect an aura matching the girl in the portrait. There were only 3 possibilities for this. Either the shadow was merely using an excuse to distract the war, or the girl's traces had been erased, or the girl's disguise was so powerful that even the eye of omniscience couldn't see through it. He didn't possess full access to the eye of omniscience. The only thing stronger than it was the mirror of omniscience, controlled by the shadow. But begging the shadow to lend him the mirror of omniscience was worse than killing him. Interesting. But isn't that what makes it interesting? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. That evening, Luo and his group annihilated swarms of ice-exploding mushrooms lurking above the snow-capped mountains, burning away the deadly spores that resembled mist and waves with their flames, and flew across the mountains to a very deep valley. Whoosh! The cold, sharp wind swept past like a knife, swirling up boulders and blizzards, forming a hurricane-like curtain that blotted out the sky in the valley. Seeing the magic shield deformed and twisted by the cold wind, Fi asked in surprise, "Master, this wind belt must be at least high-level magic strength, right?" Luo also felt a little strange. He stopped and compared it to the map, discovering that this wind belt was quite significant, sweeping from the far east across the origin North Sea, traversing the entire northern continent, and extending to the origin West Sea. Its beginning and end were unknown, and it was said to be related to other planes, hence the name Northern Wind Belt. North of the Northern Wind Belt, the environment becomes even harsher. Where Luo was currently located, it was only snowing lightly, and the temperature was around -10 degrees Celsius. Crossing the wind belt would cause the temperature to plummet to below -50 degrees Celsius. If they crossed the northern polar border, which was the northern border of the Agnisa Empire, the temperature could drop to below -100 degrees Celsius. The problem was that, for the sake of national unity, the Empire had long ago built a permanent passage through the wind belt to protect people traveling between the two sides, otherwise, Aaron would have no chance of passing through. Never mind, we cross it. This level of hurricane strength was only at the level of ordinary high-level magic, and since it wasn't under his control, Luo wasn't worried. Enveloping the two sisters in an icy shield, Luo plunged into the wind belt. Even with prior preparation, the intense tearing and blowing forces still propelled Luo and her companions several miles away in an instant. Slightly regaining her footing, ice crystals spontaneously condensed on the eastern side of the shield to resist the hurricane. Luo adjusted her direction and continued onward. The wind belt stretched for hundreds of miles, its destination unknown. The intense icy magic severely impaired her senses and vision. All she could hear was the fierce howling wind and faint shouts. She twirled her ears slightly. The shouts seemed clearer. Someone's calling for help. Luo looked northwest below. In this windy zone where nothing could be seen, the cat ears that had suddenly sprouted seemed to be of greater use. To hear more clearly, Luo cast hearing enhancement and sound analysis on himself. Hearing enhancement low-level magic, wind, enhances hearing using the power of wind, especially beneficial for those with sensitive hearing. Note: does not work in windless areas. Sound analysis mid-level magic, wind, quickly analyzes information carried by the wind, blocking out unwanted sounds. Furthermore, it can quickly analyze sound wave skills, dismantling their internal rune structures. The chaotic wind sounds vanished instantly, leaving only amplified shouts. Luo listened carefully. It sounded like a couple searching for someone, not a cry for help. Rainer, where are you? It's dangerous here. Don't be stubborn. And Tina, watch your step. Rainer. He cast the spell on the two sisters as well, so they could hear clearly too. When she heard the shouts, Fia's gaze immediately fell on Luo's cat ears. Wait, her master had grown a new pair of ears, and her hearing was now better than an elf's? Was this some kind of joke about the Tree of Life? Fia, what are you looking at? Nothing. Master, should we go take a look? Go take a look. Perhaps we can find out the truth behind the damaged passage. Easily convincing herself, Luo turned and flew towards the direction of the sound. Braving the strong winds, Luo arrived at the location of the shouts a moment later. It was a cliff face standing in the wind, the rock hardened by countless years of wind, so hard that even an ordinary mid-level warrior couldn't damage it in the slightest. On that narrow foothold, barely wide enough for a hand's breadth, a man and a woman were clinging to the cliff edge, calling out and constantly releasing their senses. However, with their third-tier strength, their senses wouldn't last more than a few seconds before shattering. The sudden appearance of three figures startled them. They quickly activated skills to enhance their defenses. The middle-aged man stepped in front of the young woman, his expression quite tense. But when they saw that the newcomers had effortlessly remained unswept within the wind, their eyes widened in shock, even turning to terror. We're not traitors. Don't arrest us. Traitors? Luo's ears perked up. Was it the kind of traitor she was thinking of? Ahem. Luo tried to make her voice sound more authoritative, but it came out softly. We're just passing travelers. We came because we heard your cries. Hearing that they weren't looking for them, the couple visibly relaxed. The man, hovering in midair, bowed respectfully to Luo. Thank you for your concern, sirs. We're all right. It just looks dangerous, but it's not dangerous at all. He then tried to take the young woman's hand and leave. How could Luo let him have his way? She immediately smiled and said, I heard you're looking for someone named Rainer. This place is dangerous. Why don't we help you? The man hesitated slightly. He should have refused to minimize the danger, but for some reason, faced with the suddenly appearing cat-eared lady, he had a strange feeling that he could trust her. While he hesitated, the young woman beside him knelt down with joy. I am so grateful, sir. Please save my son. Seeing his wife's reaction, the man put aside his doubts and, with tears in his eyes, begged Luo to help him find his lost son. Chapter 9:16. Because the couple's son was still in danger, Luo didn't hesitate. With a thought, she calmed the raging ice magic nearby, and her resilient soul power spread out to sense her surroundings. She quickly found a young man shivering from the cold on a small platform 2 kilometers below. Luo pulled him up from the air. The young woman immediately recognized him as their son and burst into tears of joy, hugging him tightly. Rainer, mother knows she was wrong. Please don't hurt yourself anymore. The man also wiped away his tears and gently hugged the mother and son. It's good that you're all right. Father won't force you anymore. Please forgive us. The young man, Rainer, who had been startled by the sudden levitation, felt a sense of peace upon being embraced by his parents. He exhaled a breath of cold air and said tremblingly, It was my fault for being so willful. I'm so sorry. Seeing such a warm family, Luo unconsciously wagged her tail. She definitely preferred a happy ending. After a moment of tenderness, the man was the first to recover and, with his son, solemnly expressed his gratitude to Luo. "My benefactor, you saved my only son. I'm willing to do anything to help. It was just a small favor. But I'm actually a little curious about what you just said about colluding with the enemy. Did something happen in your city?" Hearing this, the man's face suddenly fell, and he sighed heavily. "If my benefactor wishes to know, I will tell you everything I know, but I hope you won't tell anyone." Luo nodded in agreement, his curiosity growing. He then released his magic to protect them from the wind. A quarter of an hour later, with Luo's help, the group successfully reached a recessed rock passage at the bottom of the cliff. Luo noticed that the massive passage, easily 300 meters wide, bore obvious signs of human intervention. Cracked runes were scattered throughout, and several meters of broken rock slabs extended from the entrance, suggesting the former existence of a stone bridge. Unaffected by the wind belt, the three men displayed a palpable sense of relief, sitting on the slightly icy ground as they recounted the events to Luo and the others. Just as Luo had learned, the northern wind belt valley originally contained hundreds of passages, known locally as storm bridges. This passage was the site of one of those storm bridges. Since the royal family initiated the blockade, some storm bridges lost their magical power and collapsed rapidly, leaving fewer than 30 operational. Over the next 2 years, storm bridges collapsed one after another, quickly dwindling to only 9. The southern city of Kachin, where the men were located, was built around the Kachin storm bridge, divided into an above-ground city and an underground city, with corresponding northern cities built at either end of the bridge. The surface area had long been destroyed by monsters. Thanks to the rampant wind belt, the monsters dared not approach too closely. With the aid of the North City, the surviving people of the South City also managed to live, actively repairing the damaged underground city, and gradually killing and driving away the monsters. However, just 10 days ago, a powerful ice-splitter wyvern traveled westward along the wind belt and crashed into the Kachin storm bridge. This sudden event severed the connection between the North and South cities. Without the North City's supply of magic crystals, the South City's barrier depletion became a major problem. Faced with this magic crystal crisis, the city split into 2 factions. One, led by the original surface city Lord Torin, advocated for relocation, suggesting the entire city move to the nearest storm bridge city. The other, led by the underground city Lord Evan, advocated for repairing the storm bridge to reconnect the North and South cities. The man, named Kinthelos, was the sheriff's captain and supported repairing Stormbridge. His son, Reiner, believed that South City's current resources were insufficient for the repairs, and that it would be better to risk traveling 600 miles to Andre's city. As time passed, the conflict between the 2 factions intensified. Ultimately, Lord Evan's city won, and preparations for Stormbridge repairs began throughout the city. When Kinthelos happily told his family about this, Reiner, indignant, ran out, wanting to show his father firsthand how dangerous the Stormbridge repairs were. He accidentally slipped and fell off a cliff, but was fortunately rescued by Law. Luo frowned deeply. Even in this situation, they still had the mind to sow discord? Did those 2 city lords think they could act recklessly just because the royal family wasn't involved? And what do you mean by colluding with the enemy? Kintheros coughed lightly, explaining with a bitter tone, City Lord Evan believes that the city lords on the surface, who advocate relocating to other Stormbridge cities, are selling out their cities for survival, that they are traitors. Recently, many members of the relocation faction have been found to be going out on their own, and he believes that this will shake the morale of the people, so he is severely punishing them for colluding with the enemy. Couldn't it be done together? Since both city lords insist on their own opinions, why not split into 2 teams, one to seek help from other cities, and the other to prepare for repairs? Hearing Luo's angry question, Kintheros immediately gave a bitter smile. My lord, you make it sound so easy, but no one predicted that the Kachin bridge would be destroyed by that beast, so our reserves of magic crystals are limited. Whether it's relocation or repairs, a large amount of magic crystals will be needed to sustain the mortals. If both are done simultaneously, more than half of the mortals may not survive 3 months. That's true. She overlooked the fact that Stormbridge itself was a major consumer of magic crystals, and its consumption rate would definitely be faster than other cities. Previously, with royal allocation, this wasn't a problem, but now it was a much bigger issue. However, since the collusion wasn't the kind of defection to demons she had imagined, she, as an outsider, had no right to comment on the city lord's decision. Since the Kinthelos family was safe, she should continue her journey. However, just as Luo was about to speak, her cat ears heard howls coming from the depths of the passage, low and chaotic, seemingly mixed with invisible malevolent energy. Speaking of which, Shouldn't the city of Kachin have no tradition of keeping blue-striped snow wolves? Kinfelos shook his head blankly. Blue-striped snow wolves are ferocious magical beasts. They wouldn't be allowed into the city. Then it seems I'm right. Lo's expression turned grave. She slightly bent her knees, and complex magic circles appeared beneath her feet and behind her. A magical beast is attacking the city. And the city's protective barrier has been breached. Before Kinfelos and the others could even react, Lo stomped the ground violently. The storm bridge's stone slabs, no longer protected by runes, couldn't withstand the immense force and shattered. Her figure transformed into a streak of invisible blue wind and vanished in the blink of an eye. Fia and Ano, receiving Lo's telepathic message, also used their magic to lift their family and quickly fly deeper into the passage. Although Kachin's South Underground City holds a special position, it is actually only a small city. Due to repeated attacks by magical beasts, parts of the underground city have collapsed, and the entire city is now only about 2,000 square kilometers in size. Today, the city's protective barrier has shattered completely. Over 40 blue-striped snow wolves howled as they stormed into the underground city, devouring anyone in their path. Rolling magical power corroded every corner of the city, causing countless deaths and injuries to low-level superhumans and ordinary people. Yet, the powerful superhumans, who had gone out that morning to find repair materials, had not returned. Help! Ugh! My eyes! My hands! Ah! Ah! You beasts! I fight you to the death! Father! No! Boom! The ravaged city was filled with ice shards and blood. More and more lucky ones, unable to withstand the magical power's corrosive power, twisted into mindless ice figures before dying, joining the slaughter. Some dying low-level superhumans, in a desperate attempt to kill their families, activated their suicide items. But more often than not, the wolves tore people apart, their jaws agape, flesh and magic gushing forth in torrents. Buildings collapsed, and hiding residents were precisely dug out and devoured. Many blue-striped snow wolves were attacking the city lord's mansion, the allure of the magic crystals emanating from within deeply tempting them. When Luo unfurled his dragon wings, enveloped in the radiance of the azure wind domain and high-level acceleration magic, a fireball shattered the thick gate between the underground city and the passage, revealing the city within, a scene of utter hell. Frost quickly settled on his small face, golden circles swirling around it, his pupils turning completely golden. A powerful pressure crashed down, and the 300-meter-high underground city suddenly began to succumb to a torrent of snow and a fierce wind, roaring and venting its master's fury. Freeze everything. A soft murmur rang out, and the snow fell even heavier. Chapter 917. Blue-striped snow wolf 4th, 5th, tier ice, a snow beast known for its viciousness and ferocity. The complexity of the blue stripes on its body indicates the strength of its control over ice magic. It excels at lurking in environments rich in ice magic, almost perfectly blending into them. It prefers to feed on creatures rich in blood and magic. It is usually solitary, but will attack in packs under the leadership of a wolf king. Note: due to magic hunger, the wolf has entered a bloodthirsty state. Awooh! Awooh! A blue-striped snow wolf spat out icy spikes, freezing dozens of people. Its blood and magic dissipated, spreading a layer of crimson across the city. Enjoying this rare feast, it couldn't help but howl to the sky. But suddenly, countless snowflakes fell, the fine ice crystals faintly gleaming with a metallic sheen, seemingly different from ordinary snowfall. Just as it wondered who had unleashed an ice attribute skill, snowflakes swept past in an instant. The blue-striped snow wolf was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, then transformed into crimson ice crystals, mixing with the snowflakes and adding a touch of red to the snowfall. Ha! Ice-shattering slash. A ragged warrior, his face contorted in a ferocious grimace, wielded his long sword, now tinged with a chilling icy blue by over a dozen runes. The sword slammed down on the back of a blue-striped snow wolf, bound by chains of ice crystals. However, the wolf's thick fur completely blocked the attack. With a slight shake of its head, the wolf sent him and his companion flying dozens of meters. Just as he shakily steadied himself, leaning on his sword to try and gather his magic again, the blue-striped snow wolf suddenly howled in terror and rage. A torrent of strange blood crystals pierced its body, instantly shattering into crisp red ice crystals that littered the ground. What's happening? Not only him, but similar scenes were unfolding throughout the entire Kachin South dungeon. Blue-striped snow wolves, previously enjoying the spoils of their slaughter, were dying one after another. The remaining twisted monsters, drained of their magic, were returning to death, as if some strange and terrifying force was rapidly washing over the entire dungeon. Even more strangely, the normal inhabitants of the underground city were completely unharmed. Instead, their injuries were rapidly healed by the emerald light emanating from the verdant vines sprouting from the rocks. Woo! A powerful, tyrannical pressure erupted, and a gigantic blue-striped snow wolf, 5 meters tall at the shoulder, leaped onto the city lord's mansion. Its icy blue stripes were far more complex than those of its kind, and 7 illusory ice crystal wolf heads surrounded its body. It was clearly the Wolf King leading the snow wolves in their attack. An icy white aura emanated from the Wolf King, and the remaining snow wolves, tails tucked between their legs, quickly entered the aura's range. Only then did the shadow of death vanish. The Wolf King coldly swept its gaze across the entire city, but failed to find the culprit. It bared its teeth and spoke in human language. Who dares to slaughter my people? Whoever it was, it would tear them apart and forge their souls into its own ice soul wolf head. So what if it's me? A clear, gentle voice rang out. The Wolf King was about to erupt in anger when it suddenly saw a pair of dazzling golden eyes, like an unparalleled god descending from an immeasurable distance before it, indifferent, ruthless, and majestic. A terrifying pressure, more ferocious than a blizzard and heavier than the earth itself, suddenly descended, as if from the heavens. The vast ocean that descended instantly engulfed the Wolf King's body, and even the depths of his soul, beyond explanation, resistance, and defiance. The Wolf King's pupils dilated violently. His body suddenly sank, his claws digging deep into the hard rock. The barrier beneath his feet erupted with dazzling light, a manifestation of enduring immense pressure. He stared intently at the sky, where a cold figure stood. Golden pupils were utterly indifferent. His exquisite face was covered in frost. His azure dragon wings were always accompanied by fierce winds, and his slender, snow-white tail swayed slightly, yet it held a powerful concentration of magic. A bestiared race? Without the slightest hesitation, the Wolf King immediately launched its attack. The 7 icy wolf heads vanished, reappearing beside Luo in the next instant, viciously tearing at him. Anyone struck would be instantly afflicted with a slowing curse, their body and soul simultaneously rendered in a state of sluggishness. However, Luo merely glanced at them, and the 7 icy wolf heads shattered instantly, reformed, and shattered again, repeating this 7 times before finally crashing into a distant rock wall. Imprison your soul with ice. This is not an ability you should possess, Luo calmly explained the wolf head's mechanism. With a wave of his silver moon lamp, the golden lamp aimed precisely at the Wolf King, whose claws emerged from the blizzard. A massive magic circle formed in the blink of an eye, and a thumb-sized golden fireball reversed the extreme cold into intense heat, unleashing a blinding burst of solar fire that instantly melted everything. Sizzle. However, a stream of flame the thickness of a fist pierced directly through the Wolf King's claws, shooting out from its back. The terrifying heat scorched its body relentlessly, even the immense power of its blood and chi had ignited. The Wolf King howled in pain, frantically trying to extinguish the flames by channeling its ice magic. But its usually effortless magic seemed rusted and dull. Just as the Wolf King was filled with doubt, countless poisonous thorns appeared beneath it, flinging it away. The tough thorns were too sharp even for its fur to completely withstand. Under the oppressive force and the burning flames, it couldn't mobilize its magic for defense in time. By the time it condensed its ice armor, the poison had already seeped into its blood and chi through tiny wounds, corrupting its magic. Boom! Another huge crater appeared in the rock wall, dust flying everywhere. The enormous roar caused a violent tremor. The surviving residents watched in utter shock as the evil Wolf King, who had dragged the underground city into the abyss, crashed against the rock wall, creating billowing smoke. Remembering the other snow wolves that had died, and the sudden snowfall in the city, the residents finally realized they were saved. Could it be that the city lord and the others have returned? Great! We're finally saved. But before they could celebrate for long, the remaining snow wolves surrounding the city lord's mansion revealed their ferocity, pouncing once more on the weaker residents. Hiss! 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 Luo coldly glanced at the snow wolves below, their lives extinguished by the scorching breath, and then ignored them. What trouble could mere 4th or 5th-tier magical beasts possibly cause? Boom! Roar! I, the king, will kill you! The rock wall completely collapsed, and with a high-pitched howl, the Wolf King's fur. Its hair stood on end, a large amount of toxin was expelled, and an icy white halo merged into itself, reforming into 7 even more powerful wolf heads. However, just as it was about to launch an attack, the toxins that should have been expelled began to multiply wildly again, and its magic power suddenly waned. In the distance, Luo watched the Wolf King, poisoned, with a calm expression. Without a countermeasure, How could a non-aggressive high-level magic be so easily dispelled? The silver moon lamp lit up, and the shattered rock wall disintegrated into dust that enveloped the Wolf King, instantly solidifying into a giant Rubik's Cube. In a daze, the Wolf King suddenly found itself on a suspended platform. Ahead of it appeared a mud monster identical to itself, which quickly attacked it, using a powerful skill it had recently mastered. I Soul Wolf Head, what was going on? Taking advantage of the Wolf King's momentary illusion, Luo once again mobilized his magic power. Countless tiny vines quietly climbed onto the Rubik's Cube, appearing from afar like a blooming forest swaying, lush and vibrant with life. But anyone who steps inside will be lost in the vast primeval forest for life. Blue-striped Snow Wolf King, Demonization, 10%. Extraordinary Rank 7, Ice, a king who emerged victorious from the struggle of wolves, born with the ability to command packs of wolves, including most wolf-like magical beasts of lower rank than the Wolf King and without dragon blood. Cunning is its defining characteristic, and it possesses wisdom no less than that of humans. It seems he received some kind of gift. Note 1. Due to magic hunger, he fell into a bloodthirsty state. Note 2. Due to a gift, he gained the power to manipulate souls. The Wolf King's information flashed by. Luo gently waved the silver moon lamp, and a large soul hand plunged into the Rubik's Cube, ignoring the flesh and blood body and directly seizing the Wolf King's soul, which was trapped in the illusion. Still engrossed in its battle with the Mud Wolf King, the Wolf King was completely unaware. When it came to its senses, it found itself surrounded by a blizzard-swept void, its body bound by countless thorns, even its tail immobile, and all its magical power seemingly vanished, leaving it utterly powerless. Before it, a cat-eared girl with an icy demeanor calmly observed it, speaking indifferently. Who gave you this power? Hearing this emotionless question, the Wolf King suppressed its unease, disdainfully closing its eyes. Never make me submit. Since that's the case, this young lady also knows a little about torture techniques. The Wolf King's ability to control the souls of the dead meant it possessed considerable resistance to soul-based abilities. Even if Luo killed it, it would be difficult to extract complete memories from its soul. But don't forget, she not only inherited the memories of the underworld messenger Hazer, but also reviewed the experimental records of Bandon, who had conducted unauthorized soul experiments, and even obtained the research results of the soul mage Ben Modern. Luo disliked torturing souls, but that didn't mean she couldn't. Chapter 9:18. With a slight lift of her small hand, an invisible giant hand grasped the Wolf King's limbs and slowly tore them apart. Cracks appeared on his soul body, and the tearing from his soul immediately caused the Wolf King's eyes to widen in anger, his disdainful expression replaced by ferocity. Excruciating pain. Indescribable pain. More enduring than flesh melting away. Deeper than bone marrow shattering. Roar. The Wolf King endured the excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart bit by bit, managing to force out a mocking smile. If you got the guts, fight again. What kind of honorable thing is toying with souls? Luo remained silent, only increasing the force of the invisible hand. As the Wolf King's increasingly uncontrollable howls and screams of pain grew, his soul was slowly torn into 5 pieces. Strangely, the Wolf King did not die. Each fragment of his soul was connected by threads. Gasping for breath, the Wolf King, taking advantage of the slight subsidence in pain, mocked again. Looks like your tricks are limited to this, ha ha ha. However, the next moment, the Wolf King suddenly felt a tingling sensation in its soul, as if countless ants were crawling on it. Soon, the tingling became unbearable, more unbearable than the excruciating pain. It wanted to scratch the itch. No, it wanted to bite off the itchy spot. Aww. Cut off my senses. Quick. It itches so much. Aww. But having lost control of its limbs, the Wolf King could only watch helplessly as the severed limb spread an intense itch, 1,000 times stronger than any physical sensation, then transforming into a twisted, uncontrollable feeling of intense itch. The Wolf King could endure pain. It was a familiar part of its daily life. It could also endure fear and loneliness. The Wolf Clan had always been like this. Even in death, the spirit of the Wolf Clan lived on. But, not long ago, it was the leader of the pack, the king of the Wolf Pack, possessing supreme decision-making power. But now, it couldn't even scratch itself, and death was forbidden. The immense sense of loss easily crushed this brutal and arrogant Snow Wolf King. Its reason crumbled rapidly amidst waves of itching and helplessness, and even its mind began to disintegrate. I'm telling you. Stop. Stop now. Roar. Howl. What? You're already done for me. Howl. Howl. In a short moment, the Wolf King almost lost its ability to speak. Its soul fluctuations became extremely chaotic and trembling. Only when Luo gave it a soul blade, the pain stimulating it, did its mind vaguely return. Recalling the helplessness it had just felt, it shuddered violently. I speak. Let me speak. I accidentally ate a strange bone, and when I broke through to the 7th rank, the bone somehow appeared in my soul, granting me the cultivation method to master the I-Soul Wolf head. Luo amplified his senses of the Wolf King again, coldly asking, when did this happen? I ate the bone a year ago. Breaking through to the 7th rank was 2 months ago. I already told you. Kill me! Kill me, Awu! Awu! Several soul blades were unleashed, severing the connections between the various soul fragments. The Wolf King's howls vanished instantly, revealing a small, unusually cold broken bone within its dissipated soul, but it quickly crumbled, leaving nothing behind. Returning to his body, Luo subconsciously stroked his chin. That broken bone must be what granted the Wolf King its power, and also the culprit behind its demonic transformation. Considering he had encountered many exceptionally powerful magical beasts before, it seemed that the surviving magical beasts had all come into contact with similar power, only requiring a breakthrough to the 7th rank to activate it. But where does that power come from? This clearly has a human element involved. Luo became more cautious. It seemed she could look for that power before slaying magical beasts in the future. Her ears twitched slightly. Luo heard the sound of something rapidly approaching from afar. It was Fia and Ano arriving. She concealed her aura, the gold in her pupils slowly fading, and Luo transformed back into a harmless, aloof cat-eared girl, landing in the City Lord's mansion. After being ravaged by magical beasts, the City Lord's mansion's defensive barrier was already in terrible shape. With the city's protective barrier broken, cold winds poured in from the Storm Bridge Passage and the Ground City exit, causing many mortals who hadn't had time to put on thick clothes to shiver. As soon as she landed, dozens of superhumans swarmed around her. They looked at Luo, then exchanged bewildered glances, unsure what to do. She had saved them, but she wasn't human. Whether she was friend or foe was uncertain. Just then, Kinfaloza's shouts rang out from afar, "Don't panic. She's a good person." Soon, the Kinfaloz family descended from the sky before the assembled superhumans, their faces still pale. It wasn't the speed of their flight, but rather the overwhelming trauma of the carnage and bloodshed they had witnessed along the way. Reiner and Antina nearly vomited. After calming himself down slightly, Kinfaloz glanced at the wounded crowd, his face showing sadness and resentment. He said in a deep voice, "It is my fault for failing to fight alongside Kachin South City, but the most important thing right now is to comfort the wounded and bury the dead. We can discuss everything else when the City Lord returns." He then looked at Luo. "This gentleman is a traveler who came to assist Kachin South City. He is everyone's benefactor. Show him respect." With the sheriff's captain's words, the crowd's initial wariness quickly disappeared. They expressed their gratitude to Luo before turning to help the wounded and the ordinary people. The guards at the City Lord's mansion also opened the barrier to allow Luo and his group to rest. The City Lord's mansion suffered minimal damage. Only a few people had their magical pathways injured by the backlash from resisting the attacks of the blue-striped snow wolves. Luo observed the not-so-large City Lord's mansion for a while, her expression eerily calm. Ignoring the respectful greetings of the guards behind her, she went straight to a certain spot in the courtyard where the City Lord resided. Using object manipulation, she pushed aside the mansion staff who tried to inquire, and gravity magic appeared under her boots as she stomped down heavily. Boom! A powerful flash of runes suddenly appeared in the courtyard, then shattered with a bang. "My lord, what is this?" Just as the guards were at a loss, a downward-sloping staircase appeared from the shattered runes, and dense magical energy emanated from it. It was a heavily guarded basement. "Will you come out, or will I drag you out?" The powerful pressure made the guards behind her tremble, and a commotion arose from the basement. A moment later, two richly dressed superhumans flew out with solemn expressions, though their robes were still slightly disorganized. The guard looked closely and exclaimed, "Lord Ventari. Lord Kentle. What are you doing in the City Lord's mansion?" Then Ari coughed lightly and sternly reprimanded, "Your name is Lex, right? Your duty is to protect the City Lord's mansion's barrier from being broken by those damned snow wolves." Lex quickly lowered his head in fear and said, "I'm so sorry. I spoke too much." Seeing his sensible manner, Ventari nodded in satisfaction, then pointed at Luo and questioned sharply, "And who is she? What kind of guard are you, arbitrarily arresting unauthorized personnel? Let them in." "Lord Ventari, it's like this." Before the guard could finish speaking, He stared in disbelief as Luo lightly stepped forward, swung his staff, and sent the two flying, smashing through the wall behind them. The sound of bones cracking could be faintly heard, startling the bewildered people in the manor nearby. Cough, cough. Damn it! Broken bones. Amidst the chaos, Ari and Kentel, clutching their bleeding heads, scrambled to their feet, shouting angrily, What are you doing? Someone! Take them away. Take this madman down. Lex! What are you standing there for? Grab her now. Poor Lex the guard was completely bewildered, unsure whether to act. But Luo didn't let him hesitate, coldly questioning the two who were still cursing. I give you 3 seconds to answer why the city's protective barrier broke. If you dare not tell the truth, you suffer the same fate as the ground. Clang! The staff slammed heavily into the ground, the earth trembled, and the ground shattered instantly. A powerful aura, colder than ice and snow, swept out, faintly tinged with a blood-red hue. Chapter 919. A chilling aura, mixed with an unbearable pressure, descended upon Ari and Kental. If they dared utter a single word of no, the cold would seep into their bodies, freezing them into ice sculptures. Under immense mental pressure, Kental, clearly of lower status, was the first to succumb, collapsing to his knees with a thud, weeping and shouting, I didn't mean to. It was really an accident. Blame Lord Evan. Yes. It's all his fault. If he hadn't been so stubborn and conservative, I wouldn't have agreed to Ventari's suggestion. His panicked and resentful voice caused everyone present to change their expressions drastically. They never imagined that, amidst the storm, with the bridge in imminent danger of destruction, someone still dared to deliberately damage the city's protective barrier. Ventari, his face flushed with rage, kicked Kentel to the ground and roared, You bastard! Kentel, what nonsense are you spouting? He then frantically pointed at the people inside the manor not far away and shouted, Do you believe me, the city lord's brother, or some random outsider? She just came up and hit me with a stick. Humph. She's definitely trying to disrupt the hard-won harmony. What are you looking at me for? Quick! Seize her! Enough! Lex growled, interrupting Ventari's sophistry, raising his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on him. If it weren't for protecting the city lord's manor, we should have fought alongside our brothers outside against the monsters. Even if we died in their jaws, we would have no regrets. But in the end, we only protected 2 traitors like you. You, a mere guard dares to speak to me like that. Take them to the dungeon. Most people hesitated. After all, one thing that Ari said was true. Luo's origins and purpose were uncertain, and they didn't know what had happened outside. However, several guards, who had witnessed the annihilation of the Snow Wolf pack with Lex, despite their injuries, stepped forward and, ignoring Ventari's curses, forcibly took him and Kent all away. Looking around again to confirm there were no hidden personnel, Luo turned and left, leaving the rest to the locals. Fia and Ano silently followed behind Luo, cautiously communicating telepathically. Sister, Master seems like a different person. Don't slander Master. But sister, don't you think Master's aura is so cold? There is indeed a very strong killing intent. I instinctively become wary when I get within 2 meters. Luo suddenly let out a long sigh. The chilling aura surrounding him crumbled, and his powerful tail went limp, swaying slightly, almost making the sisters think their master had heard their conversation. Strange, why am I so angry? Her tail swished back and forth, teasing Ano, though the tail's owner didn't notice. Shaking her head to stop thinking, Luo Fei flew above the city lord's mansion. The silver moon lamp pierced the void, and a massive, verdant magic circle rapidly constructed, quickly growing into a towering tree floating in the void. The afterglow of magic transformed into starlight, merging into it. As the violent aura within the city dissipated, the magical corruption on the mortals stopped intensifying. She had released life revival before the battle, but the afterglow of the violent magic leaked from the battle between the extraordinary beings remained. If left unchecked, even after the battle ended, the mortals would be twisted into demonic beasts. Only by purifying the city could the surviving mortals live. Tree of Purification high-level magic, wood, life magic. It cultivates a tree of purification rich in life force, capable of absorbing violent and impure magic within a vast area and transforming it into a purified form that replenishes its own magic. Note, requires a considerable understanding of life magic to successfully cast. The magical afterglow of the entire city vanished, and the tree of purification dissolved into specks of green light, dropping several fruits of varying sizes. 2 of the largest, ice blue fruits, were the largest, each the size of a fist. He casually tossed the other purified fruits, containing fire, wood, and earth magic into his mouth and ate them. Chewing, the fire attribute is a bit soft, the wood attribute is fragrant, and the earth attribute is crunchy. Swallowing the fruit, Luo, amidst the admiring gazes of many extraordinary beings, arrived at a destroyed garden. With a light touch of his finger, the flowers and plants reappeared, filling the air with a pleasant fragrance. Luo sat on the clean stone bench, staring blankly. She felt she had been too murderous just now. Usually, people only act impulsively when someone close to them is in danger, and she had no connection to the people of this city. Ano, was I acting strangely just now? The two sisters exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Fia bowed slightly and whispered, "Master, your aura just now was a bit terrifying. Fia even suspected you would kill those two people." Ano nodded quickly, her face clearly showing fear. She thought about how she had tried to touch her master's tail earlier. If her master knew, she would definitely be scolded. Luo propped her face up with one hand, her ears drooping limply, her short legs dangling in the air, though to outsiders it looked like she was shuffling her feet. I don't know what happened, but suddenly my thinking became decisive. How to describe the feeling? Well, it's like I can kill anyone who doesn't suit my taste. Do you think my mind might be corrupted? Master, that's impossible. Fia retorted decisively, Master, your soul can even resist unknown dreams. How could mere mental corruption affect you? Ano nodded in agreement, squatting down beside Luo with a determined look. Yes, yes. Master, you're so powerful, no one can influence you. Luo frowned, somewhat troubled. No one could influence her. Then the problem must lie with her. What problem could possibly arise with me? The tip of her snow-white tail unconsciously tapped the stone chair, drawing Luo's gaze involuntarily, her eyes following the tail's up and down movement. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Master? Ano's questioning call snapped Luo back to reality. She quickly turned her head away, her restless little hands pretending nothing had happened, tucked behind her back. Ahem, nothing. Speaking of which, I found something in that Wolf King's soul. Luo abruptly changed the subject, telling them about the strange broken bones, and warning them not to kill the berserk monsters so quickly next time they encountered them. Luckily, I know disguise magic, otherwise I would have been discovered. Behind the shadow in the moon and the mask was a slightly flushed face, though others couldn't see it. The dungeon had a unique lighting system, seemingly utilizing the characteristics of ice crystals to draw sunlight down from the ground, thus mirroring the changes in light and shadow on the surface. Evening quickly passed, and night fell. People were reluctant to use their light crystals for illumination, plunging the entire dungeon into darkness. However, this wasn't a major problem for the extraordinary individuals. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the distance. A moment later, Kinfellows swiftly flew over and landed respectfully before Luo, saying, "My lord, Lord Evan has returned. He wishes to see you to repay your kindness." So it was a powerful figure who had gone out. No wonder the noise was so loud. Luo didn't refuse. She hadn't left immediately because she wanted to contact the Lord and learn more. Ruined space, dark prison. Eerie and terrifying lightning flashed, faintly illuminating the prison's throne room through the windows. A tiny general was riding on the back of a little creature identical to her, holding a wooden bowl filled with a strange, purplish-black liquid, bubbling and frothing. It looked completely abnormal. Ugh! Drink it down. Glug hee hee hee. Moriarty, riding on E, poured the bowl of something akin to deadly poison into her mouth. The image of his sister, Luo, beneath him, struggling to resist but powerless to do anything but beg for mercy flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but let out a strange laugh. Only after all the liquid had been poured down, and Yi's belly was swollen and distended, did Moriarty stand up to admire his masterpiece. Powerful soul energy emanated from Yi's belly, and purple lines, like hot iron branding marks, slowly climbed up her skin. The intense pain caused Yi to break out in a cold sweat. However, Yi seemed oblivious, her eyes filled with boundless reverence for Moriarty. She quickly stripped off her clothes, her naked body writhing on the cold floor. Great fear, more of your blessings. Ah. Until her entire body was covered in purple lines, Yi finally couldn't bear the transformation of her soul, and her entire body rapidly grew into a large tree covered in purple crystals. TSK, failed again? Moriarty casually wiped away the amethyst tree, took out a bowl of emerald green wood, and a completely new form of ice slowly emerged behind her, kneeling reverently before the tiny being identical to herself, saying respectfully, "Great incarnation of fear, your humble servant awaits your grace." Lie down. Failure didn't matter. She had many more test subjects. She eventually found the one suitable for Sister Luo. He. Chapter 920. Lord Avon was a bald, burly man. When Luo arrived at the Lord's mansion again, he saw Lord Avon, his face grim, listening to the guards report intelligence. Upon seeing Kinfellows enter with 3 unfamiliar girls, he waved away the others, his voice filled with weariness. Gentlemen, I apologize for showing you the dire state of Kachin South City. I am grateful for everything you have done for Kachin South City, but as you can see, we may not be able to offer much in return. I am not asking for payment, but I have a few questions I hope the city lord can answer. Of course, I will answer any questions. Why are you not here? City Lord Evan clearly anticipated this question and quickly explained. The damage to the storm bridge has been delayed for far too long. Once we decided to repair it, Torin and I immediately gathered manpower and formulated a repair plan. However, according to the construction blueprints provided by the royal family, we lack a carving material called altering snow. Altering snow comes from icy clouds where snow falls. It is a materialized cloud condensed with a large amount of ice magic power. Not only is it extremely cold, but it is also often inhabited by flying magical beasts, making it very dangerous for low-level transcendents to approach rashly. Because of their scarcity, Lord Avon dispatched all mid-level transcendents to find them as quickly as possible. Unexpectedly, while the materials were found and only 2 powerful warriors were lost, a monster invasion occurred within the city, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Now that the city's protective barrier is damaged, repairing it is another major challenge. I decided to abandon repairs. After consolidating the population, Talon and I will relocate Kachin South City to Andre City. That's fine then. By the way, are there any high-level berserk magical beasts nearby? City Lord Avon was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the other party to ask such a question. However, the other party had even killed a 7th-tier wolf king, so he probably wanted to hunt magical beasts to find magic cores. After all, with such a long lockdown, many extraordinary individuals no longer had enough magic crystals to restore their magic power. Using magic cores to restore magic power was dangerous, but alchemy could extract and purify them. Perhaps the other party knew how. 500 miles below here lies a 7th-tier vicious rock serpent. It once attacked the underground magic rune iron ice mine, forcing us to abandon it. The vicious rock serpent has remained there ever since. Below the abyss in the northern wind belt, there are 2 hurricane yetis, but they only roam the wind belt. I only saw them once 2 months ago, and no one knows their exact location. I'm not sure about further out, but it's said that a 7th-tier death ice spirit roams the northern city on the other side of the wind belt, freezing a small town. It's normal not to have 8th-tier monsters. Wild magical beasts within the Agnesa Empire are at most 4th tier. Even with the sudden increase in strength from obtaining the strange broken bone, there isn't enough flesh and magic power to sustain them. 7th tier should be considered the current peak, which only makes it more strange that the powerful figures in the major cities aren't making a move. Luo noted down the locations of these magical beasts, then frowned and continued, "Has no one from any major city come here in almost 2 years? Well, yes, some have." Evan thought carefully for a moment and slowly replied, "Speaking of which, when the border was first declared semi-closed, everyone was quite surprised and shocked, not understanding the royal family's actions. Of course, they understand it even less now. The use of ultra-long-distance teleportation arrays is prohibited, and many outsiders are worried about being trapped and leaving the country. Many cities along Stormbridge have become much quieter. Later, the border was completely sealed off, and the people of this country couldn't leave. They all sought answers from the royal family. A friend of mine went too, but the royal family gave no response, and things became even more chaotic there. Lacking the strength, he had to return. About a year ago, a powerful figure from the Ice God Temple of Crystal City beneath the lake passed through Kachin City. I received her and tried to inquire about Crystal City's plans, but she didn't reveal anything, only warning us to be wary of the magical beasts outside the city. That's why I decided to defend Kachin City until the royal family responded." Having said that, a look of regret appeared on his face, and he slammed his right fist into the stone table, shattering it. "If I had listened to Torin's advice, no magical beasts would have breached the city. It's all my fault." "The fault isn't yours. Someone chose to sacrifice others for their own benefit. But Lord Avon, perhaps you should clean up the city lord's mansion." There were naturally many little people like those in the Venta, and Luo also saw a few extraordinary residents who didn't resist the magical beasts but instead hid. However, these were the city lord's responsibilities, and her mentioning them was already a kindness. Having obtained the information she wanted, Luo turned to leave, but before leaving, City Lord Avon still gave her some precious materials, including the molten snow that she had obtained with great effort. In Avon's words, "It caused me to lose so many people, it's too hot to handle." Luo didn't refuse. After leaving, she unexpectedly encountered Kinfellows waiting there, who very respectfully presented her with a ring. "My lord, inside are the materials from the dissection of that wolf king. Please take a look." Recalling how difficult it was for City Lord Torlin, with his 6-tier strength, to dissect a wolf carcass, Kinfellows couldn't help but show even more respect to the incredibly beautiful cat-eared girl before him. Luo put away the ring, but picked out the magic core inside and tossed it back. A 7-tier magic core wasn't worth her attention, but it could help many residents of Kachin City. Seeing her resolute attitude, Kinfellows had no choice but to accept the magic core. After hesitating for a moment, he asked curiously, "My lord, how did you discover those 2 bastards?" He had already received information that Ventari, the younger brother of the Torlin City Lord, felt his position was insecure because the City Lord had yielded. To maintain his pampered lifestyle, he planned to use magical beasts to harm other residents. This would cause the City Lord's prestige to plummet, allowing Ventari to easily defect to another city without losing his status. Therefore, he approached Kentel, who was in charge of managing the city's protective barrier, and, exploiting Kentel's greed, promised him a large amount of cultivation resources after relocating to the new city. The two conspired. They significantly reduced the magical output of the barrier, while the city's powerful figures were away, which allowed the magical beast to break through. However, Kinfellows only learned this through interrogation. How did the girl before him know this? Hearing this, Luo perked up her ears slightly, her tail playfully raised, a hint of smugness in her eyes. "I figured your city is so important, your barrier wouldn't be weak. A 7th-tier magical beast is powerful, but it shouldn't have broken through so quickly. Something unexpected must have happened, and sure enough, I found the key runes that damaged the city's protective barrier in the City Lord's mansion." In a city this small, the central protective barrier must be inside the City Lord's mansion. With Luo's rune expertise, she immediately noticed the anomaly. Hearing the girl's answer, Kinfellows couldn't help but applaud and praise. "Your abilities are truly beyond what ordinary people like us can match. I admire you." He wanted to invite Luo and her group to stay as guests to express his gratitude, but Luo declined. She had already wasted a lot of time, and still needed to find the violent rock serpent. There was no need to linger any longer. A short while later, Luo and his group arrived at the deep, dark tunnel of the magic rune iron ice mine, following the address provided by Evan. The mine was filled with strange, tiny ice crystals, as black as iron. Though called a mine, it was actually just a type of ice naturally containing broken ice runes, making it a relatively excellent material for drawing arrays, though it would slowly decompose if it left the cold region. Even before entering the depths of the mine, Luo could already smell the ferocious aura unique to magical beasts, and it smelled quite fresh. He guessed that the violent rock serpent had taken over the area to absorb the magical power of the ice ore. Under normal circumstances, powerful figures from major cities would naturally have taken action to kill it, but now, that opportunity was lost. Chapter 921. Using multiple layers of shielding magic, Luo successfully reached the depths of the iron ice mine. Several alloyed pickaxes, now solidified into ice crystals, blended seamlessly with the exposed iron ice ore, the boundary between white and black displaying a beautiful, blurred color. At the bottom of the vast, several square kilometer mine, coiled a colossal python as thick as a man's waist. The python's entire body was covered in solid rock, each piece larger than Luo's palm. Several streams of condensed ice magic were continuously drawn from the iron ice ore, drilling into its body, causing the solid rock scales to develop wispy, icy white patterns. Even in its slumber, its aura alone is enough to terrify low-level magical beasts, truly a ruler from the depths. Violent Rock Serpent, Demonized, 13%. Extraordinary Rank 7, Earth, a medium-sized snake-like magical beast living deep underground, solitary inhabitants. It is usually transformed from other Earth attributes snake-like magical beasts by a high-intensity Earth magic source. Born at Rank 5, its maximum rank can reach Rank 8. Although it is compatible with Earth, it is extremely ferocious, hunting any life it encounters. It possesses a rare ability to convert elemental magic. As long as it comes into contact with the Earth, it gains a continuous supply of magic power. A subterranean magical beast, it can freely traverse the Earth, adapting to changes in gravity, i.e., immune to gravity magic. Note 1. Due to a gift, it gained control over ice magic. Note 2. Subterranean magical beasts are greatly strengthened upon contact with the Earth, but become weakened upon leaving the surface. Luo looked thoughtfully at the colossal creature before him. Actually, it wasn't that huge. Among high-level magical beasts, the violent rock serpent was relatively small. The underground world is another mysterious realm, not simply referring to the hundreds of miles deep where Luo is located, that is merely a deeper layer of rock and soil. Similar to the sky realm, the underworld has its own boundaries, stretching millions of miles through layers of soil and rock formed from the most concentrated earth magic of the living world. In this vast world, much deeper than the Sea of Origin, lies a potent mixture of toxic fire magic and heavy earth magic. Only powerful underground monsters adapted to supergravity can survive there, far beyond the reach of surface races like humans, elves, and orcs. It is said that goblins originated there. The ferocious rock serpent before them, like other wild underground monsters found on land, must have emerged from cracks in the rock layers. While the underground is desirable, the environment is harsh. Nothing compares to the comfort of the land. Most underground monsters are proficient in earth and fire magic. Those skilled in earth magic can move freely through the soil and rock thanks to their connection to the earth, much like superhumans flying freely in the sky. If Luo were to confront the vicious rock serpent head-on underground, even if he could defeat it, he wouldn't be able to stop its escape. Therefore, the silver moon lamp emitted an emerald glow, and a massive magic circle completely enveloped the vicious rock serpent. Giant, twisted vines, hundreds of meters thick, burst forth, tightly binding the serpent that had just sensed the magical fluctuations, tearing through the upper layers of earth and growing vigorously. The hard earth rapidly weakened and crumbled under the sand-transforming magic. With a powerful tremor, the hundreds of miles of earth were pierced by the giant vines, carrying the newly awakened vicious rock serpent 1,000 meters into the air. Who has disturbed my slumber? A shrill roar escaped as the vines were brutally torn apart by the vicious rock serpent. But by then, it was far from the earth, and a strong sense of unease drove it to burrow back down. However, Luo had already blocked its path, the surging waves beneath his feet forming a water giant, easily grasping the over 300-meter-long vicious rock serpent in his hands. Crack! A powerful chill erupted from the vicious rock serpent, freezing the water giant's hands. Just as it was about to shatter the water giant, it was astonished to find that the water giant completely ignored the ice magic on its hands, stuffing itself directly into its belly. Countless streams of water magic permeated its body, rendering even its rocky scales useless. Luo carefully observed the vicious rock serpent's half-melted body. Large amounts of blood were constantly being drawn out, and flesh was regenerating. Within its incompletely healed body, wisps of abnormal ice magic scattered, sensing a powerful invasion. Luo frowned slightly, extracting all the abnormal ice magic. Only when the vicious rock serpent realized it couldn't break free from the water giant's restraints, and couldn't even adapt to the surrounding water magic, resolutely curling its body into a giant rock ball to isolate itself from all magical erosion, did Luo stop. Before her stood a strange broken bone, resembling a small, incomplete finger bone, emitting a visible blue icy mist. Undead? The thought of bones containing power immediately brought to mind undead, but the broken bone before him bore no trace of their presence, nor any of the vitality of the living. It seemed merely a bone imbued with ice magic. Strange thing. I study it sometime. After carefully storing the broken bone, Luo looked at the vicious rock serpent inside the water giant's belly. A small portion of the broken bone's power remained within it, its demonization level reduced to 6%, but for some reason, that power could no longer be extracted. Better to kill it to avoid further harming humanity. A moment later, EP851 processed the rare materials from the vicious rock serpent, including scales, heart, eyeballs, and a piece of special bone. Luo casually tossed its soul into the dark prison. After a short rest, Luo repaired the damage caused by prying open the vicious rock serpent, and the group set off again towards the northern wind belt. Half an hour later, several people landed in this area. Looking at the pristine land not yet covered by snow, Evan couldn't help but exclaim, that person was indeed extraordinary. The others wholeheartedly agreed, even though some of them had never actually seen the Cattered Girl. From the start to the end of the earthquake, less than half an hour had passed. If it weren't for the lingering aura of the magical beast, they would never have believed that a powerful 7th-tier magical beast could be slain so quickly. Let's go! She helped us a great deal. We can't let her efforts go to waste. In 3 days, no matter what happens, the migration must begin. Understood? This time, the crossing of the northern wind belt went without incident. A day later, Luo and his group appeared on the northern side of the blizzard-ravaged wind belt. The cold was the only scenery. Although far less frigid than the shattered snowfields of another dimension, Mortals could hardly live outside the city for long, only the protection of barriers could ensure survival. Luo sought out the Lord of North City, Kachin, hoping to find the Death Eyes spirit, but unexpectedly learned that the Death Eyes spirit had already gone to Crystal City beneath the lake, seemingly looking down on the magic power of North City. After telling the Lord of North City about their experience in South City and their plans, Luo and his group continued their journey. All the towns along the way were abandoned, presumably because there was no northern wind belt to hinder them. People were fleeing to Crystal City for refuge, and Luo increased his flying speed. 7 days passed in a flash. They would reach Crystal City in just one more day. That day, Luo maintained his flying speed while examining the 2 broken bones in his hands. A few days ago, they encountered a 7th-tier blizzard bear, its magic power depleted, hunting a swarm of white crystal bees. They casually killed it and extracted the 2nd broken bone from its body. After several days of research, Luo discovered another characteristic of the broken bone. It possessed an extremely strong allure for living souls, the stronger the allure in colder environments. However, her soul was unique, and the influence was extremely weak, so she didn't notice it at first. Later, when Ano came over and noticed her inexplicably wanting to eat the broken bone, Luo realized what was going on. Meanwhile, the berserk magical beasts seemed unaffected by the allure. Luo deduced that those beasts had already eaten it, but unfortunately, those that hadn't reached the 7th tier and hadn't activated the broken bone's ability couldn't have their power extracted, and dissections yielded no physical remains. After much thought, Luo concluded that the broken bone the magical beasts had consumed was merely a kind of mark. Only after ingesting enough flesh or magic power could they receive the true blessing. What she extracted was the mark, which explained why some power couldn't be extracted. It had already become part of the magical beast's own power. To determine the truth, the best approach is to verify it with a non-enraged magical beast. Luo had been searching, but so much time had passed, and uncorrupted magical beasts were extremely rare. "Stop!" A sharp shout suddenly rang out, heard before the person was seen. Luo frowned and waved for the 2 sisters to stop, her gaze fixed on a group of people rapidly approaching from afar. Chapter 922. Purple eyes silently gazed upon the shattered earth. The cliffside valley, hardened by years of winds from the northern border, had been forcibly carved with a gaping hole over 10 miles wide by some unknown force. Through the all-seeing eye, the skeleton clearly saw the ridiculous spectacle of war once again being destroyed mindlessly, because no one could be found. After admiring it for a while, he took out a jet-black crystal, brought it close to his thin lips, and softly uttered, "Find her, kill her." The all-seeing mirror had discovered the girl on the wanted lists of the 2 demon sons for the 2nd time. Although her concealment skills were superb, even the all-seeing mirror couldn't detect her unless she made a move. She left without a trace. But what did it matter? By connecting the 2 points, he had already deduced her most likely destination. Now, all he needed to do was wait and see. Gently swirling the crimson liquid in his goblet, the skeleton revealed a refined chuckle. Whether in shadow or war, they only cared about their own power, neglecting the demon's greatest advantage, the manipulation of human hearts. He liked the scheming demon child, for she was one of the few who aligned with him, understanding the true nature of demons. That was the demon child's greatest purpose. The plans of the greats would ultimately be realized by him, and scheming. Good show, the performance begins. A sudden shout caused the 3 women to stop flying. Moments later, a 5-person squad swiftly flew in from afar, their clothing clearly in the style of the Ice God's cathedral, wielding icy spears, facing Luo from a distance. The leader, a peak 6th-tier cultivator with striking long white hair and blue eyes, showed surprise upon seeing Luo's appearance, but then sternly ordered, "We are about to enter the lakeside area of the Crystal City beneath the lake. To avoid attracting the berserk magical beasts, I, as the captain of the Ice God Church's guard squad, order you to immediately descend to a lower altitude. Do not exceed 300 meters. Otherwise, it will be considered a provocation against the Ice God Church." So it was a problem with the flight altitude. I thought they were enemies. Luo gestured for Ano to dispel her magic and gave the guard team a mage's salute. "Sorry, it's our first time here, we didn't know better. We lower our altitude right away." Seeing that Luo didn't disobey, the team leader's expression softened slightly. He spoke seriously again. "Since you're outsiders seeking refuge in Crystal City, follow me. Remember, all actions within the city must adhere to the Ice God's teachings. If you violate them, don't blame us for not reminding you. Of course, these 2 are my guides. They already memorized the Ice God's teachings. The guides were fake. It would be strange if Luo knew the Ice God's teachings, but it doesn't matter. She learned them once they're inside the city. However, the order in Crystal City was a bit beyond Luo's expectations. In her understanding, Crystal City should be a large city that's half mining and half tourism. Except for the core area, ordinary tourists could move freely. Has something happened? Suppressing her doubts, Luo and her group followed behind the team, not moving fast, probably to watch out for any unauthorized flying superhumans like Luo. 2 hours later, 3 people flew in from afar. 2 of them were dressed like the Ice God Guardians, while the remaining girl had her head bowed, her hands cuffed with magic-suppressing handcuffs, which made Luo stare blankly. She is. Hearing Luo's soft question, the Ice God Guardian, who was flying behind Luo, reluctantly shifted his gaze from the furry ears and simply explained, "She is a magic thief." A magic thief? That sounds quite bad. The Ice God Guardian didn't really want to answer, but for the sake of the furry tale, he made an exception and answered Luo's question. The barrier around Crystal City beneath the lake has a limited range. To maintain the city's operation, high-quality magic power needs to be prioritized for allocation to the barrier. As a result, the magic power available for superhumans to recover is insufficient. Some superhumans choose to destroy magic power channels to steal magic power in order to recover their own. Once caught, they are all thrown into Crystal Lake to mine. Having said that, he glanced at the 3 women, seemingly casually, as a warning. Don't worry, we're all law-abiding citizens. Luo gave a thumbs up, flashing what he thought was a perfect smile, which made the over 300-year-old Ice God guard somewhat uncomfortable. Damn it! Had all his years of experience been wasted? Just some pretty cattered girls, and they felt embarrassed. With a light snort, he fell slightly behind, looking straight ahead and ignoring Luo. The 2 groups reunited and continued towards the Crystal City beneath the lake. Luo glanced at the sky. He estimated they wouldn't arrive until tomorrow morning, feeling a bit bored. As dusk approached, the guard team became more vigilant. They were still quite a distance from the barrier, and the possibility of encountering magical beasts was not low. Although magical beasts could produce magic cores to supply the barrier, that was contingent on surviving the journey back. Speaking of which, you're not an Agneser, are you? The guard behind him glanced at Luo's tail and ears, unable to resist asking out of curiosity. Beasted people were extremely rare. In his 400 years of life, he had only seen them a handful of times. Luo casually replied, yes, they're tourists visiting the Agnesa Empire, but their trip wasn't very pleasant. Who isn't? Sigh. He had a lot of grievances to share, and noticing his captain wasn't paying attention, he became more talkative. It's all the fault of the Dahomey family saying they were conscripting soldiers to the north. They not only conscripted the security forces from major cities, but also took most of the guards from the Ice God Church, leaving only us ordinary guards to manage things. It's a miracle the city wasn't breached by magical beasts. The builders of Crystal City were truly amazing. If that's the case, why did you listen to the Dahomey family's conscription? Hearing Luo's question, the guard angrily poked the air with his ice spear, complaining, isn't it because the Dahomey family annexed the Frost family and received a royal appointment, controlling the Crystal City's protective barrier? If we dare disobey, our city's protective barrier will definitely be shut down. What? They actually dare to abandon the entire Crystal City? Luo was genuinely shocked, his mouth agape. You see, the Crystal City beneath the lake was built upon Crystal Lake, its existence based on mining the lake's special crystals. These crystals were a crucial source of forging materials for the old capital of Hibia, supplying over 60% of the nation's equipment raw materials. If they abandoned it, the equipment for the extraordinary beings of the Agnesa Empire would likely be cut off. You really are a traveler. A year ago, all the mines stopped operating due to a lack of magic power. What's the difference between that and abandoning it? I'm telling you, that's the Dahomey family's doing, trying to trap us alive in Crystal City. Anyway, given how they treated Frostguard, the methods of the city's residents. Alright. Enough said. The Dahomey family is, after all, a major family in our empire. The captain spoke, and he immediately shut his mouth. The affairs of a major family were far removed from his own, but the captain's fist was very close. You guys too, behave yourselves. If you try to gather intelligence again, don't blame me for banning your residency permits. It was clear the captain had a kind heart, waiting until his teammates had explained enough before stopping them. However, he himself didn't know why he allowed a stranger he had just met, of unknown identity, to inquire about a major family. Perhaps he felt the girl was a good person. Putting those thoughts aside, he shouted again sternly, everyone, be alert. Watch out for nighttime monster attacks. Recently, traces of dark monsters have been discovered, their danger increases significantly at night. Understood. But as the saying goes, what's meant to happen will happen. I wanted to say something, they're here. Everyone immediately stopped and turned to look at the innocent-looking cattered girl. They're here? What's here? Chapter 923. What does their arrival mean? The captain of the guard was about to frown and ask, when he suddenly felt a pang of fear. Instinctively, he called out to all his teammates, release the ice god's faith. Deploy the snowfall barrier. The remaining 6 teammates, in orderly formation, spread out, forming a massive double pyramidal triangular prism around the captain. Their expressions were solemn and dignified as they loudly chanted prayers for the ice god's eternal realm. In an instant, snow fell all around. A gigantic, ethereal ice crystal tree stood in the void, radiating a merciless chill. Everything froze, the world ushered in an era of ice and snow. Crack, crack. Suddenly, a dozen or so lumps of ice appeared in the ordinary darkness. Then, the ice shattered, revealing their murky, translucent, jelly-like bodies, constantly wriggling and emitting gurgling, bubbling sounds. The tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed. The captain's eye twitched as he turned to look at the innocent-looking cattered girl, his teeth clenched as if to say, "You call this thing a dark beast?" His fist hardened. But what if he hesitated to strike? Huh? A slime? Captain, should we kill it? At that moment, a slightly younger guard let out a soft exclamation. Only then did the captain glare fiercely at Luo, freezing the approaching slime to dust with a single shot. Humph. Don't let this happen again. Retreat. What could he do? The other side wasn't lying, he could only blame himself for being too tense. With a sour face, he dispelled the snowfall barrier, and the giant ice crystal tree phantom slowly disappeared. The captain thought he should have a drink to console himself when he got back. The pirate in tavern seems to have launched a new drink, should I try it? Suddenly, another guard exclaimed, "Captain! The slime isn't dead." The captain was startled. Regaining his senses, he discovered that the frozen, shattered slime had transformed into wisps of black mist, breaking free of its freeze. All the black mist rapidly coalesced into a 10-meter-tall giant slime, unleashing an unsettling aura of darkness. Giant sludge slime level 6, Earth, Darkness, originally a small, secluded magical beast living in the earth. It lived in groups, feeding on small amounts of earth magic. It favored earth attribute gems and minerals, but its digestion was slow, posing little threat. When its magic power was low, it would burrow underground to search for more. When threatened with death, multiple individuals would abandon their individual forms and merge into a new giant slime, simultaneously awakening dark magic and greatly increasing its strength. Note 1. Enters active foraging state due to magic hunger. Note 2. During giantification, speed decreases, but other abilities greatly increase. Roar. The giant slime let out a deep roar, its amorphous, gelatinous body rapidly shooting out thousands of pitch-black earth spikes. The captain cursed and immediately swung his spear, precisely deflecting all the earth spikes. The ice god's guardians behind them didn't dare to be negligent either, quickly unleashing ranged skills to slow the giant slime's movements, providing their captain with favorable attack conditions. Fia and Ano also stepped forward to help, wielding their moon blades like a crescent moon descending, their killing intent hidden within countless flashes of light, leaving deep wounds on the giant slime's body. However, slimes are inherently resilient, their bodies capable of countless transformations. Especially the darkened mud slime, adept at devouring other kinds of magic power, meant that even with the 7 of them plus the 2 sisters working together, they couldn't kill it quickly, only slowly depleting the slime's magic power. Boo! Enraged by the repeated blows to its body, the giant slime's newly regenerated form split open, transforming into a gaping black maw that lunged at the group, intent on devouring them all. The group launched a fierce attack, but this time, all their attacks were swallowed by the black maw, leaving only a few insignificant wounds. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, 3 flaming spears pierced the giant slime's maw. The intense heat scorched everything. Even the ability to devour foreign magical energy couldn't completely digest it. In pain, the giant slime spat out flames repeatedly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the captain's spear suddenly glowed with intricate runes, all his power condensed at the tip as it thrust downwards. Life-destroying spear. Boom! The earth was pierced through, massive chunks of ice rising and spreading for hundreds of miles. The giant slime, engulfed by the erupting ice magic, split open again, its life force rapidly dissipating. Huff, huff. The captain gasped for breath. This powerful skill had drained his energy, leaving his magic power depleted. Fortunately, the giant slime hadn't had time to defend itself, and he seized the opportunity to dissipate its life force. Taking out 2 magic crystals, and slowly absorbing their power, the captain glanced at the leisurely-looking Luo. Well, he had misunderstood him. He hadn't expected that a slime he could so easily destroy would fuse into such a troublesome magical beast. The 3 flaming spears were naturally released by Luo, precisely targeting the slime's magic power center, giving the captain the opportunity for a fatal blow. With their strength, killing the giant slime wouldn't be a problem. At most, they suffer minor injuries. But the magic power consumed and the time spent were uncertain. It might take a day or 2, and Luo had no interest in waiting. Countless runes constructed from the void, rapidly combining into hundreds of pentagonal magic circles. Your strength is quite impressive. Interested in joining the extermination team? One magic circle after another stacked upon another, concealed magical energy flowing rapidly, until a massive magic circle exceeding 1,000 meters in length was fully formed. Hearing the captain's invitation, Luo shook his head. I have no intention of staying in Crystal City for long. I appreciate your kindness. A magnificent flower bud emerged from the enormous magic circle, slowly blooming into a 9-petaled rainbow flower, resembling a lily, revealing its center. His deep, dark eyes slowly shrank into chaotic, multicolored vertical pupils. I see. That's a pity. At the center of the 9 giant petals, various colored lights rapidly gathered, emanating intense, magical fluctuations that subtly shattered the thick clouds stretching for thousands of miles below. With a sigh of regret, the captain still reminded him. If it's not necessary, it's best not to stray too far from the major cities. Important figures are seeking opportunities to contact His Majesty the Emperor. The evil deeds of the Dahomey family will eventually be punished. Until then, please prioritize your safety. He had barely finished speaking when he noticed the subtle glances cast his way by his team members. The Ice God guard, who had previously spoken with Luo, shrugged. Who forbade us to reveal information before? The captain seemed not to hear, simply turning and waving. Let's continue. When it comes to shamelessness, who can compare to him? Luo rubbed her chin, having every reason to suspect this captain was a repressed pervert. The people of the Ice God Church seemed only outwardly cold. Their hearts were just like normal people. She had thought she would face obstacles everywhere in this empire, but it seemed that apart from the royal family and the Dahomey family, the other Agneser people were quite normal. Let's go too. Luo softly called to Fia and Ano, about to follow, when suddenly, a strong sense of unease surged from the depths of her heart. She instinctively looked up, her pupils instantly contracting. Buzz! The clouds vanished abruptly, endless night turned to day, and 9 dazzling yet deadly rainbows appeared without warning, instantly enveloping the entire sky. Like a natural disaster. Chapter 924. Without time to think, the silver moon lamp erupted with dazzling light, and a 7-colored barrier instantly enveloped everyone. The hazy, watery light, like mist and rain, blurred all auras. Before anyone could react, in the next instant, an endless pressure descended from the sky, and a rainbow light, like a spear, struck the barrier directly. It was a majestic divine punishment formed from a vast amount of lightning magic power. Countless runes on the barrier shattered and then reformed, like an unyielding rock being instantly driven into a giant pit thousands of miles deep. The array on Luo's right wrist rapidly activated, his boundless soul power maintaining the barrier to the maximum extent. The frost domain continuously condensed ice crystals to act as a buffer layer, withstanding the most ferocious initial impact. Zzz. The overwhelming divine punishment of lightning eventually weakened. Luo coldly waved his staff, golden light spreading with lightning, scattering large amounts of golden fragments. Magic power swept everyone up, controlling the barrier to crash into the ground to the side, avoiding the subsequent impact of the lightning. Alchemy, metallization, high-level magic, gold. This spell uses high-intensity gold magic to erode foreign magic, randomly transforming metals containing that foreign magic. If the next step of alchemy is not performed, the transformed metal will revert to its original form. The duration depends on the caster's control over gold magic. Note: do not use this on magic, or you may incur the wrath of the alchemy god. Boom! Luo emerged from the earth again, staring intently at the 8 rainbow lights raging 100 miles away. If the illusionary water domain hadn't blurred everyone's auras, she would have faced not just 1 bolt of lightning, but 9 impacts. Be careful, I'll be right back. The Ice God's guard, completely bewildered by what had happened, were still shaken. From releasing the barrier, being struck by lightning, to the lightning shattering, and returning to the ground, only 2 minutes had passed, yet the violent shockwave from the magical clash was deeply etched into their minds. The magic thief, bound by the anti-magic handcuffs, had already fainted from the oppressive force of the magical clash and suffered considerable injuries. "You?" Before the captain could speak, Luo had already vanished in a shimmering shadow. Fia, realizing a powerful being was watching them, also took flight. Ano wanted to follow, but Fia ordered her to stay put, citing the danger. Humph! Stomping her foot in dissatisfaction, Ano knew her sister intended to use the annihilation cannon to aid their master, and that her presence would only cause trouble. She angrily shouted at the others, "Get out of here! Are you waiting to be caught in the crossfire?" With that, she was the first to leave the battlefield. It was well known that when high-level transcendents fought unrestrained, the impact range was measured in thousands of miles. The rock dragon shield enveloped Luo, and she concealed herself within the illusionary water domain, swiftly flying towards the heavens like an imperceptible ghost. 8 thick beams of rainbow light lashed wildly, unleashing 8 different kinds of magic. If they grazed her, Luo's presence would be exposed, and she would be met with an attack 8 times more terrifying than the previous lightning strike. However, this premise didn't apply. Although the streams of magic emanating from them were far thicker than the rainbow light itself, and their speed was so great that even ordinary 6-tier cultivators couldn't react. With the assistance of full body control and her domain, Luo always managed to nimbly dodge through the gaps, swiftly traversing the low-altitude areas ravaged by the rainbow light. As if passing through a thin membrane, Luo's vision suddenly cleared, and upon seeing what was in the sky, even she couldn't help but gasp. High in the sky, a blooming 9-petaled lily hung upside down in the void. Its 9 petals were of 9 colors, radiating a terrifying aura far exceeding that of a 7-tier cultivator. Within its constantly rotating giant eye were chaotic, multicolored vertical pupils, creating a terrifying yet strangely beautiful sight. Why did it take so long to see it? Luo suddenly realized something, and looked down sharply. Sure enough, a very thin, transparent barrier separated the low and high altitudes. Following the transparent barrier, the distorted edges faintly formed a gigantic shield spanning thousands of miles. This flower possesses an innate self-shielding ability. Looking up again, the information about the 9-petaled lily appeared in Luo's vision, but the more he looked, the more his heart sank. How could such a terrifying thing appear? Transcendent rank 8, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, lightning, wood, metal, darkness, mid-level demon. Question mark. A terrifying being from the demon realm, born from the darkest corners of the hearts of all sentient beings, proficient in soul magic, capable of devouring souls to gain corresponding attribute affinity, including light magic. Its enormous body possesses a magical capacity unmatched by any living being, and the soul collapse eye at its center contains a powerful force. Once locked in eye contact, the soul will suffer irreparable damage. Strangely, despite its immense soul power, it lacks reason. Thus, despite its immense strength, it cannot break through the shackles of a mid-level demon, ultimately unable to become a high-level demon. But this might be even worse, meaning that abilities targeting souls are ineffective against it. Note 1. It has no soul body. All soul power and magic are stored within its body. Note 2. It cannot move, but can drive its body through magic. Note 3. Eye of Annihilation. It can instantly destroy the sanity of a being with a soul. Note 4. It possesses extremely strong resistance to all elemental magic. Note 5. It cannot survive without demon soil. Due to a gift, it can survive briefly in the living world. Note 32. It has its own shielding field. Even a higher level being cannot detect it. Note 33. It has its own repulsion field. It is difficult to get close. Recommendation. Only observe from a distance. Close observation is life-threatening. Luo gasped. This flower couldn't possibly appear in the living world. Even a sacrificial array could at most summon demonic power to create an evil being, but directly summoning a demonic creature was impossible. The gaze of the gods would block everything. But even with 1,000 unbelievable thoughts in his heart, Luo had to face reality. This flower was a pure demon. A demon without any impurities, truly from the demon plane. Boom! Boom! A violent roar came from below. The lily, unable to find Luo's presence, had launched an attack after chasing the ice god's guards. But the next moment, an incredibly fierce golden jet instantly shattered the 4 rainbow lights, greatly attracting the lily demon's attention. The remaining 4 rainbow lights changed direction, chasing after the jet. I draw its attention. Fia's distant shout reached his ears. Luo took a deep breath, for pairs of sword feathers unfurled behind him, his body radiating holy light. Holding the silver moon lamp in both hands, he closed his eyes, and began chanting a divine prayer. High-level magic wouldn't suffice against this monster, and soul magic didn't seem to be very effective either. To prevent it from harming FIA, Luo decided to directly use a high-level divine spell that consumed a great deal of energy. O omnipresent power of light, I pray that the supreme god of light will cast his merciful gaze. At this moment, Luo unleashed the complete version of Sword of Judgment for the first time after mastering elemental divine authority. Light. Holy light gathered above her head and behind her, holy feathers fell, and the sword feathers of wings of light transformed into true angelic wings, radiating an even stronger divine aura. A golden divine rune slowly appeared on her chest, still somewhat ethereal, but symbolizing that Luo could now directly use simplified versions of divine spells, and that the power of divine spells would be even greater after a complete prayer. A pious, ethereal prayer echoed beneath his feet, the purest light magic constructing a massive array that faced the colossal eye of punishment drawn in the sky. The wrath of the gods was about to descend. All of this was concealed within the illusionary water domain. God says, "You are guilty, therefore judgment is due." The sacred prayer ended, and Luo slowly opened his eyes. A golden cross appeared in his pupils, igniting wisps of holy flame. All non-light magic shattered, and the white eye of punishment tore through the illusionary water domain, forcefully carving out a sanctified space of light in the sky ruled by the lily demon. Luo's gaze followed the eye of punishment, indifferently watching the lily demon close at hand. The massive holy judgment sword, accompanied by all-purifying holy flames, slowly extended, already locking onto the sinful being. The lily demon revealed its true form to Luo. After a brief pause, it quickly adjusted its rainbow light and shot it forward, but FIA activated the magic crystal annihilation cannon again, destroying the remaining rainbow light. Sensing the scorching holy aura, its central eye stopped moving, clearly revealing a hint of fear, and then the 9 petals trembled violently. Whoosh! The sky suddenly fell silent, and a magical vacuum instantly descended within 1,000 miles. The next moment, an extremely terrifying magical shock shattered the holy judgment sword, and Luo, like a helpless little white cat, was instantly knocked down from the sky, crashing into 2 mountains before barely managing to stop. Chapter 925. Ha ha ha. This isn't right, is it? This just doesn't make sense. A 1,000-meter-high snow-capped mountain had been smashed into a giant crater, hundreds of meters lower than the surrounding land. Luo lay in the center of the crater, his head still spinning. He was clearly about to strike down the holy judgment sword. How did he end up in this crater in the blink of an eye? Is it a high-level skill similar to the fire resistance ring? But its power is too strong. A verdant light shone, and Luo's internal injuries slowly healed. He frowned slightly, then released another dispel spell. The strange power swirling within his body, hindering his self-healing, disappeared, and his injuries quickly recovered. A flash of lightning, and Luo's body appeared above the giant crater. Looking at the massive gaping hole she had created in the 2 mountains in the distance, Luo still felt lingering fear. If it weren't for her mage's robe protecting her, she would likely have been paralyzed after being slammed to the ground, and the ensuing attacks would have been unbearable. She glanced at her mage's robe. Most of the runes on it had shattered, and it was severely damaged. In the few days it took to repair itself, it could no longer protect her, so she had to put it away and temporarily use a mage's robe she had woven herself. Buzz! Just as Luo changed into her mage's robe, a large number of earth runes suddenly appeared around her, and her vision abruptly distorted. Without time to think, she vanished again, her body crackling with lightning. The next instant, centered on her previous location, the broken earth suddenly shattered, and the terrifying destructive force instantly engulfed an area of 10 miles without warning. Several low-level magical beasts, which had been frenzied by the destruction of the mountain, vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye, leaving not even a drop of blood. Just as she appeared and escaped the gravitational distortion range behind her, tens of thousands of meteors fell from the sky, densely, and precisely covering the 300-mile area where Luo was. For a moment, she could only hold up the rock dragon shield and constantly shuttle through the narrow gaps. A meteor crashed into the earth, unleashing a continuous, deafening roar and terrifying ripples of magical energy that relentlessly eroded the rock dragon shield, producing a chilling shattering sound. The earth itself sank nearly 100 miles, creating a vast, deep valley. The illusionary water domain once again enveloped her body. Breaking free from the lily demon's lock, Luo swiftly flew into the sky. Only by entering its shielding domain could she lock onto her opponent. FIA, use your 8th tier magic cores. Aim at my position with maximum power, and fire only when I give the order. Remember, don't look at the eyeball in the middle. Hearing her master's voice, FIA, who had witnessed Luo's demise, felt slightly relieved. She quickly manipulated the magic crystal annihilation cannon, unleashing magic crystals, and inserting 9 fire attribute 8th tier magic cores. In an instant, the Annihilation Cannon emitted a wisp of violent aura, its color changing from silver to dark red. 6 concentric rings lit up one by one, their violent auras intertwining. A pressure far more terrifying than the previous 2 cannon shots began to gather, making it unbearable even for FIA behind him. Her skin cracked and bled, only to be constantly repaired by the heart of the Tree of Life. Luo's body rapidly ascended, splitting into 3 fire clones. Their crimson dresses, paired with the fire runes deep within their eyes, exuded a noble aura. What puzzled Luo slightly was that the clones lacked ears and tails. Sure enough, his current appearance was the work of that cat's eye stone. "I definitely give it a bad review later." Muttering to himself, Luo suppressed his distracting thoughts and controlled his 3 clones to fly in different directions, while his main body continued to remain hidden, approaching the Lily Demon. Escape the illusionary water domain, the clones' auras were immediately exposed. The Lily Demon's central eye spun a few times, briefly lost in thought before quickly locking onto one of them. Its vertical pupil flashed with colorful halos, as if performing some kind of ritual, like a magician's incantation. Before the clone could react, its entire body instantly transformed into a flame and was sucked into its eyeball. The next moment, a thick pillar of fire shot out from the eyeball, striking the second clone and disintegrating it in the blink of an eye. The consecutive deaths of 2 clones sent ripples through Luo's mind, causing her soul to tremble. Fortunately, just as the 3rd clone died, she finally re-entered the shielding domain, and the colossal figure of the Lily Demon reappeared before her eyes. Without hesitation, Luo suppressed the turmoil in her sea of souls, and forcibly summoned the clone a second time. Although it would take some time to calm down afterward, that was a matter for later. The 3 reborn fire clones, along with the main body, began chanting the declaration once spoken by the ancient god, who controlled the 3 suns and the silver moon. Intricate and complex magic circles layered upon each other, the phantom of the ancient god concealed within the domain, awaiting the moment the divine spell was completed, at which point he would reappear in the mortal realm. At this moment, the Lily Demon that had shattered the 3 clones emitted a low, mournful wail, seemingly both joyful and sorrowful. Then, countless tiny buds of various colors sprouted from the edges of its petals. The buds bloomed, revealing large, viscous eyes within, which quickly detached from the petals and scattered in all directions. Not good. Although Luo was chanting, she had learned her lesson, and this time most of her attention was still on the other party. Seeing that the strange eyeballs and flower buds were about to scatter, she didn't have time to gather more magic power and immediately ordered FIA, "Fire at a point 300 meters above me." FIA, who was far away, maintained the Annihilation Cannon at its maximum power for several minutes. Her body showed faint signs of tearing. Hearing her master's voice, she was immediately relieved and immediately adjusted the direction as required. The cannon, imbued with the combined magic power of 9 8th tier magic cores amplified by the array, unleashed a devastating attack like a blazing dragon, its roar echoing across the sky. A scorching streak of light shot straight towards the Lily Demon high above, slightly distorting space and leaving a straight red trail in the air that lingered for a long time. The sky brightened for the second time. The ice god's guards, buried underground by the meteor's aftershocks, pushed aside the rocks and looked up to see the unparalleled, raging pillar of fire slamming squarely into the center of a strange yet beautiful 9-colored lily in the clear night sky. Even from a great distance, they could feel the immense power capable of destroying a small country. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the sky, even unaware of the stinging in his eyes. The captain muttered to himself, "What is that? A flower?" His tone was filled with disbelief. When had such a terrifying flower appeared around Crystal City? Even more terrifying was that, facing a raging pillar of fire capable of destroying a nation, the flower merely trembled. Despite the pillar's endless flames, it was completely blocked by an incredibly strong 9-colored shield. We lost? Ano couldn't believe it. The pillar of fire was thousands of times more powerful than in the previous tests, yet it couldn't even break through the enemy's shield. Just as everyone's tense hearts began to sink because the pillar of fire couldn't penetrate the shield, suddenly, a grand and majestic declaration rang in everyone's ears simultaneously. "I am the Crescent Moon, the god of the Sun Realm, with 3 heads and 3 suns. More ancient than antiquity, more radiant than the sun, more scorching than flames." Accompanied by a deep wail, 3 dazzling golden suns rose slowly into the sky, pouring out endless light and heat, engulfing the enormous, eerie lily. "Ah! My eyes! I'm going blind!" The people on the ground wailed, clutching their eyes. In the distance, Fia hung her head, bleeding profusely. The magic crystal cannon, radiating intense heat, extinguished all its brilliance. High in the sky, Luo was also blasted away, his body exploding with blood. Crystalline blood droplets, brimming with vitality, fell, sprinkling the earth and sprouting vast forests. Wha? A deep, long, mournful cry suddenly swept across thousands of miles. A colorless, transparent rain fell, pattering down. The scattered eyeballs and flower buds seemed to have been struck by some powerful force, falling back to curl up and disappear into the earth, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 926. The Crystal City Beneath the Lake, as its name suggests, is a city whose main body is located beneath a lake, constructed entirely of crystal. It is one of the 5 major cities of the Agnesa Empire. This construction is also related to the lake, which is not an ordinary lake, but a massive crystal lake with a diameter exceeding 500 miles. If cut in half, the crystal lake would resemble a straight crystal pillar piercing the earth, and the Crystal City would be a series of interconnected giant crystal rings tightly bound to this pillar. The area 200 meters above the surface of the crystal lake is a tourist zone. For a small entrance fee, one can admire the breathtaking scenery of the crystal lake. The seemingly translucent crystal displays 7 colors under the sunlight, and when reflected in the sky, it forms a second crystal lake. Approaching the projected crystal lake will cause 7 projections of one's true self to appear around the visitor, allowing for dialogue to deepen understanding of ice attribute skills. At the right time and place, one might even witness the eternal phantom of the ice god. It's said that some confused transcendents have received guidance from this phantom, breaking through mid-level barriers, comprehending the properties of ice magic, and leaping to high-level transcendence. Therefore, the projected crystal lake is considered the ice god's lingering consciousness in the mortal world, and the crystal lake itself is believed to be a wisp of power left behind by the ice god. On an inner wall of a city within the surface city built around Crystal Lake, a prime vantage point for viewing the lake, 2 wall guards are chatting idly. As they talk, one guard suddenly remarks, "Since mining at Crystal Lake stopped, the surface city has become much quieter." The other guard glances at him and chuckles lightly. "What, do you miss the roaring noise of those dwarven mechanical puppets? Are you kidding me? Who would like a mechanical golem that can't even eliminate noise? If you ask me, Lord City Lord should replace it with a goblin silent mining golem." "You're right, but I heard that those goblin merchants overcharged, and the City Lord contacted the dwarves in a fit of anger." "Really? I never heard of that." The guard, questioned, pointed angrily at Crystal Lake. "If I'm lying, let the ice god punish me." "Ha ha! With your pathetic appearance, why would the eternal ice god bother with you?" Another guard laughed heartily just as they were about to launch into a few more sarcastic remarks. A dazzling, daylight-like light suddenly shone in the distance, illuminating the crystal lake. To their utter astonishment, a magnificent, towering crystal pillar slowly emerged, inverted in the sky, its entirety obscured by looking up. It really appeared. "Idiots! Quickly release the alert spell." The two hastily produced 2 badges and combined them. In an instant, a stream of icy blue light shot into the sky, revealing a giant snowflake of ice crystals. Moments later, similar snowflakes rose in other parts of the inner city, indicating that other guards had also noticed. Damn the Dahomey family. If it weren't for conserving magic power, would we even need such outdated alert spells? You're wrong. If it weren't for those lunatics from the Dahomey, we'd be comfortably cultivating. The two exchanged a glance, then continued their grumbling, paying little attention to the flash of light. It wasn't their responsibility as lowly guards to deal with it anyway. In the 33rd underground ring city, the woman who was cultivating sensed something, stopped condensing her soul power, and the thin ice on the surface shattered. She took out a snowflake badge, which was faintly shimmering. An unknown phenomenon, suspected to be high-level transcendent power. The woman frowned slightly, put away her badge, and decided to investigate. Whether it was a high-level transcendent or a high-level magical beast, it was best to deal with it outside the city, otherwise it would be very troublesome. A moment later, the woman appeared on the outer city wall, her phoenix eyes narrowed. The phenomenon had disappeared, but she vaguely sensed a faint magical energy fluctuation coming from afar. A magical beast, huh? It's resisting. At this moment, 3 people flew out from inside the city, and came to the woman's side, clearly also noticing the faint fluctuation coming from afar. "How about it? I go." The other 3 nodded slightly, agreeing with the woman's decision. But the next moment, the sky suddenly brightened again, as if a raging dragon was rampaging, unleashing terrifying flames that burnt everything. The group's expressions became slightly unnatural. This power has already reached the peak of the 8th rank, hasn't it? Such power, once it appears around Crystal City, will inevitably be an unstable factor and cannot be ignored. Seconded. I stay behind, in case of any unforeseen events. The four quickly agreed, leaving one behind, while the other three transformed into icy blue streaks of light and flew swiftly towards the direction of the raging fire. Cough cough. A thin, transparent, sticky liquid fell like rain. Luo crawled out of a deep, glassy pit, coughing up strands of crystalline blood. His fair skin was covered with ceramic-like cracks, faintly shimmering with a scarlet hue. Despite the constant repair efforts of his light, and with magic, he could not fully recover. Looking up, she saw that the lily demon's shielding field had been breached, and through the gap, she could vaguely see that only 8 of the 9 petals of the flower remained in the sky, twisting violently. A long, low moan constantly assaulted her ears, accompanied by a variety of chaotic sounds. Thump! A flower bud hit Luo's head with a crisp sound. Luo wiped the sticky liquid from her face, disgustedly shaking her hands, and picked up the bud. Sensing the sister's condition, FIA's aura was somewhat weak, whether from the impact of the magical surge or a side effect of overusing the magic crystal cannon, it was unclear. Ano, on the other hand, had been heading towards Crystal City, her aura stable. FIA, it's time to run. Staying any longer will be a loss. Soon, FIA's location began to move away from Crystal City. Actually, there were ways to deal with this lily demon. Although the combined strength of Luo and her group couldn't possibly defeat it, she had the holy blood to summon a Vulcan clone, and could use the images of Galega and Wind to summon attacks. However, using these methods to eliminate an 8th-tier demon was somewhat wasteful, and Luo was reluctant to use them. But most importantly, the Crystal City beneath the lake wasn't far away, 1,000 miles away. Such a large city shouldn't be without high-level experts guarding it. It was perfectly normal for Luo, a tourist, to seek refuge. To protect the others' escape, stalling for time was also necessary. Luo didn't believe that her illusionary water domain alone could completely escape the 8th-tier demon's pursuit. Those strange eyeball buds might be a means of probing her true form. Without using magic, Luo took to the air, using object manipulation to isolate herself from the descending rain of slime. Her magical aura was weaker than a stone. Taking advantage of the lily demon's rage, she quickly flew towards the Crystal City. As she flew, she seemed to hear a faint whooshing sound. Looking up, a fleeting message appeared in her field of vision and then vanished. But soon, a magical shockwave, 100 times more intense than before, emanated from the direction of the lily demon. Let's go! But why did that demon, which had been roaming near the Crystal City beneath the lake, suddenly attack her and her group? It couldn't possibly be trying to kill her just because she was cute. Chapter 927. Failed again. Let's go get some more. Looking at the gradually drying green slime on the ground, Moriarty clicked his tongue. There were definitely limitations to doing this without professional alchemical methods. If those guys were still around. TCH, they've been dead for so long, their souls should be buried in ashes. You need to learn something useful in the future. The newly revived unaware of what was going on, simply knelt respectfully and replied, Great incarnation of fear, all is as you wish. Leaving the throne palace, Moriarty went to the Tree of Life and glanced at Xania, who was sitting on the giant 7-colored flower, lost in thought. Since returning from the dream, this little one had frequently fallen into a daze, seemingly thinking, but Moriarty thought she was simply spacing out. However, even the Underworld clan didn't understand fairies very well. Even reading their thoughts was difficult. There seemed to be a few kinds of fairies in the Underworld. I guess they don't count. They're all classified as part of the Underworld race. Muttering to himself, Moriarty casually plucked a few tender buds from the Tree of Life and returned to a small, secluded room in the dark prison. In the center of the room, a translucent, withered white sapling, barely reaching the little guy's calf, stubbornly grew in the void. Densely packed soul runes writhed around it, forming layers upon layers of barriers protecting the white sapling, or more precisely, preventing it from escaping. If one used the vision of a soul body to enter the transcendent dimension, they would see a constantly changing phantom surrounding the seemingly calm translucent white sapling. Sometimes it would transform into a long snake biting at the barrier, sometimes into 3 round beads bursting with lightning, and sometimes into 10 basic runes attempting to penetrate the barrier. Unfortunately, no matter how much it struggled, the white sapling couldn't break free from the barrier's restraints. Sensing Moriarty's arrival, the sapling instantly stopped all movement, becoming completely silent. Still dreaming? Little Moriarty advises you to be kind. She said this, but Moriarty knew perfectly well that this seemingly simple sapling, formed from soul power, was far from ordinary. Initially, seeing the saplings grow slow, she created a small enclosure for it, allowing it to grow slowly. Unexpectedly, after a few days, it broke through the dark magic wall of the small room. If it hadn't bumped into the soul barrier specifically designed to imprison souls, she wouldn't have even noticed the sapling's escape. After a simple test, Moriarty discovered that magic runes were like air to it. Both attribute runes and general runes could easily penetrate its defenses. However, as she could see, this sapling had one major weakness. It couldn't pass through soul runes. It was fortunate that it appeared in the dark prison. If it had grown elsewhere in the ruins, it might have disappeared. Reaching through the barrier, Moriarty ruthlessly plucked a leaf, ignoring the sapling's painful writhing. She intensified the flow of soul power into the barrier, a pure smile spreading across her adorable face. "Good boy, grow more leaves, it'd be a hassle if you die." The sapling shuddered, then immediately fell silent again, quietly absorbing soul power to recover. Back in the palace, Moriarty took out the freshly plucked bud from the Tree of Life and the white sapling leaf. The former radiated abundant vitality, while the latter flickered and shifted frequently. Though called a leaf, it was merely a kind of mimicry. She hadn't fully grasped its true nature yet. Reaching into the spatial rift, Moriarty pulled out one high-grade material after another, muttering his evaluations. "This is SOSO. This should be useful, right?" Little Moriarty remembers Sister Lo hid a few drops of holy blood TSK. Why hide it so well? This potion. He grabbed a simple crystal potion bottle. The pale golden liquid looked quite high-grade. Curious, Moriarty opened the cap and sniffed. A rich, refreshing scent wafted out. A soul-repairing potion? When did Sister Luo get it? It's quite high-grade. She was somewhat surprised. This potion actually worked on her. You see, for a powerhouse of her level, once their soul is injured, even soul magic is difficult to heal, yet this potion works. Its creator must be at least a 9th rank alchemist, and judging from its perfection, it might even be a formal saint rank alchemist. It's rather precious. But then she thought, isn't Sister Luo's potion hers? So, Moriarty happily set the potion aside as an additive, and after taking out a dozen or so high-grade items, she was about to close the spatial rift when she suddenly remembered something. She chuckled, reached in, stirred it a few times, and pulled out an adorable little creature. "Since Sister Luo isn't here, you little thing will be my subordinate." The battle in the sky erupted with bursts of intense magical flashes. Waves of wind swept down, and thunderous roars echoed for a long time. Only those with keen eyesight could see that the massive shadow was gradually moving away from the earth. Ugh! Caught off guard, Luo plunged headfirst into the snow. Her body was so hot that it almost instantly evaporated the surrounding blizzard, and cracks on her skin emitted bursts of bloody light. Is this the strength of an 8th-tier being? It's not so easy to deal with after all. Supporting herself, Luo's clothes began to show signs of magical erosion, burning, freezing, metallization, wood-like transformation, and so on. Under the simultaneous erosion of 9 types of magic, the runes on her clothes collapsed quickly, and even the ground in contact with her skin crumbled. She quickly wove a new set of clothes to temporarily cover her body. Luo realized she had indeed underestimated the strength of an 8th-tier transcendent. Being able to injure it didn't mean she was capable of withstanding its attacks. Sister Ife never said the difference between 7th and 8th tiers was that big. Calling for FIA, Luo sat on the ground that was gradually turning into metal, slightly panting. She took out several high-level magic recovery potions and drank them, but her mind was racing uncontrollably, and a large amount of her soul power was mysteriously disappearing. Unfortunately, her attention wasn't on this right now, and she didn't notice anything amiss. After the Sword of Judgment was shattered, Luo understood that even unleashing a high-level divine spell with her own strength might not be enough to truly harm the Lily Demon. Only by using more magic power would she have a chance. Therefore, she used a conversion array to raise her soul power to the peak of the 7th tier, and summoned a clone, dividing the 3 times the magic power converted from elemental simulation into the clone. Taking advantage of FIA's use of the most powerful magic crystal annihilation cannon to fully distract the Lily Demon, she unleashed an unprecedented 3 days of annihilation. As a result, she successfully broke through the Lily Demon's defenses, burned off one of its petals, which couldn't heal itself, and also pierced a large hole in its shielding field, completely exposing it. It could be said that Luo was the first in history to inflict such immense damage on an 8th-tier transcendent being while only at the 5th tier without using powerful artifacts. However, the price was not low. Constructing the divine magic of light consumed most of her light magic power, and it was only thanks to elemental divine authority recovering some of the remaining magic power that it wasn't completely exhausted. The backlash from the divine magic and the destruction of her clone caused a violent soul turmoil, which was currently only suppressed by soul magic. She would still need treatment after reaching a safe area. Adding to the consumption of 3 days of annihilation, all her magic power was only 30% of its peak, and it would take time to recover a large amount of magic power. But the most serious issue was her physical injuries. Luo slightly recovered her magic power, suppressed the raging soul power again, and took out 2 bottles of high-grade healing potions to drink. Sweet? This shop is nice. It's from the Finiden shop, right? The alchemical power and abundant wood magic power fused together, nourishing the cracks on Luo's skin, and the aura of collapse emanating from her gradually disappeared, no longer easily affecting external objects. The comfort made her droopy ears perk up instantly. She couldn't help but stretch, and her clothes, already damaged again, accidentally fell to the ground, revealing her fair and delicate waist and thighs. Since no one was around, Luo carefully admired her skin. The cracks were visibly fewer, leaving only faint marks, barely noticeable unless you looked closely. I must say, this young lady is truly Master. Chapter 928. The sudden sound startled Luo, causing her tail to stand on end. She quickly rewove her mage robe to cover herself, and saw Fi rushing down from the sky, instantly appearing beside her. Fi asked anxiously, Master? Are you alright? I'm fine, meow. Luo blurted out, then instinctively covered her mouth. Her ears and tail immediately stiffened. Fortunately, Fi was focused on her, and didn't notice anything amiss. Hearing that she was alright, she couldn't help but rush forward and hug her little master tightly, her voice filled with excitement and nervousness. It's so good that Master is alright. I thought, Master. Why are you copying little Artie's ways? How could I be alright? Luo paused, her tone suddenly softening. I just wanted to test the difference between myself and a higher level opponent. I did something inappropriate. You be worried, won't you? Master. Fi's nose tingled, and she gently touched Luo's cheek. Master, you will definitely become the strongest mage. My sister and I will always watch until we witness that future. You're being so absolute, I'm almost embarrassed. So. Fi's voice suddenly grew louder, her deep purple eyes like profound amethysts, gleaming with a bright emerald light. Master, you. What's wrong? Nothing, Master. Let me carry you. Your magic is worn off. It wouldn't be good if your true form were seen. Although Luo was puzzled, he didn't object. Fi had obviously drunk a healing potion, and with the aid of the Tree of Life's heart, her aura had recovered completely in a short time. Flying was convenient, but it was also a kind of mental strain. Being carried was much more comfortable. Fi silently carried her light-footed master away. Her restless tail swayed gently, occasionally brushing against her slender waist and thighs, bringing a soft touch that gradually drifted her thoughts away. She knew her master bore a heavy responsibility, constantly pushing herself to improve. Although her master seemed to enjoy researching magic, did this lazy cat-eared master also enjoy it? Fi trusted her understanding of her master. Her master loved researching and learning magic, but she certainly preferred to lounge in a recliner, slowly and leisurely studying. She wished her master could be less demanding, could relax a little more, but she couldn't stop her master. Just as she hoped, her master would become the most powerful magician in the future. Fi, don't bother healing me, it's useless. Okay, I understand. Fi flew even faster. The sooner they reached Crystal City, the sooner their master would recover. However, she was also secretly shocked. What kind of monster was that enormous 9-colored lily that could actually injure her master? As the first rays of sunlight leaped across the sky, dawn broke, and Luo and Fi's gazes were involuntarily drawn to the magnificent Crystal City in the distance. Crystal City was magnificent. Under the sunlight, the crystal-carved walls and spires shimmered with rainbow colors, each brick reflecting different brilliant hues. With subtle changes in angle, these hues formed shimmering snowflake relief patterns. From afar, countless snowflakes perfectly formed a solemn and majestic ice goddess. Her exquisite face had a single ice crystal between her brows. Her jade hand held a straight sword horizontally. She stood barefoot, snowflakes constantly falling around her, her eyes closed in tranquility, as if all things in the world were but a snowflake to her, falling snow, and she was eternal. What a beautiful goddess! She sparkles like a jewel. That's the ice goddess, the goddess of ice and extreme cold, symbolizing the eternal freezing of all things. It's said that the entire crystal lake was formed from a wisp of her power. With each approach, the ice goddess's image changes, sometimes standing with eyes closed, sometimes holding a sword and turned to the side, sometimes a cold, lonely figure, only the eternal snowflakes remain unchanged. Sister? Lord? Lady Eileen. Crystal City isn't actually very high, only a little over 100 meters tall. The city walls have two gates, an upper and an lower one. The lower gate is for lower-level extraordinary beings and mortals, while the upper gate, over 80 meters above the ground and extending 30 meters outwards, is specifically for extraordinary beings, resembling a half-drawn bridge. At this moment, both gates are tightly closed. Ano and a group of ice goddess guards are waving and greeting Luo and the other two women outside the upper gate. Luo cast another concealment spell on herself, signaling FIA to speed up. A moment later, the group regrouped. Ano happily flew to her sister's side, only to find Luo limply clinging to her back, and she tensed. Sister, what happened to Master? He's seriously injured. We need to find a place to stay in the city first. The captain of the guard also approached, his expression towards Luo and her group showing more respect. It wasn't because of their strength. In terms of power, Crystal City had a 9-tier commander, and these girls weren't enough to shake the captain's resolve. However, their decisiveness in the face of that terrifying, catastrophic attack greatly impressed him. Let me introduce myself. I'm Aislinn Felton, captain of the 28th Squad of the Ice God Church Guard. Thank you very much for your help. I will arrange for a priest to treat you free of charge as soon as possible. Of course, I would be even happier if you could change your mind and join the guard. The other team members also came over to express their gratitude, but were quickly chased away by Phaidon. The reason given was that they should be prioritized for entering the city to rest, the demon thief should be imprisoned, information on the magical beasts should be reported, and residence permits should be issued to Luo and his group for free movement. With Phaidon's status as captain, the city gates opened quickly, and everyone entered Crystal City smoothly. 3 days later, Luo opened the door, greeted by bright sunshine. The sky was clear, the temperature pleasant, and everything was beautiful except for the lack of greenery. Stretching, Luo felt much better. Is this a characteristic of cats? It's a bit strange, but it feels quite comfortable. She just didn't know when she would fully recover. She couldn't stay like this forever. A priest in a moon-blue robe passed by and saw Luo, quickly stepping forward and saying urgently, "This injured person, your injuries haven't healed yet. Please don't move around." Luo recognized the approaching priest. He was the high-ranking priest who had treated her these past few days. He was knowledgeable, gentle, and patient, but strangely, many injured people had a rather ambiguous opinion of him. Persiana 7th-tier extraordinary, water, ice, mage, a tribute mage, a genius dual elemental mage from a commoner background, she worships the ice god and upholds eternal peace. She studied professional priesthood at the Church of Light, and later served as a priest at the ice god's church, not a priestly profession. She is kind and helpful. However, she sometimes uses subtle methods to achieve her healing goals. Note 1. The ice god's protection. The more devout one's faith in the ice god, the stronger the blessing received. Note 2. The light god's mercy, possessing an extraordinary sensitivity to disharmony. Note, evaluation. She seems like a great philanthropist. Luo quietly took a step back, a smile appearing on her face. It's Priestess Persia. I'm almost fully recovered. I have some things to attend to, so I be leaving now. Please give my regards to Phaidon and the others. She slipped away quickly, dashing out of the courtyard. She didn't want to experience that strange magical massage again. And that eerie potion with purple bubbles. Why couldn't priests learn alchemy? Making potions would be so much more appealing. Oh dear! Your magical pathways aren't fully healed yet. The erosion from your special magical properties hasn't been completely removed. I take my time to heal. Goodbye. The other priests along the way weren't surprised. After all, Luo wasn't the first injured person who preferred to heal on her own rather than continue receiving treatment from Persia. Running so fast, it seems the treatment was very successful. Chapter 929. Ano dashed out of the church, arriving just across the street. Seeing Luo, she waved excitedly. Great. Master, you're finally healed. Strictly speaking, not yet. How did things go? Ano lagged a step behind, walking leisurely with Luo on the clean, gleaming crystal street. Her eyes involuntarily lingered on Luo's swaying, fluffy tail. She regretted suggesting she take care of her master from the start. Click-clack-clack. An old ice golem slowly passed by, using its sharp gears to repair the substandard ground. To avoid obstructing daytime visibility, the surface was deliberately roughened, similar to fine sand. Ano, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Master, the basic information about Crystal City has been gathered. This is the basic information my sister compiled. Temporary accommodations are difficult to find, but the people at the Ice God Church are quite kind. They're willing to give up a small house. Luo took a small booklet, several pages of flowing common language writing on it. The general layout of Crystal City was similar to what she knew, divided into an above-ground city and an underground city. Except for Crystal Lake, the above-ground city resembled a long, narrow crystal ribbon, covering approximately 100,000 square kilometers. It was further divided into inner and outer city areas. The inner city was open to the public, allowing free movement, while the outer city was completely transformed into a barrier zone, prohibiting entry to anyone except those from the City Lord's Mansion and the Ice God Church. Compared to the above-ground city, the underground portion was far more vast, reportedly consisting of 33 layers, each exceeding 10 kilometers in depth. To prevent subterranean monsters from damaging the underground area, Crystal City's barrier employed a special segmented design, tightly connecting the 34 layers without appearing overly bulky, sufficient to withstand even a saint-level attack. Therefore, in Crystal City's over 80,000-year history, it was only breached once by a beast tide during its initial construction, and since then, no force or powerful enemy has been able to shake its position. The first 10 levels are residential areas, where visitors can also settle. Below that are the mining areas and the core area of the City Lord's Mansion, which are generally off-limits to the public. However, due to the influx of people from small cities and towns, Crystal City's population has increased tenfold, leading to a housing shortage. During the lockdown, the 15th level was gradually opened. Crystal City is jointly ruled by the City Lord's Mansion, representing the Agnesa royal family, and the Ice God Church, representing the Ice God's faith, the Nibio Church. Normally, the City Lord's Mansion holds more power, consistent with the royal family's stronger control over the empire. However, because of the royal family's border closure, much discontent has arisen within the City Lord's Mansion, leading to the delegation of power to the church. In simpler terms, the City Lord's Mansion has become complacent. Therefore, the Nibio Church now handles most of the affairs inside and outside the city. The City Lord and Deputy City Lord, among other powerful figures, remain hidden in the lower city areas as guardians, only appearing when no major event occurs. However, as time went on, some residents began to suspect that the City Lord's Mansion had actually seized control of the underground city, appropriating the magical energy emanating from Crystal Lake for its own use, leading to a shortage of magical energy in other areas. Luo neither confirmed nor denied this, but the magical energy concentration in the surface city was indeed not high, at most comparable to that of a small outlying town. The streets weren't crowded. Since it was still within the territory of the Nibio Church, Crystal City was far from being completely devastated, and naturally, it wasn't as dirty and chaotic as a slum. After quickly reviewing the information, Luo burned the booklet. Let's go to the Adventurers Guild first. I post a quest. During this special period, the Adventurers Guild, far from declining, has become even more active due to dwindling resources. The trading panel is flooded with item transactions, with most members hoping to stockpile more magic crystals to ensure they don't run out of mana. Luo, hovering on the counter, meticulously described the guild's request to the person posting it, looking for someone, a girl, probably around level 5, 6, about 1.48 meters tall, long, wavy, fiery red hair, wearing a mage's robe, though she might disguise herself, sharp eyes, and a fiery temper, from the south. Luo added a portrait and 2 keywords, Imperial Academy and the Mage's Hall, to make it easier to find the person. After handing over 10 level 6 magic crystals as a deposit, Luo jumped off the counter and called Ano to leave the Adventurers Guild. Next, let's go find the leader in charge of security at the Ice God's Church. Although Persia's church also had Ice God guards, their rank wasn't high enough. At least a captain or commander-in-chief level would meet Luo's requirements. According to FIA's intelligence, the captain of the Ice God Guard, who commanded the first 10 levels of the underground city, was stationed on the 10th level. Without hesitation, Luo and Ano arrived at a certain location in the inner city. This place was packed with mortals and low-level superhumans. Even with the Ice God Guards acting as herdsmen trying to maintain order, it was incredibly noisy. Those with some strength used their aura to push aside others, while the mortals with nothing could only be pushed around, sweating profusely, surrounded by the stench of sweat and shouts of abuse. I admire how you can tolerate this situation. Luo pinched her nose, feeling uncomfortable even after clearing away the surrounding foul air. No matter how many years had passed, she still found it difficult to accept crowded places. This is a large elevator platform leading to the first underground level, constructed with a magic crystal power unit made by the dwarves. Each activation can transport nearly 1,000 people down to the next level, and there are tens of thousands of similar devices throughout the inner city. The reason for the overcrowding is the impact of the high-level battles that have occurred in the past few days. Many people in the underground city feared that it would trigger a mine collapse, so they fled to the surface city to observe. Now that the battle is over and nothing has happened, these people are returning underground. Recalling the news he heard while being tortured by Persia, Luo was still somewhat surprised. That day, he only roughly saw information about one person, but in fact, 3 powerful 8th-tier experts were involved. The battle lasted for more than 2 days. According to the guards, who returned from patrolling, the battle was extremely fierce, with large amounts of blood raining down from time to time. In the end, 2 people were slightly injured, 1 was seriously injured, and the enemy was severely wounded and on the verge of death before fleeing. Affected by the aftershocks of the battle, several deep valleys appeared within a range of thousands of miles. A small city was completely wiped out in half. Fortunately, the population had already been relocated, otherwise the aftershocks alone would have resulted in more than 100,000 deaths and injuries. As they pondered, groups of people disappeared from the city below, while many others returned to the surface, causing increasing chaos within the ranks, though still manageable. Moments later, Luo and Ano stepped onto the massive crystal platform. With a heavy rumble, enormous gears connected to sturdy alchemical chains slowly turned, causing the platform to gradually descend. The sunlight quickly dimmed, only to be replaced by a faint glow from the surrounding area. Standing at the edge of the platform, Luo could clearly see the massive, exposed crystal pillar in the distance. Even the exposed portion resembled a transparent city wall, emanating a faint magical aura. Countless giant chains, tens or even hundreds of meters wide, firmly secured the crystal pillar, riddled with enormous gaps, entrances dug from the crystal mines of yesteryear. Sunlight shone on the lake's surface, refracting and projecting into the water, making the crystal pillar display a rainbow of colors. Ano's attention was also drawn to it, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Even after seeing it many times in the past few days, she was still moved. "No matter how many times I see it, it's always so magnificent, Master. When will such a huge pillar be finished?" "It never be finished. Legend has it that Crystal Lake is connected to the underground, endless. Look, there are newly formed crystals in the abandoned mine shaft. As long as the main structure isn't broken, Crystal Lake will always exist." Luo was in a good mood, her pointed ears twitching slightly. She was already planning when to admire the most beautiful ice god phantom in Crystal Lake, but she had other things to do right now. Chapter 930. Half a day later, Luo and Ano arrived at the 10th floor. With a muffled tremor, the platform stopped, and the barrier above opened. Looking around, they found themselves in a bustling city. Hundreds of rock pillars, each 1,000 meters thick, firmly supported the rooftop and the city. Countless thick beams of light shot out from crystal pillars, channeled through the complex barrier to all parts of the city, not only serving as some light sources, but also promoting the growth of crops in the outlying areas, even underground. Luo felt little different from the outside world as he entered the city, except for the absence of snow and sunshine. The streets were bustling with people, mostly ordinary citizens. They needed to eat, drink, and relieve themselves, and had to work to survive. The same was true for the poor, low-level superhumans, who earned magic crystals for cultivation. Luo and Ano's appearance didn't attract much attention. After all, they were obviously powerful and influential people they couldn't afford to offend. After some time, Luo found the largest church on this floor. Many patients, ill for various reasons, were queuing for treatment, but most were suffering from magical corruption. After all, on the 10th floor, the magical energy emanating from the crystal pillars was already considerable, and the high concentration of magic from deeper levels would seep up. Superhumans might be alright, but mortals might not be able to withstand it. "Do you two need treatment, prayer help, or a blessing?" A believer greeted him with a smile, wearing a simple ice blue robe, the collar and cuffs adorned with beautiful, fragmented crystals. His long, gray-white hair and orange-yellow eyes indicated he possessed a weak Cairo bloodline. Luo performed a mage's salute and politely replied, "I wish to meet with the captain of your church's ice god guard." The cultist hesitated for a moment, carefully examining the gentle girl before him. She had white hair, red eyes, cat ears, and a cat tail, and her mage robe seemed unusual. Although only 1.6 meters tall, her aura was far more resolute than the warriors who had caused trouble before. Most importantly, she was truly beautiful. "I will convey your request, but without a recommender, it will be difficult to meet Lord Aladako." Louis thought it made sense, so he added, I know squad leader Aislinn Felton of the Upper City. Hearing this name, the cultist's expression became noticeably more respectful. Each city had 10 Ice God Guard squad leaders, commanding over 100 official Ice God Guard members, and tens of thousands of senior Ice God cultists. Their 6-tier strength was enough to suppress most troublemakers, and the squad leaders of the Upper City were also responsible for patrolling outside the city, making them often even stronger. If you are an acquaintance of Lord Felton, Lord Aladako will surely agree. He hurried into the church, went to a tall ice crystal tower deep within, and relayed his request to the guards below. Soon, a short-haired, burly man who had been meditating cross-legged at the highest point of the ice tower opened his eyes. A cold glint flashed in his pure, icy white eyes, and his wide robes couldn't conceal his perfectly sculpted, marble-like muscles. A chilling aura surrounded him, which seemed to seep into his body as he rose. An acquaintance of that kid Phaeton? He pondered for a moment. He had initially intended to send a mere vice-captain to deal with it, but then he remembered Phaeton's report 3 days ago about the plant-like magical beasts and the 3 injured men who had returned. He decided to leave the ice tower. Outside the church, Lua was reminding Aino about the proper way to address her. We agreed that within the Agnesa Empire, you should address me as Miss Aileen. Right now, I'm a tourist. But Aino felt that wasn't respectful enough to Master. Anyway, it's normal for Master to have attendants. Despite saying this, Aino obediently changed her form of address and, under the pretext of grooming Luo's hair, began to comb it. However, her little hands would accidentally touch Luo's sensitive, pointed ears, tickling him and causing him to instinctively pull away. Gentlemen, Lord Aladako is waiting inside the church. Please follow me. The worshippers, who had been inside for a while, returned, their faces still showing a certain excitement, as if seeing Aladako was a great honor. Aladako's first impression on Luo was his visible power. The surging blood and energy beneath his massive muscles couldn't be concealed even through his clerical robes. Just sitting in his chair, the surrounding air seemed to distort, as if fearing his terrifying explosive power. Luo almost activated insight to check the information of the beast-like man before him out of curiosity, but fortunately, he restrained his curiosity and politely greeted him with a mage's salute. I apologize for my intrusion. It's all right, young mage. Your salute bears the mark of the mage's temple. Just an ordinary mage, in a yellow robe or a black robe. Aladako's sharp eyes immediately saw through Luo's identity, which genuinely surprised Luo. She hadn't even noticed that her etiquette bore the mark of the mage's temple. As expected of the captain of the Ice God's Church Guards in Crystal City, I admire you. I cannot reveal my name, as a powerful being has been eyeing me. I apologize, but I do indeed come from the mage's temple. Luo used her finger as a brush, and a complex and exquisite patterned rune appeared, then quietly shattered and disappeared, the very symbol that only members of the mage's temple would draw. Hearing this, Aladako lightly tapped the armrest of her chair with her index finger and said calmly, if the mage's temple's purpose is to investigate the situation of the Agnesa Empire, I have nothing to say. The Ice God does not allow his followers to betray him. Luo was slightly taken aback, but then understood. Regardless, the Agnesa royal family ultimately belonged to the Ice God's faith, and the Ice God's church would certainly favor them. Rest assured, if I were to gather information, I would appear as a mage from the mage temple from the start, not using someone else's name. I hope so. What brings you here? I'm looking for someone. Oh! You could easily post a request through the Adventurers Guild, or is the person you're looking for someone special? Lo quickly described Luna's situation to Aladako, emphasizing, she's very important to me. I'm willing to pay a generous reward for any information. Aladako adjusted his posture slightly, crossed his arms in front of him, and after a moment's thought, slowly spoke. Lady Carlo, who came to the Agnesa Empire more than 10 years ago, is a 5th or 6th tier fire mage. She's fiercely opposed to cultists. I don't recall ever hearing of her. Hearing this, Lo showed a hint of disappointment. However, it was normal that Aladako hadn't heard of her. She had only approached him hoping that someone powerful would have more experience, and it didn't necessarily prove that Luna hadn't been to Crystal City. I see. Sorry to bother you. I will continue searching for her. I can help you mobilize the guards to investigate people who have entered and left Crystal City over the years, but there's one condition. Aladako's sudden words delighted Luo. Outsiders, like her, would register and obtain residence permits under the management of the City Lord's Mansion, currently managed by the Nideo Church. If they were willing to use this data, they could find information on people who came and went not only 10 years ago, but even 100 years ago. Please speak. Aladako showed no surprise. his expression remaining calm as he spoke. Before that, I need a definite answer. Was the magical beast that appeared 3 days ago related to you? Luo honestly replied, I don't know its origin. It did attack us that night, and to protect ourselves, we had no choice but to injure it and escape. I have no intention of blaming you, nor of probing. Since you have the ability to injure an 8th-tier magical beast, whether using items or forbidden techniques, dealing with 6th or 7th-tier magical beasts shouldn't be a problem, right? A sudden unease arose in Luo's heart, but to get their help, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and reply, yes. That's fine then. The magic and flesh emanating from Crystal City have recently attracted many ferocious magical beasts. We need to deal with the possible appearance of 8th-tier monsters, so we can't act rashly. The Ice God guards at the squad leader and vice captain levels are short-handed. While we're gathering information, you temporarily join the Ice God guards. Why do you always have to target me? Luo's ears and tail drooped immediately, and he nodded weakly. I understand, I help. Seeing this, Aladako's calm expression revealed a barely perceptible smile. He had no grudge against the Mage Hall, so what was wrong with doing them a favor? Besides, this kid is quite interesting. Is there anything else? Luo's ears perked up sharply, and with the idea that good things shouldn't be delayed, he asked immediately, actually, there's one more small matter. On my way here, I passed through a city called Yulin City. The city lord, Philin, and the Ice God stationed in Emden wanted an answer. Why didn't the Ice God Church in Crystal City respond to the church in Yulin City?